think he's going back for this mech instead. He's going to count on this blink from Makoto to give him the positioning. I mean, he has a lot of positioning setup. Not only just like blink DK stun, but Phoenix Egg, right? Playing around that, pressuring that zone, and knowing that they're going to be forced to try and deal with that egg, and maybe that's what sets up your black hole.
Right. I mean, you've got a lot of different people that can carry that load, and just make sure that you're getting items to stay alive, keep that pressure on, play with the team. Now, Centaur on the other side is also going to be going for a Blink Dagger. You see Ame here trying to get into a Dragon Lance with the Mask of Madness already done. It's a heavy right click coming out from Shadow Fiend.
It's just some classic 4v4 Dota is what we're going to get, right? The Wind Ranger and the Shadow Shaman or Shadow Fiend rather going to be farming it up, and it's going to be everyone else to fight.
Waited for after the Drinky Buddies to jump in. XM, he's got to get away from this one. It's way too much damage coming out for DY. He is eliminated. And now with Supernova online.
Let's check. Go. Checking microphone, testing microphone. Apa ya nggak koneksi nggak apa sih? Cek. Testing. Kedip-kedip, Mana? Denger nak?
Take him out. We'll see how it goes here. For now, at least, Talon off again to a very good start. XM will back away. DY is also nearby. I mean, these types of moves right there, you have to be able to punish it, I feel like. They're in really aggressively on Talon and weren't able to get a kill when people were just walking right by them.
Yeah, that does not feel great on Talon either, because they're not really getting a lot of farm in those moments either, you know?
Right.
Carry apa? Carry.
Seeing Q's down here, he's just happy.
Carry semua sekarang.
Keeps his farm moving. So even though they shut down some of these objectives, can't find that next kill to accelerate the game. And every passive moment that goes by, you're going to be feeling better and better for the side of XG, most likely.
I don't think anyone's finding these position ones.
No, they're off on their own little world. I mean, it's funny though, because like Ame's basically where you would expect them. There isn't really, it feels like, as much of the position 1 farming ancients on the side of Talon. Smoke up now. Ame's coming in for a fight.
He's got the Mask of Madness.
Kodo.
Ready to swing.
Hanyo up on the high ground. Immediately dives away. Saw that smoke broke and get out of dodge. Playing for the rune. It's up top. It's an illusion. Oh, the shorts! They catch Makoto off to the side. The arrow is there.
Oh,
and now, oh no. Not like this.
I mean, all that. I mean, he has that aggressive ward, right? So with all the smoking that was happening, he probably felt kind of safe. Jeez, that vision up ahead of him, and well, clearly he was not. Beautiful shards there from DY. Makes it easy.
It's like watching a train wreck just right in front of you. You can't look away.
Naga terbang nggak bisa lewat es aja. Kali memang logika
That's a rough one.
Naga terbang rendah deh bener-bener berat badannya.
Talent, they lose 2 heroes. Not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination. You're still getting towards these BKBs. You do have ways to take fights still. As they're going to stack up Ancients and try and keep that farm moving. As it's Blink Dagger looks to be the window they're looking for with Talon on this Enigma. And again, I mean, we've seen Enigmas in the late game go crazy. Black Hole can absolutely wreck XG if they get caught unawares.
It's definitely going to be the big wombo combos.
Oh yeah.
Some solo pickoffs would be nice though, as that Blink Dagger is perched up here. A little joke from there on the Bat Rider.
Has a smoke too. Again, no Supernova for a little bit of time, but also no Stampede.
beastly wards here from DY though. Like right up in the middle by the tier 2. Another one up kind of hidden in the jungle there where it's less likely to get dewarded. So it's going to be hard for them to set up these plays on the side of Talon.
Right, because you're also not seeing any couriers moving out across the map, which means they know they're down there bottom.
Yep. Pretty
Clear indication of what's happening.
And looks like they might just get another rune here if they're lucky.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, so shield rune for XM. You're still a little ways away from BKB on the Wind Ranger. Getting close. But yeah, building into these blink daggers and then not being able to really take a quick fight definitely feels bad. And look at this, Crimson for Centaur. So when that BKB comes out for Wind Ranger, they're already kind of going to have the answer to it.
Yeah, and then going towards like BKB into Gleipnir too, so it's not this like crazy damage quite yet either that you're hoping for when you go for this Whirlwind. Because it doesn't feel like it comes online until you have like 5 items,
right?
You know, and then it's the craziness. But that's kind of Wind Ranger's job. Like I don't really want to put too much blame on Akashi in this one because the whole idea is that like Wind Ranger's supposed to be huge while the other 4 gangs have done. They're gonna jump mid on XXS.
I mean, this is a nice kill if they can take it out easily, and it looks like they are. XXS. Flamebreak pushback, it will be enough. So they take him down. A consolation prize was they lose Roshan.
He so desperately wanted to force Black Hole there.
I think you need to take this fight, actually. Yeah, I think they're trying to go for it. Kodo.
I mean, they don't have Lasso, though. I don't know.
Well, I just feel like if you're waiting for Centaur to respawn again, they're going to take over so much of the map on XG. But maybe with that kill, they feel confident enough to wait for a couple rounds. Game is just feeling very much like XG are dotting I's, crossing their T's.
Don't give up hope yet, Lyrical.
I never give up hope. There's always a chance. Gotta believe in a world future. BKB done.
Okay, a little bit of pressure here. I like this. Trying to steal some of this farm away from the Shadow Fiend. Very good. Takes a ton of it here.
Very well played. We're still incredibly farmed on this Tricor.
Oh, they see Akashi on this ward. That's what they're hunting for. Trying to figure out where he's moving off of that, but thankfully did not rotate back up there. Yeah, they're going to scan. Where did this Wind Ranger go? Oh, that's a dire scan. My bad. They actually had the read on that.
Heads up,
well played. Yeah.
Can they try and come and contest this, or is this just going to be a free tower given up here?
They're so deep right now.
Hanyo.
Oh, he gets up. The glimmer.
Barely, but not going to be so lucky on the bat. Goes down and start to pressure for this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they're gonna tray bottom. They won't get the full punish, but and XM's already here to start, but doesn't commit.
Nobody else nearby enough, it seems. I mean, again, Talon, they're keeping it close here. And if you can wait out that Aegis, thinking about a black hole just to burst somebody.
Well, all right, they saw the orb come out. They're hunting XM.
Tower taking damage. Makoto gonna blink away.
Ilons are gonna run into a couple XG heroes here, but yeah, they're just gonna group up and bail out here on Talon. They got some good vision left behind, but they don't want to jump the Centaur again.
Thank you for the like. Yes, we got 3 likes. Appreciate that.
XM eyeing up a Lincoln Sphere next for himself and then into the Parasma.
Or are they going to Tormentor with Drinking Buddies and Solar Flare?
It looks like it.
Do they even need it?
Nah, they have a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's got minus armor and Drinking Buddies. That's easy peasy.
And DY takes that one out. Still a minute and a half left on this Aegis. It's Makoto, amplify damage. Eyes on the farm. A smoke up now. Silence for the moment on the Makoto as he beats down the catapult, looking for a hero. Zinq would be a tasty prize. XXS bottom, very tanky, but killable if they're all there.
Gak pakai neutral dong kawan.
Time, they jump, they find Lasso onto the Mirana. She's gone.
Oh, and then after for next too.
Yeah.
Success.
Onto him. Play break pushback, has the Stampede, but now moving in with the rest of them. Ame's nearby. WS, do they step a bit too far forward? A minute left on this Aegis. Banyo throwing out the Sun Ray heal, keeping Akashi alive.
WS is hiding.
Back,
waiting
back,
to find
back,
his moment.
back.
Whoop.
If they get anything
Whoop.
at all here, gotta be careful. XXS jumps forward, they take down the Phoenix. Now Talon need to run away, but are they going to be able to get out of there? XM, force stab to the high ground. WS gets Makoto away, and the stun, not able to dodge that one. So they manage to get a buyback out of Zinq, as WS will back away too, and they might get their Tormentor stolen?
They certainly can take it very easily. There's no last. I mean, there's a black hole if you want to get real crazy, but I think this is gone.
Yeah, they're coming in, just going to assert some dominance. 14 seconds till the Aegis. So they managed to take away the Tormentor too. That is a nice little injection of gold for the side of XG.
All for a Zinq buyback.
Still no black hole used in this game.
When he does,
nanti dia cara pakai black hole
it's
tuh.
gonna be good.
Oh yeah. Crimson done.
Welcome to the stream,
Buddy.
guys. This is international.
Gets out.
The highest event.
Pulls him in. Silence is
Okay,
there.
okay.
WS still nearby. Black holes him immediately, but it's gonna be
Waduh.
broken.
Arrow.
Doesn't matter. Get the kill. Arrow is out. Akashi
Mati dong,
chasing
mati
forward,
dong.
trying to find some kills.
Walah,
They
stun
have the
3 cok,
supernova down,
bam.
and now the last one to two,
Wop,
trying to take it down.
keluar pecah telurnya.
Just in
Waduh.
time. Ame stunned now. Second salvo. Can they bring him down on
Oke,
the
nice.
Shadow Fiend?
Mati dong.
Oh, Ame gets out. Oh, man.
What?
Oh,
GG.
he was so low. But they had nothing left to
Wah,
stop him. A good
itu
read on the play there
mati,
from
Cok.
Ame to
Gila
actually
sekali.
escape. But hey, they finally get that black
Ame,
hole out and they get the
go
big
home,
kill. They've waited for
Ame.
that one for a long time. Get a second
Go home,
pick up onto this
Ame.
puck. And really just to say, get out of our territory. Like, you took their Tormentor,
Gila,
right?
tipis-tipis.
You know, you had that last Aegis. Was not feeling too great in this situation.
Well, and I mean, one of those moments too where, to me at least, I feel like Puck is always a scary hero because, like, if he has an orb out randomly and you didn't see it or something, and having the phase shift into jump away, it's always a bit of a scary one. But we're not
pull up
able
Phoenix
to get
dah.
out of that. Still, buyback from the Phoenix. And man, that egg, if that egg goes off right there, that's a wipe on XG. But they all focused up, took it down very quickly. Close game.
Yeah, it's you know, still unfortunately at level 1 egg too, so that makes it tough. Like, Ponyo just missing a few opportunities here, right? Like, needs to get level 12 for the better egg, needs to get the shard, because this lineup obviously can do pretty well with the Sunray with the DK.
Right.
And just the general survivability of your Wind Ranger. It's up to
top.
you.
Gila,
Yeah,
black
Zinq,
aja nggak
easy.
bisa, Cok.
That is a lot of gold.
Wait, not so easy.
Thank you,
Only
thank
has
you.
one
Not
more leap,
so
but
easy.
they won't be able to go for it.
Oh, I thought that lasso was going to hit for sure.
Quite gonna make that one work. Going for the Aghanim Scepter next on the pad. It's a pretty cool build. He's getting up to the farm as Zinq.
Got to set up that black hole, you know?
It's fair.
A couple heroes in.
I mean, that'd be pretty hype. He can pull the enemy into the black hole. But WS, after getting his black hole broken last time, wanting to eye up a solution here. And
BKB.
obviously BKB, a really big answer. Unlikely we're going to see a Walrus Punch break the black hole. As Ame, DY
mati
steps
dong.
forward, but the lasso is
Oke.
there. Akashi
Oh,
onto him,
nice.
immediately
Nice.
gets eviscerated.
Oh,
As
lo, lo,
both
lo.
heroes are going to drop here.
Pecah telurnya.
Real quick bring down.
Mati, Cok. Oh,
That
tergeletak.
can't
itu punya
happen if you're
Tusker.
extreme.
Just wanted one egg.
Thank
to
you, guys.
finish,
We got
you know?
5 likes.
yeah.
Just
Thank you, man.
guarantee
Thank you,
that we're
appreciate
actually get this big kill. That's huge. I mean, a little bit out of position, I would say, considering the current map state right now. I guess just hoping that Roche wasn't going to be a quick spawn. He will be correct. Still a minute and a half away, so they're not going to end up losing out too much because of this, but confidence now building for Talon. No doubt about that. They've got to feel like they're actually getting on the map. Things are looking better. I think Makoto going for the Hurricane Pike was really nice. It just helped his positioning along these last couple fights. But now he has a tough call. Yeah, he's clinging between some items. He thought about Orchid, now he's thinking Daedalus. He's got to be thinking like, should I just get a PKB or something? But no, he commits. He's going to buy the Chrysalis.
Okay. And now they find right away again, XXS. Not willing to go all the way in for that one, though. You know, I gotta commend Talon's discipline here in this game. I think Winter was talking about at the start of the panel, like, you know, this young team by and large with just like 2 veterans on it and only 1 player that's been to, you know, TI before. And they're, you know, not panicking in these moments where the Aegis gets taken away. They recognize their timing, where they want to play for. And so far they've been able to like really dodge the dangerous points of this game and put on a solid performance against one of the favorites for the tournament. Now that I've had this long spiel, I'm going to cast a lose a fight terribly, but it's been great to watch so far. It's been good.
It has been. I mean, the laning stage especially went pretty damn well for them both games.
Yeah.
Which I guess that's probably the easier part when it comes to like raw skill and mental fortitude, because it feels like a little practiced, a little robotic laning stage in a lot of ways. It's like, I don't know, it can feel a little bit more like you're just playing the matches you played before, but it's that mid game when the nerves come and you have to make those big decisions where teams get thrown off a little bit here. As XXS, he's at the front again. Once more, on the one hand, not the target you want. On the other hand,
break the smoke. They find WS. Just gotta be careful. Silence there. Stun Yokum. Glimmer King keeps him alive for the moment. They drop down wards. And this was the Roche respawn. So now great vision for Talon. Bullying back Extreme. They're running away. This is theirs. Or are they going to re-go? Okay, smoke up.
They get a sneaky ward in behind by the O-post.
Dangerous. They throw out the arrow. Want to see, is Roche being taken? Pulling people around. This is also pipe completed right now for XXS. A couple big items done and online.
Got that level 2 egg here, XM.
Jumps in, lasso there, Stomp not going to connect. And now the follow-up to them. He has buyback. WS moves in. Ooh, tempting, but holding on. Now the jump.
There you go.
Coil, it connects. Where's the follow-up? There's nothing here from Extreme yet. They're still fine. They just wait that one out completely. The buyback comes from the Tusk. Talon have played this perfectly.
They're still Stampede. There's still an 8-second BKB on this SF. It's not free of me quite yet.
They still have BKB Black Hole though on the Enigma and another smoke. The positioning
and there goes Solar
should be
Flare.
solid. They see GY. They know if they get him, he's gonna go down. Life Near connects onto 2. There's the stomp. It's not good enough onto the DK.
Arrow, manis arrow, masuk Black Hole.
To the outside, looking for his moment. Can they bring down this DK? The Stampede comes out.
Masuk Black Hole-nya, ampun. Kenapa nggak BKB bos? Ya ampun, BKB nggak dipencet. Ya Allah, langsung TP pulang.
Another close TP manages to escape, but
kasihan itu Deka loh.
Yeah, he's waiting. He's trying.
Panik kali ya. Aduh, sayang sekali coy.
I cast a curse.
You really did a damn good job.
Oh no. And now
enak itu tadi ngumpul 3 orang coy. Panik kayak Deka ya. Bang, turnamen bang, tangan gemeteran bang.
Jokum making a nice play here. Goes and steals their Wisdom Rune. That's at least something. The Pyrrhic victories, once again. Has a TP, but gonna try and fly his way out here while grabbing a wave.
Gila buybacknya coy, gila-gilaan.
Still, only 3,000 gold separating the 2 squads.
Oh, man, he wanted to get to XM too.
Oh yeah.
You know, he wanted that double black hole in the Centaur and the Puck, but he just couldn't quite get him. I mean, obviously XM is thinking about it the whole time as well. So he's playing extra slippery. He's playing, keeping that gap in between. So
right, and think about all of Extreme and their positioning. As the fight's wearing down, they're finding a way to kill the DK without presenting a good black hole target. That's incredibly hard to do. They managed to make it work just about perfectly. Now they do find and are going to kill XM.
Pecah lingkatnya bos.
Placed down by Talon, finding the pickoffs.
Hurricane Pike dia.
Love to see it.
They just like they get these losses and then these random pickoffs. Like earlier when they managed to just find Ame and DY and they're just dead. Now they just get XM. They're kind of struggling to really advance much here when they get these Aegises.
Thank you. I mean, he has a lot of leaps. Dude, you are so greedy.
Well, hey, you know, he's got the innate.
Oh,
right?
wait a minute.
Yeah,
They're here.
Lotus.
All right, he baited them in. That was
Wah.
nice. That's a 2 quick
Wah.
ones brought down. Now the breakaway.
Kacau,
Talon
kacau.
trying to get
Bam,
out
BKB,
after
mantap, masuk.
Kashi
Melawan.
runs away.
Biasa bang, gitu bang.
And we'll
BKB
throw one
siapa?
power shot just to say, yeah, take that
Gila,
right
gila,
away
gila.
out here.
Pancing lagi.
All right,
Thank
up and
you,
down,
yang
up and
pakai
down.
Lotus.
That's feeling right now. And
Yeah, but it's
Ame
nice,
playing
dulu.
just the most brain-dead Shadow Fiend you can. So I was going to buy S and Y. Feel good about my game. I am the tower that moves.
Just a little whirling dervish.
Just feels great.
He's a strong
got
guy.
some stats. He doesn't even know what that spell does. That's why he doesn't take it.
That's right.
Yeah,
Who
it's
cares?
just, he's a feast of souls. Why? He's like, they never had this when I played Shadow Fiend. I'm just going to take stats.
Well, throw out the Midnight Pulse.
Kencang waktu tower tuh habis
Of
tuh,
course,
gesek
the
terus.
big answer to the black hole, the Aegis. We'll see if we eventually get to the stage where the refresher comes out.
Nah, gila nggak tuh?
Now WS has the
Dan
Aghanim's
tower
queued up.
depan biar dipukulin sama tower.
Whirlwind used off to the side, and now
banner.
Stomp back, keeping their distance.
Jatuh dong.
That's
Iya,
already the
ampun dah.
racks down. It just goes away
Nggak
so
bisa dikasih menang
quickly.
dikit ini yang kanan nih.
And that's a
Bisa
full
lah kasihan
Sanjin
di kotonya,
Yasha
Cok.
completed now for Ame.
Susah dia bikin
Oh, well, we
space.
did finally make our
counter
way to the
Lincoln-nya.
Aghanim Scepter here,
Build
though. So
proper.
one last glorious smoke.
Dibuang begitu saja.
You know what? 2
touch-nya.
minutes still left, actually. Sorry, never mind. We're not that close, so that was like a minute. So after this Aegis
Panik
expires, you
kayaknya,
gotta imagine
panik
they're going to try and go for a big smoke. That would be the play.
Teams have gotten
What?
really good at playing around this Enigma. Like, again, the ability to take down that DK, I'm thinking about it more and more, without having to, you know, present a good black hole target. It was just very well done earlier in that fight.
Now they're putting their Shield Rune Shadow Fiend Aegis up ahead of them.
Yikes.
Just walking.
And I mean, this shield rune lasts forever. Like, they don't have any dispels, right? I don't think so.
No, I don't think it was a Yule, so
I mean,
yeah.
they have to deal. He's probably just going to walk down lanes.
Little drinking buddies.
This is terrifying. Maybe you try and.
I
Like,
mean, there is the fact that you could get lassoed deep into tier 4s. Like,
I
sure, you have
guess.
2 lives, but if you're at tier 4s, they're not that great.
I mean, he kind of has 3 lives with the shield rune. I don't know.
You're not wrong.
But they have played so safe the entire time that this has gone on. That XG, no reason to get a little bit too rambunctious here.
They also have this gem, so they're going to make their way through here. They spot the ward, take care of that. Counter gem now purchased here from Talon, but when you have this lead, you just want to go through, sweep, make sure there's no vision out here. So Talon are now, well, pretty well blind on this map. They cannot see anything outside of their base.
Yeah, it is. It's not a great feeling when you're stuck in there, not able to move, and in the meantime, Extreme kind of free to do whatever they want.
And they're probably going to camp that ward and just punish you if you dare come in.
Doreen soon to be online for the puck too.
Thank you for the sub, guys.
But
Thank you for the follow,
again,
maybe.
15 seconds until this Aegis is going to be reclaimed.
We're
You
watching
got to
together,
imagine Talon
Apa tuh punya?
want to get those lanes shoved out, maybe
Anjing,
try and make a
Yik.
play. It's going to be pretty
Nisha,
well
ni hao.
telegraphed if there are creeps
Ni hao,
in the base,
Gaga,
and even
Nisha, ni hao.
honestly, if there aren't.
Yeah, there's not much you can do to hide this situation as Talon.
No.
Inspire ya.
There it is. The smoke out begins.
All right, you can't
Tadi
get caught
fire
here.
terus
Street.
lagi, nggak
I mean,
berani
they
langsung
are
stand
like,
up.
they're all together.
Cok, kasihan Miko auto cok asli.
The smoke is moving. It looks like they're just
Dia
going
harus
to
jadi
defend that
mid,
high ground. so they
dia
can't
harus
deal
jadi
with
carry
this.
gendong tim, dia harus jadi tiger
That's
depan,
crazy.
inisiator pula. Wah,
They feel strong.
Yeah, that's what you should do.
temennya panik-panikan lagi.
DY?
Nah, masuk, bang.
Hello? He
Manis,
gets
aduh
brought
gak usah
down. Okay, just
dilaso.
use
Should be okay.
Yeah.
Aduh,
Can they find more?
Trying to bait
Ah,
by catching the
dilaso.
arrow. Very wise.
sayang
I
dong
mean, he doesn't have buyback on Tusk, so they're still sticking around here in this moment, hoping that they can just find one. But TP's out. And everybody's back home.
DY correct.
Besar
They
cok
did indeed
Mirananya, lihat
ward
tuh.
in order to jump in
Mirana
like that.
besar.
About 35-minute wisdom
Untuk
rune.
Enigma itu
Kodo gonna
khusus.
take that one. Level 22 here, trying to get the big DK. As they battle the Tormentor. Good luck, Ponyo.
Oh my god.
Not even close. Alright, So he is rewarded for his bravery with a shard, and Ame's gonna get the one, the Radiant here.
There you go.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Very good, very good.
And so now, with a minute and a half left till Aegis, as Talon, you got to get something done here. There's potential pickoffs that they have if they can find heroes, but with the gem and cleaning up all the vision around the map.
Choke him. Oh, he missed the coil. He was dewarding on the pillar.
Wow.
And they tried to jump him, but he managed to get the ward and get out, so.
Big move.
Not the longest, especially with an Octarine core, so Roche won't even be possibly back up at that point, so.
Right. But they could potentially make a move up there to try and get ready to contest at least. Again, it just, you know, when you're this far behind at this point in the game, it feels really scary stepping out on the map. So playing it a little bit more safe at the moment. Aghanim Scepter done for the Wind Ranger now. Ame, I think that's a completed Satanic. He is Omega Farm.
Just a casual, like 5K ahead of the next highest hero, yep.
Yeah. No, he is a monster. An absolute beast. And honestly, like, I mean, I guess, to be fair, Enigma now with the Aghanim Scepter does kind of have the damage to, like, take down Shadow Fiend, I think, if he has like another core obviously with them or whatever else. But it's just a matter of like, are you going to be able to find him in a position where he won't be able to be saved?
Yeah.
Which, it's unclear if that's possible. Ame's been playing so far back and can just wait till the rest of the team kind of reveals himself. So maybe we'll get to a block of cheese this game.
It's, I don't know, it's starting to slow down a little bit, perhaps. I mean, with this Lincoln Sphere though on XM, like, feels very hard to punish him. Just grabbing whatever waves he wants on the entire map.
Right.
So, even if this game does delay a little bit, it always feels like Talon are going to be on the back foot when it comes to trying to push out these waves and control.
Wah, udah hidup lagi tuh Rosa
quick
ketiga,
spawn.
Cok.
Radiant scan, doesn't hit anything. This arrow's just going to miss, but he'll have the vision if he looks.
I think they spotted that. Maybe not, though. No, maybe they didn't. Okay, they're going in. But again, this window,
Thank you for the like,
Talon,
guys. We
having
got 6
not
likes, appreciate
stepped
that.
up over on this side of the map, nor gotten any vision down, it was pretty clear that at this stage, like, they weren't going to go
Aghanim
for
dong.
any type of a contest.
Thank you.
But
Banner
this is an
Aghanim.
interesting little point here.
Baru fresh
We have an
Aghanim ke atas
amplified
sekarang ya.
damage for Akashi, and then they're also just completed an AC on Makoto.
Easy,
So
Cok.
there is some kind of serious damage here if they can find a fight.
They gave it to Makoto.
Yeah.
They bottled it. He's going to keep the DD.
What do you think about that compared to giving it to the Wind Ranger?
I mean, it's like if you want to like YOLO a fight, yeah, I think you try and like pass off the bottle, give the Wind Ranger, go for something out on the map, but I don't know if you can make that call at this point, because you're also at this point in the game now where you feel like every item the Whirlwind just gets like better and better. It can like kind of outpace any defensive options that are left, and it's like if I hit this Whirlwind, and the most likely place to get the good Whirlwind is defending on your own high ground, where you're gonna find like clumped up enemies. So it's it feels like maybe like
cuma satu, 15.000.
the higher
50K
probability
net for
play is
difference,
staying on
man.
your high ground in the sense that like
Only
you're more likely to get an
extra
even
gun.
fight. But if you take the risk of actually catching them out on the map, you might actually win a fight. Like you might actually catch them off guard.
Yeah, and look at this. The vision that they've placed down is in the area we're going to start getting set for the high ground push from
doang, Cok.
Extreme. Now, are they going to actually
10%
step
untuk.
over here on Extreme? The orb goes out. All right,
black
they
hole.
immediately find out.
I thought you were just going to point out how annoying it is that both their supports took aesthetics cap
Okay.
on the Mirana and the Tusk. So
Oh, jeez.
that's like they're already struggling in so many ways here.
Yeah.
I mean, Makoto's got one as well, but like trying to deal with like the snowball save and trying to catch a puck and deal with Stampede, all of that in combination with aesthetics is just layers of nuisance.
It is very telling that I think like, oh my god, okay. Can't quite get him. That was Lincoln's.
The world's greatest Lincoln Sphere.
I will say that I think it's telling how many of those neutral items were all defensive in nature. You know? Like, this is very much just not a focus on trying to output the most damage, but surviving as long as you can. And I guess through that, eventually outputting the damage you need to. M with that Octarine, they're going to take down the other bit of vision. And it might be time for Ame to do what Ame does best. Go hit a couple buildings.
Yeah.
Got double
It's about that time.
Double catapult wave, stepping forward. Although XM is in the mid lane, he's going to start making his way over there.
I think it's a lot of respect for the bat, you know?
Yeah.
Like having this Aghanim Scepter, the possibility of grabbing 2 heroes in combination with a black hole, like, you gotta be really sure about this whole high ground push thing. And it looks like they might have gotten there at this point.
All they need is that one great fight on Talon.
Makoto is halfway to 25 and 470 needed for buyback right now.
They place it down, jump in, lasso,
Oi.
pull in 2, why not? Not a bad way for this one to start, but the coil onto both of them. Akashi has to back away. They still have that black hole at the ready.
Dia mundur ke belakang dia. Diam aja dia harusnya.
The hero is gone.
There's just nothing happening here. They get the silence onto the Enigma. He can't get into the fight.
Ya
They
ampun
take the
dah.
full set of racks. Oh man, devastation.
We need more items. We do not need Satanic Akashi. I beg of you. Put it away.
Doing it. Just
Choose a different item.
go for Rapier. Make it happen.
I've seen too many BKB BKB Satanic Whirlwinds.
It's like the God, what was it? The Lincoln's Medusa of old. What was that one?
Yeah. But every single game
Yeah,
with a Lincoln's Morphling.
Lincoln's Manta. Lincoln's Manta Medusa. Same vibes.
Oh yes, yes, he's listening.
Is he going for it?
Thank God. The Satanic has been
Rapier! Make it
Okay,
happen.
now turn off the stream. Hey, you're not supposed to be listening here, bud.
It's more harm than
Good.
good, to be honest.
Bless, bless. Like, I mean, that's an item build.
Yeah.
Right? Rapier Refresher. That is how you win a game. Satanic, you slowly lose the game.
Yes. Play to win. They still have one more racks, and it's right down mid. Honestly, I feel like there's some hope there. There's some possibility
If
for
he
a
ever
better
gets
world.
either of those items. Maybe.
I know, right? I mean, that's the reality. Level 25 on TK though.
He did make it there. He
Yeah.
got his buyback gold as well. There goes the Aegis.
All right, you know what? I'm back. Talon,
You're
let's
back.
go.
20k down, 1 Rax Lyrical's back.
I'm in it.
Buy the dip.
In it to win it. Look at the black holes. It gets stronger when there's only one place they can be.
It's true. And I mean, he's averaging 1 black hole every 40 minutes right now.
Oh, extreme. Are they going to get greedy? Are they going to get greedy? Smoke up, no Aegis. OWS. OWS, no. BKB, run away, get out of there. 4-step, everything, keeping him alive. Oh my God, he got out of there.
Okay.
Now the lasso 1-2, resetting this white. Hanyo right on top of it. They popped the supernova. They got greedy. They got a little bit greedy. And XXS goes down with Xingqiu. Signs of life as they queue up the
Oh, we
rapier.
got 7 like. Thank you guys.
Oh,
Like,
XM? Not gonna go for it.
Thank you for
They still have
watching.
black hole.
got greedy.
Just being a little
Did it.
spicy. A little save there. Finally, you know, something a bit risky takes place and immediately punished for it. I can't believe he lived there. That was a crazy amount of chaos mass from his own Ogre Steel Totem to all the help from his allies, and now they go forward.
I mean, Ogre Steel Totem, it shows why this item as a tier 3 was picked every single time. As tier 4, it's like keeping you alive in this game. Insane stuff. Oh my God, he bought a Satanic. Akashi, no! 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 All right, whatever. I'm sure it's good.
This world is cursed.
I'm sure it's good.
There was something great here once.
But that time is over. 45 minutes in and pressuring towards that tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Butterfly Shadow Fiend.
Bring motor guys.
And an MKB from Makoto queued up. So we see a replay of this one right here. The
Bam
BKB.
bam. Lompat, dorong, force staff lagi.
There could have actually been a way to cancel that one, potentially. I don't know if he caught the hoof stomp. Oh, he had it was on cooldown. Regardless, big win.
Ridiculous. They actually still get a punish after that as well. As
Hello.
back in the current timeline, everyone has gone to farming. We have
Nadifa
25
dan
seconds here. We're going to know this next Roche.
Halo. Nadifa.
Also 25 on the Wind Ranger too.
Ayahnya kayak ini atau
Getting
ibunya
up
kayak
there.
ini yang megang channelnya. Nih channelnya buat 18 tahun ke atas.
Likely,
Thank you for the like.
as they already have the wards up in the area, Talon
We got
feeling more confident in contesting this Roche.
and we go to from Indonesia.
The problem is
Japan
that
playing
it's
Rider.
going to drop so quickly that they like
playing,
need to be there right as they're going in.
okay.
In 2.5 minutes, it's going to be a
So-
long respawn.
Little bit of the Indo pride in it. Got 9
That
likes,
is
thank you guys.
ZQ with almost a C done,
Amin lah.
by the way.
They're going to pick up a bit of gold there to help that out as they already have all their shards.
Dan Crown King Dota.
The full Satanic done.
Veteran.
I don't talk about the satanic. I know, that was a blade mail. It's kind of annoying. I don't know. I'm on board. I'm on the satanic hater train with this whole whirlwind thing. I feel like if you don't kill everyone in a whirlwind, you just lose anyway.
Right.
Isn't that life? But you know what? He's a professional player.
I think it's not life that if you don't kill anybody, you lose. I think that's a weird way to think about life, Trent.
Not in Dota.
Okay, got it. Dream Coil pierces debuff immunity.
Yeah, we're not going to get that play again, huh?
Probably not,
No. For old WS.
And then the Whirlwind reduction of cooldown is a really nice little pickup there too.
Yeah, it doesn't need the other one. Or whirlwind cannot, or wind run cannot be dispelled. So
Yeah. Did I see that right too? That DK decided to forego his MKB, instead going for the overwhelming blink.
yes.
Smoke up. 5 together. They know that Roche is capable of respawning. They thought that maybe it could be right now. Pop in this DK form a little early if they don't manage to find a fight with it, but
Positioning.
oh, great stomp onto 2 Coil afterwards, and they break it. Now he's like, okay, 25, it's up and online. Yokum in trouble. Ogre Seal Totem tries to get out of there.
Dikejar terus
XF
enigmanya,
on him.
Cok.
They immediately break the blink. Gotta back out. Gotta get away. WS
Gakol, oke. Mantap,
No!
Shinkyu.
They can't quite do it. They kill him in the duration. And just like that, the hopes and dreams dwindling. He's got a lot of regen, a lot of armor. Makoto's staying alive and actually turning to fight. Ame didn't show up to help. Okay, but now the arrow comes in and they'll show up to bring them down finally.
Tries to take DY with him, but he can't do it. And positive notes, he didn't drop a rapier. So, you
That's
know,
true.
that's on us. It's well done. But, I mean, they went for their fight. They know
Dikejar
it was risky.
langsung enigmanya, Cok.
They tried to
Dikenakan
find the play on the
mentalnya,
map,
Cok.
and the
Waduh.
positioning from XXS was just way too good, right? He just lurks in the tree line. They plant that vision down, like understanding they were going to come through there. The smoke pops and them hiding in the trees. He just gets the 2 heroes stop and stare at the fight. It's just over. And then the full control on the Phoenix, there was 0 chance to catch the egg.
Yokum got the bounty runes, so that ensures that they can have buyback on their DK. And now XM jumps
kasihan,
forward.
Cok.
They got to make a
Big
move. I mean, it's through backdoor protection. They're taking all of this. The Dream Coil is down.
The
Yokum
creeps are coming in up top too.
backs away, pulls in the silence onto all of
Bingung
them.
juga, Cok,
Trying to
ngelawan pakai
slow
gitu.
down Ame if at all possible. Well, XM just making the move. XXS blinks forward, finds it. Whirlwind! Ancient is exposed. They're only hitting creeps. They do manage to bring down DY though, and now a little bit of extra damage. There's the lasso, 1 to 2. Supernova down. He's starting to fall. Ame, he's gone. So they take down the deadly Shadow Fiend and trying to find more around here. Now Roche is available actually for Talon. Now they do have a Mega Creep problem.
That, yeah, you know, no tier 4 problem, but
They also don't have a glyph if they try and just go backdoor him. So that's a little bit scary.
there's wisdom runes though.
That's true. Oh, interesting.
Gak main, Cok.
So-
Ngeholnya, Cok.
Tier 4 towers all gone. And Roche is going to
Cooldown
be
3 menit.
alive down
Durasi
bottom.
0,5,
Which
Cok.
would be a refresher for WS there, potentially as well. Some hypeness online.
They're unfortunately already going down there on the side of the Radiant, though. They're going to be grabbing that. So we get the replay there. That positioning actually ridiculous.
Yes.
Just that off sentry combo that you can see in the middle of the screen there. That just lets them know everything that's going on the second that smoke pops. What a play by XXS. Just lurking in the trees, and his best efforts here from WS. Gets the 3-hero black hole, but a quick jump to the side from ZQ. Using that shard, which we always loathe, to get the right angle in there. Just takes him down.
And puck nearby, still 20 seconds, no Shadow Fiend. I mean, I think you've got to all in for this. You have to get this Roche if you're Talon. Cannot afford to give it away. It's a refresher shard. It's your way back into this game. And they're going to try and take it right now. It's, well, Whirlwind back up in a couple of seconds. Trying to bring it down as quickly as possible. XXS getting his blink broken. They stampede finally. Move out of the way. Akashi there. XM. They brought down solo.
Waduh, gak ada telurnya, Cok. Gak ada Ulka itu.
Do they have enough damage to finish him
off? Oi.
That is a support that just took out your carry.
Kasihan Cok Miko tuh, Cok.
GG is called. One last
Mana black hole-nya? Astaga.
It is not going to be enough. XG, get the 2-0.
Aigo.
Very well played. Just super cautious throughout all of this game.
Gila,
recognizing when they were in control, where to go on the
keras.
map, and honestly, pretty relaxing for them. ZQ, I mean, he did not want to get out of that game, as you could see.
Oh, yeah.
He was absolutely ginormous there on the Marana.
A
very big key to their victory in both these games was just his outright ridiculous amount of farm.
Unbelievable. That's what ends up happening. Marana for ZQ. Do we need to ban it? Let the panel break it all down.
Look, I think there's going to be a lot of discussions about where this Marana sits in priority for whoever has to come up against Extreme Gaming in the upper bracket, because that's where they're going. Unfortunately, Talon, they'll be going down to the lower bracket in that double elimination. But a 2-0 here. Nice and clean when you look at the series score for Extreme Gaming. Not so much gameplay-wise, because again, Winter, it was a similar story. Fantastic start for Talon. Lane's going really well. Able to shut down Ame, and I was like, wow, Ame's having one of the roughest series I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, similar problems with the previous game, but minus the item problems. You know, last game they had a lot of itemization problems, but this game, the main issue is like the small little things in the map, like how are they moving around the map. And if you look at some of the pickoffs that they've been giving away to their opponents, it's always around the middle area, the midsection area, when they are controlling the ruins, somebody walks over the scout or
Thank you guys, thank you for the like.
You don't have a ward, they didn't really place a ward, right? And dies around the room, gives up some control towards the enemy during crucial points of the game. And in some team fights, they were also not really on the same page, they were not arriving to the spot when they're initiating at the same time, so somebody was late, so causing the team to lose the team fight. All the small little things not going so well for them, but there are some fights as well that they showcase that their heroes could come together with the Black Hole plus the Phoenix Egg. They could still wipe out the enemy team, you know, if the coordination is there. So they have to really work on the consistency of the coordination. How can they make sure that every time they're grouping up to fight, it's always going to be that good, consistent initiation and execution.
Yeah, big things for Talon to have to
Itu paling jelek tuh, nggak dipencet BKB-nya, panikan. Mana tuh? BKB TP pulang.
They just wanted to resort back to farming. They didn't really know where to go next. How do they recover from one rough team fight?
I mean, the late game looked...
I mean, this especially, by the way, this was a phenomenal hold from them and bait.
Yeah, like, it looked good from them. They were playing the fights pretty well. They were doing, you know, double 4 staffs. Baiting the obvious, very important Enigma. WS on Enigma was running and baiting. I don't know if that was necessarily on purpose, but the team play was there to save him. And then Yokam on Batrider with all the double lassos into like almost the fountain. They were able to take the pickoffs, but the thing is, like, you're still at a 20k gold deficit. Extreme, the reason I think that they are...
Udah nembak dari bawah ya, chance-nya 25% dari bawah. 10% basnya tetap keluar, Cok. Basnya ngeri. Pasar nih, bos.
In order to lose the game. So I think with Talon, I do believe Trent and Lyrical when they were saying like Akashi needs a rapier. I think they needed something very extreme to win this one, pun intended, of course. And the Satanic was not quite enough, but I can see you could see the hope back in the eyes of Talon when some of the Batrider lassos were going off. Like they felt like, okay, maybe we can actually just win this from superior team play. But no, Extreme was they were not going to let that happen.
And this is our end scoreboard here between Extreme Gaming and Talon. Extreme Gaming taking it here 2-0 for themselves. The biggest standout, though, when I do look at everyone's KDA and net worth is Jinkyu on that Mirana. We talked about, well, at least Lyrical and Trent, they mentioned it. Do you ban it when you come up against XG? And it's like, sure you might, but Jinkyu kind of does this on a lot of different heroes for you.
Yeah, but he always seems to have the flavor of the month type of hero. Like back in Wallachia, he really enjoyed the Marcy. He played every single game. And right now, it really does feel like this Mirana is right up his alley here. We're going to take a look here at just the game time. 13 minutes in the game. He always has his unique builds. He went no boots, by the way. Drums, Bracer. I guess he had a Windlace for the move speed. He's got a Bracer, Null Talisman, Pavis, and Drums there. And he's just incredibly farmed right now. Still participating in 71% of the kills on the map here. So he's still being very active. It's not like he's AFK farming. And he's even building utility this game. There's been a lot of times where I will see him not do it. But then he translates into the late game. He actually went for a basher, and he was one of the reasons that like Enigma had to be very careful of when he hold, because with that solar flare facet, he's attacking fast, and he will end up like canceling black holes just for the right clicks, or just generally just stunning people and being very annoying. He's scaling really hard. His KDA was really good this game. I also do want to give a little bit of a shout to Exum too on his puck. His scoreline wasn't great, but he also made it very difficult for the enemy team to be able to like make initiations. He's always jumping the back line, just harassing them, and just being really annoying. Yeah.
We could talk about it a little bit more, but first I want to head on over to Nomad, who is one of our winners joining him.
I'm joined by XM. Firstly, is this how you expected the series to go for you guys?
首先想问一下，这是你们预想到的赛果吗？
是预想到了呀。
Exactly what I expected.
Awesome. Well, you know, Game 1, they did try to press you a bit, you know, on the Storm Spirit. They were trying to shut you down. Were you ever worried that you weren't going to have a game in that first match?
在第一把，对面其实是想压制你们，压制你，不想让你的蓝猫有一个好的体验。你有怕过他们吗？
没有，因为我们训练赛打过很多这种蓝猫对线的对局，就是比较有经验吧。
Not at all, because in scrims I play a lot of these lanes at Storm, so not worried at all.
All right, good confidence. Last game at around 28 minutes, the first Roshan took place. You were delaying for quite a while, and Ame then turns up with his MKB. What was the communication there? Were you waiting for Ame to get his MKB to turn up to the fight?
在第二把打第一个肉山的时候，大概28分钟，你也缓了一会儿，是在等阿妹的金箍棒吗？
是的，就是当时甚至有想过放盾去等他的金箍棒，就是运气比较好，把肉山没刷。
Yes, we waited for him. We were waiting for Ame's MKB, and we thought about giving up the first Roche just to wait for that, but luckily it spawned right on time.
That's very handy. So, do you actually really want to play Viper in this tournament again?
你是不是非常非常想打毒龙的？
是的。
Yes.
Alrighty, so finally, out of your team, who do you think is currently playing the best at the International?
就在这个比赛目前为止，你觉得队伍里谁表现最好？
大家都挺好的吧，我感觉可能是教练吧，因为他就是从 BB 上就是做得很好。
Everyone's playing really well, but I have to give it to Maps because he did a great draft.
All right, fantastic. Well, XM, thank you very much for coming to talk to us, and congratulations on your win. Back to Nat and the crew.
Thank you, Nomad and XM. I liked he was just very direct. Yeah, I want to play Viper again. Please stop banning it out for me. But also a little insight into that MKB. The fight that Nomad was referring to is Talon. They were trying really hard to bait in a fight, and you could see Jinkyu kind of Mirana leaping in, baiting back out. Same with XM on the puck, just going in and trying to just keep the attention for Talon for so long. And then as soon as SF Ame joined, that was it. It just turned it, and they're like, all right, we're able to get this. So it's phenomenal from XG to have that communication, to know that they're going to be able to stall it in time for them. But anything else that stood out for you guys on the side of XG?
I just like how they recovered after 2 really bad laning stage losses there. I mean, Talon was really good in the laning stage. They won the laning stage really hard game number 2 there. But they're showing their experience as a team where even if they have a bad laning stage, they can rally the troops, kind of find the objectives they need to do as a team, slow the game down. I think that's the big thing, and find those windows where they can get back into the game. And that's what you need as a top-tier team to win.
I think in one of those fights, we even saw Jinkyu, who we talked about having incredibly high net worth, buying back in one of these like 11 or 12-minute fights where they were behind or the fight was not going their way. And you always look at it as a Dota player and you're like, good lord, at the 11-minute buyback, like that's not good. To make that call is very hard, because if you do that and then the fight doesn't go well, if your call is wrong on that, then what happens is you will not have a game. And it was very important with the Basher build against the Enigma, like that he did have a game. So they were, I think they even did something similar in the first game where they bought back one of the supports. But it was a very, very nice call from Jin-Q.
Anything you want to add, Winter, or do you want to hear from Purge?
Yeah, we'd like to hear from Purge,
Okay.
the man himself.
The man himself. All right, good. Because he's actually talking about the Mirana as well and exactly what we can expect if we do see some more Mirana in this road to the International.
That's right. It's been a pretty popular hero right now. It's kind of a flex pick. Some people are playing it carry, some people are playing it support. But the thing that I like about when it's played as a support is it gives you so much more draft flexibility. If we take a look at some of the clips here, let's see what the benefits of Mirana are if you haven't been involved. Her ultimate, this little guy, Solar Flare here, it amplifies your attack and movements, or sorry, attack speed and damage, and half of that bonus goes to all of your teammates. So in a moment like this, where he gets buffed up and hit with Drinking Buddies, is the Tusk spell here that gives you bonus damage and movement speed, you just have an extra 150 attack damage, which is a gigantic advantage. So if you pair that with some of your teammates, what it ends up producing is some really high DPS outcomes. Here's a Dragon Knight, a very tanky hero, and between the Mirana Solar Flare and the SF Aura that does minus armor, making your team do more damage, it's just better. And pair that on top of Jin-Q's very fast drum, and this egg had no chance. Look how far away he pressed the egg. He's like, okay, I'm going to defend my ally, but I got to be really far away because they have good counters. He puts it that far away, and it was completely child's play to kill it. So just basically undercuts your opponent's draft. And this is what that flexibility of the Mirana gives you. You can now fit in almost any carry that relies on heavy physical damage. Drow is typically kind of a weak hero right now. I think not even 1 or 2 tournaments ago, she was unpicked, unbanned. But now, because you have a Mirana to pair with it, that extra damage from the Solar Flare puts her over into a really strong territory. And to make matters even better, you pair it with the drum, with the Solar Crest, with the Drinking Buddies. Look at all these buffs that she's playing with here. And she ends up getting like an extra 200 attack speed or something like that when she's sieging towers, when she's DPSing in team fights. So it really gives you more draft flexibility. You can grab these carries that aren't necessarily top meta, but can still be very good when synergizing with these heroes like Mirana. So big game changer and something that Extreme Gaming used very well this game.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Purge, getting a bit of insight. I mean, that was the ultimate rise for Spen Pos 5 a number of tournaments ago as well, is what Aura and what AoE was able to bring to his team. Now with that facet that you're able to choose on Mirana, she's pretty much doing the exact same thing. It just feels like it's significantly more powerful.
Yeah, you kind of just need more damage nowadays, and with all the auras and everyone being so tanky, when your support is just doing a core level amount of damage with a core level amount of farm, it's going to make team fights a lot easier, a lot more easy to execute.
And you can buy the team items as well that buff you too. That's what I really like. Like Sniper Position 4 does the same build, and I think with the nerf to the Greaves and the Pipe, people are opting more for Vlads, for drums, for Solar Crest. And while these things are team buff items on a Mirana or a Sniper, they also eventually, like you get drum boots, it does give you attack speed, it does give you stats. Solar Crest will give you attack speed. Like, you can use this to buff yourself at a point, and you can go for some early game buffing ability, but then you're transitioning to become a right-clicking core.
Yeah, and I think that's how it should be. I really believe then you should always play to your hero's strengths, right? You shouldn't buy an item that doesn't have synergy with your abilities, right? So it's fine to buy every once in a while like a support item. I just don't want to see like the mech and stuff on the Mirana, because that doesn't really help you. But drums is completely fine. It's utility. Solar I'm okay with sometimes, but I think you get that max, and then you start going into those mantas and stuff.
Yeah.
You become this right-click carry that you have to deal with.
Awesome. Well, we're going to put that series to rest. It's only our first best of 3 for today. We do still have 3 more coming up. In fact, it's going to be Liquid up against a BB team. But to fill in a little bit of time, we've got a content piece with Miro that you get to watch.
Hello, I'm here with Miero from Team Bet Boom. So first of all, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
Yeah?
We're doing good.
And where did you travel from to get to Copenhagen?
From our boot camp, from the Serbia. Have some departures, but that's fine.
And how did your boot camp go? Do you think it was good, or was it just kind of same old, same old? Did you do something new?
Yeah, we was trying to make some new style of practicing. It was like in more and more replays,
a team. We watch a lot, and now I think we're prepared well. So
let's talk about Falcons. They've knocked you guys out of 3 different tournaments this year, always in the latter stages. But that does also mean that you've played them a lot. They're also in your group here. Do you feel that you have a good understanding of them and how to beat them at this tournament?
I think our team have a good understanding about this team. So we watch a lot of their replays. Also, we made some conclusion about this team, and I think every tournament we're trying to beat them. How we can deal with this team. So I think now we have some chances to win.
So tell me about your routine, you personally, Miero, because I've been told that you take cold showers, that you do special breathing exercises and stuff like that. What is your routine and where did it come from?
I think it came from my past, because after I started to play Dota, I had some problems in my health, like some spine or maybe some pain or in the neck or something like this. And I just tried to do sport. I was swimming and just going to gym, and I just watched some videos on YouTube and just try this some stuff like this, like breathing or cold shower. And I enjoy it, and I'm keep doing this.
So ATF said that he thinks you are one of, if not the, best offlaner in the world. That's what he said. What do you think makes a good offlaner?
The good offlaner can adapt in every situation you have. He can adapt his iron build and his game style. Every player needs to make less mistakes he can do, and maybe less death and something like this.
Do you see the position 3 player as like maybe more important than some other roles, or do you think that especially now with position 5 being so important and everything, that it's kind of balanced out a bit more?
Yeah, I think in this meta, the offlane hero is the main character. Every draft is going about which offlaner you will pick, and it's very important now. We
already talked about Falcons. But let's talk about the other teams that are in your group. And I'll just ask you to just give me an idea of what you think of those teams. Zero.
I think we played some Clone Wars against them. It's not a bad team. And they're doing the same thing. So I think every team is important.
What about Nouns?
For now, Nouns is, I think it's a good team. Like they have some synergy. Maybe they played well last tournament.
So, if you could sum up your feelings about the season so far for BetBoom, and for you personally, what were the highs and the lows, and how are you feeling coming into TI?
I think in the start of the season we have had not too much synergy, but during the season I just understand a lot of BetBoom Dota. My coach is always telling me about some things I should do. I become more and more better player.
And you're confident going into TI?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you all the best, Miero. Thanks so much for joining us, and all the best in the tournament.
Thank you.
A little bit of a pre-group stage catch-up that Purion was able to have with Miro there. I mean, he showed the respect towards Team Zero and Nouns, and unfortunately, it didn't really go in that way, because you guys might be curious, how are we getting a Liquid up against BB Team matchup so early? Well, it is unfortunate that BB Team went 2-4 in their groups. They got 0-2'd by Falcons, 0-2 by Team Zero. They were able to get that 2-0 over Nouns, so that could put them in a little bit of a better position. But with Liquid getting second, that's how we in their group, that's how we ended up with this matchup. And we're going to talk about it. BB Team up against Liquid. They faced off against each other so many times before. Do you know the numbers off the top of your head, Jenkins? Because you love stats.
Yes, it's terrible. For BB Team.
For BB Team
it's
against
really
Liquid?
bad. It's 81%, I believe.
In favor of Liquid.
In favor of Liquid. Yeah.
Wow.
This is Liquid's like best matchup in their
I have a theory
top 10.
behind that one too.
Okay.
Because like the way I look at these two teams is BB team
Betul,
is
betul.
particularly good at laning stage, right?
Yeah.
And they're also pretty good in the late game, I want to say,
Bentar
just
lagi,
because
oke lah.
Nightfall
Gua
really
dulu dong, ya.
enjoys playing these
Liquid
late
bentar lagi
game
nih ya, Liquid
carries.
go home, Liquid.
So I think
Sebentar
this
guys ya,
matchup is really
coba
bad for them
selesai.
because
I am
Liquid, they're
doing
just
this
a really
card
fast team.
so
They
that we
play
will get the
incredibly
best
fast. They're going to
maximum
run at you.
result.
Mickey is like the polar opposite of Nightfall. He wants to just like
oh.
run at you all the time, be very, very aggressive. So if you can just
power.
not get crushed in the
Buffing
lane
my
by BB
heroes.
team, Liquid is probably going to run you over in that mid game. And Nightfall, the heroes he enjoys playing, Troll Warlord, Ursas, Alchemists, Terrorblades, these are very greedy carries. And Liquid does not let that fly if they have a decent laning stage.
I can confirm your theory.
Cool.
That's literally what Blitz said. He said, we're the fastest team and they're the slowest team. So we have a good matchup against them.
He did say that. He also did say that we never lose to them. Blitz was very confident that if they did have to come up against BB team today, that they're going to be able to have that slight advantage over them. Is there anything else other than just game pace went to that Liquid might have over BB team or vice versa?
Maybe some of their drafts. I feel like it might not look greedy for BBT, but they play it really greedy. And with Liquid, like Zoo heroes on the off lane, they like to play really fast. They take time away from you, and you don't get to hit your greedier timings. And if you choose to not try to keep up with the pace and you go for your normal standard items and you don't adjust, that's when BB team really struggle against that type of scenario.
They're on a bit of a loss streak as well for you coming in. This one, it hasn't been a great ending to the group stage for them, so I'm not sure exactly where their confidence might be sitting too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit rough. They have 4 losses in a row now, and that is around that territory where you start questioning your strategies, right? And is it strategy? Is it play? And just like I talked about Talon, who also was on a 4-game losing streak. Unfortunate for Talon, they couldn't figure it out. BB team, hopefully last night they were able to figure out and pinpoint why they're losing so many games here going into this one. But it's very hard for me to favor teams that are in a slump, so to say, right? Going into the new series when they're playing against a team that is feeling pretty good. But this is how most of these matchups are going to go. The group stage, you were in last place for a reason, and their other team is in the top of the group, so we'll see if they're able to figure out what the issues are. But Timbersaw, that's always a great start, especially against a Treant Protector. At least in theory, I'm not sure how this matchup works right now, but conceptually Timber should be good against Treant Protector.
This is very funny. Jenkins and I just had this conversation because I am a massive Treant Protector spammer, and I promise you that the matchup is not as bad as it should theoretically be.
It's the lane itself. I think it's the main thing people are afraid of, like the lane, you know.
Because it's the burst from the Timber.
Yeah, but if you know how to play around it and you make sure you don't get stacked twice, it's actually fine, you know, because you heal up when you're low strength, you get a lot of health back, and later in the game you're kind of good against Timber because you lock him down, you root him, and a lot of Timbers nowadays, they don't really like to buy defensive items like no Eels, no Lotus. They go for their offensive build, the Kaya and the Eternal Shroud, like aggressive builds, you know. And Treant is very good at dealing with Timbers that play without defensive items. I feel like the matchup is both ways, you know. It's not just one way to Timber.
I will say though, as a Timbersaw, this is my absolute favorite hero to play with in lane currently. I remember, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's one of the best heroes for. I mean, you suck mana from some creeps and then you give it to the Timber, and the Timber, the more mana you give him, the more damage he's going to dish out. So I completely agree with the Treant point, as you know, because we talked about it as a both Treant and a Timber player. I really don't mind playing the Treant into Timber. You'll just sit there instead of standing in front of the creep wave and in the trees where you're going to
It's a slightly more passive lane.
Yeah, you're just playing to deny in CS, which is why they also picked the Luna. They're just going to play to CS. That's always how Luna has played against Timber. It's not necessarily about killing him.
I feel like that probably changes also, because you can kill him now with the Lucent.
Now, okay, I was going to say, now you can kill, so this makes this even better. But before, people were maxing Lucent Beam because you couldn't, because you needed to go for the passive. You would just play to out CS the Timber, push the lane, go jungle, push the lane, go jungle, and he's like, well, okay, I'm not really able to pressure anybody. So I do like this response from Liquid, where they're essentially just doubling down on playing for creeps rather than playing to kill the Timber. But this is going to be a very volatile lane because they're playing a very good creep farming lane versus the most aggressive support that you can pick with the Timber. Not only do you have 2 stuns on Lion to set up for all the Timber spells, you're going to be feeding him constant mana against a Treant who can die to Timber if you're anywhere near the tree.
I feel like they have to be a little bit aggressive. I mean, that's something 33 plays too.
No, this is an offlane Medusa right here.
Dan kill after smoke.
Yeah, another thing that Taco, I don't even have time.
2 kills
I was gonna say, this
after
draft is going so fast. Oh my goodness.
Monster kill, ultra kill. Okay,
So IO Razor. I mean, I think they're trying to read that this is Medusa offlane, and Medusa, you have a tool now, I suppose, with what's it even called, Gorgon's Grasp. I'm just randomly guessing. Yeah, that's it.
You're just throwing Medusa.
He's throwing words out there.
The
Medusa lore, I hope it's a spell.
But either way, the E, which I think is Gorgon's Grasp, it'll root them, but it's such a bad root at the early levels.
It's set up for it.
You are absolutely going to dodge that with 2 speed heroes.
Okay, but if you put the Medusa with the Treant, okay.
And where's Luna going?
Where is Luna?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the Treant could be a 4, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Then the slow with the Nature's Grasp of the tree is enough that it's significantly easier to land it. I'm not saying that he's going to go it. I'm just saying there's ways around it already for the heroes.
If I'm IO Razor, I think I would love a tree to be in my lane, trying to heal.
That's also true.
Like that sounds. You just go on the tree.
So basically, that's what you're thinking right now if you're Liquid, because you're playing offlane Medusa most likely. I don't know if 4 Medusa changes this at all. Maybe it does. But it's going to be a difficult lane. So I wonder how they're going to adapt here. They're leaving the Medusa like open right now. Otherwise, they would have potentially picked something.
Yeah, but overall, I feel like they have a pretty good draft against like IO. Because so against IO, you kind of want to have a draft that allows the team to group up together, so you don't give up a lot of kills on the map, and you just play as 5. You know, because IO in the early game, he's not as strong. You know, when you're running at him early with a lineup that has superior team fight.
But I really need to figure out like how are they going to make this Medusa work? Because right now.
So the lane is the part where you're most worried.
It's a big problem.
I'm almost 100% sure it's an offlane Medusa. I mean, when Liquid picks it, I'm already almost 100% sure.
You have to pick a Tusk with it or something?
I've seen this. They always draft offlane Medusa with puck mid because you need a hero that's running around being active because that won't come from the offlane, and they always draft it with a carry that has damage and wants to go through the portal. They'll do Gyro instead of Luna, but Luna is the same thing to me. You're just running around with ult with damage.
I know what they need.
So what's the 4 that they put with the Medusa normally?
They need Marcy, I think. I think that hero can just peel off the Razor, off the Medusa. It's pretty good in this game in general. Like, you can just have another melee hero in the front. Sidekick is great with all these heroes.
Right, you throw it on Luna, who's going to get a lot of base damage.
They banned Bristleback, also very scary.
Wow, they do think it might be
5 that 0 ran earlier.
No, I think they think that the Medusa is a 4.
I don't think so. Well, yeah, they think it, but I don't know if I believe that. Then again, 33 is talking a lot right now on camera, so I feel like
give Boxy his Marcy. That's what I would love to see.
Could absolutely just be talking about what he wants for his lane.
That's also true. Yeah, like
what can positioning here? If he wants to play the Medusa, somebody has to help him survive against the Razor. Either you move him away like
so the Marcy or the Tusk?
Or Rubik type of hero that you can, or maybe even the Tusk. You can save him. I think that's sort of thing.
The other option for him would be like maybe a Beastmaster. Could be warranted here. Medusa Beast. If you're thinking that, that's the hero I'm thinking. Those are your 2 options. Like this Medusa's support or offlane. That's what we know for sure. So they're gonna have to pick. They have to make their decision what it's gonna be. If it's core, I want to see Marcy. If the Medusa's support,
what about
I want to see a Beast.
A simple Earth Shaker?
What about?
Bisa aja loh dia ngambil Medusa setelah lain.
This is Liquid we're talking about.
Razor Lynx Fisher. They did play it earlier.
As position 4 Shaker or
it'll be fine.
Position 3.
It was mid.
He doesn't even know.
It was a mid.
Yeah, Nisha played it.
It was a mid Earth.
Yeah, probably not gonna happen.
Is that out the window here?
I don't think you ES plus Treant supports. That sounds dog. But I'm just trying to think what can be like some melee guy that can help disengage, other than the Marcy, which you guys have mentioned.
Tusk, you just mentioned.
Oh, they do go freeze. Okay, so they're gonna run for Medusa.
Okay, so they have a very strong timing. Beast and Luna is like a classic. Like you get your first couple of items, you group up. Your Luna has BKB, and then you just demolish everything. But I'm not sure about how I feel about the lane, Beast and Medusa. I don't know how well.
It's fine. I think it's not going to be that bad. We're going to have there to slow down the Razor. If you link him, the support Medusa is going to slow him down with Mystic Snake and the Grasp. So I don't think
turun tuh Hero. Wah, carry Razor.
I mean, if they can play their lanes, I feel like Liquid is gonna be
Boxy
very,
Medusa.
very strong when they group up, and I'm not sure how BBT can fight that. You know, they're gonna need that
Menangkap
triple,
orang ya,
at least
ular-ular
double
ya.
BKB timing with the Razor and Monkey, and Timber probably has to get some auras to help fight in the early game.
It's a scary Monkey King pick though.
Like
really scary
for BB team.
Yeah, like
you don't think
because you think it's volatile.
It's scary for Liquid. I think it's good. It's like
you think it was a fantastic
it's a
last
really
pick.
really good pick. Yes.
Okay.
Really into the Luna with the fact that you're maxing beam now.
I don't think that matters too much. I think what they needed was something that can lane versus puck well, and Monkey King can definitely do that. And on top of that, the one thing that Beastmaster hates is rotations from mid laners to slow down your timing.
Okay.
And Monkey King is incredibly good at making these early rotations.
Sure, stack contest.
He plays really well with the relocate too. You run around, you see a hero, and 2 heroes come in, and you get a kill.
So he should have a good laning stage into some easy gank targets.
Okay, you're siding a little bit more with BBT then.
There are problems with their draft, but I think GPK could carry this game very hard, which he needs to. I do like the fact that they're playing a lot faster on BB team. They're not playing these Alchemist type heroes. So yeah, I think I'm going to go with them.
All right.
Yeah, it's a very interesting draft from both teams. I feel like both teams have very, very different drafts, and they are looking to do different things. I think both teams have very good chances of winning this game.
Yeah. Normally, Jenkins, I'd ask for your opinion, but you're probably just going to recite Blitz's words back to me, and instead we could just ask him ourselves, as he is joining Nomad before we head into game number 1.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here with Blitz. Blitz, I mean, this isn't really what we expected for the draft, but is it what you expected?
Yeah, I mean, it's always kind of interesting drafting against a team like this. They obviously prioritize some stuff. I think they kind of did a bit of a curveball for picking Timber like that, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, well, the panel was saying that you talked about them being a slow team, but this doesn't look like a slow draft. Do you think they're kind of changing their strategy a bit and maybe going out of their comfort zone to fight you guys?
Yeah, I think they probably realize that they don't play tempo against us. They're going to lose in 20 minutes, which is, I think it's happened a lot, so maybe this is kind of their solution.
Alrighty, and obviously the Medusa was a bit of an interesting pick. First one of the tournament. Can you explain to us what you think that hero does for you?
I don't know. Boxy just likes the hero. He just says it's good vibes, and usually we just go off of stuff like that.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much, Blitz. And let's get into the games. We've got our casters Cap and SVG for this one.
Despite the high level of skill on either side here, there is a general question about whether or not these two teams have what it takes to be champions. Now, Liquid has already pushed back against that narrative by being able to win a smaller tournament in ESB Season 2, but the question still remains for BBT. Avery, it has been a hard matchup for them time and time again for this year and last year against Team Liquid, and they've in general struggled when it comes to tournaments of the highest caliber. So this is an opportunity, right, for BB Team to be able to push back against the storylines of the past.
If there's a time to do it, it's got to be now. You don't have a lot of tournaments left in the year. You might not have a lot with this roster if you can't start to get some results on the big stage in the right moments on LAN. And we heard the coach interview, we heard what the panel was discussing. This matchup to me is entirely about the tempo and the pace. The first 10 minutes, super important. The rune fight, super important for BB Team here. They need this first blood. They need to get out of here.
33, trying to hide away in the trees long enough that you can get a couple hits on. He does manage again. No way. Unbelievable, the fact that he managed to pull that off. Gets first blood away from BB Team. You want to talk about pulling off moves in the clutch. That was a clutch move right there.
I mean, I didn't think we were going to cast for somebody that fast. we really did him dirty there. As much as we talk about how much BB Team need to get off to a fast pace, that is not what they wanted out of that rune fight. And if you look at their draft, they definitely have adapted to a lot of the past times they've played against Liquid. We saw the stats. Liquid has beaten them more often than not. Save will get a little return kill in the laning phase. This is a BB Team lineup that is designed to win the laning phase. Absolutely no doubt about it. They get the last pick mid for the counter matchup. We saw what teams were able to do at EWC versus Nisha with some counter picks. It's not necessarily something Nisha can overcome in a one-on-one, so you have to rely on the supports. But if you can apply enough lane pressure in the side lanes where those supports for Liquid can't make the rotations, that's where you can pick apart Liquid's early game. It really comes down to the side lane execution here for BB Team. And when you go in on an IO Lion, you're kind of all in. This is not a support duo that's going to shove out lanes in the mid game or give you a lot of team fight firepower. So we're talking about the first 10 to 15 minutes here for the BB Team supports. the most important thing in this game.
Compare that to the Liquid supports, they're kind of the opposite in that regard, right? I feel like those are two supports that do push out lanes very well, but maybe aren't necessarily the best when it comes to like rotation stuff. Is Save looks like perhaps a little bit of revenge is finally Insania gets the punch at long distance. He gets it, and it's still going to be cut down by the Timbersaw. So the matchup still looks all right for the Timbersaw in that tree protector. We were in the panel talking about it for quite some time, and still able to dice up that trade protector pretty good.
Trades are okay for BB Team, honestly. They just get more gold overall, especially for Save on this line. Could be a big mid-game threat. Liquid are just going to try and go even, get their ball rolling, particularly extra farm on this Medusa for Boxy would be nice. This is just a lane you have to weather if you're Liquid right now. It's a lot of burst damage, a lot of sustained damage over the course of the laning phase with just spamming impales, spamming the chain through. You get the extra facet going to work for Timber as well with the extra tree spikes. This is a lane they are used to as well. I remember this is a combination that Save has played going back to, I think, Singapore Major, like 3.5, 4 years ago. Yeah. When DM was on this squad, they first faced this Timber Lion every single game they got in. And it's kind of going back to the roots here. This IO Razor is also something that Liquid used to play. You remember going back to European DPC. Yep. There was a point that Liquid rated this IO Razor as the best IO pair in the game. I think for them it switched more to that IO Marcy direction. But kind of taking a page out of some of the older strategies here. And Liquid, I mean, they're going for the new stuff, right? The support Medusa.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Because I know you're an old school Dota player. You've been around the block for a while. I know you don't like new things. I know you don't like playing new heroes. No, you don't like playing heroes in new ways. How do you feel about Medusa support, huh?
I mean, I don't want it on my team, but I'm sure it's perfectly viable.
Why don't you want it on your team?
Look, all I'm saying is if I'm in a random pub and my 4-pick Medusa, I'm reporting the guy.
Mickey gets cut down by the Timber Chain as they'll chase after Insania as well. This lane continues to go better and better as it looks like they're likely to pick up the double kill, in which case they are. Not quite a double, one for each of the pair of them in the BB Team squad.
That is the dream start for this line. Like the extra sticks. The line is Timber paying off here. Able to put those impale beams. Boxy will take the link for 33, but still going to have a CS advantage down here as Zyka putting up the numbers and free farming this lane.
Oh
yeah, 22 and 3, 22 and 8 for the mid Monkey King as well. So mid lane and the safe lane both doing very, very well. And the Timbersaw may not have the most CS, but they're certainly getting a lot of kills out of the lane. So I have to imagine net worth wise, BB Team is looking very, very good in all three of their lanes. Now, that being said, BB Team, they definitely drafted to make this happen, but winning your lanes doesn't necessarily mean that you can keep up with the fast pace that Team Liquid likes to bring. In fact, we've seen that happen to Team Liquid in their matchup against Gaming Gladiators, right? When you're playing up against a fast team, sometimes winning lanes doesn't cut it.
What is this game rotation?
I don't know. The Gorgon Draft latches onto Zyka, and that'll allow the Insania Mickey duo that comes through the gate, just a full-on quad lane to challenge BB Team. I guess they're done with this laning phase. They say, all right, we don't want to keep this happening. We're losing out on the laning phase. Let's shift things up, and let's just move some heroes around. Speaking of moving heroes around, Save is going to move into the mid lane, and let's get the kill on Nisha. The mid lane continuing to go the way of GPK as rotation comes in and widens that gap even further.
It's a really important rotation for BB Team. If Liquid's going to commit this quad lane to bottom, Mickey's just going to abandon top. You need to get a trade somewhere. So you're going to either rotate the line mid to create the 2-on-1 with the empty lane top and be happy with Nightfall soaking up some of the pressure bottom, but you have to get that exchange somewhere. It was also pretty valuable that Toronto Tokyo lived bottom, Blood Grenade out of Insania. Again, double hero gate rotation in 5 minutes. That is a big committal for Liquid, just abandoning this top lane. They do not feel like they can stand against the Lion Timber. And, I mean, this is what this lane is designed to do. Kick you out and never let you come back. Toronto Tokyo did lose this courier. There was Bracer on it. Decent amount of net worth off the board right now. And triple Wraith ban for GPK mid. You can see BB Team prioritizing playing through this Monkey King. This is a lot of early stats. Treads on top of it. He is going to be a powerhouse in the early exchanges. This is not a hero Liquid want to fight into right now. They want to just continue to get the farm up, particularly on the Beastmaster 33, having a very solid laning phase here. You throw in some extra ancient stacks on top of it. Yeah, maybe the Luna's a little sad he doesn't get those, but we have seen Liquid prioritize this Beastmaster as the true one position when they play with it, and for good reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of still the same story of the previous patch, right? Where Beastmaster was all the rage. I feel like he was the hero of the patch for me personally, right? You get a bunch of farm out of lane if possible. If you can't get that, you get it out of some ancient stacking, and once you get it out of the ancient stacking, you get the Aghanim Scepter, and with that you take Roshan, right? Like that whole game plan hasn't changed at all, right?
Not really. I think it's been a little slower on average, but maybe a bit more item diversity. We're seeing some of these beasts go for more, you know, pipes and crimsons.
I even saw Helm of the Overlord in one game to get an ESB. It was
I don't know if we're going to see that again.
But
Elder Death on the TP out here, man. Hero has... I mean, this is one of those positions where it's like, you know, if your Timber doesn't carry this game, you're not going to get a better start than this. He's just had an empty lane.
Get the lockdown on the Boxy is all that's required to get this kill. The Gorge Grass comes out, GPK still has the stun, and Saika should be able to deliver the damage. Boxy's going to go for a TP out. He actually is going to make it.
So tanky.
Yeah, I mean, the Dusa gets crazy tanky. That is one upside of this support. More durable than most, maybe compared to something like an Enchantress or something, but somehow managed to get away. Of course, it doesn't cost GPK that much. Monkey King, with this facet that he has, is able to move around the map quite efficiently, so it's not like it really cost him anything. I doubt he missed probably any CS out of that.
And Liquid are just having issues staying on the lanes in general. So if you can rotate these cores around from BB, maybe collapse on this mid tower at some point, you should be happy in that fight right now. This is kind of a recovery mode. They're trying to get the Luna back into a position where he can maintain the farm advantage. Another rotation from GPK, trying to get some more tree freebies here. Zania's woes continue on this top lane. I mean, he is just a Midas for save right now.
Yeah.
And he is happy collecting it. This is going to be a decent timing for this Lion Blink Dagger if he wants to just rush it straight up.
Since the Timbersaw is off to such a great start, what do you build in this kind of game for Timbersaw? Because I feel like this is a hero that actually has some item diversity.
There's a decent argument with this type of lineup composition. You would want to go something more in the auras, because you have two other right-click carries and an IO Lion who are not giving you the team fight. Like an IO is going to have a mech locket, you know, if you get to that point, for sure. But outside of that, you don't have that big tank presence. There's an argument there, but he's
so he disables Isha, can't survive.
Save is just
Seriously,
absolutely. He is just straight up won 2 lanes on this Lion, put himself in an incredible position, and I mean, even if he just wants to go back and stack at this point to try and match what 33 is doing here, BB are going to be happy about that. You're talking about the Timbers itemization. Miro is sitting at the top of the board here. When you're in this kind of position, I don't think you really want to go just first item Piper's Lane. I think you're looking to get more aggressive. Early Blink, early Kaya, output the damage, be a huge threat in the fight. You're going to open up space for other cores, and Liquid are tired of giving him the space here. Time to shut him down.
Heavy rotation, 2 TPs. Start off with the silence here. They still got the coil if necessary. Mickey is going to pop the ultimate to make sure they have the damage. 2 ults used to be able to bring down Miro's Timbersaw. It does net them a killing spree streak. So a hefty amount of gold going the way of all the heroes, though. To get it, Boxy is the one to pick up the last hit. That's not ideal.
Still good XP for Mickey here. And exactly what you want to do with this Luna pick. Get the Eclipse kills off cooldown versus hero. He can't deal with that early magic damage. Okay, continue to hunt around these wards up top, but no connection here on the top. And if you can get a fast Gleipnir on this Monkey, I think that's what really brings the early game together for BB here. Like, that's going to give you the extra lockdown, some extra long-range setup. The Timber, Razor, Lion all benefit from this. Helps set up some reload ganks if you can get there too.
Yeah.
So if you're BB, you're really racing towards these early Maelstrom / Gleipnirs and the mech on the Isle. That's what you're looking for. If you're Liquid, you just want the Beastmaster Ags, and then you want to use that to power up the rest of the lineup. Either get a good team fight out of it into early Roshan. I don't know how confident you're going to be forcing that, you know, 14, 15-minute Roshan this game if you're Liquid just straight up. Maybe you're confident enough and with the extra tree and sustain and the tankiness of the Dusa, but it's a little spooky with the start given here.
Boxy getting jumped. But again, the tankiness of the Dusa does manage to keep BB team from gaining anything out of that. They almost look like they're going to make a re-go of it here.
I think they'd rather just get the tower than the kills, honestly. Open up these Ancients a bit more. Try and slow down the Beastmaster. In fact, Miro stealing A couple of the camps here, not too sad about that. Still very farmed on this Timber.
He is, looks like he's thinking about going Aura, so he went for the Kaya. I expected the Blink Dagger after that. After all, use the advantage that you have. But he's thinking about Pipe, which obviously this is a very valuable Pipe game. If you can get it early enough, Puck, Luna, you're going to be taking away a lot of the damage that threatens some of these cores that, it's pretty much just guaranteed that if Razor and Monkey King can just survive through the first few seconds of the fight, they probably carry through, right?
You also just have to deal with the extra Luna magic damage as well. This is not the 0-4-4 Luna you might have been playing against a couple patches back. Need some tank ability here. You don't want to get an early BKB. This is not the BKB meta. Go for the pipe. It'll help your IO a lot in the fight too. You might have a decent pipe timing here. It's going to help you contest the early Beastmaster objective taking. Look at Ryan make an aggressive move with it.
Yeah, that's a good point. If he gets that pipe before the Aghanims go for Roshan is complete for Liquid, then Liquid may feel like they never have enough team fight to be able to
that would
go for that objective.
I mean, if you can finish it before that, you're very comfortable in this game. But I don't know how fast you're... I mean, this Beastmaster Axe, it's coming out pretty fast. The big ancient stacks were not contested for 33, and he's still having a very strong game.
Nisha trying to keep the pressure on the mid lane.
Anjay, jadi puyem balik-balik mesti di HP. Oh iya pak. Ini ditujukan untuk apa pak? Para short.
See what Liquid decides to do with this.
Bagus juga tadi sampai 80 ada yang nonton. Cuman biar beda juga nonton turnamennya kan.
They want to abuse the tankiness right now.
Lagi live stream pak.
Beastmaster hoping that they'll catch something on the right-hand side of this tower, but you saw from Save's positioning as well as JPK, they were playing the left side of the tower, knowing that this kind of flank could come through, and now they've abandoned that mid lane entirely. Smoked up to top lane, see if they can find Mickey out of this. Mickey is playing pretty passive, though.
This is the blink for Save. Very fast line blink. Would love to connect on this. Will not find that mark. Both smokes miss. I think this feels a little better for Liquid though because they can just translate this into...
Kalau kesini nggak live berarti ya. Aku sering main juga pak kalau lagi live kan mampir-mampir ke live teman-teman. Apa-apa kasih jempol-jempol ya kan. Ngobrol-ngobrol ya kan.
They've got a fair amount of vision that they would be playing into, so probably for the best.
Mesti kita di lapak kita terus.
Continuing to farm away. In fact, Toronto Tokyo is getting a bit of farm.
Bagaimana pak live streamnya?
The downsides of all these trades though for BB team, if you're not getting the fights.
Mulai dari nol.
Well, you're gonna start it here with Save.
Yeah, trying to force it.
Wow,
That'll get this kill on bottom lane. So many heroes from Team Liquid at the top part of the map. They seem to have read that pretty well, and they'll take advantage of it, getting the kill and tower.
By the way, auto duck soundnya belum optimal. Iya, ini aku baru baru cabut dia. Headsetnya aku baru cabut karena dia mati-mati sering. Mati-mati gitu aku pindahkan dia ke soket 3.
I mean, it's definitely been a decent boost of gold here.
Tahu nih, udah diganti nih. Gak enak pakai apa? Headset yang USB. Enakan yang pakai apa itu? Audio jack. Apa? Hijau sama merah itu. Ini mati-mati nih separuh nih. Goyang dikit, belok kiri dikit, mati deh. Stereo dia, mono doang.
So I expect to see Boxy to climb this chart faster than the line or the IO, at least in this early mid game. If you can get an extra utility item up, could make the difference in that Roach fight, which Liquid are done messing around. They're just going to force it here during the nighttime.
Yeah, they waited for Roshan to come over to Dire side, which they have much better control of, especially after losing their off-lane tower. Radiant side Roshan was just not a point of contention for Team Liquid. They wait for 15 minutes, they take it now. It seems like BB team is going to let them have
vertikal ya kan, live stream vertikal kita buat horizontal ya kan. Kenapa rupanya?
They megang YouTube ini kan. Mid is pushing it as well. They know all of Liquid is up here. And they say, fine, you can have it. We're not going to fight into that. Despite picking up the pipe, that is complete for the Timbersaw. So I do feel like they could take team fights if they wanted to. But as it is, they get a lot off the map in the meantime. They got the CD kill, they got the setup tower, they got the mid tower. Now they're setting up what a potential fight here on Nisha. The Blink Dagger reveals itself on Nisha and catches him underneath this ward. That's going to be Aegis. Can they get him a second time? Are they going to be able to have the disables available?
Bagaimana pak live
the
streamingnya?
strike. The timing isn't
Setelah
quite
beberapa kali
there,
mencoba
Nisha is still going to have a hard time getting away. Has to drop the coil on GBK, but the stun is still there from Save to catch up. A little bit of damage is all that's required. He's going to jump to the orb once again. No, got hexed. So wasn't able to get it. Even if he did, GBK was there on the other side waiting for him. So, as a result, Nisha gets the Aegis and immediately loses it.
Save once more, just setting up all around the map. This is how BB Team want to play this part of the game. Get the setups around, get the reload kills, find this puck, continue to shut the split push down, and not really engage in the straight up 5-on-5. I think they'd be okay doing it if they were in a position that was advantageous or on a board. They have the pipe, they have the mech. It's not that bad for them right now. The blade nerfs have also started to come out. Psychos is done. You're completing the one on the Monkey King very soon. Pretty much everything is there for you to take these fights around the map for BB Team, but these pickoffs are where the lineup really shines. Like, that's what IO Lions designed to do. Get the deep wards, de-ward the side lanes from Liquid if you can. You're looking at where the sentries are in place from BB Team. It's just trying to get rid of this kind of split push ratty vision that might benefit Liquid installing this game. They really want to control where Liquid can farm on this map. And all eyes are on Nisha right now, because if he cannot get the lanes in deep, if he cannot continue to scale himself, I think BB Team are going to be happy going into this late game. Another big smoke here, looking for the initiation with the Lion. Save is going to be happy to jump in on any big core target that he finds. And you have those auras to back up a team fight if it develops. I don't know if Medusa is the hero you really want to jump.
No.
Just does not feel like a good target here under a tower.
I feel like we've seen this one before a couple times in this game. Everybody else, I feel like it's free game. Just not Medusa.
I do wonder about Foxy's impact on later this game goes, though. Like, you can farm up, you can buy utility, but Medusa spells that spooky for BB Team to fight into here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Team Liquid when the patch first came out. Nice pick off potentially on GBK, but no, Save is here with the save, and they've got the reload speed coming in. The damage on GBK is not quite enough. The pipe came through and bailed them out just at the last second. Miro gets there in time, and the damage for the rest of BB Team clean up the rest, and GBK just like that gets up the full HP off Boundless Strike, so he doesn't even need to go back to base.
And Pupil's gift. Saving lives here on the
Dota kan kita habis kelar match itu bisa posting
now that is a big misstep here
ya.
for the Beastmaster that was having the best game here on Liquid. All three cores from BB Team continue to accelerate, and the pickoffs save back to old habits here. Liquid just don't have enough vision to play around. And it's hard to make these kind of solo plays if you're 33 because that reload comes in. So even if you get the monkey there, are you doomed for that play regardless?
Yeah, for sure.
The setup here is just very difficult.
In which case it comes back down to this Luna, right? Like, when does this carry turn the tide of this game? Because that's about it.
It's got to be the BKB here for BK.
And that's still ways away.
You get that up, you can take an aggressive fight, the Luna can stay in there. You have to worry about the Razor Link, which BB Team ideally want to kind of connect onto Mickey, but I think Psycho will happily take any big core target he can get at the start of the fight. But outside of that, like, this Luna can do some damage, particularly if she finds supports at the start of the fight, but that's a big question. Can you find these supports? Your jump is not that great in terms of isolating the IO, taking him out first. I think a lot of these fights could come down to Save starting on the target he wants. You're going to be very happy every time that happens. Particularly if it's this Puck, who Nisha's continuing to suffer in this game. Oh, yeah.
He's gonna try and get Blink Dagger, sure, but he's looking at a BKB next. I would have thought it would have been Lincoln's, considering the initiation coming out from Save every time. They finally do go for the Dusa. Seems like Foxy has stepped a bit too far forward. They say, okay, we can finally kill him. They've had some mid-vision. They're in the lane. They knew nobody was behind Foxy, and they'll finally take that kill. Got to kill him for it as well, so...
Just feels like Save is getting to do whatever he wants on the map. Like, he is running around aggressively as Alliance, planting wards, setting up wherever he goes. Every Blink stun has been converted into kills for BB Team. And he is one of the best killer supports in Dota right now. This is his bread and butter. We talk about where initiation comes from BB Team a lot of times in their games. to me, it's him, right? When he's feeling the map, when he can start these things off cooldown, team functions the best because then Nightfall just gets to farm, be the huge late game threat he wants to be, and there's not a lot of pressure on him to get stuff done. Liquid just gonna man up for a shard.
Yeah, play to get this Tormentor and hope that it goes to the tree is what I assume they wanted. Instead, it goes to the Dusa, which would be good if they had Aghanim Scepter, but they don't have that.
Gleipnir done for GPK here. Everything online for BB Team right now.
Yeah, double. I feel like this is part of the meta right now. These massive Gleipnirs, everyone's seen them. But if you get the momentum going on early, these Gleipnirs are so good. Right, you hit this window right here where there's no BKBs. You know you're in better control of the game. You feel stronger, and you just have so much catch with multiple Gleipnirs that situations like this could turn it into pickoffs if the Gleipnirs only find their holds. Do not. Liquid do manage to back away before BB Team catches them.
Blade Daggers allowing the escape there. Would have been a big find. You're trying to force the fights before Liquid can finish these big Black King bars, particularly on the Luna and the Beastmaster. Then you negate a lot of the spell damage and the control from BB Team.
Foxy stepping forward, go for the deep ward. They do manage to get the Hex on the puck though. The initiation is there. Still though, managed to get him away. Foxy is stuck in the middle of this Wukong's command, and it's something that Mickey can't challenge either. They have the coil, the overgrowth, the eclipse, all of it being used, but nobody goes down until maybe 33 jumps back in, going for GPK, down to half HP. Might be able to fit him up, but the Boundless Strike, he gets away. No, Nisha hunts him down. Foxy now, help with Mickey, is focusing on Saika. Can't Toronto Tokyo get them out of this mess. Lends him a little bit of heal, a little bit of extra movement speed to get away, and Liquid do not have the same kind of catch that BB Team does, especially after the blink has already been used by both the Puck and the Beastmaster to get that kill on GPK. A turnaround for Liquid, a decent one, but it only catches just GPK. They didn't manage to turn that into a full break of BB Team and get multiple heroes.
I'm surprised BB Team got out of there with what they did. Like, that could have been significantly worse for them. An initiation that goes about as wrong as it can. You commit big ults, you commit your Lion Blink into this puck, does not die. Liquid are able to turn that around, and 33 is able to get a really nice connection with this roar on the Monkey King on the back line. And honestly, a lot of that was that 3-man Gorgon's grasp.
I don't know if I'm going to hear that too many times.
You really are not, but that was just a sick route from Boxy in the right place at the right time. Stalled out a lot of that fight, and then the overgrowth connected after the grasp ran out. This really stalled BB Team for 6-7 seconds there. You know, again, they don't have BKBs of their own, so yeah, you have kind of limited control of Liquid, but the control you have is still very good right now.
For now, Saika is going to, so we got the Manta, important because it helps the Razor scale up, but also really good against the overgrowth from the Train Protector, right? Now he's going to get the BKB, so he's going to be able to deal with the coil, deal with the grass, and he's got Manta to be able to deal with the overgrowth. Saika is going to go into potentially this next team fight and have nothing be able to stop him, unless they want to throw down Roar on him. That's kind of the only thing that they'll have.
I mean, he's just taking up. He wants to go BKB Satanic here on the Razor, which triple Dispel, which sounds great. My big question mark, though, is are you going to lack damage with this build?
I don't think so, because ultimately, isn't he just looking to just take the damage away from Liquid? Aren't they very much based around their Luna? If you take away the damage from Luna, late game fights, is it even possible for Liquid to win that?
I just don't know how reliable you're going to get a long duration link on this Luna. Like, he has Pike, you're going to have Roar Overgrowth that can stall out the initial go. Maybe you get one more Force Staff on Liquid, you're happy disjoining that.
Bless, thank you for the like, guys. Thank you for the like.
But in theory, that should be very difficult from the front line between Tusa Beast tree that Liquid have. Yeah. When you say what's going to stop Nightfall here?
Ya Pak, good luck buat channelnya Bapak.
Could be himself at a certain point.
Kalau misalnya YouTube mungkin tuh Palu kasih dong dari India. Bolehlah dikasih apanya? Kasih YouTube. YouTube titik 2 atau garis slash atau garis yang gitu. YouTube Bapak Gamer. Gitu Pak. Nanti orang paling nggak kalau misalnya orang nggak mau subscribe mereka berkunjung gitu loh. Jadi suatu hari kalau misalnya berjumpa lagi bisa mungkin aku udah pernah lawan ini, aku udah pernah lawan ini gitu. Jadi ada beberapa YouTuber juga yang kulawan dia Tekken God, tapi dia nggak pasang gitu kan. Bahkan mereka banyak yang subscribe gitu loh. Banyak yang subscribe. setelah
The mark
berkelahi
there
di Tekken
would
ya kan.
be if he could catch the eye, which he
Ada
almost does. Blow up the aisle right away. That would be fantastic.
I honestly think Liquid
Ada yang
kinda
datang
wanna
ke
bait
channel, mampir dia
jumping them.
subscribe.
If they can bait them into jumping the Dusa or some poor target like that,
Apa
then
Baluk
33 is going to be able
dong
to fight
dari
his mark.
India.
But I think him
Aduh.
going in blind
Bisa lah,
is
Pak.
very
Apa nanti Pak?
useful here.
Kasih
And you
apanya.
can see
YT,
Boxy is trying to do
YT
just
Bapak Gamer.
that. Miro
Tekken
is
tuh kan.
doing the same.
Kasih nanti
He has
banyak
axe
Pak
right
yang
now,
mampir
and
itu.
there is no hard dispel on the side of Liquid, so he's a god.
Mighty Ruler ya kalau nggak salah, apa Flame Ruler ya. Coba dulu Om Bob mau nemenin anak main Roblox. Iya siap, silakan.
Harder and harder
Silakan
to get
Bapak Arisan.
BB team
Terima
to
kasih sudah
jump
mampir
on
Bapak
him.
ya.
They just don't want to take the bait.
And they do not. But it does mean they are conceding a lot of ground here. They are backing back out into this low ground area and giving Liquid entirety of the high ground. So they can shift over to the right-hand side here, gain more control of both the gate area as well as that right-hand side. Liquid will back away and keep this lane pushed in. Something that also puts a little pressure on BB.
I think normally you'd want to just commit Roche here and force Liquid to fight into the Wukong.
Yeah.
But the Roche is kind of bad.
Oh, yeah. It's not great.
It is not that fast here, and I don't think you're going to feel good doing it, wasting the IO sustain to potentially keep people full HP.
Yeah.
Kind of an awkward situation for them. They can't force the fight jumping aggressively blind. They can't force the Roche to make Liquid fight into them. Liquid's just going to go farm here.
Yeah,
And
Liquid's
that's
getting the
Luna
better of
beacon.
the engagement right now because BB Team's trying to do the same, but they don't have the same kind of camps available. Liquid are taking Ancients. BB Team's taking a small camp and a medium camp, so they have to go back to the Roshan to be like, okay, we
so
gotta
weird.
pull these Liquid guys into a team fight.
Yeah, this got Mickey to his BKB this whole period. And you still can't jump this Dusa. It's just not going to feel good.
Maybe the chat wheel lines will help spur Liquid into a fight. Now they start poking at this Medusa.
I mean, you can't poke this hero. There's no poke.
Yeah, especially with the shard. He just gets a whole bunch of that mana that they wasted away pretty easily.
I think you have to just smoke and flank here if you're a BB team. Like, believe in your line,
Do
jump,
they have any
find the
smoke?
right angle.
They've got one. Toronto Tokyo has the smoke. They're going to pop it now. So they take your advice. Miro still puts himself on the front lines.
I think this is the right play, but you have to dodge the Treant on the backside. You have to find a big board target with this Lion. He doesn't have a ward to do it.
They spot Mickey. They want to be able to go for him. They got the Hex on him. Nisha interrupts it, though. He stops that. Primal Roar on the Razor. Just what they wanted. The Eclipse goes out. GPK is committing for the kill, but he's not going to be able to have the Wukong's command is no good here. He gets sliced and diced as the chains bounce around, and now the Razor is locked in the Overgrowth during his BKB. It has all gone wrong for BB Team, and now they're just desperately trying to save what heroes they can, but they will not be able to get away from Nisha as they bring down the IO as well. 3 go down, and Liquid get just what they needed out of this. A team fight into the second Roshan for them. This brings the game back into their control, a game that has been BB Team's the entire way.
The fast silence there from Nisha just broke that whole team fight apart. It stopped the chain stun from the Lion, interrupted the rest of the team committing in on the initial Hex on the Luna. I mean, that is the target you want if you're BB team. It's so deep in, it's so hard to connect there. You still have the Hurricane Pike. That is really what disjointed this whole fight. Mickey's quick reaction here creates a gap that BB team are unable to close. And we're talking about the Dispel items. Saika, he has Manta, he has BKB. He gets like a 2-second drain on a random target that does nothing here. This Razor couldn't do anything in this fight.
Yeah, too much between the Primal Roar, and then he pops Manta at some point, then he gets Overgrowth. He just gets ruined. Absolutely ruined. And now Team Liquid, for what it feels like the first time in this game, are actually up in net worth by 2K, and they've got an Aegis to work with. So we'll see what they get off of the map with that. Nisha, meanwhile, no longer having to think about a BKB, it seems. Is going to work towards an Octarine.
We got 15 likes, thank you guys. Thank you.
And he's also got a lot of experience out of
nice
that.
figure.
Oh, this pickoff is huge. They still managed to find Mickey here and take away his Aegis. Now, are they going to try and reset off this one? Wukong's command gets used. Mickey is going to be surrounded, but he has his own BKB to be able to walk away. The drain doesn't last for too long. Nisha's assaulting the back line, trying to go for that Lion. Well, it looks like Insane got found in the corner. He gets cut down by Miro. He goes and finds the IO, gets managed to get the Primal Roar on him, and brings him down. Saika, meanwhile, has to use his BKB to start backing away. Miro is still gone in the fight. He still has not been taken down once in this, but a short timber chain may put him in a backward position. Nisha gets caught. Gorgon's Press is not good enough to be able to stop the damage that comes in. They may be rooted, but they are not disarmed. They lay the damage into Nisha as well as Boxy bring those two down, while Miro remained on the front lines, challenged 33 and Mickey, and did not die.
Very clutch stuns from Save here to try and turn the end of that fight, but it was all the Razor and the Timber. Just outputting some serious damage for once. Nightfall able to connect with this Razor on a long duration fight and find his mark, and Nisha going back in at the end. Just ends up getting rooted here. The Gleipnir's very obnoxious for this puck. Doesn't have easy ways out of it a lot of the time. BB able to find an opening in this game where it felt like that period was going to be difficult for them. Just caught Mikke mid. And the biggest thing about that entire exchange was they caught Mikke here initially just with Save going in, but he used Hurricane Pike here right before he dies.
Right.
So he can't really get out of this area, and Liquid feel like they have to commit in deep. You commit a Gorgon's Grasp, you commit a Stone Gaze, and even though Mikke runs away here, he's used everything defensively.
And also this Train Protector getting caught in the sides.
Yeah, that's
Overgrowth was still on cooldown, which is part of the reason I think BB team forced that fight. The Overgrowth ruined them in the last engagement. They know that. They take advantage of that window. Toronto Tokyo did have to buy back for that. Sick buyback, though. Relocating back in to help Saika as they try to chase after him, turns that entire fight.
It is an expensive IO buyback, and one we're going to have to keep in mind, because that is a tool you ideally want.
And it was almost a dieback there, Toronto
Yeah,
Tokyo. Like 50 HP off the Tormentor.
We have, I mean, there's been a lot that has plagued BB team in some of these big lands, and Tormentor is up there on the list, you know?
Yeah, honestly, Team Liquid and Tormentor all in one game. That is rough.
It's almost like if BB team had a choice of their team they want to play, like, would you choose Team Liquid or would you choose Tormentor? I feel like you choose Liquid. You know, the record speaks for itself here.
It really does.
They just have not gotten past this objective in a lot of the games.
Right, second chance to be able to get a shard for somebody important. This one does go to the Luna. So that is a nice pickup in particular because he has the facet that he does. Actually, never mind. I forgot he went the Moonstorm facet. He didn't go the defensive one. I thought you would always go the defensive one, especially against like some of these melee heroes like Monkey King, but he just went raw damage.
I think they feel that this team is defensive enough in some ways. Like, you have a lot of BKB piercing control, you have sustain with the Treant, you have extra armor, you have utility coming out from the Beast. You need someone to deal some deeps. The puck's going to be able to pick it up if this game goes very late here, but Nisha's had the roughest game of anybody, so it's going to be recovery mode for him as...
And this has not been Nisha's tournament quite yet, right?
No.
He had a little bit of a rough start to things.
I think he's trying to figure out exactly what his hero pool looks like. For me, his KDA has been lower than a lot of these previous tournaments that I've seen from him in terms of finding his flow. This is another game where, like, remember, he started out 0-3, kind of just a rough lane matchup, got ganked. It's not on him, but he's like your star player for this team. You want him to shine. You want him to be leading the pack.
And that is a story that has continued since EWC, right? Where we had, I mean, he kind of got shut down by Quinn in the first place. So Nisha needing to find his groove.
Liquid needing to find their mark here. Gonna try and jump the timber, but he already got
ITX. That makes things a little bit harder. The Ooze is going to be able to dispel that, but a lot of damage, can they do enough? You know, gets for the relocate. Toronto Tokyo to the rescue. Now, they still do use the Wukong's man. Nisha jumped in after that one. Looks like he's got an orb to still continue and chase. Toronto Tokyo, his relocate back is going to end soon. Stuck inside the overgrowth. Saika's going to be run down underneath the tier 2, and it seems like BB team may be running out of steam.
They just don't have enough team fight presence to deal with what Liquid are forcing at them. There's a lot to buy time here. This Stone Gaze going in is really messing up the Razor. That is another fight where Saika gets a 0-second link. It's just instantly broken, and without that, you don't have that big damage threat for the IO to tether up and just deal the deeps. And refresher for 33, I do not think BB team were ready for this second war coming through. It allows you to commit on this Timber and still have a backup second initiation. Yeah. Huge deal. The Yules as well for the Dispel here on the Timber saw a big component that Liquid were missing in some of these early fights. Timber's just not as good a frontline as he used to be. Now all of a sudden we're seeing the extra farm here for Boxy start to hit its mark. Even eyeing up a Hex here as this game goes later. I mean, he is almost doubling up the net worth of the other supports in this game, and that is the big weakness of this IO Lion support duo. Early game is very strong. Your gank potential is very strong. We saw how much they did with it. But if you slip up and you start to give away these objectives, this Medusa is going to do a lot more in the 5-on-5.
There is something really cool about this. He's built up in items for any other support hero. It would leave them being very squishy. But Dusa, every single one of these items, Solar Crest actually gives you a lot of mana. Yule Scepter for the Timber Saw is a great choice, but it just makes the Dusa tankier. And if he gets Scythe next, you know, the Dusa is just going to be a wall.
He also has the infamous bubble shield blink here. So.
Oh yeah, that's super obnoxious, and
he is
Ice Frog
really
can take that away.
I mean, he just goes in the fight and he stone gazes right in front of the Razor, and it feels like, what is your counterplay? You can't turn on this Dusa. Yeah, it takes too long to kill. You can't play the fight if you're Nightfall here because you're just getting BKB piercing stun from multiple sources.
Yeah, I really thought that with the lead that they had, the Razor was going to be able to take over some of these fights, but I forgot about Stone Gaze for one. It seems like the combination of Overgrowth and Primal Roar and Stone Gaze has just made the fights impossible for this Razor to get long duration links. And that's why he needs a refresher.
Yeah, he has Satanic. So you have your triple Dispel build up, you build a refresher, you have 6 Dispels. If that's not enough to get something done on this Razor, then, well, you can blame your team, I guess. That's not all.
Yes. You still need to be the initiators on the team fight, though, right? But that has proven to be harder and harder for Save as the game is going on.
If this Timber can't frontline for Vision, or even if he does, but you don't see good targets, I just don't know what you're jumping at this point if you're Save.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, BB Team, you might have to just commit on Boxy when he goes in. And
look at that damage just from the first Lucent Beam. Gets the Axe off, and immediately Boxy blinks in, hits the Yules. That's the Dispel. Miro, he's going to be safe for the relocate. Now Psycho goes in. He does manage to get the link this time around on Mickey, but he can't quite commit for it. He actually has to back away. His team has called that it's time to reset. The first time he gets a good link and he can't commit for it. Same actually goes back in. They go for the Beast Master Shape. They can blow him up. It's close, but they do manage to get him before the Hex runs thin. Now GPK in the middle of all these things with his lifesteal and his BKB, but he's going to start backing up, kiting away Mickey. BB Team are beginning to break Liquid a little bit here as they've gotten one pick off, turns to a second one with a Tree Protector, and now it's time for the Dusa. The tanky Dusa against 4 is not going to be matched for this unless the Blink Dagger with that stupid bubble. Please. They do manage to catch him anyway, the Blink Forward and the Gleipnir, so will not allow Liquid to be able to escape unscathed.
Boxy is using that mechanic to the maximum here. I mean, what can you say? Tier 1 neutral items, pretty good, right? 40 minutes in the game.
Yeah, what's funny about that is I know 33 also uses that when he does the offlane Dusa, so.
It is a good RNG pickup here. Still, going back that fight, very successful for BB Team, and a big portion of it that we saw, not really committing too much on this initial clash. I mean, there's some miscommunication here, but the biggest thing is they want the Beastmaster. They want 33 in this fight. They do not want him roaring multiple people, so they commit the first line jump plus the Wukong on him. Liquid are able to kite it out, but they use the Luna BKB and the Eclipse here on the Razor, who just is able to tank it up, and then a second round of Impale Hex on 33. He just didn't get to play Dota in this fight at all, and that was really what allowed them to take the long fight here.
Yeah, I did not expect the solution to the team fight being BB Team resetting and going again, especially without Refresher yet on the Razor. Like, I thought as soon as they didn't commit on the Link, I thought their fight was kind of over, but they did find their opportunity in the Beastmaster, and as you said, that does relieve a lot of things for BB Team.
And this IO does give you some sustain. Like, Toronto Tokyo has gotten to his lock at Mech Solar. He is pretty beefy for an IO. The Razor has a lot of HP on top of that, so if you can bait out damage onto the Timber and the Razor and reset that way, where GPK has a better fight, he can maintain his HP levels, and he can commit in later. It's not possible to play longer fights here if you're BB Team, but you have to deal with that Double Roar. If Double Roar comes out, it's an entirely different story.
Sure.
BKB for the Timber is going to help Nero frontline as well. Can't really dispel him anymore.
More and more upgrades in damage. The Luna getting a second Lucent Beam hit in these team fights.
He is very far ahead XP-wise.
Yeah.
Nobody's close. Well, I guess Miro's fairly close.
Yeah, Miro just not dying for the longest time has managed to keep his experience high. Another one is the Puck, I think. The Puck is going to be a dangerous level 25 for BB Team, right? Because that just adds one more way to be able to kite some of these heroes, and even through BKB.
Nisha holding onto that Aeon Disc Assembly.
Yes.
That could be very clutch in one of these engagements where BB Team commit on him with the Lion, think they have him caught, and then assemble. See you later. A lot of very small mechanics that could come out here to win either fight.
They're going to try Force Roar. First Roar going to be put to use here, getting the Timber Saw low. He gets off this BKB, and now it's Aghanim Scepter and Liquid start backing backing away, backpedaling as much as they can, though they're still going to be caught as the flamethrower is slowing them down quite a bit here, and Psycha gets in the middle of it. Gets caught, though. Primal Roar once again being put in. A Stone Gaze has also put him a little bit in a hold here. Overgrowth going to be popped. Immediately tries to deal with that one. Psycha does start getting a drain. It's on Boxy. The IO is going to go down, though. Nisha's wrecking the back line, though. He's gone for the line. Finishes him jump. Miro's dropping low, and he's not going to make it out. Turns around, tries to fight Mickey. It's not going to work for you.
BB team just running out of gas here. Liquid able to kite it out. Didn't even really get the good connections on the roar targets they wanted. It's more like roar and retreat.
Yeah.
But pick your point, and they go back to this high ground obs. Baited this fight into their vision, into a turnaround position, and just out-tanked BB team. You got a solid link, but if this Luna can sit there and start to deal the damage, there's no one who really contests them. And once more a fight. Man, this game, it just feels like it hinges on how much this Razor can get done. Like some of these fights, Nightfall, he cleans up the fight. Something like that, he just gets nothing done. He just gets caught in Stone Gaze. He's stunned for 10 seconds. He wishes he was a different hero. It is miserable for him in some of these engagements, and there's just no way around it if you don't get a good jump.
Worse and worse with, you know, another refresher shard going the way of Liquid. So now you've got, you know, that next team fight could be Puck getting level 25 and had double coil that pierces debuff immunity. That's going to be nasty. They also have other answers for the Timber Saw as well with a nullifier from the Beast, and they are going to be approaching the high ground now.
They're going to try and force it here before that Timber 25 comes online. Did get the refresher for the Razor. So this Nightfall has a lot more presence now. They at least can go for 2 blinks. The first one's bad. But can you repel Liquid here? Maybe a push that came later in this game than they would have wanted, but it came nonetheless.
And that'll be a second lane of barracks. About 15 minutes after the first one got taken, but as you said, Liquid gets there inevitably.
And look at the confidence here. 33, he wasn't even at this push.
Oh yeah,
like, they're not gonna go on you guys. I'm gonna keep farming up. Get the third lane in. We're gonna push for Megas here. Smoke out from BB team. They do not want to let Liquid get a good formation here into the last lane.
Yeah, with the Beastmaster so far away,
it's a risky
they
move.
Can catch Liquid close, or maybe they're gonna go for the Beastmaster first.
Oh yeah, they want 33. That is what this game is about. Will they find him here on a random line?
Catch him isolated, catch him on the hard camp, already down to half.
Bam.
Easy kill. Overgrowth comes too late. Now Psycha, he's found his mark, got the link onto Mickey, just what he wants. With a refresh and a Manta, there is no way for Mickey to be able to fight through this one. They're trying to deal with the Razor as best they can. Another refresh coming out from Mickey, but the rest of the BB team, they've already drained away the damage, and now with the second life, Mickey is going to be fighting underneath a Wukong's command with a Razor that's buffed up the hell with lots of damage. A Yule's on an illusion, that's not what they wanted. Psycha starts backing himself away. GPK underneath the Wukong's command is going to be enough. All 3 of these cores from BB team will push through and take down Liquid. The team fights continue to go around, and they still got him. Nisha's not getting away. Got him on the Hex. That's 4 down from Liquid.
Save with the buyback just to clean up that puck at the very end. Get what they came for. A very risky maneuver for BB team as they leave their base. Look for the flank, and they find it absolutely perfectly. That is not a warded play. That is just looking at 33 pushing that top lane, getting a little greedy, and taking the risk to get the reward. Nightfall gets the team fight of his dreams. Just a full duration link on the Luna, and he's just holding refresher the whole time. An ace up the sleeve. There's no way to turn that against the Razor in this engagement. And with 33 out, no buyback for this Beastmaster, it's just so hard to turn this fight if you're Liquid. I'm surprised they lasted as long as they did, honestly.
Yeah, seriously. I thought this fight was over right here. I didn't think it was going to be close at all, but they still managed to come in with some of these heroes and do some damage, and Mickey stood up against these heroes a bit better than I expected, but it was inevitable.
I mean, he had a refresher of his own. It's just, you're stuck in that Wukong, you're stuck against the second Razor round. It's way too much for him. And now BB team getting to push Liquid back once again in this game. Perhaps take a lane of their own. Not a lot of buybacks available. For Liquid here, they kind of all in on their cores.
Jump forward from Miro, seeing if he can get another pick off. But Liquid, they're playing it very safe. They're going to make sure that they have all their heroes up. 1 lane of barracks, not even that, just half a lane. It's not that big of a deal when they've already taken mid as well.
I will say one thing. The best team fights in this game for BB team have come playing into Liquid when they have an Aegis. I don't know what that means, but
yeah,
it has gone very well for them in the 5-on-6. When it's even numbers, it's been a bit murkier. Hex done for Boxy. Another big component. Look for the initiations here. They got the Timber 25, took the Timber Jane range. We are going to try and play more aggressively with it. And they're still looking for the Monkey 25 as well. GPK gets this extra Wukong ring. Could be a very big deal.
Oh, that's got to be massive.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of these fights. The Luna barely gets out of the ring with a Hurricane Pike or some other, you know, maybe the Monkey gets roared, something like this. Larger ring just prevents all that. It makes your Roche a lot more secure. We're not going to see the same problem we saw earlier if this game goes to another Roshan where BB Team were unable to force the objective. They're going to be able to force this next one. Oh, save you are.
Oh, he's spotted. Silence Coil on 2. Boxy's gonna jump forward, hits him with the Hex as well. They're gonna turn to deal with Boxy, but the Psycha! He just got blown up! And GPK may have gotten out of his BKB and his Wukong Command. He'll stay alive for a bit, but his team is getting sliced and diced on the outside. Not Miro, though. He's tanking with that Aghanim Scepter. He had a Refresher BKB. He jumps forward, trying to finish off more. Now pops the Refresher. He may have gotten the Train Protector, but how much can you do all by your lonesome, Miro? You are stuck in an absolute liquid hell of 5 heroes with a buyback coming out from Insania after his death. BB Team, I respect trying to play for a win here. They won a team fight. They're looking for more pickoffs. They're playing really close to Liquid's base, but being spotted just outside of the base on the low ground was a death sentence.
That is such a high-risk, high-reward play. I mean, that could easily have been a 3 or 4-man impale from that line. Instead, it just backfires horribly. As I think it's extra Luna night vision here.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Probably what just caught him on the edge of it. And, I mean, Psycha just got exploded, man. That is an insane amount of burst damage going to this Razor. He instantly buys, but he has no way to get here. So this buyback is just wasted. I mean, you're going to get the lanes out. You would have had to commit it anyway. So you're at least putting it on the timer. Just a disaster of a push.
And you can see the danger of giving Liquid the initiation there. With the Swift Blink and the Glaives on the Luna, she can get right on top of somebody. She's hitting you, she's loosing beaming you, the Glaives are surrounding her, doing additional damage.
Early PKP, try and find something here. You don't have your Lion, though, for the lockdown.
Yep, they're missing that crucial bit of initiation, and Liquid, they can finish up Megas here, guaranteed. But they're a little bit skittish about what the team fight looks like after that, especially with some of their buybacks being down like they are. Miro, nice impale, hits on 3, Save goes for it, hits the finger onto the beast, and get the kill, but still though, the Luna, oh my god, the Luna! She is doing damage, and she will take BB Team out of this game.
I've never seen a better impale turn into more destruction against your own team. Save doing what he can, but in the end, it is not nearly enough here as, man, that late game Luna looked absolutely terrifying. You have to commit in with the Monkey King and the Timber. You get in close range of these extra Glaives. He has all the power up he needs. Auras galore behind him, Sustain behind him, multiple BKB piercing ults and spells between Roar, Overgrowth, and Stone Gaze that just made Psycha's life miserable. Very well executed here in the late game from Liquid.
And it's going to be a hard question for BB Team as they look back on the tape from this game. They had the lead, they won the laning phase, they had the momentum, and it still wasn't enough to take down their nemesis in Liquid. What's it going to take? Maybe the panel has some answers.
We'll definitely try and find some answers, give as much information as possible, because when we were seeing BB Team play out this early game, we were so impressed. It felt like the complete opposite of how we had seen them play throughout the group stage, and we're like, this is the tempo you need to bring it to Liquid. Unfortunately, though, Liquid know how to deal with that a little bit, Jenkins. They were able to itemize correctly, especially on that Beastmaster, going for the Ags, the Blink, the Refresher pretty much immediately, and they were able to turn team fights what felt like from that moment.
Yeah, they were actually getting them for BB Team. Like they did the gotcha, we picked what you like to pick strategy, the Lion and the Io. I really like. These are two very fast heroes. Lion, Blink Dagger, we didn't see some, you know, Solar Crest on the Lion. He went for the early Blink, and then we saw a lot of Io relocates. 33 was absolutely clutching this game. I think his team played around him really well as well. Like you were mentioning when we were watching, like Nisha was doing a lot of backline jumping and kind of like poking to let 33 hit the right targets. But I think the moment that the game turned for Liquid was when he got his Refresher Orb. And there was that one fight where Miro got relocated out, and it looked like pretty much the worst possible thing for Liquid to happen. But because he had the refresher orb, he was able to re-engage after the reload and kill somebody with the roar. So pretty much every fight up to the last one was like, if Beast died first, BB team would win. If Beast didn't die first, then Liquid would win the fight. So it just became this game of cat and mouse. And Save was doing a really good job, by the way, at actually catching 33. It's just that at a certain point, like, both teams realized what had to happen for the game to be won, and they did a really good job playing around 33.
Yeah, I felt like at the start, Save needed to take out Nisha, make sure that they could take him out of the fight, and then Nisha was really good at making sure both the IO and the Lion were silenced. They weren't able to save their cause there, but is there anything else that really led to the demise of BB team here, Winter?
I feel like late game is gonna be tough, you know. Like, you're up against like triple BKB piercing disables, the Trian, the Beastmaster, and the Dusa, and it's gonna limit a lot of your damage potential from your Razor. And I feel like what Nisha did really well was he hunted the support, the backline, and it allowed especially the Beastmaster to find them, you know, because he's really good at poking and prodding, whereas I guess the Monkey King was trying to do the same thing. And apart from the Beastmaster being a really focal point in the team fights, I feel like there's two supports on both sides. They are trying really hard to stay away from the actual fight so that they can get their spells off.
We've seen a lot of these heroes time and time again. One that we haven't seen yet in the road to the international fear is the Medusa, and it went into a pose 4. A lot of people might be wanting to emulate this and the builds, the items that Boxy went for himself. How did he make it work? How did he make it look good for his team and add value to these team fights in the laning?
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to just like you're playing around the utility of like the new mana shield is incredibly strong. It's better than the old one at earlier levels. That's why you look at its support. And then you also have the ability of like being able to use your ultimate and to stop people and the Gorgon Grass. And of course, like this new neutral item, the safety bubble on Medusa, makes it doesn't disable Blink Dagger. It's like total BS right now. Like you can just like do damage to her because it takes 2% of the damage to HP. It takes like, you know, 98% longer to get through the safety bubble, which means you can't get through it, which means it doesn't disable Dagger. So he's able to come in and out of the fights as he pleases. Very difficult to kill. It reminds me of Dota of old, where Blink Dagger just never got disabled, and the only way you can kill heroes is by perma-stunning them, or they're just gonna blink away. And that's exactly what Boxy's able to do in this game. Kept a level 1, tier 1 neutral item for the entirety of the game.
You really wanted to set him off, and it worked.
Yeah, of course I did. Literally the whole point of my job is to poke the button to push the bear.
So yeah, if you are,
I like it.
If you are playing your pubs, if you get safety bubble on Medusa, which is by chance, you know, it's not even guaranteed.
You can rush Blink Dagger.
You have to go Blink Dagger.
If you have to.
If you
it's
don't
like
get
one
it,
item, then Blink.
You don't have to buy Blink.
Yeah.
Wait, but he
also buy normal items.
He also bought Solar Crest, and now my question is: can you first item Solar Crest, and does it work in the same way where it enables you to go Blink, or is he doing this because supports should just inherently being Solar?
I mean, it's not the same because you don't always have it on you.
True, you can put it on your cores.
I can tell you the build because I've seen 33. I've seen 33 do this before. He will go for like whatever team items he thinks that he needs. He'll hold the safety bubble in his stash, and then when he thinks that okay, I'm done with the team items, and when he wants the Blink Dagger, that's when he'll take the safety bubble back out. So he will legitimately use a tier 4 neutral item and then replace it with a tier 1 neutral item when he believes that it's time for the Blink Dagger, which, of course, he was not playing Medusa this game. He did get his last pick, Beastmaster, but he played this so exceptionally well. There was one fight where he, I don't remember who it was that he roared. It was the Razor, I think, and the Razor was being tethered to by Io. And I was like, what? Why would you not roar the IO instead? But it was a distraction roar because they were actually killing GPK on the other side of the fight. So Liquid was doing a really good job at splitting the fights and playing them in a very complex way, where normally roaring a Razor who's tethered with the IO, it's like, well, you didn't roar the safe hero, you lose the fight. But in reality, it was because his team was making the call. We're killing GPK on the other side. Just distract the Razor, just distract everybody else. We'll kill GPK, and then we'll go back in with a refresher, and then we'll take out the save heroes.
Yeah, and he kind of got to a really good start because of how they played the early game. The Trian and Luna, they kind of lost their lane against the Lion and the Timber, and they decided to, okay, fine, you know, we can't really do much in the lane. Let's just try and help our offlane. They gated like around 5 minutes, and they killed the Razor. And
thank you guys. We got 18 likes.
Really good start, you know, even though they kind of completely didn't have a lane at all.
Yeah, there was a significantly earlier rotation than normal. You know, we've grown an adjustment to people rotating around the 6 or 7 minute through the twin gate. But to do it so early, knowing your lane was going as bad as it was, yeah, it was really good to see Liquid make that small adjustment for themselves. But BB team, they had that great early game, weren't able to get a win for it. So what's your fallback here? Because you were trying to match the tempo of Liquid, couldn't close it out. Do you go back to what also hasn't really been working, of wanting to go for a later game?
No, I think you just have to do what you did this game, but just do it better.
Play the fights,
but just actually win the game.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds harsh, but it is really that simple. Like, they did the right thing. I was impressed with their strategy, how they're executing it. Things are going very well for them, but just the team fights, they got outplayed.
They did.
That's all that really happened in team fighting. So that's not something that you can just like fix in a draft. Like these are some of the best teams in the world. Liquid, they are no stranger to getting top 2 or even winning tournaments recently. This is a really good team. If you want to be able to beat them, you're just going to have to play a little bit better.
I also do question the amount of lockdown. I know IO is just a stereotypical pairing that you like to have with Razor. It did help the team in a lot of different ways, but Pose 5 pool right now, I think, is maybe the widest it had been. Was it because of the bans they felt they wanted to go to IO? Or is this like a Toronto-Tokyo conflict?
It's just, I think, the pace of the game. You know, they're trying to like play fast, but at the same time you're able to utilize the map, split push and catch heroes. Because I feel like Liquid, they play really good in the mid game because they are able to utilize the map well. Like they're really efficient, and on top of it, they kind of have like maybe they already thought about picking Monkey King earlier, so they wanted like some support that can have some global presence. When the Monkey King finds a target, they're going to get some pickoffs, you know, during that stage of the game, and would allow them to catapult themselves ahead, like through those 1 or 2 pickoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a pacing thing. If they're going to get some disable, I honestly love the IO and the pairing with the Lion. I would get it from some other role because I actually think the supports were good in this one, and they were the fact that they were in this game was what let them play early tempo against Liquid. And I agree, it's literally honestly, that was just immaculate team fighting from both sides. Like depending on which fight you look at in the game, one team figured out something that they could do to win the fight and beat the strategy that was used in the previous one. It was just mind games.
Yeah, and I feel like if you play those team fights, you're gonna get like very different results.
Yeah,
every
exactly.
Time, you know?
Like there was one where we saw Save jump in and just straight up suicide. Like he died. He just jumps in, hexes, and then immediately stuns. He didn't do the thing where he hexes, waits a little.
Yeah, you wait till the bars.
Wait till the bars at the bottom and then stun. He's like, no, I know I'm gonna die. He goes in, he stuns because he catches the Beastmaster, right? And this was also after Liquid was poking on the Timbersaw, and we're like, what the hell are they doing? Like, you're not gonna kill a Timbersaw. They were poking. They wanted to reveal the backlines. But also, BB team at this time, Save was looking for the Beastmaster because he realized if we kill Beast, we're gonna win the fight. So there's just mind games going both ways, and
yeah, and imagine coordinating all those stuff like when the moment is so stressed, like so stressful for everybody. It's so impressive.
I would love to hear the comms from both sides. I think it would be very interesting to hear.
I would have loved to see a little bit more of playing around the Monkey King, because I feel like every fight they lost is because Monkey just died, and I don't think Toronto Tokyo's even prioritized the Monkey even once as an IO in this particular game. If maybe they could have kept the MK up a little more, potentially this game could have been different. As you guys mentioned, there's so many different things they could have done which would have changed a lot of different things. And that's why I really think like their draft is fine. And I think the big thing they do have to worry about when playing against Liquid is not getting ran over. And they didn't get ran over this game. And a lot of that had to do with this because they picked faster heroes, especially on Nightfall. He wasn't playing a very greedy hero. The tempo was there. They got the first part of the equation down. They just need to work on the second half.
They almost have it. They're almost able to get the answer to be able to beat Liquid there. See if they're able to figure out what that second half of the equation is going to be for them exactly. The Lion facet is a bigger question, maybe for some of our viewers. What are the two options, and why are we always seeing them go, what is it called, fist death? Death fist?
Fist
punch people.
Death, I think.
Death-defying punch?
So this facet originally was considered the meme facet, where you finger and then your hero turns to be melee. You gain
with cleave.
You gain some cleave. And then you gain bonus right-click damage based on how many finger stacks you have. And this was considered a meme until people realized, hey, when you punch somebody with this and they die, it's applying the debuff that gives you extra finger damage when they die. So you can, hypothetically, in a fight, kill 5 heroes with, you just punch them once, you don't even have to kill them, and then you get 5 finger stacks, which scales also with the talent that gives you HP per finger stack. You're getting more damage on the finger itself for the next fight. Yep. So people are going for this one. The other one adds damage to the mana drain, so it pretty much makes him into Old Lion, except I think instead of 50% damage, it's 100%. So it's better, a little better than Old Lion in a way, but everybody's just opting to go for the...
as well.
It's way less cool. It's way less badass.
Less flashy.
You said you like the Shadow Blade build on the hero?
Oh, I do. I think that's cool.
Do you want to share a little bit more?
You're just playing to be a right clicker in a way, but you're just running around solo killing people, which is really cool for pubs. And Fury, you're saying Jin Q does this build?
Oh yeah, I mean I just saw Jin Q do it.
Is it Blink then Shadow Blade or Shadow Blade first?
You don't go Blink at all.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's Giga Chat.
No Blink.
I think he went drums into Shadow Blade.
This man knows
No, he
what
didn't.
he wants.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? You get the drums early, you Shadow Blade, you know, hex him, finger, pop the drums, kill him.
It's so strange, right? All the position 4 heroes that they are playing right now and the items that they are buying is just so different. If you have told someone, oh, this is how you play position 4, like a couple of years ago, people would think that you're crazy, you know?
100%. I mean, even now, hearing the idea of Lion having that build, I still think is pretty crazy. But when you do write it all down or you look at the numbers, it does make sense. It stacks. It has that synergy for them there. We do have a very slight delay, but Game 2 will be coming our way in a short moment, so don't go too far, guys. The draft is really not that far away. Do we see a lot of changes in the bans coming out here? It was the Doom, the Sand King, the Wind Ranger, the Shadow Demon, Naga, Ench, and Nature's Prophet. They feel all very meta, and I'm not sure I would want to let any of those through.
I don't think so. I feel like we might see like a repeat in something very, very similar. If the adjustment is going to happen, it's probably just going to be one.
Only one of those heroes let through?
It's hard to say though.
I'm kind of feeling these days, who cares Nature's Prophet? It doesn't look that good.
Yeah.
I really don't feel like it looks as good as it did on the previous patch. The ult isn't...
It was busted last week.
It was busted last week, but with the damage reduction on the base amount, it means that the total amount when it hits every single creep on the map, which is what people are playing for, is not what it once was. You don't last hit every single creep wave that's appearing on the map, and then I think people are doing better at countering it too.
I haven't seen enough of it on carry, but that's like the one position where I think it still has a lot of merit. I think the support, not so much.
I mean, it's mostly just carry mid at the moment.
I don't really like the mid very much because I feel like mid has a very particular set of abilities that you want to have, like these pucks and stuff like that that can rotate on the map that NP doesn't do. He's just a carry from the mid lane. Why not just put him on the carry position and just be this hyper fast like team that can just be around the map, take all the team fights? I just feel like on carry it doesn't get enough love, and if it's not going to be a carry hero, I don't feel like you should prioritize it as heavily.
Look, the stats do back you guys up as well. It's been picked 8 times, has a 37% win rate. So people have somewhat figured it out. Most of the wins have been on that carry position though, and most of the losses being...
I mean, it's also because of the lane. I feel like you can't really abuse people from the mid lane because the lane is short, right? So your Treant can't really bully the other hero as much. But if you're on the safe lane, you get to bully the other 2 heroes a lot more.
Yeah.
Makes a little more sense. But our Game 2 in our best of 3 draft has popped up here. I did ask the question, is anything really going to change up? And so far, the answer is no. Both these teams are very confident in not allowing these heroes to get through.
Wait, they swap sides, right? That's the only thing that changed.
That is the only thing that has changed. Yes, they have swapped sides, but it's still going to be BB team with the first pick. They opened up with Timber last time. Oh wait, it was
Treant.
It was Treant
and Timber was
BB team's turn.
I like
change the size and change it first.
I like the Timber from BB team. I feel like Miro played it extremely well, made a lot of space. They're going to go with the Nature's Prophet that we just talked about for about 5 minutes about how bad we think it is.
I mean, what does it tell you? They
mid.
opted to ban Wind Ranger and pick MP, you know?
What does that tell you?
They're going to stay away from Wind Ranger.
Okay, you think that's a Nightfall problem?
Yeah, it's like I'm done, you know. I don't think I can play this hero well.
But NP, is Nightfall an NP player here?
It doesn't really strike me.
It really does not strike me.
So like the thing is like he has to adapt to this tournament, right? This tournament's all about the Gleipnir ranged heroes and picking your carry early, right? And that is just something that typically Nightfall doesn't like to do. He likes to be one of those last pick Battle Fury type of heroes that farms it up. So unfortunately for him, not the best patch for him, but it is what it is. He's going to have to adapt here. What I found a little interesting, I was kind of looking at the stats for this tournament. Radiant win rate right now is 56%, which means Dire's 43%. So then that's a huge difference here. And just like looking at first pick win rate, also 56% win rate, and second pick win rate, 43% win rate. So it's very clear here that people want to be first pick and Radiant. That is the ideal situation.
Yeah, what I'm really seeing though is a 100% win rate on Liquid's Treant Protector. That's all that really matters here.
It was once that they picked it? Is that...
3 times.
3 times. Oh, that's actually not bad then. That's pretty good.
I like how you were ready to meme on it. Like,
I thought you were memeing, you're just smiling deviously.
They picked it twice in
Okay,
group.
you're smiling because you like Treant Protector.
Yes.
I mean, I can't believe it took so long before people realized this hero is actually so strong. He even got nerfed a couple of times the last few months.
Yeah. And this man is still being picked up. The tree sapling facet is the one that you want to go. It plants a tree on your leech
Not would I go.
Well then, what's your win rate on Treant Protector?
Carry tree.
I have 0 and 1 on carry tree.
Okay, well, so what you want to do is you want to go the sapling tree. It turns your leech seed into a tree that you plant on because it's no longer a target. Like you can ground target it, and if it gets chopped down immediately, it just respawns itself. So anyone with a quelling blade can't actually cut it down, so it's really good in lane.
I quell it anyway because it feels like I'm doing something.
Yeah, and then it just goes immediately back up, and then you quell it again, and it bombs back up again. And I'm like, cool, bro.
It's nice because it makes you invis when you put the tree down in a fight. Yeah. And it also makes
if you get the shard.
If you get the shard.
You have to tell people who might not be Treant spammers. You
right.
need the
I mean,
shard to
at
be
the very least, it activates your innate.
The shot on Treant is like BKB on Nightfall. He gets it every game.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to. For a guy that didn't know what the Nightfall was,
he's leaning into the meme a lot.
To it well. I applaud that, good sir. But the best thing about it, in my opinion, is like this is one of the few not nerfed into the ground healing heroes. Like the amount of ability this hero has to just group up and push by dropping the sapling, and your team gets healed to full. You can go Holy Locket, Greaves, Solar, these team items. Even the Treant Living Armor, putting that on your carry and just buffing them so they win the carry matchup.
The only thing they nerfed was the move speed, right?
That's it. Yeah, that's
it.
They
nerfed it twice.
So I still think it's excellent, and the invis is really all you need to set up on people around the map. The ult being BKB piercing as well is always something that is very valuable, because even though BKB is not as prevalent as it was before, where it's like 5 BKBs in a game, still there's some really important like Giga carry that's being buffed up by all these auras, where if they get a BKB, the way you play the fight is wait until that guy BKBs, press ult, you've won the fight.
And that's his early and mid game, right? Like talking about his late game, he's one of the best late game position fights with the Axe.
Thank you guys.
You have so much map control. Like, if you get to that stage as Strand,
thank you for
I feel like it's so difficult to lose the game.
Yeah, I mean the Axe is also good. Not only are you giving vision with it, but it pairs with your overgrowth now. If a hero is within range of the tree that you gave the blessing to, they get overgrowth as well. So you don't even
hero, it's for creeps, man. You're farming.
Oh, okay, alright, okay.
Forgot about the jungle.
We play this very differently, Winter. We play this very differently.
I put a tree in every jungle camp.
Of course you do.
Is this a Treant Protector panel or what?
Yes. I mean,
we can talk about
the theme of this TI is green Treant Protector, having a resurgence.
He doesn't like, he's the carry player.
I've got 3 support players here just like talking about 3 for 30 minutes.
He's used to the tree sitting in lane, not like just sitting there and watching. I get that. Those are bad trees, not the good trees. But I will say, one hero that is quite good against tree is the Bat Rider. Finding him in the trees, very easy. The Napalm no longer gives vision, but still, just your ability to like blink and catch him is quite annoying. I like the pivot in a sense from BB. I guess it's not that much of a pivot, but instead of winning team fights, they're looking to play for pickoffs with the natures.
Yeah,
plus the Bat Rider.
I kind of like them more when they are playing a 4 ganking hero, like a Blink Dagger hero, rather than just stacking auras on top.
Yeah.
I feel like they excel more with this type of draft.
I agree. I like this. It's the same fast pace, but in a different way.
Yeah. I want to cover a little bit since we covered the support topic. I'm going to carries now.
Please do, yeah.
20.
So like this
Thank you guys.
Mirana pick
Thank you for like
is looks really scary for Liquid, because I know Boxy's been playing this for a very long time. He's really good at the hero. But I look at like these like Lina, Mirana type of heroes, Wind Ranger, that are super popular right now, and it really makes me think of Mickey. Like these are like his best heroes that he really likes to play.
He plays it when they're bad.
He plays them when they're bad. Like if I look at like these Ames, these Nightfalls, I can't picture their face on like a Mirana, right? But I can see Mickey playing these heroes. So having an early pick and the ability to flex these heroes, like this is probably the best carry patch that Mickey I've ever seen him have the opportunity to play his heroes.
I think he will end up, depending how far Liquid go in the tournament, you know, like we don't know what's going to happen. He's going to have one of the biggest.
This is his patch.
Yeah, I think he will have the biggest carry hero pool throughout the.
I mean, or the smallest. I don't know. It's one of the two. It's either he's just going to first pick like Wind Ranger or Mirana every game, right?
Yeah.
But
bottom line is he's a very strong carrier right now.
Yeah,
don't put words in my mouth.
The heroes that are
you can put those words in my mouth. I will regurgitate them back.
All right, Baby Bird. Speaking of birds, I don't know how to segue this. Dark Willow picked up.
Wings.
Boxy, right? She flies. Boxy is one of the few players that is still willing to play the Willow. I remember the patch where they made it so you can't put the Bedlam on an ally. Pretty much everybody considered this hero to be dead. And then within a week, it was like 55% win rate and still winning every pub.
Every other OP thing got nerfed too, you know?
If you want to remove the chat, guys, you go from 3 dots.
I mean, the thing about the Dark Wheel,
if you want to remove the chat, you can go from 3 dots top right. And then you just turn off the chat so you can watch it more clearly. Thank you.
Really dislike playing into.
I also think it's the complete opposite of what he was playing in game number 1 when he had the Medusa, is that the Dark Willow wants to rotate to mid. He's going to be able to be more of that active position 4 and help his cause a little bit more.
Yeah, he's definitely more useful, less greedy than a Medusa.
And he was bored game 1 because he's like, I have to play Medusa? Like 33 told me to pick it. And then all of a sudden it's a good Beastmaster game. He's making me play it. So he gets to play something fun.
He had an almost 94% kill participation. Boxy.
Still, it's like, you're like, oh guys, I hit the Gorgon's Grasp. Like, go. It's not exciting. It's not an exciting thing to be the Medusa. I can tell you that much. It was 33 that ruined that for him. That's why he got picked earlier in the draft. He's going to have a good time on the Willow this time. They made the Nightfall Classics here.
They really think they're not going to play this NP as the carry. That is interesting. I mean, it's not particularly... I mean, it's not good, it's not bad against the Beastmaster. But I think a lot of these teams are prioritizing their mid for their last picks here. I think it's really important to get these bans and pick correctly, especially if you are not last pick. Monkey King getting banned, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, the thing is, the BB team, Konka could go mid, it could go off lane, same with NP, it could be carry, it could be off lane, let's see what they go for. And they're just going to go back to the Nightfall, like what his signature classics are. He likes building Radiance, he likes building Battle Fury, he likes being that one of those slower type carries here. And this is what I was a little worried about going in.
I thought they were going to do this
as well, so... I was hoping they wouldn't do this, right?
That's true.
But like, it can still work. This is what he's good at. But even as Blitz said in the interview, like
5 seconds.
He's in 20 minutes if things go well for him. He thinks he can take down their buildings really quick. And this Alchemist hero, if he has a bad landing stage, he's not coming online for a while.
It looks like BB team also anticipated that Liquid would try to run a mid lane counter to the Alk, like a mid lane game counter, like Nisha Timber would have been really good. But I kind of feel like Liquid is the type of team to see this Alk and then say, this is fine, like we'll pick a hero that makes our draft better rather than like countering. Let's see, is the Puck still available?
Yeah, he can just play Puck.
I could see them just
zero stuns.
Yeah, even though it's not like particularly good against Alchemist, it's just normal, it's fine.
How do you feel about like Pango Primal hero? You can invade the jungle and attack the Alchemist when he's farming.
That's also good. I like both of those. Just something to round together the Liquid draft, a hero that will initiate, because right now they don't really have it. They have like Treant running in front.
NP has to go mid, right? There's no chance of Konka going mid?
Primal would be amazing actually against the Konka or the NP. It's like the hard counter to nature as you press stomp and run through the trees because of the DK. Okay.
Fire Dragon or what?
It always fire. I mean, I feel like a lot of the players have realized that, you know, Frost Dragon doesn't really do anything for you, right? You get it, but like you're not pressuring towers, you're not farming faster. Maybe in the ultra late game it'll have some uses, but like you can't think that far in the future. The Poison Dragon, maybe it'll help you take a tower. It's still viable, but I think it's been nerfed so much it's not that great. Whereas if you do go to the Fire Dragon, yeah, you're going to have the same laning stage as before, but you're going to always have a way to get farmed and get your items. And I feel like that's just more valuable.
Is the Beast Mode facet the one that gives you more attack speed based on how many creeps you have?
No, that's Wild Hunt.
That's Wild Hunt.
Beast Mode is the one you activate and apply.
That's the activate. Okay, so that is the one that he chose. So
that means he's going Ag.
He's going to go Ags this game. Because I was thinking maybe you could up the pace against Alk by going for the Helm Dom, but it went so well last game with the Ag Interceptor.
You're playing versus Chen.
What's up, bro? What seems to be the problem?
Upskill them, like survive.
Why you sad?
Why
you mad?
A monster, and then get to the point where Elk is like slowly coming down. Everyone's.
I reckon he's just gonna rush Ags. He's just gonna rush Ags. They're gonna go for an early Rosh again, and they're just gonna push. I feel like they're gonna try and make as much as they can.
That is true. That is one argument against the Dom build, is that you. I mean, I guess
you can't Rosh as early.
I guess you probably still can Rosh with that. Both of them probably let you Rosh, but the Ags Rosh is like 13, 14 minutes. If you have a good game, you could solo it. That's hard to beat.
Well, look, I don't want to put words in your mouths, but you're all going for Liquid here. You think it's going to be that 2-0? No one's thinking otherwise? Yeah, I didn't think so. My analysts, they're going for Liquid here, but let's hear from BB Team's coach. Maybe they can convince you guys at home on what exactly they were trying to draft for themselves.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Bulk. And firstly, I just want to know, how confident are you with this draft in game number 2?
Насколько ты сейчас уверен в вашем драфте?
Уверен, конечно же, иначе бы мы не взяли этих героев.
They're pretty confident, otherwise they won't pick these heroes.
That makes a lot of sense. What did you think about the Medusa in last game? What did you think about that hero?
Я думаю, что герой хороший, мы даже сами с ним играли, мы не ожидали, что они его возьмут, но просто у них все равно получился удачный драфт, и Медуза просто фронтлейнила, то есть пошла вперед.
So he says it was like interesting to play against that hero, and that Medusa is a tanky hero, and that they did not expect to play against it, but they already played with it before, so it was interesting.
All right, and how do you feel like you answered the early Mirana, which Liquid showed in this draft?
Как отвечаешь на Мирана?
Мы знали, что он может взять Мирану, поэтому были готовы к этому.
They were ready for Mirana, so.
All right, answered. Perfect. All right, Bulk, thank you very much. Good luck in your game. And back to the casters for this game, who are going to have Cap and SVG.
A lot of confidence. I don't believe it. They're currently 0-5 in their last bit of games. I feel like you're lacking in confidence at this point, surely, right?
You're starting to question some things. I think that's fair enough. This is also, you know, potentially your last game before you're thrust into that lower bracket, and then you're in a whole different world of stress in a different situation. You're going to be 0-6 at that point. You're kind of just, you know, what are we even doing in terms of strategies or heroes? This is a big game for BB Team. For Liquid, perhaps just another day of the week. Another series versus BB that they feel very confident in. They feel like they have the tempo advantage. Another lineup that is going to push you very hard between that 20 to 30 minute mark.
And it's going to outscale you, right?
Yeah, I mean, think so.
They went Red Dragon, Dragon Knight. They've got a Beastmaster. They've got some supports that scale up. The Mirana is pretty scary going into the late game with some of the talents you rock. And it looks like we're going to have a first blood on our hands. Saika's going to try and defend himself. The Unstable Concoction on 2. Manages to maneuver around the brambles, so he doesn't actually die. No first blood just yet.
Well, technically a better start than last game.
True.
This is another game where, yeah, you kind of have to expect BB Team to want to do well on the lanes, at least because I agree. Liquid's push, very scary with Trine to back it up. The late game, incredibly scary with Mirana Beast providing, you know, Solar Flare plus Inner Beast with a Dragon Knight to frontline, Trine to sustain everything, and a Willow to give you some extra teamfight buff. I just don't think you're not winning Ultra late here if you're BB Team. I just do not see it in the cards, and if you start to get pushed down, your ability to combat that push is okay. Depends on where the Batrider and the Kunkka's farm is to take that teamfight head on. Ideally, your way to win this game is to get a very fat Alchemist and push yourself. Like, you want to go into Liquid here with a farmed Alch, with a farmed Shen, who just gives you overwhelming teamfight sustain, and Liquid don't have the damage to contest you. So you really need to play a strong first 15, 20 minutes here to get Nightfall online and have a very good Alch game.
Now, that being said, they do have the heroes for that, right? They showed it in game 1 that they could win the laning phase, and in this game 2, they've got, I mean, first of all, Alchemist, you know, traditionally thought of as kind of a slower hero, but this hero is hell to lane against. Now that you don't have this Greevil's Greave being leveled up, people actually maxing out Concoction. It is actually very tough to play against this hero, and you've got a mid-Nature's Prophet, probably one of the fastest mids in this tournament, and they don't even need him to be able to find the first blood, as Saika is going to take a lot of damage on his way out, but he does manage to get the extra gold. The axes are not going to be enough to bring him down, and he'll send a little return present to 33 for that damage.
Big gold boost for Saika here, exactly what he's looking for in this laning phase, and extra experience for the Chen. Very valuable in this game. You want Toronto Tokyo getting to that 4 to 6 territory as fast as possible so he can start to get his own farm up, build into the early sustain, mech, soul, or whatever he wants, and get that push going. The early farm for both these BB team supports is going to be pretty important here. I think Liquid doesn't need it as much. They just kind of want to get everybody online a little bit, so they're all lined up with this Beastmaster Ags, you know, throw some tree and sustain in there. But the levels, I think the early items for this support duo isn't as vital. The big question mark for me in this game, and the player hero I'm looking to determine a lot of what we've talked about, has got to be this GPK Furion. Like, this is a hero that is very volatile. It's not been as successful in this tournament as I think it's been in pubs recently.
For sure.
But this is an explosive hero. You cannot doubt how well this hero can take the early game over if he gets a fast 6 and just starts spamming ults into the side lanes. That, to me, is his strength. So, if you're BB team, you need to get this Furion online.
Is this going to be enough? Shadow Realm plus Axes? It is enough. Okay. Boxy will get that last hit. And so, the laning phase goes 1-1.
Just not able to recover the extra regen on this Alchemist from the earlier trades. A huge wave going into this Chen. So, Toronto Tokyo going to get some extra farm, but Saika not too happy about where he is on the CS chart. Half the CS is Beastmaster. 33 just dominating the early laning mechanics here despite that first blood gold injection.
That being said, BB team is doing very well in their off lane. This Bat Rider Kunkka lane, that sounds really annoying to play against because Kunkka off lane is all the rage right now. There are multiple times we were watching the group stage and all 3 streams had an off lane Kunkka in them, all at the same time. This is a hero that's being played a lot. I played it quite a bit leading up to this tournament. It feels great.
That must mean it's terrible.
No. I was winning with it. That's how you know. I was able to overcome it. Exactly. I have to say, I feel like this hero feels quite good despite the Aghanim's change. The Aghanim's is clearly worse than...
Yeah, that
Storm was just straight up broken, but it still feels good.
I'm not convinced of this new Axe, honestly. I see it being built a lot, but I feel like more often than not in the teamfight, I see the double ship come out and then it hits like nobody. You're just like, well, sure, there's 4,000 gold down the drain. You fire some cool cannons, and I mean, you look cool, but that's about it. I'm not convinced by his new Ags. That's the one component of this hero I'm still looking to see the impact from.
And that's the funny part is, like, now it's not the Ags that's broken. It's you don't even need an item for the broken component of this hero because it's the built-in rum passive that he has that I think is the broken part of this hero. And I agree. I'm not even sure if you necessarily need the Ags. I think he's a great aura buyer because you just can't kill this guy before he can get off some of his items. Yeah. You know, that rum delay is just, it's painful.
He's also honestly decent catch versus a lot of the carry pool. He lanes pretty well versus a lot of these ranged carries. He's one
Wind Ranger, Mirana.
Yeah. And then this X is really annoying for the mobile ranged carries, the Mirana, Wind Ranger, Lina type heroes. So unsurprised to see him back in the meta a bit. We'll see how he paces versus 33, who once again is just, he is off to a blistering start on this Beastmaster. And the big concern if you're a BB team fan here is this Furion down at the bottom of the charts. GPK is just getting out-CS'd by this Dragon Knight on Nisha. He does not care about the tree and harass, and it is pushing the Furion levels down, which you want that early 6 to harass the side lane. So Liquid should be very happy with this start here. They are getting what they want out of this laning phase right now, which is a strong Beastmaster who's going to get a fast Ags, a Dragon Knight who's laning perfectly well versus Furion, and is going to be in a position where he gets 6 first, which means if that Furion leaves, you're pressuring his tower and ultra free farming. If the Furion doesn't leave, he's stuck in a lane that's not going well for him. You're just getting massively out-farmed.
I do feel like you're guaranteed to leave just because I think you're guaranteed to kill Mickey. You know? Like, once you hit level 6, X, Torrent, Nature's Wrath, plus a TP, I feel like there's no way a safe lane Mirana lives through that.
Don't get the leap off you. You're gone. I think you're going to have to look for these side lanes. Nature's Wrath is up. GPK's lane phase, not been great, but he has the ult online. Really got to start cranking this out and getting some value. This is not a spell you want sitting, you know, off cooldown just idle in the early game.
Double mana burn. There goes Boxy's whole pool there. Still has a Lotus, still has some wand charges, so he can still play with the Insania coming through the gate. Put the pressure on Saika. Bold play to make, though, with the Nature's Prophet ready to go with his ultimate, and Save making the counter TP rotation here. He is just sticking on top of 33. He's not backing away. He knows he can't make a run for it. Throws some axes, turns around, throws a bit of damage, but 33 is still going to get burned out. And BB Team now look for a second one. A big burst of damage. That Stable Concoction comes through. Takes the Treant down to half. It's a simple play for BB Team to be able to clean up some kills off of that bit of aggression from Liquid.
Extra 250 damage coming through off the Furion ult.
Yeah.
Helps him convert on that. I mean, that's the power of the ult in the early game. Very hard to skirmish into this hero. You just have to make your moments work here. GPK going to try and recover in this game. See how many of these side lane opportunities you can find. As Beastmaster goes down, was the most farmed hero on the map as well, and this gets Saika to his 6, so bit of breathing room for this Alchemist. He's going to try and get a fast Radiance.
Yeah, he can start playing off lane if he wants, and in some neutrals.
I mean, if I'm Liquid, though, I'm rotating straight back up here. Like, I'm not giving this Alch any breathing room. You have push galore. In fact, they're going to take the Dragon Knight up here.
Nisha spots him, doesn't manage to get the initiation right away, but now 33, he's going to close that gap. They've got the Primal Roar combined with the Dragon Tail. So many stuns. BB Team is still going to fight this one, though. The boat's coming in. Miro, he goes for Nisha. A hard hero to be able to kill, and it looks like the damage is being split up here from BB Team. They're not sure who they're targeting right now, and Miro right now is trying to protect. He's not going to be able to do anything. Dragon Tail into an arrow stun. Mickey comes in with the extra help, and Save is trying to get this kiting back. 33, he'll get it. Well played by Save, being able to back him off, and now pushes Nisha back as well. Looks like he'll even survive through this engagement. So he comes out the shining star of BB Team, but the rest of the engagement, quite dirty.
Now push Save to his 6. I mean, nice plays on the back end of this fight from the bat. Salvages something out of what is otherwise just a wasted team fight for BB Team. Once again, Liquid out-rotating them in this early game.
Mickey out of leap charges, so he is done. X-Torrent, and with Toronto Tokyo coming in,
that's a really
certainly
big
had the damage.
Extra experience for this Chen, getting some momentum back after a botched team fight top. You have to be ready for these Liquid rotations, particularly through the gate. Saika, he just wants some CS here, man.
Yeah.
He does not want to be in these fights.
He throws the concoction, says, leave me alone. Just let me clean up this creep wave, and then you can have it. I'm going to back off to the jungle.
I like how Liquid played this early game. They really prioritized making the first move and forcing this Furion to react to them, bringing him into disadvantageous, outnumbered positions. It's one of the ways you can abuse this hero, not let him dictate.
Try to go for Nisha. That early level 6, that Save got off of that team fight is put to use immediately. One upside you could definitely say about this when it comes to the early game for BB Team, they have not let this Dragon Knight abuse that mid tower too much.
And they've played a much stronger early game between these two games than they have versus Liquid in a lot of these series over the year.
Yep.
And I mean, you got to give Save credit here. Like, if there's one thing functioning for BB Team right now in this series, it is him.
Yep.
He has dictated both of these early games to a large degree. And I will say, I honestly think Batrider might be his most impactful hero of this kind of event. Like,
I agree. Whenever he's playing Batrider, him and Nero just tear up the laning phase.
And this is a hero that can scale pretty hard. Way better than the Lion.
In EWC, right, it was the Batrider Brewmaster that they were running all the time that looked really good. GPK is going to be run down underneath this tower. TP rotations are coming in, though. Liquid surely are going to lose somebody off of this one, or maybe they're not. Boxy with his level 6 and with the Haste Rune quickly picks up the Will-O-Wisp and starts using the Bedlam to bring down Save. They get that. What a torrent into a boat on 3. Miro, though, caught in the overgrowth, is not able to immediately get the damage. Insania will find his TP canceled. They'll collect the lives of both supports for this, right?
Shot.
Insania, there's nowhere you can go.
It collects. I mean, it's another fight that isn't that bad for BB Team, but it's really bad for GPK.
Yeah.
If there's one thing Liquid are happy about, it's this Furion has basically had no impact in this early game, which to me is where this hero is supposed to be the scariest. It's the early Wraths of Nature, the early rotations, him getting a net worth advantage off being able to be in multiple lanes at once. I mean, he's bottom of the charts. The early Wraths didn't work out for him. He's died first in those 2 big team fights. Mickey is not having much of a better time, but I feel like that was not as an emphasized component here for Liquid strategy, right?
Yeah. Now, this Mirana hero is, I feel like, pretty chill. You fall behind the lanes, you're going to be able to farm up neutrals between the arrows and the Starstorm and the Arcane Boots build. You just kind of like keep trucking.
There's one big component between this game and last game, though. It is the BB team supports are going to be able to push waves a bit better.
Okay.
Like, Bat Chen are going to be able to farm a lot more, scale a lot more, bring a lot more to the table. We're already seeing them build a little bit of an advantage here. This is a very valuable game for Liquid, actually. Getting the Chen and all of his creeps here. A lot of gold, a lot of momentum shut down.
But save. He gets the lasso, pulls him into Miro with the X-Torrent combination. It'll bring Misha low, but a Terrorize save. Is that going to be enough? Doesn't hit the Alchemist. And with GPK behind him, they'll deliver the damage to get not one core, but maybe two. Unstable Concoction, it goes off. 33 is already a pretty distant target to go for here. They're going to have to go in a bit deep. They do manage to get the Torrent on two of them, stopping the TP wave from Boxy. What a play from Miro.
He's been destroying this early game. I mean, this offlane for BB team has just salvaged so many of these fights. It's ridiculous. 2-0 and 7 start for the Kunkka. Blade Mail already up. Save is cruising to his Blink Dagger. And they are firing on all cylinders. 4-1 and 6 start for this Batrider.
And they get a little incursion into the triangle, knowing that Liquid is one of the teams that love stacking so much. They check for that, find a little double hard cam stack, though caught by an Insania Treant Protector. Hits him with the overgrowth. It's not good enough to get the kill on save. He still tries, but Nature's Grasp not going to do any damage here. And that bit of aggression, they don't lose anybody. It gives the Alchemist space. He completes his Radiance at 13 minutes.
Ooh, Nisha barely missing that kill as well. That got them the top tower. I'm talking about space. That's a tier 1. Chen helps push it in. These supports for BB team, they did not lose confidence after this game 1. Went back to something that's a bit more sturdy for them. They have, as Book said, all the confidence in the world in these picks. It's showing right now in this early game. Yeah, I thought this was going to end up a lot worse for them based on how those early rotations and fights were going, but this is not a bad position at all. And again, the biggest factor is if you can push into Liquid, their lineup's a lot weaker. And right now, Liquid, they're the ones getting pushed into. They're losing some tier 1s, potentially losing control of this ancient area. An aggressive smoke play, don't have to blink for the bat, but they would love to find 33 on these ancient camps.
And this offlane Beastmaster is going to be a very different beast.
14-minute Wisdom
Rune. This game 2, trying to play for the Wisdom Rune steal. Boxy protects it. And maybe protects his own life in the process, shadow realming away. Stun on Miro, he doesn't want to get too aggressive, so they will find no opportunity here to take away.
I think this Liquid smoke is still good though. Like, you looking at 33 right now, he's not happy with the situation. He's watching both of his ancient spawns on this 14 minutes get stolen here.
Yeah.
Balth gets a lot of room to play with. The counter exchange here for Liquid is you're farming up this Mirana, but like, you know, I mean, it's a Mirana, right? There's only so much you can farm with this hero in the early game. You just don't have these early tier 1s to play around, and it's showing here for Liquid. GPK is recovering very fast, and it's not easy to make moves into this Blade Mail Kunkka. As you said, he's very tanky, and Liquid kind of lacked the early game damage a little bit. That's the one weakness of this lineup.
Yeah, and that damage isn't going to be coming from the Beastmaster with his build. He's going pipe. What do you make of that?
I think 33 just doesn't feel like he's gonna be able to have the farm for an Ags and then translate it into an early Roche based on how much space they've lost. Like, you're looking at deep wards coming out in this top lane for BB team right now. The Kunkka is gonna be able to match the Beast in terms of team fight. It's not an easy 5-on-5 for them anymore to just, okay, we got Ags, let's go Roche, and we're confident we can take that.
Sure. But the pipe is also, it's not gonna help you scale up either, right? Like, if you build this pipe, surely you've got to get something out of it right now.
It's also just not, like, it's a good pipe game. You're counteracting Radiance damage, but it's also not the most amazing pipe game.
Sure.
It's solid here for sure, but like you said, you kind of want to fight with it right now. This is where it's a big problem for BB team. Where are you going to get that fight? The lanes are an issue right now for Liquid, and this is the advantage of like Chen Bat versus IO line, right? The Furion as well, he's going to just be pushing in all the 3 waves with ults, with Treants. These supports can easily shove in a wave and then go with the jungle. You're looking at the map right now, very constricted for Liquid, and deep wards on the lanes are scouting everything here for BB team.
A lot of items are coming together. They have the pipe complete. They have the Gleipnir done for the Mirana. All that's left is Nisha's BKB, but they may not need it. found an opening on Miro. He got off his blade mail first, though, so instead they turned to save. But look at Saika coming in from the side. Unstable concoction on it, too, with his Radiance. He is burning out the Beastmaster. Couldn't stop him before the Primal Roar, and now gets hit with the Overgrowth, but that's okay. They don't have the damage to threaten this Alchemist, especially with Mickey choosing a different target. He finished up the Kunkka. He got the Bat Rider. He comes in and gets a nice double kill. But BB Team, they are an equalizing force, and ultimately that net worth doesn't go anywhere. Stays at a 6K lead for BB Team.
Yeah, honestly, Mickey, he got the most out of that. And even actually an advantageous gold exchange for Liquid when all said and done.
Oh yeah, just a bit.
So they lose 2 cores, but they recover a bit of this game for the Mirana. Now suddenly Mickey, he's top 2 network. Yeah, he got a lot off of that fight, and this damage is going to hurt. It takes a lot to commit onto this Kunkka, but once he's down, that team fight's kind of open for the Mirana. There's not a lot that is going to stand there and fight him back in this game unless your Furion and Alk are just way ahead of him on the net worth. Even then, I think Mickey is the ultimate beast in this game. Like, Solar Flare Mirana with all the buffs and sustain behind him in this game is going to be scary to fight into the longer and longer this game goes. So I like this objective acceleration here for BB Team. This is what you want your Alk Chen game to look like. Skelly boys are going to
look at the rallied skeleton army going to work with the help of the acid spray. Got a decent amount of physical damage to get this done.
I think there's an argument you give it to GPK here. I don't think Nightfall ever will, but
you know. Sure enough, Saika, aka Nightfall, does take the Aegis for
I think this is fine too. It's just, like in theory, is Alk the first one in the fight or dying in a lot of these exchanges? I think on paper he shouldn't.
Yeah, with especially with the boat buff, combining Chemical Rage's natural regen with the boat buff, just making you tanky enough that you don't die immediately. That's a pretty potent combination. Survivability. Boxy has his TP canceled by a Gleipnir. He'll try and make it as hard as possible for BB Team, but he will eventually die.
Yeah, it feels like the 3, 4, and 5 for BB Team here have just done so much on the map. Continuing to build just team fight utility for all 3 of these heroes. Gonna try and kite out Liquid, extra 4 stabs. Vlad's are already done for the Chen. Solar Crest now done for the Chen. Toronto Tokyo found a lot of farm. And you have an Aegis on this Alk to play with. So the upside of putting it on this Alk is you can, again, push into Liquid. Which anytime I think you get to that point with this BB Team lineup, you're happy. Liquid are not like going to get pushed in this game, and what a find from GPK. Just saw him farm in the bottom lane and catches him again.
Yep, they just sweep down. There's no way you could TP out faster than GPK can pull the trigger on that Gleipnir. They search for more. Miro's looking for the Train Protector, who does already have his shard, so not the easiest pick-off. Liquid, they get their BKB done for Nisha's Dragonite, and they are going to be scaling up. But look at this.
This is nasty, right? I was about to say,
this
is a 20-minute early high ground from BB Team. Like, you just go here with this Alk Aegis and say, what are you going to do about it, Liquid? Your out spam is pretty bad. We have the sustain with the Chen. We beat you to it. This is not where Treant excels.
Who is this BB Team? Looking more like Gaming Gladiators right now.
Saves hands off the keyboard. It's like I'm sitting here till somebody shows, and then I am dragging you straight into hell.
Now, they are not showing inside of the base except for 33. 33 is a great target to be able to start on Lasso, but Liquid's coming in from behind. Can they get here in time to be able to save 33? They do jump onto the Chen with the Terrorize coming out, hitting GPK as well. They'll take 2 for 1 off of this one, and Mickey is going to work with some of his damage, but now he's being targeted. He gets rolled back into some Nature's Grass, and it's not going to be enough. They manage to bring him down. Primal Roar goes out onto the Bat Rider now. With Miro being low, Nisha is trying to hunt him down, not in dragon form though, and Saika is still the king of this team fight. The Alchemist with the Radiance and the extra life is not going to be easy to bring down Nisha, realizing that he is in no man's land with so many heroes of BB Team sitting between him and his face, trying to TP away. The X stops him, the Unstable Concoction stops him, and he goes down. BB Team will resume their high ground push at 20 minutes with an Aegis still intact for Saika, and now they've got Insania potentially. Nope, slips into the trees. He's okay, but the lane of Barracks will not be.
Is this the slowest team at the tournament, Austin?
It doesn't look like it.
Are we watching the same squad that apparently is just AFK farms until they have to BKB TP out? Because that is not how they are playing this game right now. Aggressive buyback from the Furion, taking advantage of that instant teleport, giving BB Team some extra numbers. That was a very solid flank from Liquid. Gave him hope in that exchange, but ultimately just not enough damage to crunch through all of the lives, all of the sustain here. And maybe, honestly, MVP of that fight, sure, you'll give it to Miro Kunkka kiting them out, you'll give it to the Alchemist, but it is the Skelly boys here. Toronto Tokyo had, I think, 6 or 7 skeletons giving rally buff to everybody in that exchange. He's got triple Dark Troll Summoner here. Nobody's killing these things. It's like a plus Sacred Relic on everybody. This Alk is hitting with double damage. Somebody deal with the summons here. The buffs, they're coming for you. They are pushing. That is the face of your demise.
Oh boy, BB team, what a turn.
Yeah, they are feeling this game right now, and they know how to play it. Big smoke from Liquid, trying to find a flank angle here. They had the right idea in that fight. Take the Chen out first, shut down the Kunkka if you can burst him. They really want to see the supports.
Oh, they
want to jump.
Cannot go through this. Kunkka Miro is waving at him. He knows this initiation is coming. Will it still work for him though? Oh, an unstable concoction locks onto the two of them with the Torrent Bow coming in. Oh, Liquid, this is not looking good. Nishito's managed to get off his BKB, so while 33 dies, Nisha's still able to fight this out, but he's not doing much damage. The Mirana is though, but the Mirana doesn't have much HP to work, and then he couldn't finish off GPK. Yeah, maybe you can, Boxy, but this fight's done. This game might be done as they call it. 22 minutes. BB team, who are these guys? Go 0-5, criticized for years when it comes to their pace of the game and how slow they play. And all of a sudden, they just wake up in the middle of this series against Liquid and just look like an entirely different team.
I don't even understand where that game came from. I don't know if Liquid understands where that game came from, but it came from somewhere. That is a 23-minute victory here with an out push lineup off an early game that was not even that convincing. I feel like GPK got shut down. Liquid were pretty happy with their rotations. This Beastmaster was near the top of the net worth. And that Chen Batrider just turned it on, man. A support duo performance from BB team that just reeked of confidence.
I mean, that's one way to be able to stave off lower bracket. What a game from BB team. What do you guys make of that performance?
It reeked of confidence, as Avery put there. But no, seriously, this was phenomenal. We weren't really sure how this last pick, Alk, was going to pan out for them. Was it too slow? Was it going to fit the momentum and hit the pace that was going to be able to overcome Liquid? I mean, we just saw it. The answer was yes, a 23-minute win for them. Was this Liquid being unprepared for how fast they were, or BB team actually bringing something new to the table with heroes we've seen them play multiple times before, Jenkins?
Save MVP of the series so far. First game, he was keeping them in. He was one of the reasons why they were winning the fights with his focus on 33 and just good calls in the fights altogether. And in that game, we saw him salvage the lanes with the rotation top, and then he puts a ward in the Ancients. And I'm just looking at this, I'm like, this is one of the most efficient rotations I've ever seen. And Save just does these things casually. Like, this guy is so good. And the Alk looks great on Nightfall. It actually makes a lot of sense to pick a hero that is safe and farms and pretty much, you know, plays like the Terrorblades of the world. But then you get all of your items so quickly that you can up the pace. Like, Alk is a farming pace hero. It's just that he hits the you know, Terrorblade like 3-item timing faster than like a Terrorblade does. But then once Terrorblade has 3 items, he's way stronger than an Alk, right?
Yeah, and not to mention like the Kunkka kind of like, I feel like he had a couple of really important plays. He rotated to the mid and the top. He got a really crucial at 2-man, a torrent, cancel TPs, get them kills. Those type of moves kind of like allowed BBT to get to their timings on the Elk a lot faster. And on Liquid's side, I felt like with the Fire Dragon plus the Mirana carry, everything kind of, you know, needed more time. Because early game, they were fine. Okay, they could have held the early game with the Beastmaster, the Churn, but it then comes to the point where when the Elk hits his timing, your DK and Mirana, they both needed more time to farm, so they couldn't fight into the Chen Elk.
Yeah, well, that's what we said before, is when you pick up Mirana, there is that flex between it being, you know, like a pos 1, a carry, or potentially one of the supports, a 4 or 5, whoever's more comfortable playing it. But Mirana as a carry does need significantly more to be able to do what we feel maybe a Wind Ranger or a Lena might be able to do. So it actually felt like a bit of an inverse here. Whilst Liquid normally love to have that higher paced game, they really drafted for the opposite of that, and the Beastmaster not really being able to salvage it the same way that they were able to salvage the bad lanes in game number 1 for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general this really looked like kind of like a Liquid draft on BB team's side, and Liquid are still doing their thing, but there's a heavy emphasis on this Beastmaster having a good game, and he was having a really good game, but the rotation from Save, he came over there, they ended up having some engagement, they got a kill on the Beastmaster, he even survived on the bat and he ran out, he TP'd out there, but his rotations really made this game. Also want to talk a little about Miro on the Kunkka. Felt like his torrents and boats were just on point this game. Like, he had really good spell casting, and I think if you just look at the heroes in general that they had, like this Kunkka, he has the rum buff that makes you very hard to kill. He also bought a pipe with that, and on top of that you have Toronto Tokyo, who's playing Chen. He's keeping people alive and sustainable. Alk naturally has a lot of regen as well. It just got to a point where you win 1 or 2 fights and you get all these aura items stacking up, and you can end the game in 20 minutes with the heroes that they had. NP's great at pushing as well. They just had a really heavy tempo lineup. They all bought into it as well, bought the items to go 5-man, and that's why this game just ended in 20 minutes. They all itemized for it, and they just won 1 or 2 fights, and they just ran away with it.
Yeah, in retrospect, Alk plus NP seems like a really nice duo if you can hit your timing, because Alk is this, like, he's going to get more items than your carry faster than your carry. That's how he works. So you are likely to, if the game is going decent, hit a timing where you can hit towers, and you can have this hero sitting up there with like a Chen aura and tanking the tower, and then the Nature's Treant is just demolishing buildings. It's like Alk himself doesn't push that fast. It's okay.
Yeah.
But he can tank towers really well, and that's all you want as a Nature's Prophet player, is like a guy to just stand there and get hit by the tower, so your Treant can be like 3 catapults worth of damage on the tower.
Yeah, and you think about how all of this happened. I felt like it's so smart from BBT when they 18 picked the Chen. I felt like that was like after they saw the Mirana being settled into a carry position. It was Treant, Mirana, Beastmaster, and then they picked Dark Widow last. So after they saw the Dark Widow, they realized, oh, this Mirana actually doesn't have any possibility of moving to a support. So he can't come to my lane to shoot my creeps with the arrow. So they decided that, okay, with the Chen, we can actually outrun and overwhelm them. And he decided that that was a good time to pick the Chen. Because usually on the 18 pick, that's the strongest pick you have on the first phase side. And using it on a support means that you are really, really confident and you can win the game with that pick.
I do want to mention one more thing.
Is it about Chain Protector?
It's about Nightfall, actually.
Okay.
Well, I don't actually want to hear it then.
Okay. He didn't go Blink Dagger on Alchemist. Like, usually it's Radiance.
Is this what you ask? Computer, pull up.
Computer,
Nightfall.
pull up. Go ahead and pull up Psycho on.
Why do you call him Psycho?
Because otherwise the computer doesn't know the system has an input as
Psycho.
It's an A at the end.
But I like the fact that they've got all these auras. They understand. We saw this in the earlier game with the Mars. XXS did not go for a Blink Dagger on Mars. He went for like Pipe Vlads. Similar concept here, where they don't need to worry about initiation. If you're running at enemy towers and you're confident that you can just plow those down, then all of a sudden
I would rephrase that to like he relied on Save's initiation, where he didn't need it, because Save did go Blink on Bat, right?
That's true. You've got somebody to
he went Blink Force on Bat Rider.
Yeah, I think if you have a position for where he's not so mobile, he can't initiate, and he's buying the aura item, then you probably need to get a dagger.
I would still say if we were looking like, I don't know, let's say like 6 months ago, at an out game with like a lion or a bat, the Alk would still go for a blink to just double initiate. Like the Alk can jump the backlines, or the Alk can jump with the Bat Rider. But like, because we're in an aura patch and they have the Nature's Prophet and the Treant to push the towers, he's like, what do I need a blink for? Like, I'd rather just be tankier. Like, blink doesn't give you any stats.
I'm not too familiar with Alk's facets. If anyone would like to fill me in on the options and which one you went with.
He gets 250 gold at level 1.
Seed money.
Yeah.
Seed money. The other one, people haven't found a way to make it work. It's just when you're in
your ulti,
chemical
your nukes, your spells are less cooldown. The Dispel and the Unstable Concoction.
Yeah, just the 2 nukes have lower cooldown.
And Berserk Potion.
We said 2.
Yeah, I said
one of the 2. That was correct.
Yeah,
he just really wanted to be in on the conversation.
He's an alchemist, so he makes potions.
Yeah, the 2 potions.
Really? Is that how that works?
Yeah, but it's really bad. It's actually it's not bad. People are doing it offlane. They're doing it offlane.
Yeah, just the problem is with Alk right now, it's like 250 gold in the laning stage is just too good to pass up. So,
yeah, start with a bracer. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Even though he started with 250 gold, he still had trouble staying in that lane. So imagine not having that 250 gold.
Yeah.
It can be rough. So everyone gets the 250 gold.
That is pretty valid. We didn't see too much of a change in the bans for BB Team when they came into game number 2. Those game number 1, they were still really solid in their strategies. They ended up being able to just pick up that Nature's Prophet for themselves instead. Are we still looking towards what's going to be highly contested in that first phase between the 2? And could Liquid potentially be the more reactionary team here?
They might have to think about the MP though. I think the MP is like maybe even a better Monkey King, like in a way, they both kind of function the same way. You sit in the middle and then you have kind of global presence, and you do some damage with your for MP's ulti, and I just feel like MP kind of does more in the team fight, does more damage. Whereas Monkey King kind of you need to rely on hitting your BKB timing. MP is a lot stronger early, so the pace of the game is a lot faster.
I was just looking at the common heroes that Beastmaster 6 times. There was a part of me, 33 is absolutely known for his Beastmaster, along with the Doom as well. But something that coming into this one, Jenkins, you really highlighted how BB Team, they love to make a summons or a Zoo meta try and work for them, even when it's not popular, even when it's not doing well. And so now I'm wondering, are they trying to move this Beastmaster up in pick to try and take it away from BB Team? Would BB Team even be looking towards that?
They could. This is a strange matchup because these are the 2 teams that will always try to make summons work. You have 33 and you have Miro, like the exact same heroes that you can list for 33 that he's the cheese expert on, like the Visages, the Beastmasters, the Lycans. Those are literally Miro's cheese heroes as well. So there was a world where I was thinking maybe even in this series we would see like none of them because they're just confident.
Banned out.
Yeah, banned out, or like Miro is very confident, like let him have Beast, like I know how to deal with this. Then 33 is thinking the exact same thing, so they get ignored. But the thing is, like the Aghanim Scepter Beastmaster, which we saw in the first game, and 33 was going to eventually build into the Ags after the pipe, I imagine. At some point he was hoping to do that, but then they got crushed before he could do that. It's like kind of a different sort of playstyle than the Summons Beastmaster. It's more of like a spellcaster.
Yeah, Miro is actually so good though, I think about it, because yeah, he plays all those Zoo heroes really well, but we saw in the last game, he's also like Grandmaster on like Timbersaw. Yeah. His Kunkka is really good, which these are like the anti-Zoo heroes. So he clearly has played a lot of Zoo and lost to a lot of like Kunkkas and Timbersaws. Like, if people pick Zoo against me, I'm going to counter you with like the heroes that counter the Zoo. He seems like he really has figured out where, I feel like 33, he doesn't really play like the Timbers of the world. Maybe he can play the Kunkkas and stuff like that, but Miro's hero pool seems to be a bit larger in this matchup.
Yeah, they also have to kind of figure out the mid plus carry, how are they going to balance things out? Like if they're really feeling the carry Mirana again, they have to like maybe get a mid hero that doesn't really need to farm as much, like a Fire Dragon, But overall, I feel like carry Mirana is not something that I'm very attracted to right now. I probably prefer them if they pick Mirana, put it on Boxy.
Yeah, I think looking back with the Nature's Prophet, how early it was picked up, it was the first pick for BB Team. They could have picked Nisha's hero there for themselves. They either knew it was going to be matched up against the Nature's Prophet, or if that got moved to carry, Nisha's been able to bounce back from bad matchups before. He's very comfortable in being able to pick that blind matchup, but they just said, okay, we're going to just show where this Mirana's going. We're not going to leave any of that flex open. And our last pick isn't really going to have that same impact. Because it was a Dragon Knight last pick.
I think that's the thing that I would question in the draft. I had that like gut read watching the pick where I just thought, okay, there's some timing that I'm not seeing that Blitz is seeing in this game, because oftentimes you will literally see him pick into one-to-one counters because there's some timing that he thinks is very important. So I will always give him credit there. But I do feel like the Primal would have been a hero that answers the Nature's Prophet better, or just as good as a DK, but then offers more in terms of you're not picking a hero that's a carry mid. And
economically, he's cheaper.
Yeah, exactly. He's cheaper. Or just go for the puck, which I think probably they were eyeing if it wasn't for knowing that this is like an NP mid. I'm not sure how Puck versus NP is, but they pretty much had the same draft in the first game and they picked the Puck. Maybe Puck is less good against Alk. Like, I was really thinking that they would just say, you know, you pick this Alk, that's fine. You're going to try to cheese us with this last pick. We're going to play our style. We're going to win the game. But instead, they really tried to counter the Alk. They tried to counter pick. So I think the last pick is something they need to change this if they were to repeat that second game.
Yeah, it's not going to be repeated. I mean, you guys will correct me here, but Liquid are going to be the first pick. And I have a feeling it's probably just going to be Treant Protector again. That's something that they were comfortable opening when they had first pick. They were comfortable picking it up as well when they had second pick. So they're really not altering that first pick for themselves. But the first phase bans might be where a small change comes from. That one I'm still not overly convinced with.
I mean, you might need to think about this Treant Protector, because, like, it is good in a lot of ways, but I've not been super impressed with its laning stage so far. Like, game 1, it got completely dumpstered. Game 2, it looked okay, but not very good. I mean, Insania ended that game with brown boots, a circlet, and a windlace. You know, that was his inventory.
Yeah, that's my build too.
They had absolutely nothing after 22 minutes of gameplay. So, like, the laning stage needs to be addressed here for this Treant Protector. And we can even argue, let's say, game number 1. If BB team played it flawlessly, they probably should have won that game, right? They really got away at the laning stage, were really far ahead. It really came down to Liquid just having good team fight execution that clawed them back into that one. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure about the Treant Protector.
I was going to say Ench is let through because they banned the Conquer here. That BB team had for themselves in game 2. And it was a toss-up between, do they ban the Naga, pick the Ench? Do they ban the Ench and pick the Naga? And they place it, or at least want it a little bit more for the Ench. Maybe that's also to deter any summons that Mira might want in the offlane.
I mean, as Purge showed us this morning, the Nyx Assassin can be a good answer
Primal.
to
Just
the Ench.
step on her.
Yep. Both those heroes could be really good, but I don't think you'd pick Primal. I mean, you could pick Primal right now, but...
Okay, so they're going for that against the Ench.
I mean, that's kind of... That hero's like Primal, right, in a way. It's the same thing as a hero that just gets on top of the Ench. Doesn't really rely on the right click at all to kill her, so it can go through the
Yeah, but the thing is, you kind of have a different way of playing the hero now. You're going for like Napalm and Flame Break. Like, you don't really get Firefly so early in the lane.
Yeah, but it's like not until later so you get untouchable anyway, like level 6. So
it's more about like you can deal with her later, and you don't really need to commit too many heroes of killing off Enchantress. Because the problem with dealing with Ench is like she kind of forces you to bring a lot of heroes to kill her.
True.
Or she buys enough time that the rest of your team...
Let me try to answer that, Mr. Khalid. We'll go back to my account. Oh, we got one win. Oh, alhamdulillah, wins. Oh, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the win. We need to make one. High level. Fantasy. Okay, let's go back to the question. At first, is this World of Warcraft 1? I mean, like LOL worlds. At first I was Dota 1 player, then stop and play LOL. Exactly, buddy, exactly. Like the Warcraft, the ready to work job stand, like Dota is actually a mode, MOD, from the Warcraft, World of Warcraft 1, World of Warcraft 2, World of Warcraft 3, right? I'm still playing Warcraft 2, the longest, the oldest, like playing Peon, ready to work, top stand, like that mini game, right? So actually Dota, like this map is one of a custom game that a developer make. The name of the developer is Ice Frog, and with Guinso, Eul, they have their own name, right? So they are actually the creator of this game, right? The developer, this MOD, and then they separate ways. They make LOL, right? So Guinso is actually Hex, the side of Vice. This is actually Guinso in Dota 1. The name of this item is Guinso. And then there's a Eul also. There's Ice Frog, right? So Gabe Newell works together with Ice Frog. That is one of the name of the person, and they develop the game, making into a Dota 2, right? And then the other creators like AO, like Guinso, they make their own game. So actually, the basic is World of Warcraft, right? So that is actually what's happening. It was kind of better at the time because it was its own game with lots of option and better quality. Yes, correct, man. Like you can fight Castle Fight. One of the games that I'm playing like long time ago is Castle Fight. I really love doing Castle Fight. So yeah, this game is actually the combination, this idea of some people, right? Let's just say the name of the people is Guinso and IceFrog, right? So IceFrog cooperate with Gaben, Valve, and then make this game, Dota 2, and then Guinso works with another game developer, and then they make LOL, League of Legend, right? So actually they still related. Let's just say they have same root,
10 seconds
right?
to pick your hero,
And then the developer of LOL, which is Guinso back then, he wanted to grow more hero, more character, right? So they have some hero that is having many ability, like same ability, but actually they are a friend. They are game developer, the IceFrog and Guinso, right? So yeah, they just go to separate ways. That is actually what's happening in Dota 2, right? So is that answering you, Mr. Khalid? Am I giving you the answer that you want? Yatoro playing again, Masaika. PK ranking 6, Nero ranking 5. Look at them. Focus on the tournament, they don't even get to the rank. They hasn't. But they should try. Davids. Them too. But done. Fighting for saddle farming. Haha. This versatile. Not really fighting by the fighter until the time comes. Okay. Am I answering your question? Khalid Abdel Nasser. I'm gonna do the prediction, guys, because we still got one slot to win, and then after that maybe we will play some turbo for the rest of the night and gain our daily win, perhaps 1.2k, 12k points slot. We need one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5. Bingo. Got this. Oh. Look at now. Yari does it. Okay, so but
oh, they're back. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Anyway, it's kind of the same as LoL now. I'm in Dota 2, right? Yeah, I know the story behind what happened when they came and made Dota 2, which I would like to try now. I appreciate you a lot, thank you, man. Anyway, it's kinda the same as LoL now. I'm in Dota 2. I never play LoL, man. My big brother playing LoL. I never try LoL. I have tried Mobile Legends once, only once. Like the opponent gave up already. So if you want to try Dota, so this is allow me to show you. I have reached the Immortal. This is the highest medal of Dota, right? So only 1% player of the Dota reached to this medal. Right, so it's quite a really long journey, but I think it's worth it for me. If you want to try Dota, welcome, right? Welcome to the Dota, and I suggest you to turn this lights on, right? To go to the social and just the friendly players and teammates, right? And don't hesitate to mute anybody rude or saying bad words, right? So you can focus on the gameplay more. or if you enjoy the drama, toxicity, or the chit chat overall, you can just talk to them, talk to everybody. So Dota is like not as toxic as before because they can report somebody directly and mute in the instant time, right? So I suggest you strongly to choose social properly anytime fits you, right? If you want to focus on the game, you can choose this no incoming chat. You can choose this if you party with somebody, right? If you have a guild member, you can choose this if you think your teammate is quite okay. You can choose this, you open to everything, right? But I'm not really want to wasting my time with chat, not focusing on the game right now, so I just turn this on.
You really gotta pick a hero. You got 10 seconds left.
A friendly reminder, Dota is used to be the most toxic game because they update some regulation. You can report somebody in the game, right? The toxicity of Dota reduced quite significant. So Dota is very toxic. One of the hardest game, right? I think Dota is still #1, the hardest game in the gaming world, right? So because the first thing, they got so many heroes, 120 plus is, right? The mechanics is so difficult, right? There's so many variety of the hero. They got facet now. Let's just say, let's see this one. Enigma, I just saw Enigma. And let's see DK. Where's DK? I never used DK. Rarely. We got 3 facet, right? Let's just say the Chen. Chen is universal. Chen has 5 facet, right? So many facet here, right? So many complexity in the game. So another difficult thing is to do a teamwork, right? So if you see a team, it is totally different when you're playing alone, when you're playing solo, right? Because it's 2 different things. So you should not have expectation that you have a good teammate, right? Because in many situations, people are focusing on the drama instead of on the gameplay. So when you play solo, right, it is more difficult because sometimes your teammate gonna throw you from the cliff, right? It throw you to the deepest hole because they becoming imposters. So Dota 1 was harder, so I imagine Dota 2 is harder than LoL. I don't want to compare because I don't have the basic of LoL, right? League of Legends. I'm not playing it, but if I have experienced it, I might give you my opinion about it. But so far I think like playing chess and Dota has unlimited possibilities, right? So chess still have, even though chess have so many possibilities, chess still have limited possibilities. But Dota, in Dota you have so many possibilities. So even what can I say? I don't wanna compare with the LoL because I don't have any experience on it, right? So you can compare, right? You can try experience it by yourself. You can see if it's difficult, harder, the mechanics, constant changing, constant update, the counter hero, complexities, what is the position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like in Dota, we don't really have a jungler. If somebody want to go to jungle, normally we talk about it, right? That's quite a big sacrifice to the other teammate, right? But other games, they have jungler, especially role for jungle. And yeah, you tell me, buddy. You tell me, Mr. Khalid. What's the difference? Is it harder to play Dota or LoL? Tell me, buddy, because I don't have something to compare, right? Because I don't have the basic for the LoL. I picked Challenger in LoL and was someone who affect with teammates and other gameplay in the game. Then I got it. I became tilt proof. I never tilt, and you can control the others in solo queue, so don't. Yes, good for you. Okay, let me do the prediction. Total number of Roshan kill 0 to 2. Do we need that? I think this is gonna be quiet,
monsters.
fast,
We'll be
and
fine. Let's
party. Number teleport cancel by stun. 25 minutes we got stun. We got TP stuns. We got something to cancel the stuns. Yep. Let's just say, oh wow. One maybe one is fine. Player with the most D word at 15 in Sanya maybe. And Toronto Tokyo. In Sanya have a better knowledge about it. Perhaps Toronto Tokyo is like pushing mid-lane. Player with the highest total magic or pure damage done to hero at the game end. Magic or pure damage. That would be Timber. Magic or pure damage.
Relax, Morty.
It's painful.
Come here, buddy. Come here. Cuddle in.
Okay.
Cuddle in with me.
I think that's it. We go back to the game. I think let me check again one more time. 0-2. Okay, prediction is done. Let's just go back to the Twitch. They play already. We're gonna expect much from them. And I'm really sorry if I took your time back to the game. If I no, don't think like that, man. Streamer have to be. That's why I stream. I mean, if you don't want somebody to talk to you, have a conversation, you should not be a streamer. I mean, if you want to be a streamer, the meaning of streamer is you play your game. If you can be interactive, so be it. I'll talk to you between games so people can watch the game. Thanks to you a lot. Okay, roger that. We can talk from live chat. Okay, I will respond to you in the chat. Thank you guys. We'll go back to the game. Thank you for Khalid for being so understanding, man. Right, so welcome to Dota. I hope maybe we can play someday, right? They did pause again. Maybe we can play together one day, maybe. I don't know, maybe through Gorama, anything, right? So let's go back to the game.
Talking about GPK's hero, the Queen of Pain. This is a hero that has been terrorizing pubs lately. There's pretty much only one build, which is Dagon. And we haven't seen that much of it at this tournament, considering how much it was picked up in these pubs. I feel like it was kind of like the Mid-Nature's Prophet that was super popular leading up to this tournament and just didn't get picked up quite as much as it was in pubs. Do you believe in this hero? Because it seemed like the panel was a little iffy on it.
I think my faith in Queen of Pain scaling is there for sure. I think this hero scales like an absolute beast. It's actually very difficult to beat this hero in late game fights. She just does way too much damage. Like, you can at some point get the dagger ags back online, right? And then she just perma-kites you. The Sonic Wave becomes an absolute menace with lower cooldown and how much that pure damage really shreds you through a lot of these like barriers and random crap. I do have faith in this hero, but it can be a little clunky if that early game doesn't go your way in terms of runes and more like the enemy mid snowballs. The enemy mid snowballing more, and you have that 1 or 2 early deaths on the Queen, it can feel a little clunky. If you get through that phase though, this hero's a nuisance. It's deceptively tanky as well. This is not the old Queen of Pain where like you just go on her and she gets stunned once and she just dies. She usually gets to between 1500, 2k HP, like pretty early on in that early mid game. And sometimes you go on this hero and she just doesn't die. And suddenly you're getting screamed down. There's a random rune, an extra heal.
She gets a kill, she gets the Dagon heal.
Yep.
Right?
So it's like, we're gonna see Dagger leveled here for GPK. He's just trying to do better on the lane, secure himself a better early game burst of Storm. This is not just the Scream Blink build that you might see going into, you know, being tankier.
It's what most people are building, right? 044 has been the build for most of these co-ops and pubs.
This is an older style. It is a lot more about the lane domination, perhaps setting up a gank potential for Save to come into this mid and get the Storm pre-level 6. That would be a huge pickup if you can kind of wear through Nisha's region, get to that point. I just don't know if you can with the water runes on Storm. It's kind of difficult, but he is winning the early CS a little bit here.
Yep.
And it's a good sign for him. And lane's pretty even across the board, honestly. No one's really suffering or getting punished too hard here. Everybody finding a little bit of their farm. A little extra Eidolons for Nightfall. I'll be happy about that.
Yeah, that is the one thing. This Dragon Knight is doing okay in CS. That being said, a decent amount of it is Eidolons, which are worth less gold-wise than creeps, so.
I do think Liquid have more roam potential. I think you kind of want to get a little bit more done with this Enchantress Tusk. Combine them in the early game. You could make the gate rotation on Insania and flank this DK bottom, particularly if the lane is up this far. Like, this DK is susceptible with level 2+ Eidolons here. You have Tusk to give you some extra damage and lockdown, chase potential. You really have to think about these supports and where they are in the early game. If you're BB team, Liquid are going to try and make the most of them. They don't have the gank threat mid. Maybe that's the one part they're missing here with the Ench Tusk. But the side lane threat is absolutely there. And Weaver is another rotation potential, but also a hero you can rotate to. Threaten this bat in the skirmish, threaten this Timber. If you get a good bug on him, deep up the lane. Yeah. So side lane equilibrium, really important for both these teams. And you really have to think about the power runes here as well. 6, 8, 10 minutes. Which mid gets these power runes? Very vital.
Gonna dive, go for kill on 33. Eidolons are gonna take out, so there's no real threat whatsoever. He just has his facet, or his passive, to be able to help him out and get some extra Eidolons off of that. And does manage to get the kill on Toronto Tokyo as a result, but they take advantage of the fact that Boxy went on a bit of a walkabout there to secure the 4-minute water rune bottom, take that away from GPK. Helps Nisha, but costs 33 his life.
It's a very valuable water rune, because you're looking at the Dagger Queen here. And this is where that pressure starts to ramp for the Storm. So removing the regen from the Queen of Pain, really instrumental here. But there's no bottle refill. In fact, he's just got the TP out. Yeah. This is tough. And bottle refill comes in for GPK. That Toronto Tokyo death, honestly, was about as good as it gets for a death in the early game. Because, you know, the Enigma's not on the lane. The Tusk had to walk back. You're out of resources. Instead, you get a trip to base, a refill mid when that water rune got denied. I feel like that whole sequence, Toronto Tokyo not too sad about it. And solo XP for the Dragon Knight is going to be nice here. Deep ward from Save, going to try and scout the jungling Storm. This is really heads-up gameplay. You know Nisha cannot play for his 6 on the lane. The dagger spam has just been too influential. But they can't really connect here. Heads-up idea, but...
Yeah, I mean, if Nisha stays alive here, which it seems like he will, this may cost you some of the sideline presence that was seemingly going pretty well for BB team. But they're going to stick around for the 6-minute power rune, so that should go the way of BB team. We'll see if they can actually get it into the Quap's bottle.
This did cost him a lot of momentum on his bottom lane. 33 gets to farm a bunch of waves, build up those Eidolons. Now you have to rotate back. You're going to get your obs dewarded there as well.
And this is not like the Enigmas that we've been seeing lately are not like super passive and based around their ultimate entirely, right? We're seeing this Eidolon build where you go the drums and maybe you get the shard and you're actually a real threat with these Eidolons early on against pretty much anybody in the game.
Yeah, you don't think about Black Hole until way later. Yeah. Little shards for a courier. Nice little pickup. Save up here with an Invis rune. He actually snatches that first one out and looking for Mickey, but can't get the connection. Would have been a nice pickup. So a lot of the pressure here, at least in the early game, did go into the Storm Spirit. He is the one suffering here in terms of the net worth. Not by a huge margin, but
he's still not level 6. He's gonna get it off of this wave, so he doesn't die against the Quap Dagger, but he might as well have. Kind of like a full half level behind, a bit behind in net worth here. You can see 700 down.
And if you just keep him low, there's not that rotation potential.
Yes.
That's kind of what BB team are looking for here. Whereas GPK, he keeps his mana high. He can counter gank one of these side lanes if Liquid try and push it with the Eidolon.
That was nasty. See that? Insania, with his creep, manages to deny the Wisdom Rune.
Super value.
They get the bug on Miro. TP rotation coming in. Boxy. Oh, that was quite the move. Pulls himself to the Weaver and then pulls the Weaver to the Timber Saw with the snowball.
Very nice connection. Kind of a janky gank, but ends up working out. And there was no Queen counter gank on that play. So Mickey gets away with it. You get that Wisdom Rune deny. Big wins on the map for Liquid here. Support's putting in some work.
33, he will die to the rotation from the Queen of Pain, but still managed to get the kill on the Phoenix, and this time around got the experience for it.
I mean, 1v3, you get a kill. Can't be too sad about that.
No.
And you got that Queen teleport out. That was a big one in this early game for BB team. Kind of had to pick which lane it went to. I think someone was going to go down to it no matter what.
Sure.
At least you get something out of that 1-on-3 exchange, and now you can ramp up the pressure mid. Get a power room for Nisha, and it's a regen. Super value here.
Pretty much the perfect rune for him. GPK gets his bottle refilled. Boxy spots the stacks that Save was putting in.
Can't give
Nisha,
him away.
He's going to take the regen rune and take your stacks.
Can't give these away. If you're saying you lost your Wisdom Rune, now you're losing your stacks. It's bad. He's going to have nothing out of this early game if BB do not defend this. He's level 3. This is not the early game we've seen out of Save from those first 2 games. He was the driving force behind that first 20 minutes. Here, he is a liability.
Yeah, now that means somebody else on the side of BB team is going to have to step it up, not just the captain.
And there's going to be some early pressure coming in between 3, 4, and 5 from Liquid in this game as opposed to what it was last time. This Tusk, Ench, Enigma are going to be strong on the map. A lot of early, just raw skirmish power with this drum on the Enigma to back it all up. It's a lot of right-click coming through in these early exchanges. You have to respect it. Cannot just get caught out in these random jungle areas or tower fights, getting outnumbered here if you're BB team, especially with how low level your supports are right now.
They're not going to let any support stick around in this bottom lane and soak some experience. Toronto Tokyo is going to be found after the dive away. An easy pickup for Nisha.
Exactly what you're looking for if you Liquid. Abuse the level advantage right now. These 2 BB team supports are absolutely useless in a sense. They just don't have the level they need to fight. And you're closing in on 6s for this Ench and Tusk. Easy tier 1 tower for 33 down here. He continues to ramp up. Most farm core out of the laning phase. He's going to add to it with a free tier 1. BB team kind of looking a little lost as to where you're supposed to strike on the map right now. You can't go into this Weaver. It's just a dead lane in terms of game potential. Don't have the stun.
Snowball, it's going to pound through, go to Toronto Tokyo. Nisha jumps away, dodging some of that sonic wave damage. Boxy, he'll back out. A lot of damage done, but ultimately they get a kill and get out. Which is great for Nisha because he's closing that net worth gap between him and the Queen of Pain. He's getting more stacks for his mana regen off of all of these kills. And if you can keep it within, you know, some sort of like 500, you know, gold distance with this Queen of Pain, I feel like it's a pretty free storm here.
Yeah, you're very happy with this situation. Very little stuns to have to play around. No real Gleipnir buyers either.
Yeah. I mean, if he gets like an early Linkens, it's going to be tough because you just got these single target disables, right? Dragon Tail, Blink Lasso. You deal with one of those with the Linkens, you probably stave off the initiation from BB team.
These creeps have been on point from Insania. He's just scouting all these camps, blocking up some stacks. This is a massive Ancient stack. Again, so much experience Save needs in this game.
And they're going to fight around it. Liquid, they're going to get the kill on Save as Save commits to kill the Observer Ward. Boxy hanging out here on the high ground is going to use the Snowball to get himself down.
I don't think Liquid can steal this stack, but it is more economic damage done.
Yeah.
They're even rotating the Enigma over, so you're going to get the farm up some of this at least. Pressure BB team. Continue to abuse the support duo here. They're going to attempt to steal some of this. This is pretty clunky, but what is the turnaround potential? Dagon is finished for the Queen, so you have some big burst damage on GPK.
Miro in some trouble. Turns around, Chakram's not going to be able to get the Timber Chain out of here. The Snowball stops him. Saika, he comes in way too late to be able to do anything about this. Liquid just group back up around the Ancient stack.
You might have to Queen ult this, honestly. I don't know if that's what you want to have to do, but you just give Liquid this stack. I mean, what does this Dragon Knight have to fall back on?
Between the Eidolons and the neutral creeps from Insania, they're getting so much information from BB team.
This is indecision right here.
Yeah.
You didn't take the fight, you didn't contest the stack, and you weren't pushing out the other lanes while this happened. That's the biggest loss. You came and watched them get away with it. Just staring down a gold deficit. This is such a turn for the early game of BB team, who have been dominating a lot of the early game skirmishing, it felt like, in that game 1 and 2.
Yep.
Liquid just giving them nothing here. Just been absent, particularly Save. He has not found any momentum. The cores are still in an okay position, but the feel of this game it's been an abrupt turn in Liquid. Very happy with how it's going right now.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going Dagger Quap, you better be winning that first 15 minutes of the game, and that is not the case. Up 2K, cut down to a little bit shy of that just now, but Mickey, with that safe lane tower gone, he can push in this bottom lane very aggressively. You've got the Enchantress setting up shop and pushing in this top lane with just a creep. Farming out jungle everywhere. 33's certainly making good use of that.
He's just going straight pipe. And it's going to be a good pipe game. You're also getting Orchid up on this Storm. I was curious if this Queen was maybe going to go back for one just to help deal with the Weaver and the Storm, but...
Yeah, that's what I imagined that this co-op game was going to be. It was a fast Orchid game that just kills the Stormseer, kills the Weaver a couple times early, and sets them up with some really good momentum. But unfortunately, the momentum really didn't start too much.
Just gave up your tier 1 mid too.
Blink Dagger for Psycho. So maybe they can do something off of this? They're missing initiation for sure. So with the blink in, the Timbersaw and Quap can follow that up.
I think Nightfall might have to make some moves with this.
I think so too.
At least look for 1 or 2 pickoffs on some of these cores, join a fight, because just got nothing else going for you, and Liquid are taking over this map right now. They're out farming you, they're stealing camps, taking watchers, getting wards up, just controlling everything. Gleipnir is done for the Weaver here at 1430. Okay, incredibly farmed. And Orchid done as well.
Got him. Any saves? There's nothing really there for BB team. It looks like they might not be able to do enough damage though. GPK does manage to survive through that, but the Supernova is put down. The Black Hole gets used, but coming in from behind! Miro hits a huge Timber Chain Whirling Death that gets 2 core kills.
Nightfall with some nice...
And a third one on top of that.
What a disaster for Liquid. An aggressive go. They thought they had the timing with the Orchid and the Gleipnir finished exactly on point. They get the jump on the Queen, but this is what I was talking about. The Queen of Pain tankiness in this early mid-game. He's already up to 1800 HP. Tread's done for GPK, lets him survive. Fire Spirits come through from Toronto Tokyo, stalls up all the extra right-click. And his boy Nightfall there to tank the Black Hole. Ends up working out under this tier 1. Maybe kind of the dream fight for BB team in some ways. Like, you're going on their tankiest hero who survives, and then sure, you get to kill this egg, but there's a lot of damage coming out. These heroes are half HP for Liquid, and then you get a 3-man Sonic Wave into that Timbersaw burst. That's just juice for Miro here.
Fantastic routing from Miro. His Timbersaw.
And it also
playmaker in game 1.
It begs the question, like, was that move necessary for Liquid, right?
No.
They had the whole map, they had it constricted, they had the vision advantage. It felt like BB team were the ones who were going to be forced to make a smoke play to try and break that hold, and then you can counterplay that as Liquid. That just kind of played it into the BB team's hands a bit, gives them some life in this game.
Yeah, certainly no reason that you had to dive a tier 2 against a Supernova Phoenix. Miro jumps into all of these heroes that he didn't know was there, immediately Orchid it up. He's in trouble, and he's going to be left behind. His BB team now start backing themselves away. Mickey, he came in through the side, got the pickup on save, and now Nisha's diving in for more. With the Malefice on Toronto Tokyo, they'll grab a 3rd kill out of this one. Apparently Liquid, not deterred by the failure of their last team fight. They take another one here. Mickey does manage to jump away just before they jump in from GPK. 1 in, 1 out, turns around, Sonic Waves, trying to finish up 33. It's not going to be enough. He dies as well. They just got wiped.
That is more of the fight Liquid we're looking for. Just starting these random jungle areas, get the jump on a good target. In that case, it's Timber going straight into you. Miro just did not know where they were, and he ended up chaining into the wrong area of the map. Liquid get that 5-man wipe they were looking for with this Orchid Gleipnir. Make it look a lot easier than the first time around. We'll put a lot of their spells on cooldown here.
Miro just coming right back to the same scene of the crime here.
I mean, he knows the resources are a bit lower, but yeah, you do have to respect the lockdown right now. This Orchid has been putting in work and save. That is just not the area you want to be in right now. Nisha has struck back in this game with a force after the rough lane versus the Quap Dagger. Just done so much more. BB team on the back foot as they are continuing to bleed around the map. These supports have had a rough one, and now they are food for the fodder.
Yeah, with all these lanes pushing in, the map is very small for BB team, and that just makes the Storm more and more effective. I mean, he's getting 4.5 mana regen out of these Galvanized stacks right now, and he really doesn't have to jump that far for a lot of these little fights that are happening.
And when he jumps in, you've got that pipe to back him up. You've got a snowball save to bail him out.
True.
Enchantress heal. There's some okay utility here for him to rely on. And again, what's your lockdown for this Storm? You have to land the Dragon Tail.
They got him! Dragon Tail! But he had a shield rune. Oh, that's so annoying.
It wasn't enough anyway, is the thing.
Yeah.
Like, Orchid on the quad prevented the damage coming out, and you just... Or on the bat prevented the chain stun coming out, so...
Right.
This one stun is just not enough right now for BB Team. Liquid taking advantage of it. Need to push their advantage.
Make sure to keep the lanes pushed in, hoping to keep BB Team on their side of the map. BB Team is not going to do that, though. They push out onto Liquid's side, knowing that it is honestly much safer over there than it is near their own base.
Yeah, I mean, the way you can break this is to push out top, get Liquid to TP up here, and hopefully not lose anybody on the way back out. Otherwise, you at least trade the map 50-50, which right now you're probably okay with if you're BB Team, because this 5v5 is not looking doable until you have Bat Blink.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But you need a bit more control at some point in this game. We'll also see at what point Liquid feel comfortable enough to force Roshan, because you have this pipe, Boots of Bearing build on the Enigma. In theory, you can go into that pit and kind of force the 5v5 reaction from BB Team if you're confident enough about your auras. Blink, 30 gold off for save. I'm surprised they're kind of looking here. Like, I mean, sell the clarity, my man. You know, just get yourself there, because you're not finding a lot right now.
No, they're not. Yule Scepter, but he comes back down into a world of hurts, and Orchid keeps him in place, and Mickey will deliver the damage. His tier 2 is falling fast.
Blink for Bat, done, and they smoke up, but you just fed away your Timber while you were waiting for this last trickle of gold. So, like, where are you smoking to now? You're smoking to farm?
Yeah, I think you're smoking just to get out on the map, frankly. You know, you said that the power rune's pretty important in this matchup of Quap versus Storm Spirit, and that's one part of Liquid just being able to control the map right now, right? Yep. They're getting every single power rune for a Storm Spirit. That just feels like it's impossible to team fight. Makes it even harder for BB Team. So I respect the fact they smoke out just to get out on the map, because you really can't take this 5-on-5 next to your tier 2. That tier 2's now gone.
It's expensive though. I mean, these smokes are not free. You're gonna be missing them in the mid game. Wisdom Rune would be super nice here.
Yeah, that's a nice pickup. But
need something here if you're these supports.
You can steal the Wisdom Rune. What you cannot steal is their Torment. So Liquid will take your Tormentor and eventually go back and do their own.
Okay, but to be fair, you know, BB Team hasn't had the best history with Torment, so that might have been good for them.
That's true. That's true. I mean, Toronto Tokyo is certainly in a happier space if they're not doing Torment.
I mean, that Liquid stealing BB Team's Tormentor is basically an Aegis for Toronto Tokyo. Right? Gave him an extra life.
It's true.
Amp damage rune for Nisha, though. This is incredibly scary on the map.
GPK, okay.
That might have been a solo kill.
Yes.
It would have been close. And GPK is still saving up gold. I think he's debating whether he wants something more offensive here or defensive.
I feel like you gotta go BKB.
He's debating. He was thinking about Kaya for some more damage. Now he's thinking about BKB. He has 4k gold. He's thinking about Ags now. I don't think this Quap...
Ags?
I mean, I honestly don't think this Quap item is super obvious. Like, it is not... It's extremely pivotal in this game. Maybe the most important item coming up here. He's going to buy out for the Ags. This is the more aggressive choice and the one that will pay off more over the long run.
Yeah.
But if you get jumped Orchided,
yeah,
you are dead in the water, right? There's nothing to bail you out right now, except, you know, Fire Spirits coming through, stun coming through, that type of thing. Oh, this is a huge grab.
Great pickup from Save. They saw some heroes. Toronto Tokyo made the space in the bottom part of the map, right? They were chasing after that Phoenix. They saw 2 heroes there. BB Team said, now's our time to be able to strike, make use of these Blink Dagger initiations, and they found the perfect mark for it too. Nisha's Storm Spirit.
Save had a very rough game, but that is a big smoke play into the exact grab they were looking for, while Liquid are trying to do Roche. So now let's get stalled up a bit, because ideally you want this Aegis on the Storm. I think they're going to commit for this no matter what, because, I mean, that last was on cooldown. They committed DKL. There's no contest here. But I think this would have happened regardless of that Storm death.
True.
And now it just gives BB Team more time to farm the map. This is going to swing that net worth deficit by a couple K here. And they had the BKB on the Dragon Knight to back that move up. They're going to push towards the BKB on the Timber Saw. And this Ag's done on the Queen of Pain, pushing towards BKB as well. So maybe BKB has not been the best it's been in some of these recent patches, but you're going to have 3 of them on the side of BB.
We'll see whether or not GPK can get to that BKB uncontested.
And I think Orchid for Nightfall here is going to be a big turning point in this game. Like, if you can't get the defensive items up on the Storm and the Weaver, it gives you an extra catch tool. Heads up play by Save. That's a lot of space.
That's twice now that the supports on BB team have made space in the side lanes and not been caught in the process.
I mean, they're clawing their way back in this game. It's not been pretty for them, but they're not in the worst position, all things considered. And now the onus is kind of on Liquid to, you know, what do you do with this Aegis period? Are you content just closing out the map and continuing to farm? Do you want to push? I don't think you can push with it, right? It looks disastrous.
Yeah, in some ways.
Lasso, Phoenix Egg.
They're kind of suffering from their own success because they've already taken so many of these towers. It's like, okay, what's left? A tier 2 at top and then tier 3s? Like, I don't think you're going high ground this early, as you said, against this kind of lineup.
But you have triple aura build up on the Enigma here. You're going Crimson on 33 on top of the Boots of Bearing plus the pipe. You kind of want to fight with this, and there's not a lot left to fight other than like push high ground, and that seems incredibly spooky.
This is a dangerous point for BB team at the same time, right? They just got chased out of their side lanes. This is the point where Liquid can actually make use of this Aegis, potentially catch BB team.
The catch would be the ideal. Like, if you can find someone on a side lane with this Storm Orchid, just lock them down, bring the other support. They would really love to pick up GPK here, and they TP top looking for him. He's already out.
Yep, the Weaver showed on this ward that they've got deeper in the jungle.
Need deeper lane wards here if you're Liquid. I think that's the key that's missing. You have this one lane ward top, but your other one's on that outpost bottom that kind of let you do Roche. And ideally in this type of map state, you want wards near the tier 2 top, near this base bottom. You can see where BB team are going and set up for them preemptively, because right now the catch is proving a little difficult.
Yeah, you can't start making that rotation once they show on the creep wave. BB team, they know, like, once they show on the creep wave, the timer has already started. They're going to kill that wave and get out.
I mean, they're playing cat and mouse right now, giving up a little gold lead, but getting their cores to their next items. And if you look at that network chart, their cores are not too sad in this game. And this game could come down to which team's 3 cores can just stand in that fight more. Like, maybe you land some good black hole here, but these heroes are tanky. There's some sustain with Sunray, Fire Spirits. Find a quick little Phoenix kill.
Finally get something.
Heads up Snowball in the camp to prevent any sort of action there. Is this enough to open up some sort of push or jump? Get the last tier 2. Gem on Insania will continue to control a lot of the map here.
Yeah, it's a good idea, but again, the BB team vision was so deep that he's not going to see a lot of these wards that are actually out on the map.
They're going to go for the high ground push. This is a scary push into the Batrider lasso, into a Phoenix Egg that you could, in theory, defend pretty well on this high ground.
Can Save get the initiation? Can Liquid counter it?
I honestly don't think Liquid want to fight this. I think they are way more interested in bringing BB team back to their base.
Which they did do. All 5 heroes came back.
That's what's valuable here. Because now you get to farm the map and there's no pesky quap deep on your side lane.
Yeah.
Evening out the net worth gain. You're going to get to build advantage off this. Get another power room for Nisha. Maybe de-ward some of these deep obs and set up somewhere else. Smoke from BB team. Looks like they want to make a play. Are still looking for that Queen of Pain BKB, but they have a shield rune on GPK right now, which kind of makes up for it. They'd just be happy with farming out the last minute on this Aegis as well.
Yeah.
Like, why take the fight into 2 Storm lives when you can take it into 1? And he doesn't have that defensive item yet. You know, Nisha, he recovered a lot of his game, but he's not ultra wealthy or anything. And he's still susceptible to getting Lasso DK stun Orchided, which is the big threat. You're going to look towards that Snowball save to bail him out at that point, which could come in through the Tusk, but there is no blink on Boxy. You went for Solar Crest. So you have to think about how deep you go in with this Storm Spirit versus where your bailout actually is in the fight.
They're making this move without Nisha. Gonna try and take this Wisdom Rune. Mickey opens up on Saika. But the lasso comes through, grabs the Weaver, turning it around, but they're not going to be able to burst down this Weaver, not very quickly. Maybe with the Orchid, a Force Staff gets a little bit farther away, but I don't think it's enough damage. Miro, yeah, he managed to get off his ultimate. Mickey's back up, pretty full, pretty healthy. Insania throwing some damage back at GPK, but they do start backing away. So does BB Team. They respect the fact that Storm Spirit could come in. The Aegis is expiring as well, so we was about to get that big boost in mana regen. Speaking of a boost in mana regen, a regeneration for Storm Spirit in the bottle now.
And closing in on the Lincolns, it will make his ability to be more aggressive a lot easier in exchanges like that. Daedalus going to up the damage here from Mikke. Still susceptible himself, but fairly tanky for now.
Yeah, we saw that last one. With the Daedalus and his level 20 talent, he does big burst damage.
It's a lot more.
They complete that Lincolns for the Storm Spirit, and I feel like your item timings are all hitting, but are you going to do anything with it?
And you don't
with
have
like second Roshan around, you know?
It's awkward. I think you're waiting for next Rosh here, looking for pickoffs on the map, continuing to control the power runes.
Is it bad for either team going late here? Do you have a preference?
It's really hard to say. I think I would favor BB Team a little bit just because you went this aura build-up on the Enigma.
Yeah, sure.
But it really comes down to like the item execution, the saves from things like the Tusk and the Sunray. Who gets the jump is a big factor as well.
Sure.
These BB Team supports are still very susceptible as...
Little bit of a hiccup here is... Uh-oh. Got kicked out of the game. So did we on our PCs as well. So hopefully the game is paused at least. We'll be able to get back into things here pretty shortly. But it does look like a game that, because the high ground is so hard to get into, and yep, it is paused. No worries, everybody. You're not missing out on any action right now. So don't worry, you're not missing any action, and we'll get back into the game very shortly here, as both us as well as the players did have a bit of a problem here. So no worries on that regard. But looking at late game situation, you were saying?
Yeah, I favor BB a little. I just think the late game Queen of Pain it's tough to crack. Like you
really believe in that?
I do, man.
You've got an Enigma on the other side.
Listen, Austin,
with no saves.
I have played enough pubs to know that every time I see Queen of Pain, it's a coin flip, man. It's a coin flip.
Okay.
And most of the times I'm losing that coin flip. But in like 1 out of 10 of those coin flips, which is about how many I win. You can figure that math out later. In one of those 10, the queen goes ham and she gets the 5 or 6 slots and she's untouchable. God among men.
Okay. So you think GPK is going to become that God among men?
Or he will lose horribly in the next 3 minutes here and flip the coin. You feeling lucky today?
You need to talk to Bulk. You need some of that confidence, man. Damn.
It's not a GPK issue. It's a game issue, you know?
Okay.
This is the precarious point for him. So he needs to get to like the next, 1 or 2 items here. I will also say this game paused at a very interesting point of these teams getting very close to each other, and I don't know if either one knows the either is there.
Yeah. The Timber Saw is above them, and the rest of the team...
But I think everybody's in fog relative to each other. So this is interesting. I don't know what will happen out of this, but...
Like, Liquid are playing under their vision. Miro is playing under his vision. So is the rest of his team, actually. They're playing under a different ward.
Classic BB team.
Don't fight, go. Are they serious?
I cannot tell you how many times I've seen GPK say go while one of his teammates is still disconnected.
Dude, that is
it's actually up here. It's a classic.
This man just doesn't care. He just wants to get into the game. Doesn't care if it's a 4 versus 5. I mean, that's what happens when you get that high of MMR, right? You have to win some games 4 versus 5.
BB team posing some question marks here. Of course, Liquid probably have them all muted.
I was about to say, everybody probably has everybody muted, so they're probably telling each other to go, and nobody actually knows that they've said anything.
All right, but no damage done. We're all in the clear here.
And no fight either.
See what BB team decide to do out of this, because they do have that Timber BKB. You're closing in on your Queen BKB. You're 100 gold off here, and that would complete your trifecta.
Is that I saw Bloodthorn being completed, right?
Yep, Nightfall.
That is a massive damage boost for BB team.
He's level 18 as well, so he's kind of hitting his power spike.
Yeah.
Talked about the Weavers as well here. A lot of damage coming out from these 2 carries. If you can sit there and deliver it, that's the big question. Where does the lockdown come from? Can you land a big shards or black hole connection for Liquid, or where the Storm Jump comes through relative to the Bat Lasso and the DK stun.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey has no defensive items, really. He's got Hurricane Pike. He is depending heavily either on his own play and not getting caught by that Bloodthorn, or the save coming out from boxing. One or the other.
Yeah, there's only 3 mechanisms. Hurricane Pike yourself out, get snowballed, or Nisha throws a clutch Linken's ult.
Yeah.
Or BB team just overcommit on you, trying to burst you, and you can bail them out with, you know, like the ores from Enigma and drop a Black Hole.
Sure.
And just zone control. So there is some stuff he can play around, but ultimately, yeah, if the Weaver gets jumped and pulled into the side of BB team, the fight's over. Like, that's it. He's gone.
Nisha bullying BB team's position on the map right now. Has a gem on him and a Linken's. So he's moving around, clearing out vision that BB team worked so hard to get out of the map and to place in the first place. They do manage to get a Tormentor, but with them all going back to the fountain, this pretty much guarantees no map control for them.
Triple BKB online right now. 33 did finish up that Crimson. Triple Aura online for Liquid, looking towards the next Roche. So taking a fight during this interval would be a little risky in terms of your map control and looking towards the biggest objective.
Trying to bait out an illusion. Showing it with some other heroes.
I mean, you can see Liquid, they want to fight, but there's no logic in pushing that fight into BB Team's base right now.
Yeah. I mean, fighting into Lasso Supernova is so difficult.
Yep.
Black Hole is not going to do that much for you if it's underneath a Supernova.
Absolutely not. And there's that Bloodthorn flying out on the Courier. Finished here.
Big pickup.
For Psycha, though, his DK form is going to run out in the next 30 seconds. So you're smoking into a decaying DK form. A little bit awkward, but again, I think maybe most of the fight comes down to the jump from the Lasso and the DK connecting on a core target.
If you were to find something right now, it would be fine. The Dragon form would stay up, but they're just not going to. It's like Mickey's making his way back.
That's one of those 50-50 Sakuchis. Like, do you go down and die, or do you go up and not die?
Well, he chose correctly.
10 seconds for Roche. I mean, Liquid definitely still have a map advantage and a lane advantage in terms of securing information.
Yeah, look at that push that's coming in top lane. Somebody's got to deal with this Eidolon shove.
Yeah, Insania's continued to be a menace with these creeps, and the Eidolons continue to push in mid. So, again, if Liquid want to play this very patient, they can. They can just kind of wait, force BB Team into them with the extra map control and lane pressure they have, wait till somebody shows, and then play off that information. I think that's the best route here, instead of just smoking aggressively blind. Like, there's a lot that can go wrong with that. Though you did pick up the Weaver BKB. Gives you a lot more security here in the team fight, and BB Team do not know about this. So if they try and all commit on Mickey here and it goes bad,
Toronto Tokyo would be a good target to be able to burst down quickly, but he's got a Yules. Can they get him? Miro's going to jump forward. Looks like Toronto Tokyo is good for it. He gets off the Supernova, but Liquid is already backed away. Outside of the range, will not be caught in this. And now, Nisha can try and jump back in. They go back to Toronto Tokyo, deal with him while the rest of BB Team, wounded from the engagement, have to just give up this area. The bugs go out, trying to search for more.
This is a tough fight, man. You don't have Timber, BKB, you have no Phoenix at all. They're going to hide for now.
Yeah, they have to TP back. It's
too hard, man.
As crazy as that positioning is and how you maybe could have gotten behind Liquid, there's just no way to take that 4 versus 5.
I mean, honestly, that idea of baiting the Phoenix, he can bail himself out with Yules before the burst comes through. It's not the worst idea to get Liquid to commit, but the lack of lockdown is just...
Oh, yeah.
It is so destroying you. You cannot keep a hero around you for anything unless that DK stun lands, and...
Toronto Tokyo pulled the trigger on that Supernova pretty quickly.
I mean, he has to. He has to. Like, once you're committed in there after the Yules, you risk just getting bursted off a random Weaver hit or a Storm jumping you or something. And
sure.
I don't blame him for that, but you have like one stun to make that play work. It's just so difficult. And I mean, Liquid played it well. Like, they do not commit in here. They just, again, kite it out, wait for their moment. And now they get an Aegis onto the Weaver this time. So this could be a high ground mechanism. Give 2 lives on the Weaver, BKB for the second. Force BB Team to commit some spells into this carry that is dealing a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, speaking on that, I mean, we talked about how BB Team could turn this game around off of a triple BKB timing. They haven't done that. And now Liquid is looking at their own BKB timing. Mickey already had his, but now Nisha is getting his with the Lincolns and a BKB and already limited lockdown.
Untouchable, man. He is going to be a problem. Maybe you just are looking to outlast this if you're BB Team, but your supports are so squishy and so susceptible. I have a hard time imagining you get away from the fight with the Weaver and the Storm Chase. Like, I don't think you can make the same play Liquid did. I don't think you can go and bait BKBs from Liquid and get out. They're going to force the high ground. Aegis on the Weaver. I mean, you could lasso him in. Just try and burn the first life. See what Save opts for here.
But if you don't manage to burst him down, he just BKB time lapses, and then there goes one of your only stuns. Oh,
that is a brutal percentage.
Oh, he goes for it. Save doesn't get the initiation and dies in half a second. He reached for it, and he gets burned in the process. A quick buyback from him makes things even worse for BB Team as Liquid. There's no rush. They've got 3 minutes left on this Aegis timing. Another power rune to pick up, and this one's an arcane rune.
Quick smoke from BB Team, though. Really looking to punish somebody who's just, you know, relaxed here on a random lane.
Well, they did this before. In game 1, they caught 33, separating from his team off of this kind of play, and they've got him.
No save.
Boxy couldn't get there in time, and now he's going to die for it as well.
They do get the D-ward on the cliff, but the damage has been done.
Miro's looking, seeing if they can find anybody else off of the next Dragon Tail stun.
Yeah, I mean...
slippery heroes, though.
You've got 2 jumps in this lineup. They used both.
Yeah.
We're done here, you know? In fact, you have to think about Liquid jumping you because...
Yeah, it's exactly what they're going to do. Jump Miro and burst him down fast.
Arcane Rune's going to power up this Storm. Have to respect the single target burst coming out right now.
Oh, turn on to Tokyo! Yules! He's going to have to supernova right away. They may still be able to focus it down. BB Team can do nothing to stop it. No disables to be able to throw out. A Sonic Wave hits on 3. Not too bad. Mickey's going to Shikuchi back, leaving Insania behind. Throw some damage back out on a save. Fearful for his life off of some dangerous crits. Back to the fountain he goes. Liquid, Nisha, and Mickey are still the untouchable cores. Everybody else can die, but not those two.
I think it's the closest Nisha's come to dying in this game.
Sure.
Enemy base without mana. But, I mean, you just can't buy a stun at this point. I say that, I mean, you can. It's Dota, so you could buy Hex.
That's true.
And it feels like they need one really bad.
Yeah, who's going to do that for them, though?
I mean...
Timbersaw is trying.
I mean, Queen of Pain, right? It has to be GBK. I guess you could get it on Timber. I just don't know how much farm priority he's going to get at this point.
I mean, at this point, I think it's one of those just like both of you try for it. Whoever gets it first, fantastic.
Yeah, you need him here. Because like we saw, you use your 2 stuns and you can't even take over any of the map. It's like, you know, nice gank, haha. You still have to sit in your base.
Yep.
It will slow down this Aegis push. Aegis going to expire here in 50 seconds, so...
And we are pushing the game later with every single Roshan. Like, yeah, Liquid gets it, but they haven't broken high ground yet, and you said you did favor BB Team going late. Gleipnir. See if they can pick up Miro here. Yules in the middle of it, pops his BKB, and they got the lasso, pulling back the Enigma. Once again, they target 33. They had to use a lot for it, just like last time. Yeah, they killed the Enigma, but they can't push for more. They can kill the easy heroes, but what about the big dogs?
No Aegis high ground, though. Didn't lose a Rax during this period. That is valuable.
Yeah.
Save, finding an opening. Saw the Lincolns thrown out here. There's another Lincolns on this Weaver. You really have to think about these 2 spheres blocking that lasso when you go in on these single target jumps. Gemma on line for BB Team as well, and Nightfall pushing towards that Daedalus. It's Liquid going to be trying to cross the map. They had this ward bottom. This is the type of ward that you want at this point in the game. It scouted everything from BB Team. Liquid.
They've got their own lane ward that could spot Liquid as they come through. Safe, though. He's the one that had the gem, too.
Got to get out now. Just got to concede more map control here, and Liquid will take it over. Yep, gem on the ground. Didn't get recovered. They're trying to send couriers for it.
All the couriers lining out to try and go out the base, but...
None of them want to take it. Gonna send one around the long way bottom. They might actually recover this gem. Liquid just didn't see it. That is the dieback timer on the bat. He's out for a long time, so I think Liquid are gonna try and take advantage of this.
Yeah. I mean, you said you only got 2 stuns. Well, one of them's dead, and nice use of the banner there. Stopping the Sonic Wave from killing the creep wave. They'll finish up this lane of barracks, no problem. Mickey's gonna push for more. They won 2 out of this. 30 seconds left until the Batrider can start this engagement for them. BB team, it's either 2 lanes or try and make a fight happen with just a Dragon Tail.
I mean, you can't.
The fight's gonna come to them. They do need to get the Storm Tier, but there's the snowball save. And now when they come back from that, there's nothing left from BB team. Nisha, in fact, is gonna go back into it. Another Sonic Wave goes out, doesn't hit a thing.
They are low cooldown. 30 seconds for the next one.
Yeah, 30 seconds for Mickey to hit buildings.
Oh, BKB Enigma, that is going to change the teamfight impact here a lot if BB team come in deep.
Another dive in, trying to break through that link. It's not good enough. They're turning around and Save's dead. Nisha with his own BKB stands fearlessly underneath the Supernova. A small zip away and Liquid back into it. There is nothing left on the side of BB team at this point. No Supernova, no Lasso to be able to use. Once again, BB team struggled to be able to find a way to control Liquid. Maybe they do have some damage coming out from this Psycha Dragon Knight. But if you can't lock down a hero, and they're zip-zapping all over the place. Pushing out, Psycha tries it, doesn't get it. Now he's in trouble. Block hole used to lock down Psycha and catches Miro in the midst of it as well. Buyback's going to be put to use, but without a carry, now your damage is out the window. You had no disable, now you've got no damage. Liquid are looking good to be able to take Megas. It might just force out a GG if they want to stick around for it.
I mean, one more lasso from Save. He's going to take the Ench.
Oh, an Enchantress is what you get? You can't even get that with a snowball save coming out from Boxy. It's the clearest read of his life. They've only got one play. It's Lasso. He sees it coming a mile away and had the saves to get Liquid over the finish line. Liquid will bring down BB team once again.
I will say, I think that was a closer series than a lot of people imagined. I mean, Liquid did get tested there, but overall, this game 3 was the most convincing. I think they really just slowed down, played patient, controlled the map. They didn't force any really bad fights that game. You know, maybe you have a couple deaths here or there, but they just gave BB team no openings. And I think the biggest change from the game 1 and 2 to that game 3 was the early game. Like, the support duo from Liquid got a lot more done in this game 3 compared to BB team and really shut down Save. He just got nothing done in the first 20 minutes, and his game was ultra slow as a result, and it just cost him so much down the line.
Yep, it certainly did, and as a result, Liquid are going to the upper bracket. We'll see BB team in the lower bracket.
That we will, and we're going to talk about this game number 3 a little bit more because they were tested in this series. Avery put it perfectly there. There was a lot of back and forth. I would describe it personally for you as erratic, but you said maybe to the untrained eye, that's what it would be. So break it down for me, please.
I mean, I think in general, this game was like really Liquid knowing exactly what they need to be doing on the map. It all started from like the laning stage as well. We went for a max Shadow Strike build on GPK, which we don't see very often here. And I think Jenkins will talk to me about how the build now is you get the early boots, how you have to go to the jungle. BB team even responded to that. They knew what was going on there. And then shortly after, they went to the enemy jungle, stole the stacks. They just kind of like took up shop there. Mickey had a completely free game. And ever since that moment, this area on the map they played, they didn't stop coming here. It was like 30 minutes just running to this mid lane to fight Black Holes down. They don't really care. They're just buying auras on 33 because 33 knows this game is all about fighting. They don't want to give him any room to breathe. So just buy the auras, doesn't go for the Blink BKB build, and just like continuously apply the pressure. And that was Liquid's strategy. And this is how they like to play fast and shut down teams like BB team that it can be a bit more greedy.
Have you guys seen that meme where you have the graph and it's like a C? It's like a sine wave.
Okay, yeah.
And on the one side you have Herald, and then in the middle you have like Legend, and then at the bottom again you have.
You're talking about a bell curve.
The bell curve, right? Normal distribution, if you will. This game is one of those ones that was so high level that it looked like a Herald match because you just have both teams 5-man running mid for like 30 minutes into the game.
Maybe to the untrained eye.
To the untrained eye, because here's the thing. like BB team, they would use Lasso, they would pick 33 off, or they would pick somebody off mid, and then Liquid would not have Black Hole because they would use it in the last fight, and they'd be like, okay, well, there's no Lasso, we have all these auras, we have the advantage, let's just run and take their towers. And then time would pass, Save would respawn, he'd have Lasso up, they'd get a kill on 33, Liquid would back off a little bit, 33 would respawn, and then all of a sudden it's the exact same thing again for 25 minutes. But it's because Liquid have realized that as long as they execute the fights well, as long as they're pressing their buttons well, as long as they're staying together, backing off together, doing these like small backs instead of big backs, that they could stay right in front of BB Team's base. And this is one of those things where like, this is what Blitz means when he says his team is the fastest team in the world, and why he believes that. Because even though this game lasted a very long time, I could feel the pressure. Like, I could feel the pressure watching this game. I can only imagine.
It came through in the gameplay from both teams.
Yeah, from both teams. And BB Team did a decent job at responding to it. Like, there's so many levels to this game.
Yeah.
And I think Fear covered it perfectly with the early, like, Storm rotation, knowing that he has to go back to base with the boots, and then all of the supports also knowing that, whether it's a call from the mid laners or from the supports just also knowing the matchup of Quap versus Storm. It's extremely high level and extremely fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey going 14-0, phenomenal performance from him. What's your take on it, Winter? I know that Jenkins and Fear covered a lot from it, but maybe something for BB Team. They were able to hold that high ground for a long time. I mean, they're the reason why this game dragged out for as long as it did.
Yeah, but I still want to go back to the root cause of the problem, why they were losing like the early game. I felt like I always bring up, the support duo, whether they work well with each other. Like this game, it clearly showed that in the early game, the Enchantress and Tusk, they were able to do a lot more. Whereas you compare it to the Bat Rider and Phoenix, they had an okay start where they were pressuring the Storm, but after that, both of them kind of needed to farm, and Bat Rider had like very little room to get his dagger, and he got a very late dagger around 20 minutes. And Phoenix was the one like staying in the lane, taking the farm, the dangerous farm, because he could, right? As a Phoenix, that's what you usually want to do. But Bat Rider also needed a farm, so they kind of were in a position where they couldn't get enough gold for both supports, and they got bullied by the Enchantress and Tusk throughout the map. That's why you saw the Tusk Enchantress, they were just living in their side of the map, taking all the jungle.
Yeah. Well, it was great play from the Liquid supports there and the Liquid team in general there. And because they did win here, it means we've got Nomad standing by with one of their players to ask them about this win and being in the upper bracket.
Indeed, I am here with Mickey, and we're going to be chatting about that game. I mean, that whole series was pretty phenomenal, and your series yesterday versus Spirit also very entertaining. Are you guys going to just have exciting series the whole way?
Yeah, why not? You know, it's the Team Liquid way. You know, usually this is the lower bracket, but we'll take it.
So BB, you know, they kind of took you by surprise. I feel like, you know, they played a lot faster than maybe you were expecting. Do you feel that way as well?
Yeah, usually when we play them, they're kind of slow and more methodical, I guess, and this time they were like just running at us, and it definitely caught us by surprise. So, yeah.
Well, you adjusted really well to it, obviously. Do you feel like you learned anything about your own game, or you know, did anything change in your ideas from this series?
We always improve each series, so I would say we learned a lot draft-wise this series, and what we look to change, and I have to ask William Blitz. So, I don't know, easy games.
Easy games. Well, you're a bit of a Luna expert. I mean, both your Luna and your Weaver performances were excellent. But so really like your Luna, you know, you really popped off. What is it about that hero which, you know, makes it a good Luna game?
Do I want to reveal strategies? No, but it was a good Luna game, and the lane should go better in our favor. But I think it's pretty good against Timber, so that's why we picked it.
Fair enough. And then even after, you know, your loss in game 2, you're still smiling, you're still happy in the booth, as you guys always are. You know, do you think that's a secret of why you're so good at coming back and why you're so kind of tenacious as a team?
Yeah, it plays a part for sure. I mean, we always try to keep the vibes up because, you know, we always play better when the vibes are good and everything is just, yeah, just nice, I guess. We learned that from Zai. Thank you, Zai.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations on your win. Excited to see you guys play again. And yeah, good vibes over here. Back to you, Nat.
Oh, we got some good vibes as well going on here, right, guys?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, I just let him answer.
Yeah. Fear does all their answering for you guys.
Positive guy.
All right, look, Liquid are going to be in high spirits at the moment. You know, they get to go into that.
Yes, Natty, you're the most beautiful caster. I'm so lovely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. We got 6. Alhamdulillah. That's all that we want. Let me check on Mr. Khalid. Why they not playing on stage though? 40 million, yes, that's the most. Let me show you, okay. Over this. What's the next? I don't think. Show you price pool of TI. Price pool tracker. So go back measure. Actually, we have so many tournament, right? So let me show you this. The highest is 40 million 18k. That is when 2021, yes, in the pandemic. The second highest, I think, it's 2020. We don't have TI at 2020 because there's pandemonium stuff happening. Yatoro win in this part. So this is 40 million, right? Back then they gave us a battle pass, which is more expanded. We have so many things they offer, like Arcana, beautiful sets, beautiful skins. That's why the price pool reached 40 million, right? 40 million, it is only a quarter. It means Gabe Newell gained $160 million, right? Because he only put 25% of the price pool, right? So let me check. Then watch funds. They don't have an explanation, right? Actually, it's only 25% to the price pool. Where do they put the price pool? They don't have it. Don't put it. Oh yeah, only quarter. They only use. Let me check again the question. I'm in LOL World Tournament. They hire a stadium with unbelievable show and crowd. No, we're not there yet, my friend. Right? So we will be there in, what are you looking for? In 4 days. The Copenhagen Tournament of TI will be held in 4 days from now, and we will be in the biggest stage, right? So that is a group stage. If you still doing elimination in group stage, you will play from your hotel room, right? Each team play from their hotel room, right? They play in separate place, right? So they play maybe in a small stage, but let's see. Okay, main stage Copenhagen TI. Okay, so this is might be that is actually, let me just check. Let me just show you the main stage 2023 main stage 2023 images, right? We will go here, right? 2023, I think this one, right? This one, they have it. Yes, this is the TI 2023, the blue theme under the T. We have a really big stadium, but for the group stage, we're not yet there because somebody gonna go back home and not even playing in the main stage, right? Some people will. Oh, maybe nobody go home yet. They will join the main stage, and they will go back home after they join the main stage. I don't really know, but we are still in the group stage, which is here. Group stage, you don't have to be in the main stage. They're still preparing it. But when the main stage come, right, the upper bracket, this is the upper bracket, right? Then lower bracket. Anybody lose, go bottom. Anybody lose, go bottom. You still come back even if you play from the bottom, but your road will be more tougher, right? So if you can keep your victory, you will be like playing 3 times more, and then you get the champion. So that will only happen in main stage. I think this is gonna be the main stage. This one in 4 days. The group stage is still processing, right? So Yeah, that's it, buddy. That's it. I get it. So the earliest, yes, let's still do the qualification, right? So we're still figuring out who will be on the upper bracket and will be the lower bracket. And this is the border. This is the border of main stage, right? They're still preparing it. In 4 days, you will watch bigger stage. Like people will buy ticket. Let's just main stage TI 2024. Let's see what Copenhagen. They don't have the spoiler yet. Maybe they're still working on it. They're working hard to making it happen. But 2020, let's just say 2021. TI 1. The theme. Yeah, maybe like this. Quite big, right? So they will face each other. Look at this small booth. This is the booth. Their booths. They will facing each other. After the TA is done, there will be a fireworks, a celebration for the winners and the losers. Brain watching it. The international. This is 20. I don't know. This is purple. Purple means 26. Oh yeah, you can Google about it, about the stage, right? The major anime stage. This is quite interesting. TI. They have Dota 2, but anime major. That's quite nice, man. Is it this? Even they have a choir here in the middle of it. It will be big, but I hope it will be worth it. The TI always work too, but the game not so much. I was just wondering, Roger that. All right, guys, thank you for watching. By the way, we have 3.6k views with 1 minute. That is quite nice. I'll Google next about it tomorrow. Thank you, man. Have a good time then. Feel free to ask, man. Feel free to ask. Upper bracket and lower bracket. Let me check the standings because less fight will happening. TI schedule. You can just go to Liquidpedia, Dota 2. Everything is here, man. Dota 2 wiki, Liquidpedia. It's there. Everything. The hero tournaments. Let me check. Yeah, 2024. You can just browse everything here. Try everything. Group stage. Okay, group stage is done. You check. Eating decider. Liquid team spirit loose. Let's go to the main event. Okay, upper bracket. So the first upper bracket will be Liquid. Team Liquid we're gonna fight versus Extreme Gaming tomorrow. Maybe soon, maybe. Talon versus Bad Boom at lower bracket round 1. Anybody lose from this will go home. That they will send home 4 teams. They will send home 4 teams. Everybody playing from this upper bracket, if they lose, they still can try at lower bracket. Upper bracket final, semi-final, grand final. That's it. Qualifiers. The green, they're not even invited. Apex. Ortiz is Shopify, Rebellion, Yopas, what? Mind Control. Shopify, they left, but yada. Shopify used to now 3-0. Ooh, what a destroyer. Oh, up. Check. No other games today. You will end the stream. Let me check the schedule. We will still, man. It's still 9 p.m. here. Maybe there will be another tournament. Let's see. Where do we looking at schedule? Upcoming match. Okay. upcoming match Cloud9. Look at this. In 2 hours, in 3 hours, they will still. So we're gonna have like 2 matches. Let's just say 2 part again. Now live right now. Cloud9 versus 1 win team, and Team 0 versus Aurora. This is gonna be the last game. These 2 games gonna be the last game of the day. We're still gonna watch. We're gonna chill, enjoying it. Right. Let's hope. Oh, we got many subscribers though from live streaming like this. Thank you guys. Thank you for the sub, guys. Thank you. Yeah, that. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you for the interaction. Thank you for your contribution, making the stream more lively. Let me check my bingo. Oh, I cannot be. First blood appears before the horn. This is possible. Where I think done here. Okay. Double down. Square this again. Lux. Okay. I just great. Group stage playoff. Today is the playoff. Playoff. What do you mean by playoff? Deciding, right? And 6 days from now, the international test is gonna be event. Got the companion. Okay, alright. So yeah, hope you can have some fun. Do you remember your main account? Your ID? This is my main account. If you wanted to add it, right? Go here and Bokyo. But I normally play in invisible mode. Just people like inviting people if you play online, right? So I normally play invisible mode. Jack Fantasy. Playoff roster locked. Tonight will be the time. No. Playoff. Don't get rid of that setting. We got 17 already. Wow. Oh, a lot. Now we got 17 tokens. We will do that tomorrow when the brain's still fresh. Okay, we will be back to watching it. I like the music. Let's put 28 is fine. Okay, like this. Let me tell you, give you an example. This Wind Ranger. So this is what we got from Battle Pass Arcana. This is actually the Arcana, the most expensive item on Dota, right? You get it in the you don't have it on market, right? So if you play to enrich some certain level, you will get the Arcana, free Arcana, but they don't do that again. No. That's what makes the compendium less reward, right? When we reach 40 million, we got many Arcana, like Razor Arcana. This is Arcana, right? And then Raid King Arcana. I even finished the second style, and then Faceless Void Arcana. We got so many Arcana. I miss some of the best Arcana, but valuable. So yeah, I hope you have a good time in Dota, man. That is just a friendly reminder from a just wow, looking hotty naughty. Let's see through. Looking good. Feel free to ask anything. Yes, good night. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you for the like. Let's just go back to the game.
Dota so far.
I will be chilling in the live
even
chat.
Games.
I will be chilling in the live chat. If you guys need anything, want to know, ask anything, feel free to do so. We will be live. I done for the prediction. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe. Let me check again the schedule. Yeah, Dota. Maybe I will play some turbo rest of the night. And coming match on in 3 hours. 3 hours from now. TV0 Aurora. Aurora. Malaysia. Doing Nara Teramaho. Armel. Inactive. Yoreno. Malaysia. Wow. Location. Cloud9 is on fire right now. They are destroying everyone in the bracket. Let me just check the seeding. Tomorrow still seeding, right? Team Spirit will play tomorrow 24 hours. 24 hours from now. It means Team Spirit will play in 10 p.m. Yeah, 10 p.m. 10 p.m. in Greenwich in time. Plus, yeah, twice. This is the champion. Twice. Taking. Oh, let's go. Winning team. That's 1, 2. Yeah, Toronto, Tokyo. Oh, group stage. Stage is done. Meeting decider. Heroic. Yes, the next will be Cloud9. Cloud9 versus 1 win. They will destroy this 1 win match. So, Team 0, they free to choose which team they will fight if they having upper bracket rounds. So, he wants. So, we still have many games to go. Yes. For today. Oh, they also have everything here. League of Legends, they have it too, man. Liquipedia. Ah, you can check it here, man. I don't even understand what is happening now here. Oh, maybe you understand better here. What do you see? HHB unit, infinite attack. Yeah, that's it. Go back to Dota. The match will be today, the last match, we got only 2 parts. Cloud9 versus 1 win, 0 versus Aurora. Cloud9, maybe they are in drafting now. See, they are in drafting now. They're smiling. Okay, it's starting already. I will be standby in the live chat, guys. Raku. If you got anything you want to ask, you're watching.
Focusing our attention on 1W, I know on the side of Cloud9, everybody has experience at TI. Watson is his second TI, was there last year as well. He's the least experienced one, but 1W is the only team here at TI where nobody, and this is including the coach, has ever made it to an international team. This is their first showing, their first grand stage.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe before that was maybe like a bigger pressure to them, but I think nowadays pros, they kind of get into the system and they understand like how to be a team better now, that when you get to your first tournament, you're not as like afraid. Because I feel like the systems around teams are kind of universally accepted. Like you need to do a lot of hard work online in the grind. So as much as it is a kind of a spooky position, just like looking at all these did not qualifies is another spooky position for both of these teams. I think that we are kind of, you know, a lot more mature, I think, in the teams nowadays.
Yeah, if you're looking at this, I know 1W, they did qualify for Birmingham, but the visa didn't go the way they wanted it to. So both teams have in common that the year has looked pretty sparse.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the most impressive resume, I would say, for teams that they are here at TI, which means that they, when they needed to most, they did get it together, and they've been looking hot recently on both sides. 1W didn't perform too well during the group stages, but before then, everyone was lauding them as this up-and-coming team full of talented players that could upset anybody. And C9, formerly Entity, even though they didn't qualify to that much this year, when they did qualify, they looked good. Like at the Riyadh Masters, during their group stage, they were incredibly dominant. And they were the only team at that tournament to go from group stage to upper bracket. So regardless of maybe the resume not looking too good, the players are.
Yeah, they seem to be peaking at the right time as well, because even though 1W did not qualify to Riyadh, they did play at a tier 2 considered tournament, but they played in the grand finals there up against Team Liquid, and they were able to push them all the way to game 5, where they did end up falling, but they did manage to do that. So they have, I think, what it takes to have the championship mindset.
Yeah,
championship mindset.
There we go.
Great.
There. And, you know, like, for example, you know, technically on camera, you know, 2 seats down, Sweden strong. I worked with him quite briefly, like a couple years back, but his mentality back then when he was kind of in the tier 2 online grind was very much like he knows what he wants to do. He wants to always try and find solutions to problems. He's not the type of player that kind of like holds in his emotions and stuff. So I think like that type of mentality is what you want in a player. So yeah.
This is so jarring.
What is?
Someone's using the voice line. I see dead people. Like whispering in my ear. We're fine. We're good. We're in the draft. Cloud9 will be on the Radiant side. 1W will be Dire, opening with Doom. I want to talk a little bit about heroes because there's a hero that I saw a lot in the side of 1W, and it's Leshrac. They played in every position. Support, core?
That's what I thought that this hero, because I've been doing the research, and Leshrac, position 4, came out so many times. It was 9 class, who unfortunately is not here. He had like 90% win rate over 15 or 16 game on this hero with the new facet. I don't know how to pronounce this.
Misanthropy.
There we go. That one is so good. Edict doesn't deal damage to the towers, but it deals extra damage to other units, of course. And if you manage to isolate the hero on the side, you can easily get the first blood with that hero. So a little surprised that this hero is not picked as much as I would want to, but we're still theory crafting what's really good. One thing I like about 1W is they play very aggressive Dota. They're playing for the strong lanes, and they like the beefy boys, these Dooms, these Primal Beasts mostly.
They get into the fight, yeah.
Yeah, anything that can have like really good front line, which does allow Munkushi to deal damage, and we've seen how important it is for your carry to have something in front and also find ways to amplify his damage.
Yeah, one thing about 1W, so I did review their group stage games a little bit, and like Lacoste said, they are drafting for lanes, but they actually didn't end up winning their lanes. In their series versus GG, they were very underwhelming in the laning stage with heroes that maybe should have won, and in their series versus Heroic just bodied them in the early game 1. So this drafting for lanes strategy, I think that they should more so look towards drafting for that mid game and an ability to blink in, get kills, make some decisive moves, because that's what they've been lacking so far, and it hasn't worked for them.
Well, we got the flavor of the day, Enigma having a lot of screen time today. One thing that I'll still mention about 1W that I've noticed is that of all the teams here in Copenhagen, they are overall the least versatile in their amount of heroes played so far. But they do open in a very different way than they have, because they get their hands on Doom, and they have not been playing Doom at all. So for a team that likes to go back to what they like to play, this is the odd one out, even though obviously T is a very meta hero.
Yeah, it's a lot of respect towards C9. I think often when you look at this team, it's easy to talk about Watson, high-ranked player, no one with his history, but Katomi often is, sometimes unsung hero, other times easily MVP, and his hero pool so far in this tournament has been Tinker, Doom, and Phoenix. And he always is the player, in my opinion, where if they're doing well, it's because Katomi has found his like 3 or 4 heroes that he wants to break the game with. In previous years, it was like, I'll only play Treant Protector, maybe I only play Tiny, but like he finds that hero and he perfects them. And right now, we've clearly seen that he's got his like 3 heroes, he's very comfortable with them, and that's why 1W, they ban out the Tinker in the first phase, they block, pick the Doom, maybe they go for a Phoenix, but I think out of the 3, you have to pick your poison, and they've not really cared too much about the Phoenix, but...
Yeah, and let's not forget about his 4 Alchemist that he was playing a lot just a month ago, so that's something that you have to keep in mind, because I do like that point that you make about Katomi, where in the past, his smaller hero pool wasn't cheesy, right? It was like your Undyings and your... Yeah. Exactly, but now his small hero pool is cheesy, and it forces bans on heroes that maybe you don't want to overconsider, like the Tinker. Tinker is banned out here, but other teams are not prioritizing Tinker in that first phase.
Very true. This is our first gyrocopter here, Lacoste.
Yeah, not really surprised seeing that other heroes are better version of Gyro, having a Wind Ranger with Whirlwind Facet. It feels so much better, but you want to have something early on against the Enigma in the lane. This is always, single time, whenever Enigma offlane is the thing, Gyrocopter makes his way back into the meta. Kind of hard lane for him to lane into, and you have the sustain. So we've seen Dooms going for all these auras pretty much. People are not picking up the Blink Dagger anymore, which means that with the healing from Io, we are setting the tempo of the game on side of 1W. And we've seen Team Liquid, they kind of play the similar heroes with the Io, with the Dooms, no gyro, but they've, you know, throw in some Wind Ranger, some Mirana, these range carry heroes that can come online super fast, and so far so good for 1W, I would say.
The most likely Watson Mirana coming out, unless you want to add the fourth hero to Kataomi's list there, T.
Yeah, sure. He can easily play it. I think the main thing when I look at C9's approach to this is you need to respect that 1W is going to scale to like Midas Crimson Guard on Doom very early. Gyrocopter, naturally quite a slow carry because you don't really play for kills, you play a lot for like push out lane, farm backwards. But by 20-ish minutes, like 1W will be online, full tank, damage ready, ripping through them, and that's where maybe like a Mirana carry, like Mana Boots and a Gleipnir, that's going to be your major timing to kind of fight into that. So I think I'd like to see some heroes maybe either keep spinning the map and you dodge that timing, or you pick up some strong team fights. So when 1W wants to try and enter the game, you can make that statement. And at the moment, they don't really have that. They are kind of lacking like, lanes. Yes, maybe they're strong if Enigma goes to a support, they pick up core. But I'm a little bit worried for C9. They look relatively fragile with these first 3 picks.
I think that, while that is true, I think that Mirana's ability with a melee support to just beat up Doom on lane shouldn't be underestimated, right? Because you were talking about how important the Doom timing is, but if he loses lane, that Doom timing is going to be slowed down, and we saw Team Spirit just completely destroy with Mirana safe lane versus any kind of melee offlaner.
Yeah. Oh, this is another classic for Kataomi, pretty much back in the days. I see potential Puck. They need something, they need chase. I want to see Puck, some backline jumper, great against Mirana before she gets a BKB. They don't have enough. Sure, you have Winter's Curse into Arrow combo, and that's why they picked it. And also, of course, you have something good that's always going to be great against Io, because they are going to be standing close to each other. So I just want to see a hero that can, because right now, 1W team, they have a lot of damage, they have a lot of heal, a lot of tankiness. Somebody needs to keep them together so that they can actually deal damage. Because right now you have Io, Gyro, you can't rely on Rocket or Doom rushing in and using War Stomp.
Give me like the Snapfire for 1W. Like Spirit's been showcasing how strong it is, and like for the laning advantages that we're you know, Effie's mentioning with like Clock, Mirana, like that's the only lane on paper that should be really pulling ahead, because we already mentioned how Io should farm. And it's like if you can just find that 4 position to kind of shift the balance away from C9, then I can see it. But again, I can see a world where like C9 just showcase how to play against the Io Gyro, and they just rip through the map. There's a lot of static heroes on 1W, right? It's like Gyro needs to farm, Doom needs to farm. That's why picking Puck here is quite nice, because you are the playmaker to bring your draft to life. But I still feel like there's a position 4 available for Sweden Strong that is going to just really give so much more purpose to 1W's lineup.
Something that can secure the lane for Doom would be entirely helpful. But this Puck pick is great because when you're playing versus Wyvern with an Io combo, you're constantly afraid of that curse. Like, it's not the easiest fights to take when you don't have vision of the Wyvern, but heroes like Puck that can just jump in the backline and disrupt, silence the Wyvern, control them, use the coil on Enigma later, are going to be very valuable, not just for the tempo in the mid game, but also just control during team fights.
Of these heroes for Sweden Strong that he has played this event, other than the Leshrac that we already mentioned, Weaver, Marcy, Snap, and Nyx Assassin, there's a lot of them that could still very much work here. I'm thinking at the moment mostly towards the Nyx Assassin, because it seems like there's a lot of things that you can proc.
There is, but the lane's not going to be strong. You're going to be playing double melee, so I'm looking for a range position 4. He did mention Snapfire. The other hero that he did play was Weaver. What's left in the pool? I mean, if he wants to go with Leshrac, that's also fine, where you can still deal damage. Let's say there's a situation where Enigma blinks in, gets in, you're still gonna kill him, you have all your spells available, up and running. Same goes for Wyvern Heal, so you need some extra magical damage to go through it, because I don't think Puck is enough, and if also Gyro's not on top of that hero, you might struggle with dealing the damage.
And after that, like, we're expecting a position 4 for 1W, and then for C9, it's you look towards no one. It's like, okay, what hero do you want to play? You can play like ideally a melee hero to try and play on the denies against Puck, but you got Void Spirit to buy Ags and to try and punish them that way. You got Earthshaker to try and combo the Eye because he was going to be next with Gyrocopter.
Or tiny.
Yeah, or tiny, exactly. There's like so many options, and they go for the Snapfire. It's like, for me, it's like it was the best hero in regards to taking the fight to Mirana Clock, because Clock steps up. Again, Fishman, he holds the record for like most deaths so far at TI. It's like his thing. He loves to die in Dota too. Like he does it a lot.
Good record to hold.
Or at least at this one. I don't know about previous ones.
Yeah, also the Cookie is going to be great against the combo that they have, great against Clockwork. We've seen yesterday when Team Spirit, when they were playing against Clockwork, they picked 3 different heroes that can get outside of the cog, so they don't get the value out of the hero. And I think we go through the heroes, these Tinies, Void Spirits, these are all good pickups, something that can play against Puck. We've seen earlier today, Monkey King, how effective it is against Puck in the laning stage as well, where he's playing with like deficit. This is like 65-35 type of a matchup. So they have the last pick, and they should utilize it, and it's going to be Kunkka. So that also means that Kunkka, most likely, it's a cheap one. It's also something that can be paired up with Mirana's Arrow, easy combo. Clockwork is also the one who can set it up, and it's also a builder of Orchid, which could be really nice against Puck.
That Orchid is going to be necessary.
Yeah, it needs to be Orchid, yeah.
Because now you're playing against Puck. You didn't go for the Void Spirit or Tiny because you wanted the dependability and the team fight ability of Kunkka. But you're sacrificing your lockdown for this Puck. You actually don't have many tools to expend unless you're cursing Puck on top of an arrow. You need an instant stun. There's potentially maybe a hook shot into a power cogs knockback, but you do have to itemize for this Puck in this game as Kunkka. And your ability to make these team fights chaotic is going to be less. Like, if you have a Tiny blinking in, there are heroes collapsing on top of him, boom, there's a black hole. This time around, it's going to be a lot more stable and slow for C9, but it can work.
Yeah, no, I can see their draft working. Like, if Kunkka gets the Orchid, makes the plays like they were mentioning. From the flip side, if they don't break the early farm from 1W, then it is going to be some incredibly tanky team where it's like Wyvern has to hit the curse, Enigma has to hit the black hole, whilst 1W is just like click down a lane and you're probably going to win the fight. So can C9 break the lanes and open up and dictate the game? That's kind of what I'll be looking for in this game.
It's a bit unusual to think that Cloud9 is the one that chose 1W to play against Lacoste, because I feel like the way we're talking about it here is not really in favor of C9.
Definitely doesn't look that way. I would give this like 60% chance for 1W to win, to get a dub in this one, because how easy it is to play.
Okay, well, we're finding out what's going to happen in the first game of this best of 3 series, but first, a couple of words from Coach Astini.
Yeah, hi Sheebs, I am here, as you say, with Astini from Cloud9. First of all, must be delighted with the groups going 5-1.
It feels okay, it was expected, yes.
So, looking at the draft here, I've seen a Wyvern picked up. I haven't seen too much of him at the tournament. What can we expect from this game? How are you guys going to look to play?
Katomi will carry on this hero. We didn't play on group stage because group stage were just like screens. They didn't really matter. And now that really matters, we just take in the strong strategies. It's way too strong.
Way too strong. There, you heard it first. Okay, so what are you expecting from 1W?
They're a good team. I expect them to try to win early game and snowball from there.
Are you going to try and stop them?
Hopefully, yes.
Okay, well, best of luck to you. And I believe I'm going to throw it to the casters now, and that would be Owen and Fogged. Take it away, chaps.
Thank you very much, Ted. Yes, looking forward to this one. 1W up against Cloud9, and Dizaz was touched upon in that interview. We're getting some kind of new heroes, right? A few first appearances here this road to the International. We've got the Wyvern, obviously over on the side of Cloud9, and then the Gyro IO combo here coming out from 1W. I mean, what do you make of all of this, Fogged?
I mean, they said it on the panel, right? It tends to happen. These Enigmas, if it's going to be let through, DM, it's just like his best/most popular hero. Gyro's going to probably start to come back in. So, yeah, definitely interesting to see them just pull it out. It's a comfort hero for Mankushi. He plays all these super carries, so this is going to be interesting. And yeah, the Wyvern overall, this is going to be cool to kind of counteract a lot of this team fight, this wombo combo and all this that we do see that 1W has gone for. And then the Kunkka to finish it off. This was actually pretty interesting because for a long time, and now of course because how popular it is, this hero, the Rum, the way it worked versus Gyrocopter, people used to talk about. If you do get it off, you can kind of just deal with all the big damage that Gyro does with his flak initially. So it's kind of a cool pick, but like they said also, like Mira and Effie was talking about, they picked the Kunkka for the team fight, but it's going to reduce their overall pick-off potential. Sure. Shira Jr. in the puck.
Absolutely. Well, and as the panel mentioned, right, the main way that they're going to be catching someone as elusive as Chira on his puck is this curse setup into follow-up arrow or torrent. That's going to be the best sort of shot outside of potential itemization that they could go for to help deal with the puck as well.
is probably that Orchid, right? Yeah, that itemization that they were saying. We used to see it on the Kunkas quite a bit, and yeah, we'll have to see if no one does go down that route as well too, because it does look maybe pretty necessary this game if they want to be able to just fight back in the early and the mid game. So we'll see how these lanes do end up going, because yeah, top right now we're seeing the. I think we actually get a decent amount out of that first wave, so those Eidolons weren't cleared out. Bottom, Mirana is going to get pressured this. Or sorry, they switched it up. Apologies. So he's able to just play in this lane, so they're dodging very nicely. So that's a cool approach, because we used to see the Enigmas, when they get picked early, you see the gyro, they sometimes make it a 5 position. So I guess this is the adaptation for them.
You just take them out of the lane.
But this doesn't feel like the best for Watson in particular overall.
Sure, and I guess if you're Munkushi on the gyro, sure, you're not getting that advantage of playing against the Enigma in the lane, but you're not having a bad lane up here, right?
No. Doesn't feel like that. This feels a little weird. Okay, so
in terms of the games we've had so far here at the Road to the International, the one you've seen, I mean, have we seen many, if any, teams making lane swaps like this? It's very rare nowadays, right? Even in these sort of circumstances where you don't want to play one of these head-to-head hero matchups in the lanes. And Fishman, he's gone. First blood for Munkushi. So yeah, this top lane, there might not be an Enigma in Munkushi's lane, but he don't care. He's having a great time. He's loving it up here. And Watson, not so much.
I guess their concept is that the DM's Enigma is more important for the early mid-game kind of status.
I guess,
Watson is gonna just have to kind of catch up with these arrows and whatnot and farm. But okay, an interesting approach, because yeah, Gyro, sure he's not gonna get the extra farm from Eidolons, but he's gonna get a free lane.
Yeah, he really is. A hot start for him. Mid lane matchup so far, 13-7 here on No One against Chira Jr.'s 6-1 on the puck. And Chira Jr. incredibly low. He's got to start being pretty careful. Does have the bottle out. But this is likely to continue, right? No One, he's going to keep this lead quite significantly in the Kunkka versus Puck matchup mid.
Yeah, I mean, No One's been on a tear for, since his return, right?
He really
has just been dominating so
absolutely.
many games. So.
No, we've seen signs of it throughout the season, but he really is back on top form, No One.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting to see the big combos that he can do, how much he can break the big damage that 1W does have. Because when you look at 1W's mid-game, it's explosive team fight. The kisses, the coil, etc., everything being thrown on top of the relocate. So see how much the Rum is going to be able to do, and how much Gultom is going to be able to do too on the Wyvern. Because interesting how Astini kind of just put it out there.
He talked it up a lot.
He literally just said it. He just said it. I mean, this hero has one of the higher win rates, I believe, in pubs. I haven't checked recently, but it has been super high. But people just avoid it in pro games because it's weird. I don't know. It's something about it, but Katomi's one of the ones that did play it for a long time. We're going to see what he can do to kind of break big team fights and
yeah, I'm hyped up for it. I mean, Astini, yeah, he really talked it up, right? He was like, we were holding back by not showing it during the earlier games, during the groups of the Road to the International. Now we're ready to put it out there in these series, in these best of threes, where things start to matter that little bit more. And yeah, let's see if Katomi's able to have that sort of impact that the coach expects him to have on a hero that I can't imagine other teams weren't picking this hero because they were holding back, right? Other teams don't pick this hero because they don't have a player that plays it, or they just don't think it's good right now.
Yeah, it could be one of the either. Katomi could be in some trouble here.
He's looking pretty dead.
Got him.
Easy kill here. Sweden Strong will be the one to take it. Unfortunately for Chira Jr., I think he would have loved to have that as the core player, but it is what it is, you know. He's having a rough lane, and now his supports are stealing his kills. That's just life sometimes as a mid laner.
Yeah. Man, I'm really curious. I'm because you're looking at the Wyvern. It's not about cold embrace at all, this game, right? There's so much magic damage.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
You're dead, right? So it really is just about a curse setup. And when you look at the setup too, a curse into a boat, a curse into a black hole, a curse into they have a lot of combos that they could potentially do, which is really interesting. 1W does have these kind of interesting disengages, right? With the IO relocate, they have a cookie to reset positioning. So yeah, these fights are going to be very cool once it all kicks off after these lanes. And we are seeing Watson recover a little bit here in that lane up top, but yeah, the Gyrocopter overall just having free farm.
See a bit of a movement down bottom, Fishman.
It's a cool move.
See if they can get any sort of setup and gap close onto Sweden Strong, but the cookie's at the ready. Not quite able to make any sort of play here with the two supports turning up. And Watson getting pressured underneath his tower. Should be safe, of course, with the leap set, its availability, but now Respectors, yeah, giving him a good right click in there, pushing him right back, and making sure that indeed this whole area continues to be an absolute dream spot for Munkushi on his gyro to start this game.
This is a really interesting kind of rotation. I guess Fishman's just like, we're not accomplishing anything up top, right? And sure, he doesn't get the kill bottom, but Watson top can be, you know, he can just arrow catapults and stuff and get some farm without dying. So he doesn't successfully get the rotation yet, but now he might connect with that clock.
So yeah. They should have a cookie at the ready anyway, even if it did get caught. As it was, he doesn't. Cloud's going to be fine.
Interesting stuff, though. And now that 6-minute rune, it's going to be checked. Puck gets sent back to base. And it will be bottom, shield rune. Very nice one, actually. Could be the difference to protect Chira Jr. in these things. As no one, he is level 6. Not going to make the move just yet here. Still wants to keep applying pressure onto mid lane. So two kills for 1W off the lanes, but overall looking at the CS and net worth right now, Cloud9 feeling pretty happy with that little bit of a switch up, I guess. Watson, the thing about this Mirage is you can just arrow creeps, right? So he's just going jungle, arrowing some creeps, arrowing catapults. He's still getting stuff out of this lane.
It's definitely paying off at this point, because I imagine what the big difference you would have seen if they had kept the lanes as originally were, you would not have had DM in this position with this
not at all.
farm. So the outcome has worked out across the board. Sure, Munkushi on the Gyro is getting free farm, but that would have helped. That would have happened regardless of the lane that you would have set up. So.
Oh, look at this! Fishman is at the ready. They're gonna have to bring more. He has been literally just sitting down here for so long.
He's lining to get this.
Whoa.
Oh, battery assault out.
And he gets
the pickup. Couple of wisdom runes here going the way of Cloud9. He's even trying for the killer against Sweden Strong. Sweden Strong desperately trying to get away from the battery assault. You're not going to be able to escape him. Gets the wisdom rune, gets the kill. Now the question is if he can get out. Cloud's going to try with the chase. Fishman's got the TP. There's nothing to stop it.
No one.
Out of there. And indeed, the rotation comes in top setup there with the combo. No one able to make sure that they can slam down this gyro.
Oh, that was like the last 3 minutes. The sequence was just kind of beautiful. Just Fishman ditching. They make these little plays just to make rotations happen and stuff like that. They get the kill, double steal, wisdom rune, kill Mukushi's courier, and no one gets.
They might get more as well. They respect. He's going to hide underneath his tower.
Oh, I mean that's huge. I mean, whenever these double wisdom runes get stolen, and if the stacks potentially do get stolen too, the game definitely starts to get a little awkward.
I mean, Watson's turned up as well. They're absolutely ready to try and make a second attempt at a kill up top. Gonna look for the X mark to hold back Munkushi, get him back into the torrent combo, but Chira Jr. turns up with a rotation themselves.
Yeah.
Cloud thinking about charging in, but he's still level 5. No ult to be had. DM just turns with the ult, but immediately Chira Jr. puts a stop to it with the waning rift. Respect getting low, but he backs off with Munkushi. Both teams throwing down ultimates, but nobody to fall.
1W just trying to disengage. That solar flare was active. Everybody was hitting super hard, so we'll be able to disengage, but it caused... Yeah, they have to use ults just to disengage and don't get kills, but they at least disengage from that black hole.
They do.
That was a little
black hole gone.
That was pretty enthusiastic there from DM trying to go for it, but either way, attempts to put some extra pressure. It's a lot of movement in these first 8 minutes. So far, yeah, C9 just looking a good chunk better. Have we seen what build? I'm going to check actually really quickly from no one which one he did decide to go down the route. He's just going Blade Mill, so he's not actually going to be going down that Orchid. Yeah, well, we'll see if he does purchase, but he's going standard, so he's feeling like, you know what?
It's good.
I own the puck. We'll have things to deal with him probably later on. We'll see if he does change it or not, but yeah, I mean, the Blade Mail is super good.
Yeah, so much damage that's just going to be thrown out in these fights that will of course get reflection. Flat cannon hits, kisses coming in. The Blade Mail is going to be a bit of a nuisance for 1W, especially with the speed that no one's going to be able to get it online at the moment. As you can see, top net worth right now on his mid Kunkka.
And love his rotation, really just finding that gyro early on. Mukushin, that was, even though he was in that free farming lane versus that Mirana, it's only 300 difference between the two of them. So pretty massive for the side of C9, that switch up that they've done so far here. Let's see if they look for this 10-minute power rune. Wards have been placed pretty, I mean, a lot of them down bottom here from 1W trying to control that area. See how both teams are trying to kind of look to play.
We'll get the freedom to start cleaning up the stacks prepared here for Munkushi on the gyro with no move being made by Cloud9.
That's why, I mean, that's why they want these two wards, right? It's like these watching wards maybe catch a smoke or a movement that's going to be looking for some invasion play. So nice stuff here at least. But we'll see. I mean, the curious thing is really going to be the question of, is Gyro a good hero still? Because they picked it specifically because they wanted to deal with this Enigma kind of style and everything that. It's the first time picked. We've been seeing literally only these Wind Rangers.
Why has sort of Gyro Stonks been on the decrease?
Do you buy Gleipnir?
That is true. You're not a Gleipnir hero. You're absolutely right.
Right.
I mean, you can if you want.
You can, but I don't know about that
This is indeed when nowadays for the cause it comes to the draft and it's like, hey, what hero do you want to farm Gleipnir on this game?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gyro's not one of them.
I was actually like earlier today. I was theory crafting and I was like, maybe Gleipnir could be decent on it. And I'm like, it's a lot on the Gyro, but you'll get your call down to land and stuff, I guess. I don't know. You're gonna go standard build, so we'll see if it ends up paying off because it's just we haven't seen it at all here, and it just hasn't seemed to be one of those big damage dealers as we see these Maranas, these Wind Rangers, how fast they burst heroes in a second.
Exactly.
It takes some time.
It does feel like the old versus the new, right?
It does.
1W coming in with some old carry, the Gyro,
Nice
and
duel.
C9 coming in with the Watson Marana, one of the newer ones that people are liking right now. Doom's dropped down, they're going to be able to back away from it. I mean, Relocate has come in, they're trying to bring Munkushi into the fight. But caught in the front lines, Respect's taken down immediately. Sure, they'll kill off Fishman.
I mean, Kunka's going to come back in.
And they've got the setup. X-Mark dragging back Munkushi straight back into the midst of the action. He will get bounced away with the cookie. Chira Jr. jumps back in with the silence onto the two of them. And Cloud considering stepping up into this, but it's still rather scary for 1W to approach for more. But they'll take that.
They used a lot.
They used the IO.
They used every ultimate. They used absolutely everything, so they got to be careful now for the disengage.
That's true, and Black Hole is still at the ready here for DM. So they'll keep the pressure onto the tower here, Cloud9 with the Eidolons, and they're still hovering around, considering more.
I like how we're getting these it was a 5v5 engagement that was kicking off there. No one was able to disengage from the Doom coil instantly, which kind of made it difficult for 1W to push forward for that fight at all. But that was a really nice cookie. That cookie likely saving the gyrocopter there potentially, so. Chira?
I think Fishman was considering, but I guess Hookshot's still on cooldown, so didn't have a way to capitalize on the jump after Chira had used the orb.
Really wanting to hold on to these tier 1s as long as possible. You see how much they're bringing here on the side of 1W, just wanting to make sure they can keep this one alive as long as possible, not let them get more entrances into their jungle. And they'll keep this one alive. Top one eventually did die, of course. And they're just looking to protect their side. I mean, you see these pretty defensive wards just trying to ensure that the Gyro can farm without getting ganked.
It does seem, though, with the pace and the movements of the last few plays that the Doom, you know, Cloud and Chira, this Doom puck combo, they may start to suffer in farm a little bit. Falling behind.
And the auras are soon going to start getting online, right? We're going to start getting a couple of them. DRM's got the drums, the pipe's going to get queued up. Cloud, he's got to go down the Midas route, so they're going to have to play team fights probably versus auras without auras for a long time. So we'll have to see how those start to come out here. I assume the mech or a solar will come out from Sweeting Strong, but these are going to take time. It does feel like C9's going to have these a little bit earlier to maybe apply some pressure, but we shall see how much they can slow the pace of the game down on the side of 1W. It's only less than 1K, but they do have that Doom going Midas and stuff like that, and again, it's just going to be, the question of how Gyrocopter is in this meta.
Yeah, and what sort of timings he ends up being the strongest at?
Yeah.
Is the mid-game, as you say, going to be rough because there will be all these auras and sort of damage reduction available on Cloud9? And is it just towards the later portions of the game where the Gyro becomes 6-slotted and backed up by an IO that 1W feel that they'll be in their element and they'll have the advantage?
My fear really is that when like a Crimson Guard and the Rum comes out, if the Gyrocopter's not like, where's
not gonna do anything.
Is he going to actually do damage? So
exactly.
Let's see how it all ends up going down. If they can start getting some kills going for themselves, some of these pickoffs, because it just feels like C9 is happy with this type of situation in this game right now. And it's going to be, I mean, they're going to take Wisdoms again.
Absolutely. Fishman's here for round 2.
He doesn't even smile. He's just like, yep, that's another day at work.
Serious business here from Cloud9.
Is he buying a third bracer? Oh my. How many bracers are we going to have in all these games?
Yeah, I mean, we saw yesterday, wasn't it, from Purge on the stats of the braces being purchased. It's higher than ever right now, this TI.
Nice connection. All 3 cooldowns, beautifully on top. Doom is used, though. So 20 seconds, Wyvern's going to be respawning. Let's see what C9 looks to do to react to that, if they want to even make a move against it.
I mean, I imagine that's the thing, though, for 1W, even when the Doom is on cooldown, the rest of the lineup can still make moves, or how reliant are they on that Doom to be there to do anything on the map?
Overall, like an overall team fight, they need the Doom, but as like these little pickoffs and stuff, they can find like a coil relocate, they can do it. But I think C9, I don't know if so far they've been playing pretty smart. They're not giving these type of real opportunities, not really being split up versus this IO.
Oh, they've got the vision for the setup. They're going to find Sweet and Strong here underneath the ward spot.
Oh, and he can't even finish off the ward. Let's see. Look to apply some pressure here off of these kills, and they know Doom's on cooldown. Getting a scan, looking for more. And DM, the pipe is...
It's close.
Pipe is 300 away, Owen.
Yeah, it's very close. And meanwhile, I think...
Oh, Chira!
They've got the setup here.
They've got the black hole.
They could drop it if they want to, and they will. They'll need to for the kill. It's absolutely worth it. Take that mid puck out the game and just continue to make him struggle. You see on the net worth right now out of the cause, Chira Jr., he's falling behind.
He sure is. Having a real rough one, and they're still even looking for these plays. No one. Here with Watson.
Cloud. I don't know if he's got many ways out of this one. Even if he did, the TP still on cooldown, so not a chance to break away from this play.
They're playing the map beautifully.
It's looking good here for Cloud9.
Every move is hitting, every response is kind of hitting too, and yeah, they're just getting the better farm across the board here. His Kunkka pick, it's working beautifully. I mean, no one has been, as we said, an absolute menace, and since the laning phase, it's been so. He doesn't have any kills, but he's been setting up all over the place and shutting down this gyrocopter a little bit too. Munkushi's still farmed though.
He is.
He is super farmed.
But are we in the age of Dota 2 where a gyro can 1v5? You know, is it that sort of patch?
How many buff? Because it's just like the damage just looks like 90 plus 58, right? Yes, his flak's gonna hit high on like these like overall like. Then when Crimson comes out, the ROM is out. I'm just wondering if it's actually gonna be enough. If it's just him, because it really is like it's a 4 protect 1.
It's gonna be a 4 protect 1. It really is. They're gonna try and get the setup onto Jira Jr. They're gonna break him away with a cookie, but the X mark is there.
He's gone.
And even just with the battery assaults alone, really, he can't get out of that. He's dead again. And now they can get the pressure on towards the top Cloud9, bringing the creep wave round, even scanning out behind the tree line, see if they can find more, and they can. No one is able to get the setup here with the Torrent. They're wrapping around, surrounding the Snapfire, sweet and strong. Dead as well. Cloud9 starting to steamroll this one.
And that's no one's, pretty much his Orchid actually done after the Blade Mail as well too. So now he's got even more answers for Chira Jr., who I don't think he's very close to anything really to get that Dispel off, so doesn't even have that Witchblade yet. Just playing the map beautifully, continue to apply pressure. Tier 2 dropping. Watson now able to get involved even more so too with the Gleipnir. Game is looking very good for them. And Kushi, you've got your work cut out for you.
I mean, they're looking to see if they can get the timing for the setup. Torrent, it's not going to get the connection onto Munkushi. Onto the side. I mean, you've got Fishman holding back respect. He's trying to get over to Munkushi.
The Blade Mail.
He's not going to be able to.
The Blade Mail just killed him.
And they're both dead. Cloud9 completely outplaying 1W right now and getting the big kill there, taking Munkushi off the map. And as you can see, he's the only one really getting somewhere right now for 1W. Cloud and Chira Jr. just continuing to desperately try and catch up. But it's not happening so far. Now another problem's online. No one's got his Orchid done.
Massive. And he took 1,300 damage from the Blade Mail there. So just the power of the Blade Mail plus that Rum kind of combo, since you're taking reduced damage, but they're taking the full. He killed himself so fast.
Yeah, needs that BKB before they try going for something. And of course, to be fair to them, they weren't trying to go for something. They were farming pretty deep, pretty riskily. Did, of course, believe that his Eye would be able to take him out, but as we saw, Fishman just making sure that Respect would not have that sort of option to make that play, separating the two of them.
I didn't get to see all the C9 games throughout these groups and stuff, but man, it's looking very methodical. And we got to at least cast a lot of like the qualifier games for them, stuff like that too. It's looking very similar, even versus some of these like better teams and stuff too. So
they're gonna try for something here.
See what they get.
It's gonna be hard.
Everything's up.
As you said, the Blade Mail just caused so many issues for Munkushi in that last sort of situation. There's no reason why it's not going to be another problem once more when they run straight into it. They still yet to have the BKB, so feeling that their hand is forced here, 1W, to try and do something now.
And who do you go for? You want to doom the Kunkka, but you have to get this kind of perfect engage where you see the Wyvern, because they have ways to disengage and set up wombo combos. This fight has to be done pretty beautifully around Vision, I would say, here for 1W. They have to get a really ideal kind of pick off one target immediately in the fight in order to have any type of success, and it's not the easiest. Lots of disengage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Falling away from the smoke plate that they were setting up for their 1W, they knew that just was not going to happen. They have to keep trying their best to keep the farm up. I mean, Munkushi ahead, but pretty much all three of Cloud9's cores are getting very close to taking over that of the gyro.
Yeah, at some point soon too, it's going to be like Roshan contestants that are going to start to come out too, and can be difficult if you're not set up initially versus this C9 lineup. They have tons of ways to set up for these wombo combo, black holes, Kunkka boats, etc. So Roche is going to be making its way down bottom now, and it looks like C9 is starting to make their position down there to at least get the Vision prepared for that potential fight that's going to come out. And Munkushi still a bit away from that BKB. So very likely if he tries to go into this fight, he's just going to die so fast to just his own damage. That's interesting. So he did go for the full upgraded boots, the bearing on DM. So it's gonna take a little bit longer to come out with that Crimson Guard, but eventually it's still gonna come. And they're gonna start this rush.
Yeah, very difficult for 1W to make any sort of move over to the pit. especially in this position on this side of the map.
Just too much wombo combo teamfight. And are they actually setting up for a move at the same time of this? It looks like they were potentially in the mid lane, Katomi and Fishman.
Yeah, he's ready with his blink, so has the easy curse setup. Sees the chance.
And Io's always just attached to the gyro, so he'll just, if the Io shows, just insta-kill that Io. And the others finishing off with 2 heroes. Efficient movement.
Yeah, they're getting so much on the map right now. Let's hope for 1W's sake they don't also lose this Wisdom Rune.
Yes.
We've got to keep eyes on it. Fishman's going to start making his way over there. At the moment, he's a safe distance away from it, so finally 1W should be able to claim one of their own Wisdoms.
It's so interesting how like the gold did shift. It was like 5K down to 1K, but that's because of Torment or because of all these like, little things that they got. So now back up to that 3K. They've got an Aegis on Watson now, so he can start really looking to join in. And did he hit? Has he hit 15 yet on the Mirana? He is, so he can get that leap attack speed online now, and his damage has skyrocketed. Mankushi needs BKB before the fight. So that's probably the key first thing that they need. Jiro Jr. probably also wants to ideally get this Yules. He's getting caught, though.
They've got the setup with the hook shot, but he's able to jump out of the cogs with the Waning Rift. Don't have any further follow-up in range. So Jiro Jr. is fine.
That's good, because that's pretty. I think that's pretty much the Yules done, so if he died there, wouldn't probably have the gold for it. Maybe will be an X factor in this next upcoming fight.
Now fighting into the Aegis, though, not
easy.
really something that 1W want to have to do, but they may be forced to if Cloud9 start running at them.
It really does feel like to me, this is the question that gives to me, is Jaro going to be able to do it first of all? Just
can he carry
this?
this? I mean, it feels like he needs kind of 2 items and a Divine Rapier on top of what he has right now. We'll see if he can get that.
And as the Grum, Crimson Guard, it set all these things blocking him out until he gets one of those real big damage items. And Mirana is all about that single target, real big burst. So, I mean, Watson is crazy how it worked so well, right? That offlane kind of switch up. Mirana's 3-0-4.
Absolutely paid off.
Farm.
They're all having fantastic games on the 3 cores and largely down to that adaptation.
Oh, close.
They're going to catch the snap, though. Sweden strong core in the combo from Noah. They can get the push onto the tier 2. Fortification comes out from 1W, but not looking to try and make any fight happen 4 versus 5, that's for sure.
They have to play versus so many of these auras. They do have that mech on the Io. They have the crest up on their Snapfire, but that's it for now until later for the Doom. And soon the Aghanims now is going to be done for the Kunkka too. So yeah, no one just continues to have this marvelous game. The Coil?
They've got the Coil out onto the 2 of them.
They don't want to go on.
I mean, they're very, very careful about approaching any further, and indeed, nothing's going to happen with that Dream Core use.
You have to know where the Enigma and the Wyvern are. You have to try to see them or catch them initially, because if you overcommit, you're going to get wombo comboed. You're going to get cursed into the full boat combo. So good little disengage there from 1W at the least. No Coil now for some time. See how C9 looks to play around that. They feel pretty content with farming, it still just feels like, too. Just continuing to get this big scale going. Oh, no one's actually switching it up. So we'll see if which one he does commit for. Kushi.
Got the Gleipnir.
Did not pop his BKB.
And he will get it off now. So give him the chance to walk away from all of this. Respect's been caught to the side, but he's able to tether away. Caught by the Orchid in the right clicks, but the cookie's there from Sweden Strong. Gets him back up to the safety of the high ground.
Forcing that BKB. Katomi looks like this is one they want to try to catch, but
oh my goodness, he was out with a blink. And he's ready to maybe turn. He's going to have the curse. The arrow setup, arrow follow won't quite be there in time, but still Katomi with the quick fingers gets away from a little bit of an attempt that 1W make on his life.
Almost gets that arrow connection. Wow, that was crazy fast, and they're going to make the move off of this. No BKB on the gyro. They catch him, very likely to just die. The relocate was also stopped earlier from that clockwork hook shot too, so yeah, they could go from Mankushi and full commit onto him. Oh wait, the TP's actually coming right on top of them. They're coming in.
This could be very difficult to get Mankushi out of unless they start backing off now, which they will do so. They know that there's something coming for them.
That TP actually kind of showed it. If they had actually been able to walk through with that smoke, they would have been okay, but the TP onto the outpost was seen by Ward. So that may have actually given away that gank that C9 was setting up there. Either way, though, they're controlling the map. They're starting to constrict and really force 1W kind of back into their base. And, you know, this is a lineup with a Midas Doom and a Gyrocopter with flash farming, and they're still not really getting any momentum or any type of net worth lead ever. It just continues to grow more and more for C9. Now potentially even threatening high ground here.
Got 50 seconds left on the Aegis here for Watson.
They use their high ground glyph, huh? So this tower, they're not set up for it. It's going down. Gotta be careful how you use some of these glyphs.
So they want to try something. 30 seconds of the Aegis. Feels a bit rough making the jump before that's expired.
They're trying to do some type of sneaky wraparound with the Makushi to find the Wyvern and Enigma, but Fishman was ready.
And indeed, the Rax, they're going down. They'll smoke up now. Actually going to get the X-Mark into the arrow setup onto Cloud, but no way to get in onto the high ground. They've taken out the range Rex. The melee Rex still stand. Cloud, he's going to jump in, look to try and make a play, but no one immediately puts the BKB. Cat's Hermes in with Windsor's Curse onto the two of them. They'll hold back both of the cores. They're going to relocate Cloud out of the fight. Fishman, he's in with a hook shot. He's going to close the gap onto Munkushi, but a cookie from Sweden is strong. Gets Munkushi back behind the safety's barracks. They're keeping the melee Rax alive here. 1W.
It was awkward because they were all kind of going in on side of C9, and Watson had to wait for Aegis to go down because it was about to be reclaimed, so they couldn't really go in, but now potentially are looking to make that move back in. They still have quite a bit available.
I'll see if they want to do it again. There's an amplified damage rune ready for the taking here for Cloud9.
They're going to back it up. They forced everybody back to the base. Potentially even finding a catch here with that ward that they placed from earlier outside.
I mean, 1W is trying to chase out and see if they can find something themselves, but it's so difficult to get out on the map right now.
You see the Kunkka?
These BKB cooldowns could be risky for both parties here. Continue to chase here, 1W.
20 seconds on this BKB. They want to try to catch no one before it, but scared going toward that high ground.
Unlikely to happen here. They've spotted out the ward situation. Can't get that jump.
And they're starting to make the way move back toward that Rax bottom, and there's the Crimson Guard. So, Crimson, is that gyro going to do damage? So far he hasn't been able to really walk in. Cloud, BKB back up in 1 second. Can't make the move.
Cloud9, they can continue to stick around here. Evidently very hard for 1W to slow them at this point of the game.
Yeah, and they have these wards that they want to play around on the left side because they have that vision. It's actually a bit fortunate that they still have that ward around the Ancients this entire time, because it's been watching C9 for the majority of the time, but either way, they're not able to get too much out of the map because they're getting stuck in another Wisdom Rune that's stolen. So more and more XP and gold lead that just continues to be there for C9. Yeah, this amp damage, level 18 on the Kunkka. They're ready for these fights. The Daedalus is out. So Gyro,
it's online.
He's got a big damage item. Again, is it going to be enough to go through if he's even able to get these hits off and everything versus this, versus this Crimson and everything like that too?
I mean, he's got to be considering the Rapier next, right? I mean, is survivability going to cut it? Can you really just go back for something like a Satanic?
I mean,
the game's tough.
Like, it really does feel like he does need something like that, because I don't think like something like the standard, like the butterflies and stuff like that, it doesn't feel like it's going to cut it.
Because at this point of the game, you're just not going to get that big step up in damage output coming from your other two cores, right?
No, their game has been very shut down pretty much this entire time. It's a Midas Doom, who is just still on the bottom kind of these cores, which is pretty crazy.
Now ready to go for another approach towards the base here. Cloud9, smoked up.
That ward did just expire, I believe, right? So that one that they had outside the base for a very long time goes down, but they're still looking to catch. Fishman.
1W are preparing. They've got the full 5-man. Ready on the defense. They're going to end up stepping into no one. They get in with the jump. Cloud. He's going to get the shot opening, but the Winter's Curse is there in time. But the BKBs were out in time. So Munkushi can continue to push forward. The Dream Coil down on towards the Mirano. Be cold embrace for now. They got the maximum damage taken out through. They do.
Very nice.
They burst through Watson and now 1W. They'll try and turn for more. DM. Be chased towards. They've got a hookshot coming in. In fact, no one. He's ready with the turnaround. He slams down the boat straight down towards the gyro. Pulls him on the tidal wave. There's going to be back over the relocate. He's back in. Indeed, the X. No one. He was prepared for the relocate save, and he puts a stop to it. They take down Munkushi. They may just find Chirurgeon as well. They will. No one sweeps him up with a tidal wave. Completely breaks the fight there.
Oh my goodness, no one. Who needs the carry Watson? No one just gets a beautiful setup.
I just outplayed them all.
And this is a fight that you probably don't expect C9 to be like, hey, we're, like 1W is probably like, oh, they're not going to take this fight. They lost their carry. No one just comes in, gets a clutch. DM, beautiful black hole. They're going to get potentially another Rax here.
I think at least. I mean, they've got the fortification coming out from 1W, but...
They pop a counterglyph. I mean, they really want to push forward.
Yeah. Cloud9, I mean, no one in particular hitting them hard there in that situation. A situation that you could tell at the beginning of that fight, 1W, they felt something. They felt they had something there. It was off to a good start. They got the carry. They were ready to go for more. But yeah, no one just completely smashing any efforts from them to try and push that fight to their advantage. As now 1W indeed losing a second set of barracks here in the mid. No one leading the charge, ready to go for more. Then with the silence, Cloud.
It beat 5 seconds.
He's incredibly tanky, and no one will get caught by the homing missile. Cloud has to pop his own BKB to retreat. And so back off.
They get the force out. Coil, but he's got BKB if he feels he needs it.
Don't have the damage to bring him down. Cold Embrace is there as well. So they can keep no one safe, keep that Kunkka alive. Still yet to go down this game. 5-0-6 on no one.
I know, and it's such a beast. Look at him go, even running in with 25% HP.
And Katsuomi's looking for the setup. He's jumped in. Does get clipped by the silence, though. They're going to try and force him out of this. The flak cannon hits coming in. They brought the Wyvern down. Now the turnover was Fishman. Fishman's trying for a TP out, but the Ult Scepter is there to stop it. 1W, they'll catch the 2 supports.
Costs a buyback, though, and the cores are the ones that do get away. They just able to TP out. That was a chance for them to maybe get some of these kills onto one of them, but not quite able to. Man, Cena just playing this so well. I can't believe how confident I'm seeing. Like, no one is just playing so confident. He's just running in with like 20% HP. Yes, this one he gets his support skilled, which kind of stinks a little bit for them, but overall, I mean, the damage just continues to be done.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of sort of supports dying, it's still, that's kind of part of the job, right? At the end of the day, and it's you can see on the KDAs. The one death on the course with Cloud9 has just been Watson in that one instance down the mid. Outside of that, none of their cores are going down. And we'll see once again, this is, the one death a core on Cloud9 has had so far this game. Watson in that situation. And indeed, at this point, 1W, absolutely, you're going to push on for more. You're going to chase on for more. But right here, the tidal wave dragging him in, setting him up for the black hole. Sure, there's a relocate, doesn't matter. No one, he knew it was coming. X mark straight back in, dead Kunkka. Dead gyrocopter. I don't think we'll be saying dead Kunkka at all this game with how things are going.
This has to be one of the best, one of the better performances, if not the best performance from the Kunkka I've seen. I know Collapse had an absolutely absurd game too, but man, no one...
He's doing so much.
Yeah, he's carrying. He really is carrying from this role. And they're having they're having a great time out of it as well too, as we see.
They're feeling the momentum massively now. 16-8, 9K gold lead, and they're ready to go once more with the Aegis on Watson.
And there's one Rex left. There's only one set, so that's really the main thing that they got to look to claim. Simon Kushi, he's going for Satanic, so he is still looking for more survivability.
Okay.
I guess because they got the kill on Watson. Maybe he felt like after that one, he's like, okay, maybe we do have damage.
But then next,
we'll see.
We don't want to see a butterfly. A butterfly, that's game over. You got to dream big.
Yeah, I think if you give Butter, he just can go MKB, and then it's actually just kind of better for Watson, it feels like, to just single target burst you, but we'll see. Fishman now with Aghanims, he can keep these waves shoved in, so 1W, it's been a lot of the game where they've been kind of trapped inside their base, but that's going to continue even more so now on top of all this. And DM, he's starting to get toward that item if he wants to go for it too, is the BKB. So in most of the game, he just wanted these auras. Now with the BKB, it's like, okay, now you might have to just doom him, but you can't really doom him, so fights are difficult for 1W. Very, very difficult to pick and choose your targets.
I'll see how heavy Cloud9 want to go with this Aegis push. The smoke up comes out. Ready to start things off. Hasterin in the bottle as well for no one to play this next fight. And indeed, the rapier has been queued up. It's going to take a bit of time to get there. We'll see if he can.
Necessary. It feels absolutely necessary. Lanes are all shoved in. Chira trying to get as much as he can on the left side. He might be able to get a Wisdom Rune as well, too, on the puck at the least here. Get him, his team is the second one, I believe, of the game. Since
they've only got one so far.
Not been able to get too much.
Oh, no, he's not going to stick around.
The Wisdom. Oh. And
You've got to check the time sometime.
Oh, well, you know what? He may have gotten killed. I mean, probably not, but either way, whatever. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't getting killed. Maybe he wouldn't have got the Wisdom Ring.
Yeah,
he could have been interrupted by the hook shot, but he was almost certainly going to be able to escape from the clock. But yeah,
maybe he thought they were setting up for it.
There could have been more there.
Yeah. Or his team maybe was calling, let's smoke and try to get a wrap and catch him or something.
Yeah.
They are all smoked up. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a way for them to take this fight overall in particular. What type of wraparound? Of course, the ideal is get the Doom on the Kunkka and try to kill him, but as we've seen, it's not really possible. No one will be able to get the disengage off from his teammates, get these 4 steps and stuff like that. So what is the approach? It's probably find the Wyvern and then try to kite and stuff from there, but yeah, just complicated to see. Watson hitting another spike as well, level 20. Big damage. That individual burst now is going to be pretty crazy on whoever he does look to focus on too. We've seen Cloud a couple times. I was going to point it out, but I think by now, I think we've done it too much. Buying the Midas, he sold it in the last fight earlier, bought his Shivas, rebought it, etc. So people can keep tabs of that.
Here we go. 2 minutes left to push with the Aegis in Cloud9. They're ready to get it going.
Jira.
But the Yules are going to be able to get the phase shift off, and Cloud's in with the Doom down towards the Kunkka. No one's got to start backing away. Munkushi pushes in with the BKB and the flat cannon. Dreamcoil only going to catch on to Watson, and it's an awkward position because they can't push on for him, and even if they did, he's the one with the Aegis.
And they still can't do what they need to do, get that Doom and try to burst a target. The disengage just happens every time. Now there's
so
no
much
Doom.
survivability.
So much was just used there from 1W. Pretty much every single ultimate.
And the ultimates for Cloud9, they're still there. They've got a black hole, a curse, everything ready to drop. So the push will continue.
Literally every ultimate. I didn't even see the relocate. Whoopsie. But yeah, every single spell was used there. BKB.
He's got to be careful how he steps forward. His BKB, of course, still on cooldown. They're going to catch him in the X-Mark Torrent both. They've got the cookie to try and break him out of the combo. Cloud jumps in, gets caught by the stun himself, though. Chiro Jr. trying to help out, but Cloud is getting shredded here by the right clicks. The Black Hole's going to get dropped to lock down the puck. Chiro Jr. and Cloud, they'll buy back immediately, but the tier 3s are gone.
They're so good at covering each other in these team fights. Munkushi.
He gets caught by the tidal wave. I mean, Chiro Jr. is going to try and jump in to help out. They use the cookie to try and get Munkushi out of there. They're taking out the Aegis on Watson for the curse, catches the 3 of them, causes the death of respect. He has a buyback, uses it immediately. Munkushi needs help. He'll turn his attention over towards the clockwork, trying to right-click down Fishman. Has the buff up now from respect as he comes in with the tether, keeping their Gyro alive and trying to keep this defense going. They've killed off Fishman. Now they'll try and turn for more. Munkushi with the checks.
Could be in trouble.
With the jump forward, the coil's back up. It's a great one as well. Catches onto the 2 of them. Can they bring in the damage? They'll focus Watson first. The cookie comes in. Watson's still alive. Leaps out of the side. He's able to walk away. Finally, they'll get him. But it's cost them 3 heroes. 1W down to the final 2. They don't have any more buyback to expend. Munkushi taken out in time. But it's going to be a 2 versus 5 defense. Maybe a 1 versus 5 because respect. Off the back of the re-relocate, he's going to be heading back over the torrent. Not timed perfectly, but it doesn't matter. He's dead regardless.
And they're just looking for the end. They see Munkushi.
And they get the hook shot. Caught off to the side. GG. They'll get it. GG, well played. Cloud9 take this game 1 against 1W.
And this was a very much so a team win, right? It was kind of everybody playing beautifully on the side of C9. The teamwork, everything was perfect. Like no one at one point, he's like, oh, Watson died, I gotta carry. We see then also Katomi gets these beautiful curses to get the setup. This was a very good team game in particular. While it felt like for side of 1W, it really did start to feel a lot of times these 1v5s for the gyrocopter. It very
really
hard.
Did. And it just didn't quite get there. We didn't yet see this rapier timing sort of come online. It was a rough one. And Cloud9, yeah, smart stuff straight from the off-right. That lane switch up definitely set them up for success. Sure, Watson for the first, 5 minutes had a bit of a slower start, but that was completely forgotten with how all 3 of their cores were able to have a solid entrance into the mid-game. Cloud9, they take game 1.
I think we had a clear demonstration, Tigov, as to why Cloud9 chose 1W as their opponent.
Yeah, a little bit there. That was beautiful. Just the way in which they respected 1W's strengths in their draft. They swap up the lanes, so then Enigma gets a game because he's playing bottom. Morana, sure, you might lose out 500-600 gold from certain pressure, but you still get to farm top. And now you've disjointed everything. And then when Gyrocops is farming, everyone else is recovering. And on top of that, no one is popping off on Kunkka, like hitting beautiful combos, X-marking on relocates, buying Orchid, making sure he's at the front of the fight. It's like everything you can do to stop 1W from getting online and being as scary as you expected happened in like the first 5 minutes of this game from C9. It was just an incredible start, and they just did not let off the pressure. It was a very good team win.
Yeah, they just outclassed them. They played better at every stage of the game. I love the counter initiation we saw from Curse in this fight here into like the knockback from Tidal Wave into a beautiful black hole, and the puck died so many times this game pre-Orchid. We were concerned about Puck's ability to die in this game initially in that stage where he is least likely to get locked down, but C9 found ways to kill him. They were Xing him, they were bringing heroes, they were cursing him into black holing him bottom, they were finding him top into multiple kills. Like, they just played so beautifully on the side of C9.
And very patient, I would say, whole C9, how they're going to approach a team fight. Everybody's waiting, really good positioning here. Pretty much in every single fight from Kateomi, he's ready to jump in, curse, stop the Doom. That was one of the issues with the 1-dub. They were unable to chase. Sure, you're going to use this big Doom, you're going to use a coil, but if he uses a curse, buys a little bit more time, then they're going to disengage, and it's also a setup for a potential black hole coming out. Flawless performance. Like DM throughout his career, I would say that this player never has been like super flashy compared to some other offlaners. He was not playing these, you know, Mars who goes inlands like multiple arenas and stuff, but he gets the job done. Especially in this game, he understands what his job is, buys all the auras, increases the tankiness of the whole team on top of the ROM buff. And I gotta say, this is one of the best performances I've seen from Kanka in the tournament so far.
Yeah.
Formidable.
And you don't really need flashiness as an offlaner anymore. You just need stability, dependability to always do your job and always make sure that your team can fight at multiple stages of the game. And that's what he provided through his Enigma. On the side of OneWin, I was not impressed again after their group stage games. And now with their mid game, they seem to just falter in that stage where they're farming, they're not playing together, they're not making any decisive plays. The last decisive play we saw from them in that game was when they fought top around minute 12 and they got 2 support kills, or minute 11, and that was it. I was watching the IO's little green ulti bar the entire game, and that was off cooldown all the time. They didn't try to set up for any relocates. They didn't abuse the ability of like the global connection of IO Gyro to potentially like puck on a side lane. It felt like they were just farming on Gyro's timings. They didn't want to make any decisive plays. They didn't want to invade wisdom runes. They just sat there and they lost the game. That's what it looked like from a third-person perspective.
Yeah, we're gonna break down what happened on the side of 1W, but first let's shine some light on our standout player of the game, Tigo.
Oh, shine the light on that fellow bald man's head. Look at him, he's majestic, and my god, the game was majestic as well. Again, like I said, one of the better Kunkka games we've seen. He played with confidence, going for the Orchid after Blade Mail. He's not going for auras from the mid lane. He's stepping up, making sure he's always ready to take the fight, and I think building on his aggression, it allows also like the supports to play with confidence. Like this early game, you don't really see too much movement from 1W because like Fishman's already hunting, he's stealing wisdom runes, he's killing Sweden Strong. And then when that happens, now you've got like Kunkka plus Clockwork, there we go, making the same move. So it's like you can't really expect 1W to make any moves because Fishman's running at you with triple bracer, Katomi's behind with a curse, you then have no one, not even afraid of a Doom because he's, so far ahead. So I think it's like, because of how well the lanes went, it is just a lot of nothing from 1W, and yeah, it's rally around. But yeah, thanks Fishman and No One, for me, they are like the two big players from the game. But of course, everyone played really well. But I think if you watch back the highlights, it's like because of Fishman, because of No One, these are the ones that really kind of stepped up.
The Klonka duo really stepped it up there. Because I liked his build. Like Fishman, what he does, you did mention, T, that he does die a lot.
He does.
This time around, he's like, you know what? What's better than 2 bracers? 3 bracers. So he gets that. He's very tanky in their faces, knowing that he has a backup. He gets a hook shot, maybe, sets up a cog for his own team. Kataomi will bail him out if he's in trouble, but this is also a player that doesn't mind dying for his team. So
does not, and sometimes he doesn't even die because we saw him at minute 7, Effie go for the 1W experience rune, and he got that and a kill on top of it. And I'm wondering how big of a deal, like, is it worth risking your life for the enemy experience rune, first of all, and how big of a mental deal might that be as well?
I mean, getting your wisdom rune stolen is huge mental damage, especially when you're not winning the lanes that you need to, because if the enemy supports are out-leveling your supports and they hit 6 faster, and you've already lost the lanes, you need a really good team fight as a way back in. And in situations like that, it's always worth it to try to go for the steal. If you have that lane advantage, the wisdom rune is just the cherry on top of it. But I think that 1W, I mean, I don't know what's going on this tournament. They are first-timers at TI. They could be nervous, but I don't see any confidence in their plays. There's no decisive moves. It doesn't feel like there's any player shot calling, and they always do the same thing every game I see them, which is farm in the mid game. Just farm, and they get out-farmed eventually.
Yeah, from what we've seen, they're not really a comeback team. Even when they're playing in the qualifiers, it was they lost, I think, 2 games in the qualifiers for TI. But overall, when they lose a game, they lose it pretty hard. So that's something to work on, because they felt like you know, a little bit of like a headless chicken in the mid game. You're playing with like 5-10k gold deficit. It gets really hard, and knowing that eventually you're gonna get out farmed, you're gonna get outscaled, so pretty difficult. And C9, they knew exactly what they need to do. Try to choke them out to the map, buy all these auras, go for the high ground push, and just finish the game from there.
Yeah, it seemed all very straightforward for Cloud9. And of course, Cloud9 is coming in as the favorite here based on their results that we've seen from them in the group stages. But I still was expecting maybe a little bit more from 1W in this first game. I feel like we glossed over this. The lane swap at the very start is like, yeah, that was a great move. Wow, well done. Was this not the first lane swap we've seen so far here in Copenhagen?
I mean, at least on our stream, yes. It's kind of hard to double check the lane swaps every game, but I think for us at least, yes.
That's not a decision that is made very often, and generally is basically not made, is not even considered.
Yeah, Twin Gates removed lane swapping a lot, so it's kind of, you want to do it in a way where, like for this matchup, it's like you're already in the lane, and you really then, like, I think both teams go, whatever, we can play it out. Because if you're an IO gyro lane, it's like, we're going to farm no matter what, we don't care. And on the other side, it's like, Doom should farm, and we just protect. And like at minute 7, the gyro is going to naturally go bottom to farm Ancients and side, so you protect your tower. So I think 1W convinced themselves that they don't need to play into the swap, because gyro will farm top, gyro will defend bottom, Enigma can't take any tower on the map because of this. But realistically, it's like you need to shut down the Enigma to prevent the auras to give your draft life. So I think they kind of, they shot themselves in the foot by not actually respecting the lane swap. Like, use the Twin Gate, punish it, and they probably would be in a much better position.
Should they have swapped, like follow swaps?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Because musical lanes are generally very risky, because you know when to stop.
Mana cost hurts you a bit there on the Twin Gate, but you can do it once.
75, it is a lot, but they brought out Eternal Envy, you know, back in the C9 days. I remember one of the games when he played for the team, for the same organization, he kept swapping for 10 minutes. They did lose in the end, but the spirit of Eternal Envy is with them.
I mean, this time it did work out, and it makes me wonder, this is something that maybe other teams are gonna put to use as well, because they made it look very good, Effie.
Potentially. I mean, I think what T said about they thought that their lanes were going to go fine anyway applied here, but in situations where the key piece of your draft mid-game, your auras, is going to get shut down too early, making a proactive move to fix that is good. So well done by C9, but I think that 1W's reasoning was, okay, we'll just pressure the Mirana instead, because Mirana was being like hit under tower by IO at some point those first 5 minutes. It didn't go very comfortably for the Mirana, but they didn't shut down the Mirana enough to make them not responding to the lane swap workout.
I do also put my question marks. I mean, we saw 2 first-timer heroes in this game. There's no question marks with the Winter Wyvern. Katomi smashed it. Very good. Gyrocopter, however, Lacoste. First impressions, you said it was picked up a little bit because the usual targets, the Wind Ranger in this case, were banned out, and this is a little bit of a replacement.
Yeah, she does a much better job than Gyro in general, and this one, I mean, we said it already, swapping the lanes like that, at one point I'm looking at the CS, Enigma had 30 and 15 CS. If, let's say, because they recognize the threat in this game. If it was any other position 5 hero that can, you know, maybe push a little bit more, try to harass this Mirana, let's say it's a Jakiro, this lane goes completely different, but they recognize that they can get away with that, so well done for them. But Gyrocopter, I don't know, it feels slightly slower compared to some other heroes that come online with like 2 items. Gyrocopter still needs, you know, his tiny items, his Falcon Blade, then he wants to buy Crystallis into Aghanim Scepter. It is slow, and again, they were playing with the deficit all the time. They did clear some of the stacks, but also some of their stacks got stolen early on.
Yeah, I think Gyro's speed is amplified when you have an IO on your team, because you're farming faster, you're connecting to fights with Relocate, and you're finding kills that maybe you wouldn't find as an independent Gyro. So we're not just looking at, it's like there's a formula here with 2 pieces, and those 2 pieces are dependent on the 3 other pieces to create the Relocate. So it's how well can a team enable an IO Gyro, and 1W just did not enable it. To me, them running IO Gyro, them running IO Gyro, they need to be able to create situations, and I didn't see any attempts to do that. So for this upcoming game, I would like them to not repeat that.
No more Doom on Cloud. Like, I see him play well, like Pangolier, Primal. I want him to play the hero that takes Sweden Strong on his back and go, we are 3 and 4. That's going to bully the safe lane through the off lane and break open the game. Because if you guys exactly hit the nail on the head. Like a gyro type game, you need people in front to be proactive. Even if you're not successful, you just need to make opportunities so then gyro doesn't feel like he's farming to become a 1v9 hero. And that's what happened that last game. And when you're picking Doom, who loses lane, he buys a Midas, he buys a Blink. When you have a Puck losing lane, you then maybe go for a Yules. So your 2 cores are going to have like a Blink and a Yules compared to your gyro who's like maybe getting to a BKB. It's like, I think Cloud, unless C9 kind of ease off on how much they pressure in lanes, I want to see Cloud have a bit more kind of just presence, and that comes from a lot of the aggressive heroes he's played so far in the tournament.
So we're not judging the Gyrocopter off of this game because basically his type of game style.
Everyone else lost before.
It's like, it's just, we didn't really see the strength that he normally would have in hands of a better player in this case, or a better team.
It's also why we don't see gyro at the moment, because you need your mid to go well, you need your offlane and 4 to find kills, that if they don't do that, then, like we've already mentioned, you just farm. Just farm 3-4 items. You buy a BKB, now I want a Satanic. You farm a Satanic, I might want a Rapier. You know, it's like, gyro is one of the few carries in the game where every item, you're not looking to be happy, it's like, no, I want that one more, I want that one more. You're very greedy. It's, yeah.
Okay, well, one hero that I think we will see is that Winter Wyvern that we saw played by the man on your screen right here. And it begs the question, he played it in such a way, and also the way Astini was talking about it after their draft before the game began. He's like, yeah, I mean, we saved this hero. It's an absolute beast. We treated group stages like scrims. Katomi comes in on his Winter Wyvern, and now I'm wondering, should this hero be banned, Effie?
It depends on your draft. If you're playing in C9 now, you do have to think about this Winter Wyvern. If you're attempting to run Io, for example, who's always clumped up with his team, if you're attempting to run an illusion carry potentially, you have to think about Wyvern for C9, but I still wouldn't put it as one of the highest priority supports of the patch.
It's the value of Katomi in your team though. He always has like, Wyvern's his 5th most played competitive hero.
Yeah.
But it's like, do you really, going against C9, with all the heroes like Sand Kings and Dooms and Prophets and Windrunners, do you really want to then go, I respect this one POS 4 player so much that I'm going to give away the Sand Kings and the Prophets and all this? Like, that is the value of having a specialty player.
Yeah.
And maybe in second phase it happens where you do respect it in that odd draft or two, but we probably will see him get to play this a lot more.
Because that's what they did, right? That we talked about. We have the draft on our screen as well, and at the start of the draft, we had a very similar situation as what we have right now. They ban out the Tinker. They ban out the Doom now as well, as to not pick it up themselves. And earlier they picked up the Doom to deny pick it out of Katomi's hands in this case. But now they pick up the Sand King again, so I feel like they are putting that much stock into a position 4 player at this time.
Yep. That's perfectly fine. And also, just don't play it yourself. I think they kind of had the same conclusion as I did, where you don't want Cloud to be on a slightly more farming hero, and of course Sand King is the opposite, right? It's a lot of pressure in lane, you buy one Blink or a Pipe or something, and it's just, go, let's fight, let's kill.
I think the combination of 3 things in the first game is what kind of set them up for a failure. First of all, you're losing the mid lane because of the matchup. They have the last pick, so Kunkka destroys that Puck matchup. Your safe lane is not going as well as you expected. You also have Doom, which is a bit on the slower side. Your carry is also slower compared to the enemy carry. So combination of all these things, and now Enigma is also picked up again for Cloud9, which means that I don't want to see gyro. I think they showed that they can deal with it, and I feel they need to figure out a different solution. Also, the reason why they picked it as a counter to Enigma is because DM exclusively plays Enigma on that team. They don't run it as 4, as 5.
5 seconds.
I think what 1W should look to do in this game is, so when Enigma was very popular a few months back, the way that teams would approach this hero when it was flexed between 3 and 5 was that on both side lanes you have an anti-Enigma hero.
Yeah.
In that last game, they only had one anti-Enigma side lane, and when that got swapped around, they had no solutions. But in the past, people would see Enigma, they would respond with Kunkka plus Hoodwink, right? They would put that on the offlane, and then on the safe lane, they had their gyro, or what have you. Some teams would even pick Dawnbreaker. Just any kind of AoE clear on either lane should be able to help you a lot more than you were set up for in that game 1. Sand King already, from the offlane, wave clear. Just make sure that your safe lane now can have any kind of wave clear either from your carry or from your 5.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's pretty much what I was going to be saying, and already like Sand King does it, so yeah, pretty good job. C9, they go back for another Fisherman Classic. We're being spoilt today with Fisherman's very vast hero pool of 2. This is now his second hero, of Bane. And yeah, Bane also sets up for the kind of the bigger map play. When Fisherman wants to go explore, it's a very traditional way of playing the hero, but it's like you Nightmare one hero, you grip another, it buys time for other heroes to kind of rally behind that aggression. Bit spooky though, into already now what 1W is presenting. If it's like an Ench and a Sanking in that lane, Bane can't really step up too easily to bully them. You're playing into a creep, so yeah, I expect lane-wise, 1W has a slight advantage based on Bane into SK Ench, but maybe C9 has some lane setups that they can change up.
I will say normally for 1W it's Respect that plays the Enchantress, so I would imagine Bane is going to be playing up against Rubik.
Yeah, it's going to... Yeah. Swinstrong has played it before, but now with the Rubik pick, yeah, I'd agree. It's now going to be Ench into 5 and Rubik with the Sanking.
And I like putting Ench into 5 also for the reasons that we were talking about, T, about, dealing with Enigma on a side lane. Enchantress steals an Eidolon, and then she can just hit the other 2 before they split. She also has a heal, and on the other side, like let's say they do another lane swap, then you have Rubik Sandking, where Rubik can fade bolt the Eidolons, you have Sandking with his AoE damage, so this Enigma is a lot more solved than it was in Game 1, and that's not even talking about the Black Hole steal, which is why Rubik is typically a counter to Enigma.
Yeah, some really nice spells to steal already, and now even with Nyx Assassin, whether you steal a Carapace, you run into Black Hole, you can steal the Fiend's Grip, all these channeled spells will be pretty easy to steal, and it also makes Sanking's lane a lot easier. You will have that burst damage, so now they're going to be looking into most likely some range carries if they're still left in the pool. Windranger's gone, Lina is gone. We've seen Drow Ranger
potentially
getting picked up multiple times.
Very different game though.
Yes.
The first game from C9. With Bane and Nyx Assassin, they can explore the map, but they cannot kind of convert on kills when they find heroes. They need other heroes to do that. And Enigma, if he's shut down in lane, like we're mentioning with the Ench combo, maybe a Sanking in another lane, they do need other heroes to do that. And
is
they
this a good one for that?
Quads Wex, potentially. Also, you could technically go for Exhort, because you have Bane and Nyx, what I was mentioning about not finding damage on your heroes. Nightmare, Sunstrike, Brain Sap, maybe you get a kill, but yeah, I think Invoker's a step in the right direction, because they needed to convert, and late game, sure, it's going to be very scary, right? You black hole into Cataclysm, refreshes, the late game secure from C9.
No, I like this Invoker pick. It's a lot of magic damage for the Enchantress. It's a potential disruption for Rubik later on in the game when you're scared of him stealing Black Hole. You have this hero with like Tornadoes and Cold Snaps and a means to focus him. And versus the Sand King, EMP can be very, very, very annoying to play into. And you're going to have this Ghost-Walked hero with a Vessel potentially for the Enchantress running around with the Bane and the Nyx. Also, I wanted to just comment that Nyx Assassin, very good counter to Enchantress, because you just eat her creep now with your Mind Flare or Warp Flare or whatever it's called, the little zap thing.
Yeah, just take the creep and no mana, lol W.
Just one-shot creeps, you make money off of her money.
Easy.
The low W or Keck W? It's kind of
both could be used.
Situational.
That's another hero that is okay in the lane against Enigma, where you are getting the extra gold. Eidolons, they do have high magic resistance, but they don't have as much armor. And this time around, they will have a much better lane compared to the previous game, where they were playing into Mirana. They had Io as their position 5. Now with the Enchantress, this is the hero that kind of secures your lane, and we've seen Alchemist taking the facet where you get the extra 250 gold, getting closer to your bracer, so you are stronger earlier, which makes their safe lane much better compared to the previous game.
Yeah, it kind of leans into what I was saying it's a weakness for C9's draft, where your support can't pressure the enemy side of the river. So what hero thrives when no one can pressure you? Of course, Alchemist, and that's such an early timing for 1W. I don't see lane swaps fixing that for C9. And Watson potentially could find that with his carry pick. Of course, I think Morphling, very nice ban from 1W. It puts like a looming timer over the head. Like if we don't execute cleanly, this hero will just overwhelm us. So maybe there's another hero that they can find for Watson to create that. But I expect 1W to control this game a lot better than the previous one.
I still don't think it's the freest Alchemist game, because I think that, while you do have this Acid Spray also to kill Eidolons and you have that extra damage, later on, you're scared of getting gripped. You're scared of getting bottled.
Heavily tempo, yeah.
Yeah, there's a vessel coming out of Invoker anyway for Enchantress. Now it's like double value there. So you know that this Invoker is going to be making it his job to make sure Alchemist isn't free farming. So it can go both ways where Alchemist hits that fast timing, but C9, if they win their lanes, can pressure Alchemist so much.
Let's see what we got coming for our final picks. We got the Dragon Knight, made it all the way to final bans. We see that first phase banned quite a bit, including previous game. And it's Cloud9 that remove it themselves.
I think I like Monkey King for C9. I'm trying to think of a carry that has a bit of pace, relatively strong laning, but also like if you see an opportunity, you don't mind using the twin gate and like jumping in. But if Enigma does get to take top tower and then you have access to the jungle, I don't mind, seeing Watson jump around on some trees, find and get the kill. Eventually you can go Skadi as well down the line. So
I think you want to match the tempo with Alchemist because all your other heroes are going to be building into these auras. You have Alacrity. The other hero is potentially Luna that could come out. We've seen quite a lot of Lunas rotate. Luna is much stronger in the lane nowadays because you were only getting 1 point in Lucent Beam. Now you're going to max that out, of course. So your ulti is also much better. So you go through the Twin Gates, level 6, rotation, try to kill the enemy hero. And especially if you can put pressure on a hero like Alchemist, where he wants to farm between like 7 and 11 minute mark. This is where he is most vulnerable, and you want to take over his jungle, put some pressure on him.
Yeah. Honestly, I like Ursa. I know this hero has been very nerfed, but Ursa would have been an excellent pick here like 1 month ago. If they choose to do it, it would make a lot of sense too. It's a carry that comes online fast. It has a really good matchup versus Alc, versus Sand King. It has attack speed for Enchantress.
Very good pick as well. Oh, this is where for C9 they do have ultimate last pick, so they'll look towards Watson. It's like, do you want to win or pressure the game at 20 or 30, or it's like, what time do you really want to come online? And
they ban out the Huskar.
I was just thinking this last pick for 1W is going to be very difficult no matter what. Again, they're picking it blindly, and you're picking it into Black Hole, into Fiend's Grip, into Mana Burn, into Nyx Assassin, Carapace. So you have to choose your poison, and now you have Pango being played into Fiend's Grip, which is something that he doesn't like to play, and there goes Enigma as well. So quite a difficult game for Pango, though.
But they had no hesitation. That was like instant lock after their final ban.
Triple down on the Chaos. You know what? Quadruple down on it. Like when you think about the early fights now, it's like Alks jumping in Radiance Blink, you got Pango finding the Bane. Like, sure, Bane wants to hit a grip, but before Ags, he's not going to have security to that grip for BKB, so you can just Rolling Thunder on that. Maybe you just find the Enigma, force him. He doesn't really buy Blink nowadays anyway, he buys triple Aura. So if you get found by Pangolier, you're not going to have to walk past him to get to the fight. So yeah, 1W is like screaming at C9 that if we leave our lanes with an advantage, we are going to keep running at you. And they do go for the Monkey King, so it's trying to bring a little bit more fight to the lane.
That is a Watson Invoker. Just want to point that out.
Ooh, we're going to see the right-click tech that's been sweeping
That's why no one was talking so much on the camera. I was wondering why that is, but we've seen even mid invokers going for the right-click build, building up, one of these, maybe even 2, sometimes even 3 of these, all of them. You get Raid Band, some Bracer, you become super tanky, Magic Wand, Power Treads into Dragonlance. So we're going to see pretty much the same build because he does hurt a lot. And Monkey from the mid lane, we've seen this hero become super active early on where he rotates, and this hero makes Pango's lane pretty miserable as well.
I like this setup a lot. I think that, regardless where your Invoker or your Monkey King would have gone, it would have been fine for both of them, but now you know that this Pango is going to be crushed from the mid lane, and Pango is already playing into counters. We talked about the Fiend's Grip already as a counter to Rolling Thunder, but now he just has no lane to play off of because Monkey King should win that lane, and then all of a sudden you have this Monkey King rotating to the Alchemist that T was concerned about would free farm at some point because they wouldn't be able to cross the river. That's not the case if Monkey King is snowballing from mid. He can completely shut down the Alchemist, so this looks really good to me from C9.
Looks good, but I wonder maybe we're going to see some lane swaps because the way that you guys are describing the incoming lane for this Pango is going to be really rough. Maybe there are some saving it. But maybe it is all part of a great picture, greater plan by Coach Achilles that we're going to hear from right now.
Yeah, thanks, Sheebs. I am here, as you say, with Achilles, who's the 1W coach. So first of all, I just want to say, game 1 looked pretty rough. What went wrong from your perspective?
Первая игра была сложная. Что пошло не так, с вашей перспективы? Немножко нас переиграли на свап-линиях. То есть по нашей задумке должен был гирокоптер стоять против Энигмы, сноуболиться, набирать преимущество. Но это не произошло, по итогу так немножечко игра поломалась и не пошла.
So we got outplayed at the laning stage because the lanes were swapped. The game for gyrocopter wasn't that good, and well, yeah, the game wasn't just going as we planned.
Fair enough. So this is obviously the first TI for a lot of these young players. In fact, all of them, your whole team. How are you calming them down and keeping them from getting too nervous?
Это первый TI для такой молодой команды. Как вы поддерживаете их и даете им уверенность?
Да, в целом стараемся не думать об этом прям целенаправленно. Да и ребята, в принципе, уже есть опыт ланов крупных, поэтому как бы мы сфокусированы именно на победе и на своей игре.
They had a lot of experience playing, and they don't think much about it. So they're just focused on winning and going on.
Fantastic. All right, last question. This looks like a pretty good Rubik game. Lots of good stuff to steal. You must be very happy with that pick.
Эта игра очень хорошая для Рубика, и я думаю, вы счастливы, что вы его пикнули.
Да, мы ожидали, что они опять возьмут свою Энигму, поэтому мы примерно представляли, что можем взять себе Рубика, и, скажем так, мы счастливы.
Okay.
What did he say?
Sorry. Yeah, they're happy that they picked Rubik, that they had the chance. They saw the Enigma position. That they knew that they would pick Enigma, so Rubik would be great there.
Okay, well, there you go. Best of luck in the game, and now over to the casters. OD and Fog, take it away, chaps.
Thank you very much, Ted. Yes, time to get straight into the action here of this game 2 between 1W and Cloud9, and exciting stuff to be happening here. We're getting the Invoker, but not a mid-Invoker, a position 1 Watson Invoker. So what do we expect to see from this, and why do you think they went with it this game?
I think they just wanted to have this like ranged hero versus that Sand King in the lane, and also no one wanted to just have this bullying hero, as we saw him bully Chira Jr. pretty much the entirety of that last game. This could be another one of those scenarios with this Monkey King. Let's see how he can do. And yeah, let's see what the build's gonna be. I've seen like these Gleipnir invokers and stuff like that, so I assume it could be something down the lines like that. And he's got his Exort, so I know that T was saying, or sorry, I don't know, T of Mira, one of them was saying the Exort potential in this game, there is set up for these side lanes.
There is.
As a mid laner, I think going Exort is very, very risky, but in this safe lane, I don't know the potential of it. It looks interesting if you get some Sunstrike kills on the side.
Let's see. And overall, last game, of course, was a tough one for 1W. What strengths do you think they do have to look towards this game with their drafting questions? Is there anything you like going from them in particular?
I think they just got more normal heroes. You know, they didn't go for the super risky gyrocopter, which I was very worried about because I'm not sure how good of a hero it is. This draft just looks better overall with the meta, you know, the meta that they have in particular. Sand King is good, builds the auras. I think Cloud overall, he's going to be a lot more comfortable on this than that Doom. We heard T saying it. This is more along his play style than that farming style. Sunstrike?
That's a good hit. Man, with the cold snap and a few right clicks.
They got him. The blood grenade.
They do indeed. Ticks down there to the damage from Fishman. It's first blood for Cloud9.
This is, honestly, this is super cool. This is one of the cooler switch-ups I've seen, I think, so far this tournament, after we just saw C9 do the switch-up, at least of the lanes in that last game, because now, effectively, these two lanes are going to be very one-sided, right? Or effectively pretty one-sided, because you have this double range for Sand King that's going to be really hard for you to take advantage of, and Monkey King, it's a really hard matchup for Pango. You can't really do much of anything.
Yeah, we're seeing it here. 11 and 8 against the 7 and 0. Heavy amount of denies for no one, and a lane that's only going to continue to go in the favor of the Monkey King, you'd imagine, as the levels come in. Much easier for no one to just stand his ground with the Jingu Mastery leveled up.
And the panel was even asking, they were like, oh, we want to see this Monkey King, but they were expecting it mid. The thing about this Monkey, now that it is mid instead of that safe lane, he's going to get these levels, this snowball so much faster. He's going to be able to move faster, shut down the Alchemist, which, now that we can talk about it, that Alchemist lane is supposed to be that very good lane for 1W, but look what's going on right now. It's 7 denies on the Enigma. So they're getting quite a bit out of this lane up here with Gultom to shut down this Alchemist, at least from getting that kind of snowball farm that he wants, ideally versus an Enigma. Very good start, at least in these first 3 minutes here, for the side of Cloud9.
Oh, I feel better.
I mean, very cool. These Monkey King denies. I mean, we're just going to have to keep track of how many he does have over this Pangolier, because it's going to start to get pretty much like over 1 level advantages early on.
Yeah, that's rough. It's rough stuff on the last hits right now in just these first 3 minutes. And Cloud9, I mean, they've had a great start to the tournament so far, and today in this series, it really is just continuing. And this team definitely going to be one to watch as things continue.
And the fear really is also for Chira is, yes, he's losing the mid lane, but also if he gets too low, a Sunstrike comes in. It could be.
Yeah, Boundless, Sunstrike, bam. I mean, we've got 2 points in the ban list. The setup is going to be there.
And if you die in this matchup like that, the game could effectively just like be over. You're giving the XP to the Invoker, you're going to be shut down in mid, and you're pretty important in this game as this Pangolier to probably fix these lanes that potentially could get even more and more difficult. So, yeah, Chira has to be super careful.
Yeah. So you're pretty sure you reckon for the Invoker safe lane, it's going to be Arcanes into the Maelstrom, or do you just still go for like the Witchblade instead and try and go for fights, go for kills, or do you want to have that farming mechanic?
I saw mostly just the Gleipnirs when I'd seen people playing it from like the mid and testing out these right-click builds, so I imagine it's just going to be Arcane Gleipnir.
So far, easy lane here for Watson, 19 and 8.
And the Sunstrike damage just continues to go up, so now it's 250, so I'm always just trying to keep tabs of whenever these heroes do drop a little low, so if you can see that setup. Yeah, no one just making sure that Chira just can't step up. He's keeping the stacks up always here on the Jingus, and they're making sure that they can check these runes too. Katomi, of course, we saw him check the water rune. So on top of destroying the lane, they're also just checking the runes as well too to make sure that this poor Pango can't get anything. Even Fishman now takes the bounty rune that's down bottom, so he can't even get a fill up, he can't lane. That was a rough series, it feels like, for Chira.
Yeah, and a very, very good one for no one.
Oh, yeah.
You know, who could blame Chira, really? You know, he's going head-to-head with no one who really is playing back at his prime in terms of the level of play we're seeing from him in the mid.
Cloud.
He's getting very low.
Survive for now.
Telekinesis onto Fishman. They'll drop down a blood grenade as well. Is it going to be quite enough? It doesn't look to be. Fishman will survive.
Almost a stick fade bolt potential if Sweet and Strong was able to get the vision. Fishman trying to get the angle for a brain saps. Maybe the Enchantress is coming down, so they're looking to pressure.
They really want to get this kill.
Cloud's low, though. I don't know.
And Fishman, he's in a great position here. The other side of the tree's really avoiding anything. In fact, indeed, they turn over towards Cloud. Cloud comes in with the Burrow Strike, but Cloud, he's going to be the first one to go down. Fishman, he's got the Nightmare at the ready to hold back Sweet and Strong. No one's coming with a TP. Sweet and Strong's trying to bring down Fishman. Will be able to find him, but no one. He's able to chase out Respect, make sure that Cloud9, they get the 2 kills.
He might go for Sweden, too.
He's definitely looking for it. Trying to jump across. We'll get the connection with the Boundless underneath the tower. He's diving in, the Jingu's built up. One more final slap to finish off the deal. It's a double kill for no one.
Beautiful rotation. And in the meantime, too, as he makes that move, you know, the move from the Enchantress obviously doesn't work out too great. They get 1 kill. Nyx goes mid, soaks the XP at the same time. So immediately just super efficient plays coming out from C9 that we saw them doing that last game as well. And such an early TP. You could see how ready no one was to get involved in Cloud.
I mean, came back to the lane. I don't think he expected no one to still be around. Sunstrike connects. It's not enough to kill him. We'll get him very low. Fortunately for himself, he does have that salve at the ready, so he'll be able to stick around, but getting very close there to being taken out as soon as he returned.
These are early movements that are going on. Chira's trying to make a sneaky kind of move here with the Invis. Maybe steal a Wisdom Rune. This could be a recovery, perhaps, for him.
A bit of a revenge for what was going down last game. See if they can get that before Fishman takes control. They have hit a scan, so they know that someone's around here, and yeah, they'll drop the sentry. Very heads up there from Cloud9, dropping the sentry after they hit the scan. They know that someone's hiding, they find him, they get the kill, they keep their wisdom, and Chira's game continues to get smashed.
Oh, they even tip him. Oh, Chira, I feel so bad. I mean, that was like probably the best attempted move that he could make, but yeah, they've got the sentry, they've got the stun, they've got all the connection. Watson just continues to get enabled here. The 3 lanes look great. Alchemist is farming, but it's not that type of like super farm that you would have maybe expected versus that Enigma. It's ahead of the other cores by like 600, 700, but they've done a good job of here.
Should I think of bringing any follow-up to try and do anything about it? It's hard with Munkushi having the 6 of the Chemical Rage at the ready, so they won't be diving in for the Alchemist as of yet.
Unless they have the Monkey King, it's probably unlikely that they do end up going for the Alchemist, at least in these early moves. And pointing out small things, I know, and it's standard kind of builds for this Monkey King, but the Corrosion, it's going to be very effective this game versus that Alch, versus that Enchantress as well, too. And yeah, Chira Jr., you know, other things we do have to talk about is as mid-game is going to start hitting. Panel mentioned it. It's like this Pango pick, they did pick it into this Bane and everything too. So besides that Wukong that's coming out later on from that last pick, there's gonna be difficulty for Chira to recover.
Fishman was able to find another. It takes out Respect. See if they can get Munkushi as well beyond the tower. He's out with the TP just in time before no one comes hunting for him.
Such quick movement. And Fishman just, he can do these type of solo plays when he's got the Invoker on his lineup, right? He can just go for these sleep solo plays. He finds somebody, a couple extra hits, Brain Sap, Sunstrike. Supports can die to this very easy. Ton of pressure that C9's able to apply just with like 1 or 2 heroes just roaming around the map. And now they have level 6 on Katomi too, so you never know if there's that extra +1 that Vendetta can come in as well. There can be a monkey on the trees too, so looking like they're going to start grouping up a little bit here. Start to get hopefully something for themselves.
Swinging down towards the bottom lane as no one starts to dive over towards Cloud.
Has he got finished up yet? Oh yeah, so it's just being super active.
I mean, Munkushi off the back of the smoke. They want to try and make a play for DM. And with the concoction, it's under the tier 1.
Under the tower.
They'll be able to reach him with the telekinesis in with the Rolling Thunder as well. They'll get him. DM is taken out. Does take the 4 of them. Same time, plays are being made on towards Cloud as well. Setups there, Boundless Strike comes in. Both teams lose their offlaners.
They have to commit a lot to kill DM, but probably likely at this point that they have to just use Rolling Thunder. I mean, Chira just feeling like he can't really go anywhere else. So a kill's decent for them there, but again, they lose Cloud, who's just having another tough time on the Sand King. Last time was the Doom, this time the SK. Put so much attention on just making sure that they dominate these lanes with these little switch-ups and stuff. It's really clever. As you said, you know, we haven't seen too many teams, I don't believe, do these type of switch-ups. We had it in the first game, and we even have it in the second one from C9, so.
Yeah, they're showing off their flexibility.
Oh, yeah.
And we heard the confidence from Astine as the coach, and we're seeing it from them in terms of their play. Cloud9, incredibly prepared and in shape here for the road to the International.
And it's very uncommon that, I mean, it's very uncommon you see a safe lane Invoker, right? But it's very uncommon you see, the Invoker overall in particular is a kind of a fragile hero when you go for Exort. He's able to play his lane and stay in his lane the entire time.
Yeah, they've not punished him.
They can't go for it. They tried once, but it ended up being disastrous. So Watson is getting away with playing a safe lane Invoker with not getting pressured, which just...
Angela, because Chira was seeing sort of the options being flicked through in terms of what he wants to queue up next. He had sort of the Echo first, now he's just gone for the straight Blink Dagger rush. Do you think that's necessary this game?
I mean, honestly, I don't know how he can get into these fights otherwise, because the Fiend's Grip will just come. He has to be able to just get into the fight, ideally with the perfect position to stop getting grabbed or stop getting set up from like a Wukong's whenever that does get skilled up. But they maybe want to make a move. Can they catch Watson off guard? Fishman is immediately ready for the move.
We'll be able to get the Burrow Strike off. It's enough to keep them just far enough away. Rotation coming in for the rest of 1W.
Okay. So Chira can find something here. Tommy in the area.
They've got the grip. They find Respect off to the side underneath the ward.
Easy kill.
Nothing that the rest of 1W can do to help.
They did try to, like, even like a small movement, they try to make down toward the Invoker. It's red immediately there from that ward that they have, and no one. See Chira just looking to continue being very annoying. His timing's going to be good on his mail.
Yeah, because I imagine this is one of those games, it's the patch for it, right, where if you're Cloud9, you're just, rushing the full Gleitnir on both of your cores.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't see why not. Looks great in this game to be able to shut them down, and I mean, they have such good starts, so you're able to get really good timings on it too for that extra setup. Katomi on the hunt. Chira again.
He's got to be so careful here. They will not be afraid of diving in under him, and
he's got sentries all over the place at the least.
Yeah,
so
should be safe enough, and a lot of backup around as well from 1W.
Decent steal here from Sweden Strong. It's one it's not like a flashy one, but these double Forge Spirits this early on is pretty relevant if he's able to actually get this extra connection onto some of these heroes. C9, they can try to pressure onto this tower here. They really want to just get Chira here. Katomi has to know the sentry's down though. The tower. It's dropping.
Yeah, very difficult for them to hold on to. They'll have to put the fortification. Blink Dagger is out for Chira Jr., so we'll have a way to get that jump initiation off with the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, it's such a risky build, right?
Like going all in.
He's going all in, exactly. It could flop on his face pretty hard here, but we'll have to see. Because it feels like he's already sacked so much, he's just feeling like he has to do this to try to have his Alchemist have a better game, because he's just going to be moving around, setting up with Rolling Thunders.
No one. He's got his eyes on Respect. Respect, pretty speedy and pretty tricky to take down, so no one won't waste any more time with that. Meanwhile, down bottom, Cloud brings Fishman down low.
Another rotation coming in, no one.
very hungry for action, just up and down the map. This Monkey King looking to fight at any availability.
I mean, if we get a moment, of course, during some downtime, I want to see some heat map.
This is a bit risky for no one. He's gone a little bit deep here. We'll get caught by the burst strike, the telekinesis, and the concoction. This time, no one bites off a little bit more than he can chew. They'll take him down.
Jumping all over the place, bound to get caught. They were set up this time around. And they didn't have to commit too much, right? It wasn't epi, but at the least now they do still have Cheer Jr. with his roll available if they want to try to pressure something here. Chira, careful.
Katsumi, trying with the spike carapace setup.
It's not enough. Oh, with the sleep maybe.
They do have a grip if they want to play with it, but with the presence of respect, they know that they can't push on for more. 1W have the numbers, so Cloud9 back off.
All right, very nice though. Cloud now is able to recover his game just off of that kill almost completely here. He's going to be going down that Bloodstone route, it looks like, which hasn't been actually the most built item lately on the Sankings that I've seen. I've been seeing more of these aura routes early. So, guess not wanting to go for that. So that means, again, I said in the last game too when he was playing the Doom, he didn't have auras really. They had to have it from the other heroes. He's not going the aura route till later. So they're going to have to play versus the Enigma, who's going to have auras, and the Sanking who doesn't. Bit of an interesting approach. Makushi, Radiance is done, so he's... It's a little delayed, but not bad when he's got the Soul Ring and the Phase. Sometimes we do see that like that 12-minute mark, but 14:30 is not the worst.
Let's see what they can get with this. With this Blink Dagger on the Pango straight up first, as you say, they're all in on it. They have to keep looking for these smoke moves.
This is their tempo plays that kind of have to start hitting a little bit here. Otherwise, it does feel like C9's going to be pretty happy with state of the game.
They're not finding them, though. Nobody's going to be down here from Cloud9. They know to stick away from this position. I said that Katomi is coming through the twin gate.
Hello.
So he'll come to check out what's up down here, but he is completely on his own. So unlikely to do anything or reveal himself. So 1W, they get the space to take the tier 1 tower.
He can scout when they split, though, so they have to be careful how they do split up on 1W, because they could get caught here.
On Cushy, so got a bit of time for the Chemical Rage. If they got the burst to go through it, they have.
Neutral!
Oh, okay, well, the neutral creep, he's there to help out as well with a bit of burst, and in fact gets the last bit of damage onto him. So no kill to be had, but still, at least from Cloud9's perspective, that's the Alchemist off the map for 30 seconds.
Those are big deals though when the neutrals end up getting your kills. It's like, oh, the one hit. But yeah, they get the Alchemist off the map there, so it slows down his momentum significantly for the Invoker to keep that farm catching up. Cloud again.
He's got the opening onto no one. No one's able to turn with the burst strike. That put it stop the channeling of the Epicenter. Kato is over the back of his work. Gets the stun beautifully lined up in between the two of them, catching both of them. Cloud's gone. Respect heavily on the retreat. Kato, no one, and DM, they're ready to chase him down. Malefice is there to Respect. They'll try and heal up for the damage, but Boundless is at the ready. A double kill for no one.
Oh, Sweetie Song's actually able to live. I thought he was dead too. He was slept. Fishman actually hesitated on the Fiend's Grip for a second. He's able to tree dance away. Either way though, C9 they're reading the plays. They're outplaying, making these moves beautifully, kind of dancing around 1W's moves. Yeah, they don't get the Alchemist kill overall because of that, but they're set up beautifully right afterwards with that Nyx, with the Monkey King. Perfect series of chain stun to prevent that Epi from coming out.
Yeah, it really was. Just couldn't quite get it off. They didn't have enough lockdown to stop no one from getting that Boundless out.
Yeah, they just, it's the macro play overall. That's the thing I think I'm most impressed here so far. Besides, of course, individual play from C9. It's just the map movements, the map reading. Both games have been pretty phenomenal. Katomi's getting close to his dag, and the kill potential is going up and up when he's got these Sunstrikes. And now they've got that Gleipnir finished up on the Invoker already. He didn't get punished at all on this Invoker.
It's looking pretty good. I'm excited to see if some other teams start picking up the safe lane Invoker.
It can be very risky because you're super fragile, Owen. Like early game, you die if anybody gets on you, but so far, it's been beautiful.
And that sort of result of that bottom lane has just continued to cause suffering for Cloud. Again, getting hunted down.
Yeah, it's just really clever, right? They did not see this. There's no way you can see something like this coming when you have like Sanking, but yeah, very clever to put this double range versus it. Sanking, he just doesn't, effectively can't do anything throughout this early game. And now he's got Bloodstone, sure, but no auras, Owen.
You're not helping the team,
right? He's playing for himself, so this Alchemist who's got his Radiance and stuff like that isn't really enabled by him as well.
It just feels a little bit disjointed, right, in terms of the next time as well. He's got the Blink Dagger queued up. They've already got a Pango that's been forced to buy the Blink first. When are things going to really come together?
So Chira's playing, he's playing off lane from the mid lane.
He basically
and Sanking's playing mid lane from the off lane. So I guess that's what they determined as the game is going on. So,
which is understandable, I guess, with how rough of a start Chira does have. But indeed, it definitely doesn't mean this is going to be an easy game for 1W. They're struggling right now.
And they're just getting hunted so much. As the panel was talking about, there's so much potential movement here from C9. Another Sunstrike.
Not going to be enough. Just a bit of a tickle there for Munkushi. He's able to continue to walk away.
It's so much like this is like invisible pressure. It's like people just are always terrified that someone is on top of them, either a tree, a monkey in the trees, and Nick's on top of them, or a potential sunstrike from a sneaky Bane that swings around. 4K lead on the team that's versus the Alchemist. C9 definitely feeling fantastic about this tempo. Got one.
He's got backup coming in.
1W is here too.
They've got the numbers, 1W. This could be a decent fight if they can get a start.
We've got the ward on the side there, so C9 should see pretty much everybody coming in.
And if that's going to be the case, then it's unfortunately going to be wasted time here for the entirety of 1W.
They saw the Bane, they saw Fishman.
I mean, they really want at least something, and they will get it. They'll get Fishman. They needed that, as I said. They brought everyone, including the Alchemist, over for that play.
I mean, that's the Fishman classic, though. You rotated everybody to kill a 5 Bane. You know, I think T was talking about a panel, too. It's like Fishman has a record of deaths in this tournament, but it's working beautifully.
Yeah, because their cores just don't really die. I mean, what's the sort of death situation on the cores? No deaths on Watson, just a 1 on no one, and just one on DM. Yeah. So something that we've been seeing pretty frequently from Cloud9 with their performances. They know how to keep their cores alive.
And there's this Dagon coming in with the... It's so much burst. Always have the follow-up.
Tough times ahead here for 1W. Yep. And yeah, Cloud9 excited to see what else they've kind of kept up their sleeves. You know, as we've heard, to turn up to date, they're already starting to bring out stuff that we just weren't seeing from them in the groups. You know, they made the groups look pretty easy.
Oh yeah.
To be fair, you know, 5-1, going fantastically for them there. But clearly a team that has a lot of different ways to approach the game, and so far they've all looked like pretty darn good ways to do it.
As the youngins would say, they're cooking.
They really are.
Quite a bit. And in a very clever kind of way, because as we said, you know, first time some of these heroes have come out. We saw the Winter Wyvern in the last one, and this one, I believe it's the first time a Safe Lane Invoker has also come out this tournament. Maybe I missed one, but I don't think I missed one. So yeah, they're showing that they're flexible. They're showing that it's... I mean, it's not even just about the heroes, too. Like, it's just these movements that they've been able to make that's just beautiful. So, 1W. It's been a very quiet one this game, similar to the last one. But an 8K lead versus an Alchemist lineup. You just don't see this happen too often.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was just interested, actually, looking at some of the Invoker stats across the high-level pubs. It's like... It's been like 3,700 games recently in the mid, only 50 games in the carry position, 47% win rate as well. So, you know, watching this at home, don't go rushing into a pub and picking it. This is a difficult thing to pull off, as easy as Watson may be making it look.
And I was going to say, you're incredibly fragile. He just hasn't had to show up. He's 0-0 and 10. He's literally just playing from distance, throwing sunstrikes. Yes, in the laning phase, he got a little bit involved, but yeah, it was just Fishman being able to secure his lane for him. That's been beautiful so far. And Katomi is just, I feel like he's just vendetta the entire game, just scouting. What timing does 1W have here since they're all smoked up? I mean, it's not really. I mean, it's okay. It's the BKB Alchemist timing, and they have a pipe. So those are the two timings that they're looking to fight around. But C9 is already here.
Yeah, looking as well. The only two carries they've been doing safe lane Invoker in their pubs have been Watson and Yatoro.
Oh, look at that. The ward on the high ground, they scout.
So look at it, they got the Sunstrike down on the Swedenstrom, it's not enough to kill him. And indeed, immediately dead on the Sand King. They're trying to go for Fishman. Fishman's surviving through this. The Black Hole's off from DM, he's caught the two cores. Chira Jr.'s gone, same to be said for Munkushi. I mean, they're just too far behind. They just don't have the damage. They do not have the survivability, 1W, as they get team wiped by Cloud9.
I don't think you could have asked for a more picture-perfect team fight coming out there. Insta-kill the Sand King, catch the Rubik, everything comes perfect, and then there's a Black Hole on the two cores, plus a Fiend's gonna follow up. It's beautiful. You really could not ask for more there from C9 as 1W. That felt like they're all in. Their last hurrah with the BKB, with the pipe, and they get absolutely nothing.
It's rough. Rougher than game one, this one so far. Sure 22 minutes in, 18-4, 12K lead. Cloud9, they're about to have an Aegis, and they're almost certainly about to be approaching the high ground of 1W.
How come more people aren't I gotta be honest, like, how come more people aren't picking the Bane and stuff too? I mean, Fishman, yes, he's a Bane specialist, but I feel like he's just getting every single one of his spells up.
See this start again. I mean, they try and go on Katsuми, but he's so quick with a spike Carapace, that already causes issues, and at this point, with your offlaner dying as quickly as Cloud did, they just don't have the backup and DM. I mean, he's on his Enigma. He's always going to find these black holes, and insane player on this hero. he just walks in and finds the 2 remaining cores that are alive. And I mean, pretty much before that point, the fight was over anyway. But at that point, it certainly was over. Tough one here indeed for 1W.
I think teams watching this, it's like, yeah, you can pick answers to Enigma, but this team knows how to play versus the answers. You know, DM, he didn't really falter top versus the Alchemist. Last game they did a bit of the switch up stuff with the lane, so it just feels like they have this understanding of how to play versus those counters. So
I think you may just have to ban it, right?
Yeah, perhaps.
Against
it's
DM.
Too good for him. They're too comfortable with it. It's a problem, and it's like, and we're talking about him. He's not even the one who's owning this whole game. That's the biggest.
No, he's chilling. He's doing what he usually does. You know, he's just doing the usual on his Enigma, which is fantastic, of course. But indeed, outside of that, no one. He's been the one running up and down the map. Watson, he's been hitting these sunstrikes left, right, and center thanks to the support setups. And now they're up to the high ground.
Yep. I feel like Watson had it. He's gotten some great sunstrikes. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like in this series overall, like his support in the mid have just done so much for him. It's given him a lot of leeway to do what he wants.
Cushy. The stun, but he's going to get caught by a stun himself. They're trying to burst through Watson. Can they get him? The ones they can. And turn over towards DM. They've found a couple of them, and now with the Aegis, can Watson do anything on round 2? Moncushi's going to continue to chase down Fishman. Katobi turns back over with the stun, but it'll cost him his life as they've lost both the 2 of them. I mean, Watson, he's just going to bail out of the fight. They don't want to continue this. No one's going to jump out with the Agnum Sharp Boundless Strike. They'll chase on forward, though, and will bring him down as well.
Nice fight.
1W, they bring together a defense. They will manage to hold things off and push Cloud9 back, despite Cloud9 going in there with the Aegis.
Very nice fight. I mean, just taking advantage of the fact that these, the Black Hole in particular was still on cooldown. They have their pipe, their BKB, and they get this jump forward. He actually gets his spells off. Cloud was able to do something for the first time.
This was big stuff. First time sort of this series, really, where 1W have really been able to sort of throw a spanner in the works and just really mess with the progress that Cloud9 have been making in each of the games. I mean, where does this all go wrong for Cloud9?
He committed a bit deep there, and then they get this double stun and everything too, and they do not have that Black Hole at the ready just yet. And Chira able to get the spell combination with Cloud, so just a bit of an overextension. I think Watson stepping up that far to try to go for the Rubik put them in a bit of a dangerous position. That was cool. At least we get to see them get their combos.
It's something. Let's see what they can do with it.
Yep, still at a massive deficit, but can crawl their way back in perhaps. This Alchemist now gets some good farm, and even the Pango and the Sanking now get something, because they pretty much have gotten nothing the entire game until that point.
Can they do it again, 1W? Shutting down a bit of the lead that Cloud9 have had, but
let's see.
Cloud9, even without the Aegis, I don't think they'll be too afraid of looking for a fight once more, especially with the fact, as you mentioned, that the Black Hole is back online. They'll get a quick catch on Respect in the river. One W, able to deal with the Aegis, but can they deal with the Black Hole threat?
As long as they can get if they can get Munkushi this next item, perhaps, then it's going to be a lot better, because then they can play around him and just, then he's like that hard carry that can be played around with these two kind of like sacrificial offlaners. Oh, Fishman.
He's got a little bit of a setup here for Chira Jr. I mean, a lot of bit of a setup. The Nightmare into the grip, into the damage from Watson. Catch the Pango.
And now no one, he's making the stray across. They know heroes are down here. Cloud.
Fine. Because she's able to jump in, but the BKB's out immediately for no one. Turn towards Cloud. Cloud's able to break away with the Burrow Strike, but the Boundless is there from no one. Closes in on the gap. Drops down the Wukongs. That's Cloud gone.
Losing those 2 cores that were just starting to get a bit of a recovery. Immediately swung back. C9. And they're still pressuring top. They actually have triple Fort Spirit as well that's being sent up there.
And 1W, they really do need the entire lineup alive to be able to stand a chance against Cloud9 in these fights, to try and replicate that successful defense they're able to pull off on that top lane.
And it's still not going to be very easy either, because now that Black Hole is at the ready, so even if they have absolutely everybody, C9 will be a bit more prepared for it. They don't have the BKB on the Monkey King, though, so no one, that could be maybe a target that they can find if he doesn't respect their kind of chain stun and damage. But okay, another aura has now come out, so DM now he's got Crimson, so
I mean, they're going for it.
And want to try
specifically for that timing. The problem is BKB will now be up on Watson. He's able to get his on the way out right now.
Can they catch him?
If they can catch him before the courier makes the delivery, that'll be pretty huge, but he's sneaking around under the cover of the Ghost Walk.
Yeah, he's careful.
So very difficult to catch him.
They still got their work cut out from. They need some massive wombo combo. They need Cloud9 to kind of just like clump up and then to get these big burst combos as Watson steps up again.
He is, but he does have the BKB on him now. Chira Jr. quickly out with the blink. The pressure continues on the top lane whilst this play is being made here by 1W.
The Eidolons are starting to come in. No one's starting to hit it too.
And they've got to do something about this. The range racks are gone. They'll be back in time to hold for the melee.
And now they're trapped in base again. Only poor Mankushi's getting that farm. How close to AC? 350. Closer toward that one item.
They did do a lot last fight.
Did. They were kind of handed the initiation in that one. Cheer up. Be careful.
They get the setup with the Boundless. He's going to need help. He's going to need it now. We'll get dragged out to the side here, but the Fiends group comes out from Fishman. Jump forward from Mankushi. Straight over towards the Bane. They get the Boros Strike full up onto the two of them, but no one past the BKB. He's on to Mankushi, forcing back the Alchemist. Chira comes in with the Rolling Thunder. The Black Hole is going to be used to lock down Cloud. They'll take the Sanking out. Boundless again for no one catching them. But indeed it's there. Swedish Shot's going to lock down, but it's put to a stop. No one survives. He can continue to take down the kills one by one. A second to fall here on 1W. Can they deal with no one? They're trying to focus the Mankushi, but they've got the control for Mankushi. He's out, no buyback. Respect gets nuked down by Kataomi. 1W, they try their best, but at this point, it's not quite enough. They lose 4 of them.
Oh, lights, okay. I mean, it really comes, this fight in particular, yes, because they're so far ahead, but it really is the auras that mitigated so much of the damage, because they got good connection with most of their spells, but everyone's too tanky. They're crimsoned, they're piped, they're just tanking right through everything and just fighting right back.
It's hard. It's even with sort of the steals, as we saw, they're grabbing the Black Hole. It's not an easy game to do much with it. Of course, you look at Cloud9, pretty much everybody's got a way to quickly interrupt that. If you do manage to grab it, Sweden strong on the Rubik.
Yeah, no one just, I mean, he literally just was able, I was trying to keep track of how many Jingu, like, overall he was able to go through, but I think he went through like 2 full stacks, because he's able to just stand through everything.
I couldn't kill him.
These auras. Tell me.
The push is going to come in now. This time of 1W not having the full lineup alive. They can get at least 1 set, maybe 2, yeah. Could be the case here with the tier 3 in the mid going down.
They've got that alacrity on the Invoker. It does kill those buildings very quickly here.
Didn't quite finish with the melee racks up top. They'll head over there now. Eidolons and no one should be able to make relatively quick work for it. They are starting to respawn.
Still got 10 seconds till Alk. His BKB's not, it's going to be up pretty much.
All right, they've got the Fortify as well back up, so they won't lose the second melee as of yet. They'll hold on to that one.
But another huge item. A Eye of Scotty now finished up on top of this Monkey King. This one does feel like that nail in the coffin versus that Alchemist. He's able to sustain throughout that last fight, but his damage wasn't there. Now the sustain perhaps isn't even going to be there for him.
Well, the 2 of them here hopping around the tree line.
Hello.
Boundless isn't going to catch him. Sweden strong. Being pretty elusive. And able to jump around just as well as no one was, so no one not able to catch.
And let's see where C9 looks to go. They're going to play it safe, perhaps just look for the Roche.
It could respawn soon, we'll see shortly.
And overall for 1W, it's... Whew, I'm not sure, because Alchemist's net worth, it stagnated so much. I think for the last like 5 minutes, he's had the same net worth. And his 2 out, I mean, we can say the 2 offlaners in particular, the Pango and the Sanking, because they kind of are offlaners. It just, after that last top fight, that was the only time that they had anything successful really go for them. In the series, really feels like. How close to this? Okay, he's pretty much got the Lotus, right? So that's gonna at least be done. Some more protection to allow Chira to get some spells off and maybe actually be able to roll and not get just insta-Fiends gripped and stuff like that. We'll have to see. But a very, very difficult game because now at this point, it just, yes, maybe they can survive it, but I just don't know where the damage is coming from. Mankushi, how can you bring down these 3 cores?
So if they're able to head out onto the map around this time of potential Roshan respawning, 1W, do they want to do something outside of a base defense?
C9 is very ready for the fight themselves. Got the ward down.
Radiant are scanning.
Starting to close in on them. 1W may be forced to just let the Roche go, wait things out until Cloud9 come in with another Aegis push.
Yeah, it does feel very complicated to fight in that area if you're not already set up. Fishman's also about to have an Aghanims, by the way, so harder and harder for this Pango to really get a good roll-off in particular. I mean, Fishman's already been able to get every single one of these grips. Get the D-ward.
They're heading out. They're going to hear the Roche, but What can they do? Can they stop the TP from Fishman? They can't. He's gone.
That was a cool TP. I mean, he doesn't go join his team, but he didn't want to have that long TP to the outpost, so yeah, they're not there in time. That's a heads-up play, though. I mean, it's pretty bold of Fishman to just go up and D-ward that ward while his whole team is doing the rush, but he's able to sneak and get information for his team. And this time they prioritize having the Aegis up on this Monkey King. They give it a no one.
Well, they did manage to deal with one Aegis push. This one...
They just haven't gained anything out of all this time. They gained a Lotus Orb on the Pango, in particular.
Sure. Yeah, it's just the overall gap in between the two teams is that much greater this time round.
I mean, Watson's farmed, I think, what, he bought that Witchblade, he's got hurt. He's got like 2 items afterwards after the Alchemist has gained pretty much a 0. They all just keep scaling as 1W is kind of stagnated completely. And as this, I mean, this Wukong just continues to get scarier and scarier too. As we said, the Scotty's done. He's going to be close to an Aghanims also for the potential just siege where he can sit on the high ground with those intervals coming in. And I'm sure they're feeling very comfortable with just chilling. They don't need to like super force it. If they see a fight opportunity, they can take it. But they're effectively just free farming the whole map. They're committing in.
Gonna start things with the jump onto Fishman, see if they can quickly dispose of the Bane. Munkushi bringing in the damage, they can. That's Fishman gone.
Okay, I mean, Rolling Thunder plus a Chemical Rage, you kill the 5 position, but that's, as we said, that's been the nature of the games here versus C9. You catch the 5s, but can you turn it into anything else? As we see, the auras just continue to flurry out, of course, here for DM. Doesn't go, some of the games he does go BKB before going for Vlad's, but he's playing versus this Rubik, so he's just like, I'm just gonna full out go for these auras. Okay, 1 more item now picked up, Alchemist and Maelstrom, I believe if I saw that correctly. Which is not usually what you see on...
Yeah, he's just trying to get the Miona.
It's pretty much, I want to have as much, I need more damage, but this just feels kind of weird actually too, but no one.
He's going to set up the Wukongs to control the Wisdom Rune. He doesn't want them getting theirs, and now
oh my,
they're able to just take out Munkushi.
Where'd he go?
He's not got buyback. That's the carry gone. Respect as well. They're without the carry here for 60 seconds. He's 1,500 gold short of a buyback, Fog.
I mean, he got one-shotted by Katomi.
He did. He was there and then he wasn't.
Like, he got one-shotted by Katomi. It was like a 100 damage from somebody else, but Katomi killed him. 1,900 HP Alchemist. Pretty squishy.
And now no one. He's in for more. Shira Jr.'s gone. He does have buyback. He'll be coming straight back into the action. The Cloud9, they're onto the barracks.
I don't even know who to give the MVP for me on the side of Cloud9, because Katomi played so well in this game in particular, but no one dominated. Katomi probably this game. He honestly was everywhere. I felt like 1W just couldn't really get out on the map because of how much like invisible pressure these supports were putting on them.
Cloud tries with the setup. The Spike Carapace was there in time. They turn with the burst. Down the strike here from Nolan. He jumps over towards the back line, so they'll get the grab on towards Cloud. The Black Hole's there from DM, locking down Respect. As Respect will be able to heal up. Finally gets nuked down and finished off there by Katsuomi. Do they have any sort of damage to take down any of these cores? They're trying for no one. A defensive nightmare comes out. No one's able to get the BKB. Boundless try out onto the two of them. Munkushi will be back in action. Jumps in. He's been able to take down one. He's going to look towards no one.
He can't fight him.
Doesn't have the damage. Munkushi has to run back towards the fountain. They can't kill the cores.
It's crazy. The auras, the enfeebles, everything. Munkushi tickles.
And no one is going to start toying with them outside of the fountain. Drops the Wukong's command down. Munkushi jumps in, but immediately gets shredded by the damage output of Cloud9. GG is called. Cloud9, they'll take the series 2-0, knocking 1W down to the lower bracket. And Cloud9, they'll move over in the upper.
In a very convincing fashion. I mean, this game was super cool, and I love the way I love the fashion that they're doing it in their own style, switching these lanes up, running a safe lane invoker, which we have yet to see, and we don't see too much even in the pubs. They made it look good, and overall, yeah, these guys, they definitely have a really clear understanding of heroes that they like to play, and also things that maybe others have to watch out for.
I think so, and I hope so as well. It's a lot of fun to see what Cloud9 do, and it's going to be a lot of fun to continue to see what they are yet to show us. No doubt about it, this team's got a lot of plans moving forward on the road to the International. We saw some of it today. It looked fantastic. 2-0 here for Cloud9.
Solid performance by Cloud9. They take the series 2-0, and we're here to break down exactly how they did it. I kind of felt like maybe in this game 2, 1W had a little bit more of a chance to fight back later on, but Effie, it did not look good from the get-go.
Yeah, they did have a decent showing when they defended high ground versus C9, but at that point it was too little too late. Just like in game 1, they lost the early game way too hard. The combination of no one from that mid lane with his support duo was just wreaking havoc all over the map, and Alchemist could not farm comfortably. And when we're in a position where they just had to wait for their Alch to be strong enough and fight off of him, but it just happened at a point where they were playing at such a net worth deficit.
C9's just a better team. We can go very simply. Like the way in which they approached it, like there's moments where you can expect 1W to be able to make moves, but like putting the Invoker to carry, having the Monkey King mid, Monkey then pressures the Pangolier to think about going Blink and then Auras, rather than maybe like Bashers and Aghanims that we might see from mid lane. And the way in which no one then aggressively, he brings life to a Nyx and a Bane. Like if your mid laner isn't active, Nyx and Bane can feel very lost on the map. But because he understands each other very well, like Monkey King's chasing Alk, and most of the highlights is like Sand King's farming bottom, but Alk's getting chased top. Pango wants to rotate him, but he can't do anything because there's a grip there in the early game. So I think C9 just read 1W like a book, outplayed them, and it was spectacular stuff. Like this is if they can play like this against the top teams, then this is like one of the first kind of underdogs I guess that can really make some upsets throughout this bracket.
To me, this series is all about adjusting the lanes. You know how lanes are important in the current meta. Most of the teams are drafting for the lanes. And now you have C9 who are coming in very hot, swapping the lanes, playing these different heroes. And something Astini talked about, that they treated the groups as scrims, and now they're showing the big boy stuff. They're bringing in this Winter Wyvern, they're bringing this safe lane Invoker, swapping things around. And I do respect these teams that play their own style of Dota. This is, they're still going to pick some meta heroes, but they also have these pocket strats that they're not afraid to show early in the tournament. They probably have some other stuff, but coming into the next series that they're going to play, this is going to be very difficult for teams to draft against them.
Yeah, and this Invoker safe lane that they ran, it was so well enabled by this draft because you had Watson just farming on whichever side of the map that he wanted and throwing out Sunstrikes, having kill participation, contributing to his team while actually not being there, which is, very Spectre-esque in the way that you look at it. And not many drafts can bring an Invoker safe lane to light. But when you have this Nyx Assassin going invis and setting up for Sunstrikes, you have this Bane with a grip keeping them locked down in place, it makes it so that it works. You're useful to your team, and you're keeping up in net worth with the Alchemist.
Very true. I do wonder, though, 1W, we know that before coming to Copenhagen, they did well in Lima. They came second place against Team Liquid. They got the full distance in 5 games of a best of 5, so I was expecting a little bit more. And I'm wondering if, at the moment, are we seeing 1W's stronger form that they've shown, because it kind of feels a little bit too disconnected?
Yeah, potentially. I think as well some of these teams that have really good run-ups to TI, they may be a little bit more rigid. They're still kind of copy-pasting what they've done before. While it's like Cloud9, maybe even like Liquid, they're like looking at what's working, shifting it, they're molding to the tournament. Whilst I think 1W, I'm seeing the same 1W from day one, from qualifiers, from all this time, and they aren't really showcasing development as a team and kind of respecting what's happening in the tournaments. They keep trying to do, this is us, we're going to try and do it, we fail, let's do it again, we fail. So hopefully this seeding match is kind of a reality check for them, so that they really try and adapt to what's happening at TI.
Yeah, maybe start respecting their opponents maybe a little bit more. I don't think they disrespected them, and I think that even if they did, especially the mid laner has demanded a lot of respect from his opponents. It's none other than no one who we get a chance to talk to.
Yeah, thanks, Sheebs. As you said, I am here with no one from Cloud9. Both those games looked pretty straightforward to me as a spectator. What's your overview of them? How do you think they went? Other than you won, they looked pretty easy.
They look pretty easy, yes. They're just hiding for 2 games, and we're just going and kill them all over the map. Not a single move they did works on us. Oh no, they did in second game killed us because we go high ground, and my team is my Watson is oh, I can show some spells. Look, Rubik, and everybody's brain dead instantly.
Okay. Some of the heroes you guys are picking are a little unusual almost. We're not seeing Wyvern very often. We're not seeing Nyx Assassin that much. Invoker carry, I was going to say. Is that something that you guys really like doing, picking unusual heroes?
I think it's just like what we believe in, we pick, you know, what we feel like to play today, and that's it. And we think it's good. It's working.
For now, indeed. So during the draft, actually, when the Invoker was picked, you were very animated before you picked the mid hero. It looked like a lot of conversation, a lot of chat. What were you saying? Were you saying, give me Monkey mid and send the Invoker carry?
No, I was asking Watson if he wants to play Invoker, or should I like just pick Monkey mid and close him? That's pretty much it. But like, I don't know, they were discussing some random stuff, like some heroes. I was pinging on Huskar as well, but they banned the Huskar.
So same. Okay, well, who would you like to see in the next round? You've got Zero or Aurora. It seems to be one of the two teams you're going to be playing one of those. Who would you rather face?
I don't pretty much care, honestly. For me, it's like whatever. Not like I respect the both teams. I think all the teams are good, but like to me, like how we pick this enemy, like we're picking a heroic or one win, and our coach said like, guys, let's do not pressure. Either it's like a flip coin, or like already have a prediction. Let's pick one win in the compendium. And now, yeah, sure, why not? So it's like that.
Okay, well, it seems to be working well for you so far, Noah, and we'll see you in a couple of days. And back to the panel, Shiva.
Okay, so they have their opponent because someone really wanted to make sure that their compendium prediction was true. I mean, that's a good way to do it, Lacoste.
That's one way, you know, to get some extra points as well. Get that Aegis in the game if you're not going to lift the Aegis here. But the way they're playing right now, they could be a very good contender for the Aegis. Yeah. And I like what Noah is talking about. You know, he's having that winner's mentality. He's not being disrespectful towards the team. He's saying he doesn't care who they're going to play. This is what you need to have. Do you think this guy like won multiple majors because back on VP, because he was like, we don't want to play this team.
Scared, yeah,
we're scared. So you want to be the best. Like if you want to be the best, you need to beat the best. And that's why he's just saying it.
Yeah, and it's very clear that they're on the right track for that, especially with the innovation already shown today. And we mentioned and saw the Invoker carry, and I know that I think Owen and Fogg in the commentary said, you know, don't try this at home because it's very, very difficult to do so. So we had someone dive into it, tell us all about how you should play it if you are going to, which I know some of you will. Let's hear it from Purge.
Thanks, Shiva. Step 1, B. Watson, one of the best players in the world. Now, it's an interesting build. He's playing the noob facet, basically, is what it looks like, the one that seemed easier to use, because as you level up your orbs, you just get these passive benefits. So it doesn't really matter what orbs you're using when you're not casting spells. But those passive benefits are kind of what just makes him a better right-clicker than normal. He doesn't have as much regen as he normally gets. He gets it from Cold Snap. So in a dual lane, if you pair it with a really strong fighting support like a Bane, then all of a sudden, it's very easy to facilitate better regen on your hero. And then you just focus on all of the spells, with the exception of Sunstrike, that don't really care whether or not you have Spell Amp. Because that's the benefit of the other facet, that your nukes do more damage. So in this case, he's just summoning Forge Spirits, attacking heroes with them, cold snapping enemies, and getting Alacrity to himself to actually pump up his damage a little bit more. Even in this moment where 1W very expertly dove Watson, C9 was really focused. They're like, just kill the Sand King. That's the guy to focus on. They get a kill on him. They go follow-up kills with this nice Ice Wall on Sweet and Strong. And Monkey King's also there to help supplement this lane and make sure that things go good. And I have like 85 clips of Sunstrikes, of course, because that was the real benefit that the panel mentioned. The Sunstrikes off of follow-up from either Nyx or Monkey going for kills was really, really effective throughout the lineage stage. But I think the most interesting part actually is this right here. If we take a look at how much damage you're getting per level, 5.9 is a lot. All Invokers have been getting that in the past, no matter what facet you're getting. But if you think about the 5.9 plus the benefit he's getting from getting a point of Exhort, he's getting about 9 damage per level. And the Quas points do 3 damage over 2 seconds. So that's like an extra damage over time thing you get just by being an Invoker. So basically you're better at cold snapping than a regular Invoker, and you're just getting way more damage than a regular Invoker. So if you pair it with this gank playstyle, you're farming faster than Invoker. It's just a better version of an Invoker if your team can set up for you. So that's how it works. It's a little bit subtle, but it is better. It's just cool to see it for the first time here.
It is very cool, and it makes me wonder, I hope, Tigov, you've got some stats. Thank you, Purge. You got some stats, hopefully. How many times has it been played in pubs by carries, and which other carries have the know-how to be able to just pick it up and play it at this level?
Great question, Shiva. It's terrible in pubs. 47% win rate, 2 pro players, many have tried it. Yatoro, 3 games, 1 win. Watson, 3 games, 1 win. So they're dabbling in it.
They tried.
There's a couple pros trying it, mainly Watson and Yatoro who are at TI. It's not very successful, but I think it's one of those strategies where it's like, if you respect it, understand it, and then bring it to your team, you can bring it like C9, but it might not be the one where it's like, oh, let's just spam it in all our games and free MMR. So I think, yeah, it's like, if tastefully done, there can be success.
You know what the difference might be? He did build Glipson Glopson on
yes.
If you buy Mana Boots and you buy Gleipnir on your safe lane carry, your chances of winning the game increase by like 20% now.
Don't fact check that.
All right. I hope we're not going to see it in too many of our pubs, but in pro games, Effie, it seems to be very good.
Potentially. I mean, in this game, it looked so good. Outside of being enabled by his supports, the mid lane flex that they did, the reason why it was played on the safe lane was because they had a very dominant mid matchup coming up. So I think in situations like that, where you flex your Invoker for a better last pick mid, we could see that happening pretty often.
Well, I don't know if we're going to see it next series, though, because there's a little bit different players, and none of the players that T mentioned are going to be in there either. So we'll see if they have learned from this Invoker from Watson, or if they come with their own plans, which I bet they do. Before we head over to our next series, which is Aurora versus Team Zero, we're going to hear some words from Team Zero player Punlo.
To qualifiers, and Team Zero have not made it to many events, but they pulled off an incredible run in the qualifiers to get here, and now Team Zero are one of the true underdogs of TI. Can they make it? I'm going to be finding out with Ponlo from Team Zero. Ponlo, I mean, you've been trying to get to TI for such a long time now. I mean, you know, you've been playing for over 10 years. How does it feel to finally be at the International?
I mean, it still feels quite unreal. Like, I've been in the hotel for like the past 2 days, and it's like you kind of can't believe like all these people are all doing all these things, and you have so many nice things. Just like even random things like having bananas and snacks at your whenever you want to eat. You know, it's like 1 year ago you are like some nobody that, you know, you can't even get like basic respect in like normal society.
Yeah.
So it's the thing is that I don't feel much different like as a person back then and now.
Yeah.
So it's the treatment you get is very different.
Which people do you feel like are acting differently to now that you've qualified at TI? You know, are these like people, you know in Dota or outside of Dota? Or?
Maybe it's not really about how people treat me differently. I think it's more like, I think before you get to TI as a Dota player, you kind of feel very small for many years. I felt very small when I attended events back then when TI was in Singapore. And I went, like, I didn't even feel worthy to go into the hotel lobby.
Really?
Like, because it's like everyone here is just better than you. Like, there's no argument, you know. Who are you to say otherwise or think otherwise?
Yeah.
But now that I'm a player at TI, I don't feel that big anyway. It's just, you know, it's just like,
I get you.
Now I don't feel small.
Yeah, yeah. That's awesome. I don't even know if you've had a chance to kind of think about this or, you know, take a step back, but what are your expectations? You know, what are you aiming to achieve coming into this international?
I think when we won the qualifier, I felt like perhaps some of the other teams were not at their best. I didn't feel like we were ready for TI back then. But then actually, in our recent scrims and that we boot camp in Serbia, more and more I feel like we could do something, you know, here. I'm not gonna say I think we're gonna win it. I mean, we could be Wings 2.0.
Yeah.
It's possible. Yeah, a lot of things have to line up for that to happen. But I don't really care for that as much as I just want to play like good enough Dota that I'm not disappointed with myself.
Yeah.
That's what I want. And yeah, that's the most important thing.
I mean, it's quite interesting. You're very honest about this, and you know, is that because you as your team, you know, when you talk to each other, do you have these open conversations? Because you know, it's been a tough year for you guys. Have you been able to address that as a team?
I would say we are as honest as you can be, pretty much. We are like, I mean, we told between the line of honesty and being an asshole pretty like often.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing about a young team is you can be like this with your teammates, whereas perhaps with older players there's about a lot of like, oh, you have to respect this person, you can't say certain things, blah, 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 you know, I've been there. And I don't like that environment.
Yeah.
I prefer this environment. where you can just, shoot the shit, basically.
Absolutely. So your plan to come into this basically is to, be chill, be honest with each other, and just try to improve as quickly as possible. And
I mean, the thing is that no one is right all the time.
Yeah.
But most of us are right most of the time. So when you are wrong and you have to lean on your teammate being right, so your teammate might be telling you that something that he's right about, that you're wrong about, and you need to use what he has. And it's like this vicious cycle that you guys just keep having to use each other's better judgment of the situation. Because no one is right all the time in Dota. Like, no one.
Interesting. So you feel like your kind of youth and your willingness to kind of, build on each other, like, do you think that could be a bit of an advantage and something which you can kind of use to your advantage as an underdog in this tournament?
That's the main reason we even got to TI. I don't think anyone, when they look at our players, they will be like, oh, this player, I think this player is going to make it over. I think most of our players are pretty I don't want to say bad rep. It's not bad rep, but we are
People
not
underestimate you.
People adequately estimate us based on our results, I would say.
Okay.
And the thing is, we are doing better than our past results right now. I mean, except my carry. The rest of us are doing better than our results. And I think it's probably because of our atmosphere that we have, that we can just shoot the shit,
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's a long way off, but if you were able to get there, get to the main stage and get to those finals and lift the Aegis, how would that feel for you as a player?
Don't even dare to imagine that. I think any sort of result is like you're just happy to be there, man. Just to play. If you can play your best and you can improve on that and play even better than your best, I think that no matter what result you get, you can feel happy, I think.
Yeah.
For now, at least. Like, that's how I feel. Honestly, I don't really care if I get 2nd or 6th or 8th. Or if you can play your best and improve and do better than your best, that's the best you can ask for, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. All right, Palmer, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and looking forward to seeing your best.
Thank you.
How can you not be a fan of Polo after that? Very open, very honest, and therefore very easy to root for, I would think. Team Zero will go up against Aurora in a best of 3 to decide which one of these two teams will make it to the upper bracket and which one will start in the lower bracket. And one thing that Polo was talking about during that interview is the experience of him and his team. They've got a couple of newcomers there as well, and Bonlo as well as Beyond are actually among some of the most older newcomers, if I may say so. And there is one experienced player though, Tigov, in Erica, or should I say YSR04E?
Yeah, we
call it
the Dash. Yeah, you've ruined it, but it's okay. Yeah, so for Team Zero, they are arguably like the weakest team on paper coming into this TI, and the fact that they are in a position where it's like you're best of 3 away in a higher seeded position to get yourself to the upper bracket is incredible, right? Erica, he's had a bit of fall from grace. Like 2021, he played on Vigil Gaming, he gets the TI top 6, Animajor top 4, Singapore, top 8. Like, he had a decent running, but then tier 1 teams, tier 1 events after that, none. The last time he then got to a tier 1 event is Snowry and this TI. And then if we look at the rest of his teammates, there's a bit of a gap between it, because guess what? What tier 1 events have they been in their careers? Snowry, this TI.
It was just literally the last 2 months.
Exactly. So like Erica's biggest show up was like 3 years ago. Then he's fallen off. He's disappeared. He's been like a tier 2, tier 3 player along with the rest of these players. They've been locked in qualifiers, locked in like not being good enough. And now out of nowhere, they come last at Snowry, so not too good. But it's like this is their big glow up. They're entertaining, a top 12 run at TI, if not more. And they were like a tier 2, tier 3 team before that. So this is like an incredible storyline coming out from the region. And they got a relatively good showing right up against Aurora, struggling a little bit so far. It's like, this is like the biggest story for me at TI so far.
Yeah, it makes me wonder how much impact does the coach have here, Lacoste, because you got Blink, TI winner, Wings.
Yeah, this guy, they've been cooking. I've been covering the qualifiers, and they did eliminate some of the big teams in China. The LGD, Azure Ray as well, Team Turtle with the Chinese legends like Chalice, Somnus as well. Their drafts looked really good, and they're not afraid to experiment. Again, these are the types of kind of teams that I like the most, that they're playing their own style of Dota. He has a lot of experience, was in and out of the scene for a while, but also the members of the team. You have 7E, Beyond, and ZZQ. They played with Low back during the time on YBB, and they also played on eHome together with Shiro, Zealand Planet, all these like really good tier 1.5 to tier 2 players coming out from China.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, their opponents in Aurora are kind of the opposite of what both of you described, where they've been at multiple lands. They've had great results over the years. They have no shortage of experience, but instead of having a glow up around TI, they're having a bit of a glow down, which is so disappointing to see from Aurora. But I've said this time and time again, this team is capable of so much on a good day. The way to get them to that good day, still haven't seen that recipe happen at TI, but you can't write them off because of a bad group stage showing. You simply cannot. This team has done so much as the Talon of last year. So many top
This is quite sad. Actually, sorry, Effie.
It's sad, but also so beautiful, right?
Sure.
Because like the whole point of like international, right? It's like when you conclude the year, the biggest tournament, like open qualifiers and all this was like, you want to find the team that never was there, that rocks up, that like creates the spirit of like why you play the game. And like that's pretty rare nowadays to find a team like that, because, you know, teams are so good, they knock out these teams. But for like Team Zero, it's like, if we didn't know about like the history or the run that they've made on this TI, it's like no one would care about these players. Like kind of what Pono was saying, like no one cares about them. Unfortunately, it's the reality of Dota. If you're not at TI, if you're not making the big runs, that's it. And it's like, surprise, they exist and they're good. It's like, it's beautiful, makes me happy.
And that's the beautiful thing about TI, is it feels like every TI there's that one team that just does better than everybody expected. There's that special sauce that they bring with them, that ability to get people to cheer for them. And so far, this group stage has shaped up to make Zero that team. Zero's that team that surprises everybody, that everybody wants to root for.
Yeah, they came second in their group, and they did tie Falcons earlier on in that group, but they did have to also play tiebreakers against them, and they lost 0-2, which is why they were not allowed to choose their opponents. Still up against Aurora. I will say, in the grand scheme of things, I am somewhat sad that we had 2 teams from the China region up against 2 teams from the SEA region, because I do feel like they probably know each other a little bit better, so we don't get as much inter-regional Dota 2 being played. But at the same time, I think for both of these teams, it's not a bad thing. It just means they probably know each other a little better, which I think comfort, especially coming in here, A, when things aren't going as well as you want them to, in case of Aurora, or B, if you are not accustomed to playing on this grand of a stage, it's actually probably a good thing for both. As we are in the draft, we got Aurora Radiant side in Team Zero. On the Dire side, we got Sand King. Picked up first their Lacoste. And so far, not that much unusual on your screen?
No, this is pretty standard, but Team Zero, they will play a lot of different stuff, mostly from the mid lane. They also banged out position 5 Bristleback. You know, it was on Reddit. People are saying they are going to win the TI. They did lose that game, but they are theory crafting some new stuff. This is exactly how Team Wings back in the days when they had their coach playing how they play the game. They were picking pretty much different heroes every single game. The big one for me is 7E, who's playing Earth Spirit. That's one of his favorite heroes. He's not afraid to pick it up. Slardar and also Keeper of the Light. These are the heroes that other teams don't want to touch. Maybe you'll see Thompson play Earth Spirit, but other than that, other teams are staying away from it.
I think it helps as well, like the POS 5 hero pool being a little bit creative, is because I think they understand the carry pool not perfectly, but like exactly what I want to see at TI. Like Drow Ranger, Shadow Fiend, Luna. Like if you just have a body, then your carry is going to do everything. And I think, you know, Army's demonstrated how good these heroes can be. You're in the same region, copy paste a little bit, and you equally can make a good run.
Yeah, but you also have to be careful not to overcook. You know, you don't want to bust out the position 5 Bristle.
Oh, sure.
With
it
your
was
for sniper.
yeah, like the sniper. No, please, thank you. But the gist is like Tusk, for example. Like if we had to pick like the best 5 to bring the carry hero pool, like Tusk is the best 5 in my opinion for that at the moment. So yeah, I think that this is a draft that it just looks like the foundation of you can play every point. Like lane should be good, like Tusk, Shadow Fiend, strong lane. If the game gets difficult, there's like burst potential, pickoff. Like this is like this is what I think Chinese teams at least are doing maybe better at the moment. Is the overall draft on paper looks like it can play like any type of game. Yeah. Mainly extreme, but Zero's, you know, trailing behind copying.
And you can see how fast they're picking the heroes, which means that they have these teams, they practice the draft, so they see these two and immediately pick Shadow Fiend plus Tusk, put a lot of pressure onto Aurora, so they don't have that extra time to think what they're gonna pick if they pick X hero. So right now the ball is on their court and they need to pick heroes immediately. And Team Zero, like these heroes, they already played Shadowfiend one more time, I believe, before this one, and to a great success. So you have a body, you have drinking bodies, you have a little bit of a save on top of the snowball. You can pull Shadowfiend out of trouble if necessary. You have good combo with the shards, with the snowball, of course, Sanking Stun, and the big Requiem.
And we haven't seen too much of SF so far during this TI. I think he was played in 10 matches, so this hero kind of fell from grace, and the meta was very popular. The nerfs kind of added up, but SF here looks incredibly good because of Timbersaw. SF is really cool because he responds to a potential Timber flex to mid by putting the SF mid. He's one of the best heroes to put against him in the safe lane. He has overwhelming magic damage and he can also scale as a physical right-clicker if he needs to, so he synergizes well with Tusk while also addressing Timbersaw in a 1v1 situation.
Elder Titan, however, not played very often at all, and definitely not by Aurora, who is playing it for the first time here in Copenhagen.
It's an Ollie specialty. He loves his Elder Titan. He's been playing it for multiple years. It's a great hero to amplify mixed damage, which is already coming out, right? You have the physical damage from Wind Ranger and the magical damage coming from Timber. So you're going to have this ET aura making both sources of damage do more. You're going to have it scouting out the Sand King, potentially canceling the Blink Dagger, which is going to be very, very pivotal in team fights later on.
Yeah, I also just like ET for the defensive capabilities. When people want to go aggressive into you, there's 2 melee heroes right now for Team Zero. ET just needs to hit 2-man stomp, and like Effie's mentioning, then you throw in the damage after. But I think it's like ET, Clockwork, same kind of hero. If the game gets a little difficult, you park them in dangerous places and they'll be able to create opportunities to then take the fight after. And Team Zero, they go for the Centaur, which keeps their position 4 to last pick. But again, it's just another building block in a very strong draft. Like the Centaur +1 lane, very strong. Sand King mid, very strong. Shadowfiend Tusk, very strong. Like all 3 lanes should be very, very
yeah, not the best hero against Batrider's Lasso, but other than that, it feels really good. I think this is mostly to counter Wind Ranger, because what she wants to do with the Whirlwind facet wants to go in and try to kill the heroes in those 9 seconds. So if you manage to disengage, her ulti is going to be quite useless, and without her ulti, she really doesn't deal much damage.
Yeah, and it's also a natural Blade Mail buyer, right?
Yes.
We've talked about why Blade Mail is so annoying for Wind Ranger.
Plus Crimson.
Because of the Whirlwind facet,
yes.
You can't cancel your attacks, so you're getting the Blade Mail returned to you no matter what.
How is Team Zero gonna lane this? Because do we just wait for the +4, Sand King mid, SF safe lane?
Sand King mid.
Yeah.
Like Centaur thrives when you have the Line, the Willow, the Rubik, any 4 that can put things into the fight. Shadow Demon as well, but its first phase banned. I think I will say the team that has looked the best with sniper support has been Team Zero, because they pick it when they have multiple forms of frontline. And at the moment, Sand King with a pipe jumping in the front, Centaur with his body, Tusk naturally as a melee 5. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing it this time, as they've respected the weaknesses of sniper to give it a game. But like any lane securing 4 is what I want to see from Ponlo.
Sniper feels good. I think also Rubik feels more than fine, because you have pure damage against Timbersaw, which is going to be great. Some really nice spells to steal from Wind Ranger, whether that's going to be a power shot where you have that extra damage, a shackle shot, or you're always going to get the value. This is an interesting band, the Grimstroke, which would be a really good pickup, because you have the Ink Swall, and then you remove the Lasso, the counter initiation, great against the Timbersaw. They don't have like the best combo with the Grim, the spells that they can throw into, but yeah, it's not so much about the Soulbind, it's more about, you know, the disengage and making Timber's life miserable.
How important is a save for Team Zero against the Aurora lineup, and especially against that Batrider, or is Tusk already enough?
Probably enough, yeah.
Yeah.
They also have Stampede, which is a very useful disengage tool. It's useful not just after the lasso is over, but versus Whirlwind, like Lacoste mentioned, and it's just also a means to take a fight yourself.
Hello. Perfectly fine. Like, we listed kind of 3 rangers they can pick, they go for one of them. It's kind of British phrase here, but it's kind of your bread and butter draft. That's exactly what it is. Nothing too special, but again, this is strong lanes, can play any point of the game. And again, from the interview from Ponlo, it's like, if you have the good mindset, if you have a draft that can play at any portion of the game, then you're going to have chances to show brilliance, and this is what this draft is.
And Willow over Sniper, Rubik, or Jakiro is actually so good here because if you look at Aurora's draft, their Batrider and their Wind Ranger and their ET, they're very dependent on moving around in fights, and the Bramble Maze is going to be so disruptive to these heroes. You also have the extra damage from Bedlam early on to maybe kill the Timbersaw, but it has been harder for Willows to get Bedlam damage off ever since it was nerfed to only place it on herself.
Go yours as well. You prevent Timbersaw from getting an Aghanims to be tanky. You can prevent Windrunner as well. Like, I think, yeah, just nice draft. And Aurora, last pick. That's going to try and fix this. Maybe a little bit more fight after laning phase before you get this inevitable kind of ball up that Team Zero is going to present themselves.
Yeah, it looks like Aurora, or rather it looks like Team Zero thinks that Aurora is going to place Timber in the mid lane, so looking maybe for a Jabs hero. But surely there's still some flexibility there. Or is the lane against a Shadow Fiend for the Timber so bad that you're going to put it mid either way?
It's difficult. I think they are going to be looking for a different offlaner. It's going to be Darkseer, so more auras. This is also quite a lot of bodies in front. Same thing that Team Zero does have. You have Sanking, you have Tusk, you have Centaur, you have the Greaves pipe coming out from Darkseer, as well as Timbersaw tankiness coming in early on. It's good, especially when you pair it up with Batrider. There is definitely a kill threat. You can run over the shard. You don't care too much about that. You can get on top of Shadow Fiend. That's how you kill him. But I do, I do like what Team Zero did cook for themselves. I feel like this is a very strong draft. This is the type of the draft that they had when they were playing the qualifiers for TI. Very innovative, quite a lot of damage, good scaling overall, strong lanes.
Yeah, you also have the Darkseer X factor of just stealing SF's aura. Like, you can't underestimate how much damage that actually gives your team with a well-placed wall. So I think the onus is on Jabs for Aurora to play a great game and create like the best vac walls that he can, because if he does, it looks very winnable for Aurora. Like, once Wind Ranger gets that BKB, she's not too concerned about the Brambles. It's just that they're gonna have this awkward like early to mid-game timing on Aurora where it doesn't feel too comfortable, but with a few items they can take the fight to Team Zero.
Overall last pick for the Darkseer for Jabs. I feel like that's a position that Jabs likes to be in there, Tigo. All eyes on him.
No, I like it. It's Darkseer that can amplify Timber early aggression and Batrider early aggression. Like, if those three heroes sync up, then break the Sankin that wants to farm, break the Centaur that needs to be static in his offlane, break the Shadow Fiend he has to farm 2-3 items to feel good. Like, there is a slight greed to Team Zero's lineup that if the Darkseer, Timber, Bat, if they get one item each and do it, then yeah, this game can become quite even, very even. But so we'll see, but I like it.
I like it. Is there a specific timing or item you're looking for in this game, Lacoste?
Pretty much 1-2 item timing on Aurora to be able to get stuff done, while it's a bit more, you know, greedy, as Dee said, so they will need more items. These are not the heroes that come online as quickly.
Okay, well, let's see what's going to happen in the first game of this best of 3, but first we're listening to Sunby.
Indeed, thank you, Shiva. I am here with Sunby, coach of Aurora. Happy with the draft?
Yes, quite happy.
Quite happy. I read your essay on Twitter about how you felt that Dota was very aura-centric. Is that the kind of draft you've gone here, get a lot of tanky heroes that can build auras and just sort of run at people?
I think that's what we ended up with. I think that's what you're going to end up with naturally most of the time in Dota right now, but it's not necessarily what we were aiming for.
I did notice you guys picked Timbersaw first. The win rate of the hero has not been great at the tournament. Why are you so confident in Timbersaw?
I think we're just really good at it and everybody else sucks.
I love that answer. That's brilliant. Thank you so much. So what kind of style can we expect to see from your boys in this game?
Hopefully, you know, just get really fat and 5-man and smash them with auras.
Fantastic. Well, there you go. Well, of course, this is a circus-themed event, and so I send you to the two clowns that will be casting this game, Sunsfan and Cinderin. Take it away, chaps.
Shout out to Pyrian Flax. We really appreciate you being at this tournament. As always, my good friend, dear friend Ted. We are in-game already. Mr. Cinderman, how are you doing as we get started?
I'm good. I'm ready. And you know what? I was thinking during this draft, I was like, this is going to be the first game of this tournament we get to cast. Yeah. And there's a Shadow Fiend. And this hero always generates games, one way or the other. It's either complete disaster or it's glory. I feel like it's pretty rare that you see a Shadow Fiend game and your conclusion afterwards is he did all right and it was an okay performance, you know? So I have my eyes on that lane quite a lot. We heard from Ponlo's interview, this is the most experienced player in their team playing the Shadow Fiend, and it's on the big stage. It's an important game, this one. Obviously, round 1 to decide whether they continue in the uppers or not. And I think the lane matchup will be pretty interesting to watch. Shadow Fiend plus Tusk against Darkseer sounds like a pretty good lane to me. So we'll see if this Darkseer last pick from Aurora will get punished a lot, or if they will float the lane just fine.
Yeah, somewhere out there, Lyrical is cheering very loudly because he's been waiting for this hero to get picked up a little bit more often than the Darkseer, of course. The hero that he got Immortal on, and then can't play anything else apparently. But into this game, Cinderman, best of 3, who would you say is your favorite outside of the lineup? Because I'm just curious on, like, with just the matchups in general.
I mean, I think in terms of just recent performance as well as the groups to go by, Team Zero has looked better on average. I think Aurora has a couple of issues to fix in some of their games, and that's why it's, if you're one of the weaker teams going into the tournament, not necessarily on paper, but just off to a rough start, this kind of format can really favor you, because now you have tape, you have these 6 games that you played, some things went right, some things went wrong, and now you can go to, okay, what elements of our draft are we going to change, what playstyle issues have we had, and now it's the real, quote-unquote, real games, right? So if I went with everything that has happened across the year, I would say Aurora is the favorite. Based on the last month, definitely Team Zero. So let's see if they level up on Aurora. They're definitely, you can't blame them for, if you look at the draft, they're playing some of their absolute best heroes on every player. So it's definitely not unfamiliarity with the lineup that's going to cost them.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want out of a game 1. I mean, some people talk about taking these huge risks, but if you just pick these heroes that you're very comfortable with just to get an idea of how the other team wants to play, sometimes can work out quite well for you. But we can see that it is the Sand King versus the Timbersaw in the mid lane. Typically, Timber's not too shy on going melee versus melee, but it is a Sand King who kind of feels the same in general. How do you feel this matchup goes generally?
Yeah, it's fun to see, right? This used to be almost exclusively 2 offlane heroes. I mean, Timber has had his time in mid lane, to be fair, but Sand King mid is becoming a lot more popular right now. Historically speaking, Timbersaw would generally be getting the better of this matchup most of the time, but in mid, it's kind of strange, right? Because what ends up happening is, as you see 7E, he's just pulling the wave into farm the side camp together with his Sandstorm, since he can, with that facet, the Dust Devil can just keep moving with it. And in the meantime, Lorenoff is getting a double stacked wave in his tower. So they're not, like, how much are they actually laning against each other, right? It's like, it's this kind of awkward thing of they're just both just farming, pushing out waves, and then whoever gets the most of it is going to be happier. And currently, it is Sand King with that extra side camp.
Yep, he is quite happy indeed to start this game out. I mean, since we're still in game 1 in the laning stage, let's talk about the names real quick, Cinder, so we can be on the same page. This position 1 Shadow Fiend used to be known as Poyoyo, then Erica, and now it's YSR-04E. Can we just agree to call him Yes Sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is that fine with you?
And call him that when he makes a good play.
Okay, no sir when he dies. Got it. Perfect. Any of the facets weird to you, or is this all pretty normal?
I don't think anything stood out to me as that strange.
The one that stands out to me is the Centaur. I'm glad that you asked, Cinderin. The horsepower facet.
I mean, that's not
for that hero.
Strange.
Nobody ever takes the Counter-Strike facet. And I figured out why. Because if you pick it, you have to play with sub-tick, and nobody wants that right now.
Right.
Hopefully I'm hired to the next event. Thank you very much.
I think we need a... How many ticks does Dota have? It has 64, right? I think.
It actually is low.
I think it's 64.
But you don't need that much in Dota, thankfully.
Yeah. Right.
See in this top lane.
Yeah, this is a situation here.
This is the old Darkseer special. Got to cut the waves, and we'll see how Shadow Fiend can fare under the tower here, as he's gonna get ganked potentially. Ollie makes his way over. Astral Spirit is there. A couple Shadow Waves onto Jabs, gets the vacuum off. Echo Stomp connects, but you have the snowball to save temporarily. Ponlo makes his way over as well. ZZQ trying to run away, but the first blood is going to be onto the Shadow Fiend. That is not what you want to see if you're Team Zero. They're going to lose the Dark Willow as well, as ZZQ attempting to run out. Couple stacks of sticky napalm though, and even Lorenoff has made his way over here. So eventually will be yet another kill for Aurora. Great start to the game for them.
Yeah, this
going to be delayed even more, but he will die.
It's a very good sequence. This is one of the things historically you used to do a lot against safe lane Shadow Fiend. You mentioned the Darkseer classic of cutting the wave, but the way they designed this gank was really nice. They cut behind the wave, they bring Elder Titan through the gate, and flat out just overwhelm. The amount of time it takes Ponlo to realize what's happening, TP in and assist, in that time frame, the Shadow Fiend is already basically dead. So yeah, the snowball save delays the inevitable, but ultimately a really great exchange there for Aurora. I guess the only downside to that play for them was that Lorenoff went there as early as he did, because at the end of all that, he wasn't really needed. He didn't even get an assist. So I think he lost a full wave mid, maybe even a wave and a half, whereas 7E, who TP'd into assist there, or rather walked over after pushing out the wave, is now almost a full level ahead of the Timbersaw in mid. So that could start playing a role later down the line, but of course for Aurora, the triple kill up there is very, very good news. And it also solves it answers my question, right? Is Darkseer going to manage against this SF Tusk lane? And with that bit of help, he's actually still under Shadow Fiend's level, but his game is good enough. Darkseer is about hitting level 3 and level 5 without dying.
And Shadow Fiend still doing quite well in the CS department despite that death. And they're grouping up a bit more now. 7E makes his way over. See if he can make something work here for Team Zero. Yet to put a kill on the board. It looks like Jabs might be the recipient here, but be kind of a hard kill. Snowball to start. Is it going to actually connect? It doesn't look like even the Burrow Strike misses. Very unfortunate. Talk about wasting time on the Timbersaw. Now it's a waste of time on the Sand King.
Yeah, the silver lining here is that the mid lane isn't empty. They've placed Ponlo here to get some experience on the Dark Willow, so yeah, it definitely is a loss of efficiency because Sand King could be jungling as he's doing now. But yeah, that was a little bit of a swing and a miss, you could say. I think starting there with Snowball from ZZQ and then not... I think you have to try for the shards. When you can see you can't reach, you have to try to throw out the shards and catch the Darkseer off guard, and if nothing else, just delay his path by a second, and then that Sand King could have connected, but it felt like their heart wasn't really fully in that go as soon as the Snowball went off. They didn't really believe in it. And you know, maybe better to just call it off then, I suppose.
Yep, we can see Centaur in the bot lane, played by Beyond, against the Wind Runner that we have been seeing over and over and over at this tournament with the Whirlwind Facet. I remember our initial reaction to that. I mean, they have buffed it since then,
yeah.
But it was not very good early on, but things have changed, it seems.
Absolutely. It's a lot better now than it used to be. And obviously one of the major upsides you have to playing Wind Ranger carry compared to a lot of the carries is that she's a good laner, right? In this meta, we see almost exclusively ranged carries played by all the teams, and it means, you know, the pool will expand to maybe some less traditional carries as long as the facets allow it. And Whirlwind is a perfect example of that. She's a good carrier for the popular items in the carry position, and she has a really high DPS ability that she got essentially for free that she used to not have. So it makes sense. That said, though, this is a totally free lane for Centaur. I think Wind Ranger can't really do anything here to flush him out of the lane, and you're playing ET5, who's level 4. There's no way, right? So Beyond will, with his maxed Retaliate, he's going for a very farm-centric build here. He should be getting really, really big on the Centaur over time. So Blade Mail is only a minute away, it looks like.
Yep, and I would assume, I mean, is this a Crimson type of game? It really is just Windrunner does damage, but it's probably still worth it, maybe?
I think so. It doesn't strike me as a particularly good...
Back with the wall on the cliff is ZZQ. We'll be able to snowball down, but he's just going to be brought down into the tier 1. Attempting to run away, but the flame break and now the surround tactics should be a kill for Aurora.
It's taking them quite a while.
It really is.
They got him. Okay. All right.
A lot of stacks here, by the way, by the Bat Rider. So we saw that earlier in the previous series where the game basically ended when the Bat Rider attempted to get all these stacks and then...
They got stolen, right?
They were all stolen in the end.
Yeah, it's a big part of the hero, but in this case, Q's level actually looks very healthy. He's 2-0-2 now, level 6.5, minute 9, so this is a very well-played early game for Bat. I would say it's above par in his progression in the game. To answer your question about Centaur, I think Crimson Guard is worth it for 2 reasons. Wind Ranger is one of them, the other one's the Darkseer wall, right? I think it's like a hidden thing that it's good against, because usually the decision you have to make on Centaur is, am I getting the Crimson or the Pipe? Like, maybe you can get both in some cases, but I don't think Pipe is that good here. Timbersaw, almost exclusively pure, right? And you have Bat Rider for some magic damage. You have a little bit here and there from Wind Ranger and the Darkseer Iron Shells, but probably better off getting the Crimson and then scaling yourself. Dagger, Heart, you know, becoming a beast.
Oh yeah, that's a good build.
Thing.
As we can see, 7E very close to picking up his Blink Dagger. And we'll see what they want to do with that. Probably try to use it to blink on heroes, I would guess. And initiate. Still have yet to get a kill, which is really surprising for the Team Zero side.
It is, but a lot of the time in Dota, it's a matter of, you know, you can look at the kill score and be like, wow, they've done nothing, but effectively what they have done is enable all 3 of their cores. So I don't think they're that concerned with the state of the game. If all of their cores are reporting, I'm fine. You know, I'm getting the farm I need. I'm getting the usual progression we've practiced for with this lineup. Then they can bide their time. I think this is the type of game where both teams really, like Shadow Fiend needs a little bit of build-up time as a carry. As we've talked about, the panel was saying the Dire lineup arguably is a little bit greedy in how many items they ideally want before their first fight. So as long as they don't start bleeding any more than this, give them another 10-15 minutes of farming. They show up with their key items on the Shadow Fiend carry. Both their Centaur and Sen King have an additional tankiness item. They're going to be hard to break through for Aurora, I think.
Smokes will connect. Chakram's going to split the uprights. No damage done. Trying to chase out this Dark Willow. Paulo trying to use the Terrorize will do so, but Burrow Strike. Looks like the Dark Willow falls regardless, so still 5-0 Aurora. No kill to Team Zero's name. Very fittingly, I suppose, with their actual team name. See how long they can hold out. I mean, net worth-wise, still very even, though. We were talking about this earlier, how it feels like a lot of these games, I mean, you can tell me how the game state is right now. I feel like Team Zero is not even that far behind. As we can get chase here, wall was used as yes, sir. For the cover of the tier 1, we'll get some TP support in the form of 7E. Gets off the Burrow Strike jabs. Pretty fast, but looks like the Surge runs out. Now we have a good old-fashioned team fight. If 7E gets deleted, Requiem in the cover. We'll use that in the defensive measures. The power shot hits both heroes, slowing them to a crawl. Lasso onto the Shadow Fiend, and ZZQ looks to be next. This is going to be 8-0 Aurora.
Yeah, they're bringing the numbers and just flat out outplaying them, right? The Centaur has not been involved in anything just yet. He offers I think the Stampede was even on cooldown there, so it didn't provide any sort of backup for his teammates, and they just get overwhelmed. Shadow Fiend as a carry has this weak part of the game that I would say is particularly now, where you see his build is Mask of Madness and Dragonlance. He can't fend for himself. If heroes get on top of you and they have stun, you're just dead. So he really needs that protection from the other heroes, but unfortunately they kind of got caught in the blender. It's just outnumbered, all the AoE abilities were landing together, and Aurora lined it up very nicely. And they're getting, you know, we heard in the coach interview pre-game from Sunby, we're good with Timber, everyone else sucked.
Yeah.
Laurenoff is having a great game currently on the Timber. That rotation was very big for him.
Confidence has never been an issue for Sunbees.
That is true.
Not surprising with that kind of an answer. As 23. So we kind of got cut off, but what do you think of the Whirlwind now on the Windrunner?
I think it's solid. I mean, the pro teams are running it for a reason. The first version, as we said, was probably not good enough. It got buffed quite a bit, and yeah, it's just a hero that has solid utility. It's having a carry that has its own stun from range and has AoE damage and has strong laning is pretty hard to find, right? You'd be hard pressed to find a more complete carry in a way.
Well, the way I look at it, it's kind of like a tell me if you disagree with this. It's kind of like a shorter range flat cannon, but it procs items, which is, as we're going to see, the initiation, lasso, onto the Centaur, beyond, pops the Stampede with the Blade Mill activated as well. Now he's very slow. Will they catch him? Flame Break gives him a bit of a boost. Nobody's coming to aid you, my friend. That is 9-0 Aurora, as Team Zero continuing to not find a kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the team name. This is their identity. The moment they get a kill, they disband. So they have to keep it this way. I will be very impressed if they win this game without a kill. I think that would be... that's on my bingo card.
Oh, that's called a caster curse right there. I mean, they did take both Wisdom Runes, so we're going to see Epicenter potentially used here on the side from 7E. Will not use it in the end. Burrow Strikes outside of the wall. And ZZQ with the Drinking Buddies, getting a little bit extra speed there. Laurenoff forcing them out completely.
Yeah, just really playing to its strengths right now. He understands how much stronger he is than everyone else in the game. And as the panel talked about, in theory, the Shadow Fiend matchup against Timbersaw is very good, but they didn't get to lane against each other. They kind of... Sure, you pick the Shadow Fiend and you effectively pushed the Timber Saw mid, but then you didn't really exploit it by putting SF mid yourself because you committed with the Centaur pick and you didn't want to play Sand King safe lane.
Right.
So you didn't really get that aspect of the matchup out of it. And now that Laurenov is this far ahead, I actually don't think the matchup's that concerning in general. Okay, this is quite the dive.
Yeah, and that's a very tanky hero. They really want that first kill. That is the last one you probably go on, though.
Yeah.
Is it going to wrap around here? Fortification was popped. Beyond's going to be using that beautiful Centaur passive to do some damage to this tower, and it will end up resulting in a tier 1 kill.
So he is going for the pipe on Centaur.
Oh, interesting.
I'm not completely sold that this is the best choice here.
It does give a lot of regen. I mean, if you're going to go for regen, you get Heart, though, right? But then again, Heart against Timbersaw, eh.
I mean, it's not bad. But it was the debate between this and Crimson, right? And I personally was probably more in favor of a Crimson Guard, considering Wall plus Windranger down the stretch. But maybe what they're thinking is, if the pipe we're going to get at the exact timing that we really kind of want to, where the spells are the bigger concern. Like Windranger might not be the biggest issue at the time that they want to take the game-deciding fight for them, whereas the pipe will help against the other things, and then maybe Crimson, 5 to 10 minutes later would be a better choice. But then you really need to nail that timing, right? Because the way I see it, pipe is not that great, aside from a short 5 to 10 minute window here.
I mean, potentially it just shows how good the item is in general. If it's not that much magic, I mean, you're still getting it.
Yep.
That is interesting. I mean, they do have magic damage, of course, but it's not like they have burst, just kind of elongated. As Yasur going to be farming up these Ancients, getting close to his BKB, so he has the Dragonlance, Mask of Madness, BKB to come.
Yep, curious to see what he does after that. You're playing against Windranger, so you probably want MKB at some point in your build. But is he going to complete the Pike first with his Dragonlance, or is he going to go for, say, a Daedalus for the damage, or is he going for that MKB and really focusing on that matchup? It's also a decent damage item against Timbersaw, so MKB, so perhaps that's worth a consideration. Yeah, I think that's going to be a little bit telling about where Team Zero are at right now. But I also wonder what they're at mentally. Like, it's 18 minutes, you haven't killed a hero. Like, what is your read on the game state? Do you feel like you're getting owned? Do you think it's under control, Like,
hey, 3K is not that bad.
Yeah, but they don't know. That's the thing, right? The players have to play on feel, and they might be like, yeah, we feel like we've got the stuff that we want, but, ultimately, if you pause the game right now and ask them how far behind do you think you are, I don't know if they would, guess this amount. And the distribution of gold, right? You're always going to have to feel it out. Q.
Oh, Beyond. He gets initiated on. You can see the Brambles, though, connecting. Looks like this Bat Rider will be the first kill of the game for Team Zero. They are on the board officially. Terrorize going to be used basically on Laurenov as 70 just barely gets out.
He almost killed himself stunning into Timber. He just took like 700 damage by going next to him in his Sandstorm and Epicenter combo. And Timber was barely tickled with his Eternal Shroud. So, yeah, got to be careful. I feel like 7E is a little bit too hungry to go in the Timber. I think he's probably better off looking for other alternative targets unless they feel like there's value in just the stun itself. But popping all your stuff to try to go and put damage into Timber, I feel like it's a complete waste for his hero right now. That needs to be a very coordinated team effort. But Team Zero get on the board.
Yeah, that's a feels good for them.
Yep, they got a kill. And it was a very quick reaction there. There was a great counterplay. They immediately got off the Blade Mail on Beyond and an immediate counter stun as well. So.
Oh wow, this is fast.
Yep.
All right.
Shadow Fiend's always been good at this with his aura. 4 points in Presence plus Mask of Madness. And obviously happy to have the Specialist's Array, not particularly helping here, but just helping the hero in general in the game. I think Aurora could maybe get a fight after this if they fancy it. They're not going to be too late for
power
it.
Shot.
Oh, almost stole it.
Okay, almost stole it, but Yasur gets the Aegis. He'll be able to kill off the Tusk right off the bat, and I think Team Zero will...
Oh, he missed the chain,
Laurenov. No Timber Chain for you. Gets hoof stomped and will die mid-Timber Chain. That is a huge kill for Team Zero, but at the same time, they've lost their Sand King, and they're going to lose their Centaur as well. So 4 for 1. You do maintain Aegis control. What's that worth?
All things considered, that is a relatively even exchange, I would say. I mean, the gold, of course, you're looking at an advantage going the way of the Radiant, but having this Aegis to make a potential play of your own in the near future now, as well as getting that big kill on the Timber, who was 5-0. It was a decent kill bounty going the way of, I believe it was Shadow Fiend getting the last hit, was it? No, it was actually Centaur that got the brunt of that gold. So he will buy off a Blink Dagger with that. it does give them some opportunities here, but yeah, Aurora, I really like their play call of going for that. They obviously knew they weren't getting the Aegis when the power shot scouted the pit, but they also immediately identified, okay, Tusk is half health. He arguably probably tanked a little bit too much damage there at the Roche for his SF, and Aurora get a good punish.
And Ollie on the cover of invisibility right now. See if he can set something up onto
that would be a good find.
Shadow Fiend.
Yep, this is
the Echo Stomp available, level 2.
Invis Rune, not smoke, so he can go right behind the SF if he wanted to, but they are going to concede the area for now, knowing that there's so much backup and the Aegis, he doesn't fancy his chance. I think they saw that ward, right? Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Coming out from ZZQ. And I think this is probably, actually they're going to go back. I thought they were going to commit for the tower with this D ward and having Aegis in hand, but showing some serious respect here to Aurora's potential defensive plays with Batrider, with Blink Force Staff. I guess that's their major concern is, yeah, we can put our SF to hit the tower, but if Tusk isn't quick enough with the save with Snowball, SF is going to get pulled back to die twice. So we're going to not put it to use right now, at the very least, and it is the MKB that he's currently eyeing up after completing Pike, so he did want that first. And now going for the Tormentor. Which shard are they hoping for? Probably, I'm assuming they would rather have the Willow one. Yeah, surely. And they'll get lucky.
Shiva's now online for the Sand King as well, and they have the double Blink Dagger with the SK and the Centaur, so Team Zero in pretty good position to be able to take fights.
Yeah, now
again, only a 1K lead despite it being 13-2.
Yep.
Very odd.
Yep, good farm. They have the Tormentor advantage, right? So there's some dead gold that is still available for the Radiant side if they were to get their own. Aurora, now, you're a little bit late, guys. They did take this Tormentor about a minute ago. And it was announced, but they're smoking over there now.
If you mute the player, sometimes there's a bug that it mutes the Tormentor text as well.
Ah, surely that's what it is.
Oh, wow, this is a really fast Ags on Lornoff, by the way. Holy jeez.
Yeah, they don't have a Dispel for it, right? So it's actually very powerful right now. There's no way of removing it, so Lornoff can go in with a lot of confidence with his reactive armor activated.
They only really have one person that, I mean, do you force a Nullifier on Team Zero to be able to counter that? I mean, it is a really good counter. I guess a Yules would be
I think Yules, and I think the name of the game for the Dire lineup right now, for the most part, honestly, is to control Lornoff but not commit for the kill. I think it's a lot of the time going to be the better approach to, you know, try to catch him with a little bit of a stun here and there, disengage from him with Stampede if he gets on top of the right heroes and kind of play around him. Sure, they did kill him top, but it was some very specific conditions, right? Where he missed his Timber Chain. Otherwise, there was no way he was dying there. So they have to be very respectful of how strong that hero is. And of course, now that he has reactive armor, I think it's almost, I'm not going to say it's impossible to kill him, but man, they need a lot to get him.
Speaking of shards that you don't really want.
Yeah, this is not particularly great on support bat. Giving you no disarm on lasso as well as an additional sticky stack.
I mean, in this purpose, all it really does is increase your net worth by 14.
Yeah, the alternative on ET, I mean, the ET one isn't the greatest either when you're playing support ET, so in reality...
That's true, I guess. Yeah, neither are particularly great.
Yeah, these are definitely not the best shards when you're playing these heroes in supporting roles. They're both kind of good if you're playing them in core roles, but that's not happening very often in Pro Dota right now. So yeah, Aurora's lineup just doesn't have the best value out of Tormentor, but you still want to kill it for two reasons. First of all, you set up yourself for later getting a shard on the other heroes, on your cores if they want one, and you obviously remove it from the pool for the enemy, because all the shards on the Dire are, I would argue, quite good.
So Aegis not really used to fight, but
didn't get much out of that.
Perhaps it dissuaded Aurora from taking a fight themselves, so maybe that's a good enough use for Team Zero. I mean, you were talking about that fight where they lost, obviously, 4 heroes, but they did get the Aegis. You're like, this could work out well for them. Do you think this worked out well for them?
I still don't think it was a travesty. I mean, I would have liked them to somehow use the Aegis, but I think in the grand scheme of things, that bottom push could have gone really wrong. So nice reaction there from 7E getting out. Yeah, some nice... It's very wasteful use of arrows here. The Fletcher is not going to be happy about that. 23, just throwing out 50 arrows into nothingness. Just going to go and pick them up again. Yeah, I all in all, my conclusion on that fight top, relatively inconsequential now. And it just, an unusually quiet game that we have on our hands right now, both teams. That's, historically speaking, is good news for Aurora. This is a team that is no stranger to 60-plus minute games. They had, I want to say, half a year that it was almost the norm for them to play every game over 45 minutes. This tournament, you know, the average game time has been quite a bit shorter here. I believe they had a 55-minute game so far, which was one of the longest we've had, if not the longest.
Man, I am really hoping that we get to cast at least one 60-minute game at this TI.
If we do, this is a possible candidate.
Okay.
Because it has Aurora in it.
Yeah, that's true.
So that increases the probability by about 50%.
50%. Wow, that's quite a bit.
It depends. If the starting chance is 1%, then it's 1.5.
Oh, Lasso actually pops a Shadow Realm.
Is he
attempting to TP out, but the vacuum is there to cancel, so Ponlo will eventually die. So Team Zero, again, another death to their name, but not really falling that far behind, all things considered.
Yeah, this is a relatively irrelevant death. You know, they did TP rotations to kill a position 4 next to their towers, and it's a pretty poor position 4 at that, right? He's not got like massive amounts of net worth or a really important item coming up. I say that he's 500 away from Blink, but actually I don't know how good that is here. But I suppose, I mean, what else are you going to buy in the Willow? I still think the Yules that you suggested would be a nice choice here.
I'm pretty sure it's mandatory at some point.
Yeah, I would really like to see Ponlo go Yules over Dagger, but he looks pretty committed at this point. He's had it in quick buy for quite a while. Top tier 2 tower is definitely gone.
I wonder how much of the damage that 23 Savage does during Whirlwind from just Maelstrom procs, if that's worth the pipe, legitimately.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that is the reason, actually. You're comparing the physical damage versus that when you're going the Crimson versus pipe math, if you will. And yeah, I think, you know what, the more I think about it when you say it, it sounds like pipe might actually just be better specifically for that reason.
Actually convince you of something. Yep. That is incredible.
Yeah.
Screenshot of that.
Won't let it happen again.
Okay. Second Roche is available.
Aurora scouting it out, so they're aware. And their lineup is insane in the pit.
Absolutely. You got the Elder Titan, which is the classic Roche contester, Vac Wall, individual Lasso, initiation. Timber is crazy in the pit.
Timber is crazy in general.
Yeah, his lore, I think, does back that up. He is legitimately crazy. They will attempt the Roche, and it looks to be theirs for the taking.
Yep.
Team Zero not going to contest. Not sure if they're even completely aware of this.
Oh, they are TPing over the Shadow Fiend now. Maybe a smoke.
It's too late if they try, but the Lasso, Q, onto Ponlo. Oh, the counter initiation from beyond gets the hoof stomp into the double edge. Power shot going to slow him a bit. You can see Team Zero maybe potentially trying to run back here as the vacuum is there. Shadow Fiend ult used as well. Echo Stomp is there, but the hoof stomp finally comes out from beyond, but he just gets destroyed along with the Dark Willow. Yes, sir, is dead. And that leaves one member of Team Zero alive, and that is 7E. The BKB about to run out. And that looks to be a full team wipe, an ultra kill for Lorenov. They lose the Aegis, but nobody else died.
Yeah. There's a lot of spells in that team fight for Team Zero just didn't land, right? They never got off Terrorize, or excuse me, they did get off Terrorize. They never got off Bedlam on the opener when he did survive the Lasso. So it kind of looked like, okay, that Lasso wasn't that good, but it was a very pitiful Requiem. I think the Sand King, the Burrow Strike hit one target. The Centaur had already committed his initiation onto the bat before his allies were there, so that didn't lead to a kill either. I would just say uncharacteristically uncoordinated here from Zero. So you're going to see the replay here, right? They go on there's the Centaur stomp onto bat. So now you've exchanged some spells, but Centaur is now in a compromised position. This Requiem is at best. It's just blocked by the pipe. And in the meantime, this Wind Ranger is just going absolutely to town together with Lorenov, just winning on damage, right? Both teams are tanky, but one of them just hits harder.
Yep, and now that has opened up the game. This score now kind of feels right, Cinderin.
Yeah, now the net worth kind of matches the score.
18-2 with quite a large lead now. Double digit, 10K, make it 11K. And Aurora certainly are in the driver's seat. Feels like Team Zero not really showing up for this game one in some respects, perhaps. I mean, Ponlo doing that interview, I agree with Shiva. That was a really, really good interview. Very honest, very upfront about how he wasn't really happy with his past performances. This is his first TI after so many years. Perhaps there's some nerves to go along. I mean, it's not him specifically, but the team in general, potentially.
It definitely wouldn't be the first time that we see teams crumbling a little bit when the games start mattering more. You're kind of playing with the training wheels on in the group stage, where it's like, you know, some players and some teams just play better when the pressure's on and some don't. And this is one game, so let's not get ahead of ourselves, but clearly, I think it's fair to say this is probably Team Zero's worst game of the tournament so far. So whether you want to read too much into that or not, let's give them a couple more games. But yeah, it definitely has not been their game so far. And now I have a second question, which is, we're approaching a later stage of the game.
What was your first question?
Why are you here? My second question is,
yeah, we're asking that.
Does Shadow Fiend hold a candle to Wind Ranger late game?
That's a good question.
I actually don't
23
know.
Savage getting gone on. We'll pop his ult in retreat with the BKB. Snowball is not really going to connect, but the Ice Shards blocks him in, but that destroys the Tusk. But eventually they do find the Windrunner. 1-for-1, definitely good exchange for Team Zero. They're going to need a few more of those to get back in this game, though.
He was just completely alone on that Wind Ranger going for this move, and that's it's a meaningful punish, you know. Aurora's definitely still very comfortable, but a 50% increase in kills for Team Zero there. Very nice. Now they need to have 2 kills on Aurora. Maybe it's all part of the script for the 22-3 scoreline that you love so much, Shannon, because you're a big meme connoisseur.
That's right.
As everybody knows, you're staying young through memes.
If only that were a thing.
Yeah.
I'd be a baby. Well, Aurora obviously have to wait for their Windrunner to... Oh my god, the damage. Just a little quick exchange there, and 70 already at half health. That's the mid lane Sand King, by the way. It does have the BKB Shiva's blink, and I don't know, what can Team Zero do to get back in this game? Obviously, finding a Windrunner all by her lonesome every now and then will help attribute to some sort of a comeback, but...
It's easier said than done, but honestly, I feel like in the team fights they've had, the spells have not been cast in correct coordination to begin with. So, easy answer to your question, cast your spells better. But,
okay, well there you go. Onlo gets gone on again, this time dies within the Shadow Realm. A 7E cancellation of the teleportation.
Oh, he's gone.
And he is a goner as well. So 2 quick kills for Aurora.
Yep. Yeah, so in a little bit more detail,
and we got the reverse 3-2-2, of course.
Oh, there you go. So the problem that Zero faces a little bit is perhaps an issue in their lineup, if you want to look at it on a bigger scale, is Sand King, Centaur, and Tusk in the same lineup is maybe too much of the same thing, right? It's these melee heroes that go up close and have a single stun that they want to build the fight around. So perhaps the reason that their fights seem a little bit uncoordinated is that they're kind of doing each other's jobs, and it makes it difficult to line things up the way that they like. So maybe there's a little bit of a draft issue going on there. We'll see if they manage to defend here. So Crimson Guard will be deployed to delay this. They need to buy a lot of time for the Sand King. I think defending without him is more or less impossible.
Yeah, it could be a Rax here. 20 seconds. That fortification.
Q going in deep, didn't find it though.
Hoof Stomp actually does hit, but the Force Staff gives them enough space to get away. Fortification is finally popped, so they'll get the tower. And now the Sand King is alive. Do Aurora stay?
I guess on second thought as well, when I look at these lineups, something we maybe haven't thought about enough is if you look at Zero's damage breakdown, it's a ton of magic damage, and it's a lot of spread damage, right? Raises, Requiem, Sand King and Centaur's a lot of like spread magic damage over time. You don't have that big single target burst. So the first pick Timber saw, was he actually addressed at all, right?
True.
The reason it's difficult for them to access the fights the way that they want is if Aurora constantly just offer them up one target, it doesn't feel very satisfying and very natural to go in on that one guy. And they've had very good positioning of their heroes, very good formation most of the time, where they're putting Team Zero in this position. All right, guys, you have 2 choices. Are you going to jump the Timber Saw that is giga tanky, or the Darkseer that is giga tanky with auras? Those are the 2 options they most of the time present them with, and neither of those options seems appealing enough, so they kind of can't really go. And if they maintain that formation and keep offering bad fights, Zero just seem unable to pierce through them.
Beyond, he's initiated on again. The Shiva's popping. Look at the Chakram just rip him a new one. 7E. See the buyback onto the Centaur to get back in this fight as fast as possible. Echo Stomp delaying everything though.
Man, so much damage in the backline too. SF and Sand King both popping their BKBs. Tusk is down to half. They got absolutely nothing out of everything they used there. Buyback on Centaur, BKBs, clean disengage for Aurora into an immediate Tormentor. If they get lucky here, this one does not go to ET. I think they would love it on someone else. That's ET. Well, sometimes, you know, the good news is...
if he wants to go in with it, it is good, but he'll probably die shortly after.
He does not have the build to go in with it. He has Solar Crest Glimmer. I don't think Ollie has any interest in toggling this, but...
doesn't it reduce the cooldown as well, though?
Yeah, but the thing is, the cooldown of Astral Spirit is still higher, so it's hard to use the second Stomp regardless. But in some edge cases, maybe the cooldown reduction matters. If you somehow get a Spirit Stomp into then being in a position where you can Stomp again, but not a very common thing at this level.
All right, well, 23 Savage now has a Satanic, so it doesn't really have to worry about the Blade Mail as much. You can just pop that in time.
Oh yeah, he is big.
As Q, looking for an initiation. Okay, that was all over the place. Lorna pops the Shivas, finally finds the Tusk. That's going to be an easy, clean kill. Ponlo on the cliff as well. That's a double for 23 Savage, as they will likely just prepare for this Roche and 7E. Do they have the vision? They definitely do now, as Q continued to pursue. And he's left to his own devices, an eventual death. Yet another kill for Aurora, 26-3, right on the doorsteps of Roche number 3 with the old Aghanim Scepter. Who takes this? Windrunner? Honestly, they're not going to do it, but the way that Q has been initiating literally every fight would actually be really good on him.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with Bat as well, but I think Windranger is the safer choice.
For sure, it's safer.
Hasn't popped it in just yet. So maybe they are discussing it. Okay, there we go. Oh, he's going.
I'm Carry. I eat Ags.
I mean, if nothing else, this should be quite crazy for the hero versus hero matchup against Shadow Fiend, right? Reducing physical damage taken by 45% during Wind Run.
Yeah,
makes that matchup super one-sided all of a sudden, as if it wasn't good enough for him already. And they don't have a way of dispelling it. So, yep, off we go. Off to the races. We're off to the Tier 3 number 2. And this one, unless Team Zero mount an incredible defense here, might go down as one of the more one-sided games of the tournament so far. Not one of the shortest, mind you. But really, Zero haven't really strung anything together in this 40-minute game.
No, they have not. Sheepstick on to Yes Sir. This will be an easy Rax for Aurora as they reposition. Still 4 minutes on that Aegis. They can take their sweet time if they want. On to the next lane they go. Question is, what is Team Zero waiting for? Because unless they're like super close to some pivotal item, no point in giving up any racks. I mean, the Roche banners are pretty annoying. 7E, Epi.
I think one potential play that they have, which is quite a commitment, is to go in for a stun into offensive Pike from Shadow Fiend. You catch someone, Shadow Fiend gets multiple attacks off, and you try to use that as a single target, quote-unquote, burst, but I just don't think it's enough, man. I think these heroes are too tanky. And we'll see if they do it.
Okay, gonna get some Burrow to start. He's still got to burn right through this Aegis. Okay, Snowball is going to save him temporarily, but the Whirlwind is doing so much damage. Beyond goes in with the Stampede. In fact, has the cart. Didn't even realize that. Shadow Fiend, very useful inside that cart. He's a demon in a cart. This is a fantasy game. Mid lane goes the way of Aurora. And still no kills are to be had in this fight at all.
I mean, at least they drove around the king on his throne, right? Unfortunately, he was shooting with a water gun, so it didn't really matter. But it looked cool.
Oh God, I want this Axe to be so... I want it to be good so bad. Workhorse for the win, okay. Putting everything onto this Timber Saw, but look at the damage again from 23 Savage. Sand King is dead in the blink of an eye. Yes, sir, trying to use his ult, but will back away instead. Q looking for an opening, not finding one yet. As the Sand King buys back into the game. Still has his epi to work with. But Lornov just seems impossible to look at his.
He is invincible.
A heart on top of everything else now. Yes, sir, already at half HP.
Oh, they're gonna try maybe.
Activated.
No. Faking out the epi. Is he actually gonna go for it? No, now he got chakra.
No, he will never use it the rest of the game. That's my call. 23 Savage with the whirlwind. Yes, sir. Getting into the high ground, but brought back to the low ground and insta-gibbs himself. 3 dead, just like that, and the game is over. Aurora completely stomps Team Zero in this game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't really much to write home about, is there? They just got absolutely crushed. I really like everything Aurora did in this game. I think the first big step toward this direction was the initial rotation where they got 3 kills top. Just activating your Elder Titan, going through the gate, and getting Darkseer off to a good start, and snowballing from there. And for Team Zero, just, yeah, not really... Just a string of weak fights, dare I say.
That's one way to put it. Panel, what the hell happened?
I know what happened. I know what happened exactly. Q, Lorinov, and 23 Savage, they died. And they were the only ones that died once that game on the side of Aurora. A little bit of feeding going on. But I also know what happened because it was the right Aurora that showed up. Effie was 2 days ago. We said right here, and we said, oh, with Aurora, you never really know who's showing up. Good Aurora, not so good Aurora. And that day, it was not so good Aurora. This one is the one we wanted to see.
I mean, this is great Aurora. This is exactly what we've been wanting to see from them. Lorinov playing aggressively, setting the tempo on the map, ganking the side lanes, playing with his 2 supports, having that 3-man ball, constantly having that map presence and that kill presence, not just sitting back and letting the other team outpace you. This is the kind of Aurora that has shown us throughout this entire year that even though they haven't placed very high, they've taken games off of the best teams, and this is the fashion that they've done it in.
Yeah, the key thing here is they, of course, Lorinov being top net worth, as you see here, but like him being top net worth, forced in Zero to go, do we really want to fight them, or should we wait for like a really big team timing? And the entire game was like, we're going to take that fight, we're going to take that fight. And it's like, everyone subscribed to it, and Aurora's like, wait a second, they're not really trying to do anything, so let's just farm ourselves, and when they take that fight, we'll just make sure that we outclass them in it. And it was just kind of a weak engagement. Like Zero took the top dire side map, the Shadow Fiend's on the high ground, then he Requiems, and he goes back up. It's like, if you're farming for this long, and I respect that because you have good late game, you can't just blunder the one fight because you've given up kind of so much economy and so much map presence that one execution will be the fatal mistake that you have. So that's kind of the undoing of Zero. Too much patience, I feel.
That's what I wanted to see from Aurora supports. Q and Ollie, I think when they're having bad games, and also the reason why they didn't have that good of a time in the groups is they kind of got shut down. And in this game, they were all over the map, setting up the kills, playing together with Lorinov, who was pretty much invincible throughout the whole game. The raid boss, with like he has, what, 5,000-6,000 HP on his Timber. So in the end, it got to that point, but before that, I feel like they just get outscaled. They needed to get so much done earlier on Team Zero. These early rotations did shut them down because they basically hit the wall, like literally at one point in the game where they couldn't fight, creating the illusion of the Shadow Fiend. And also, this is kind of a 4-protect-1 kind of a strategy where you're trying, like, who's going to deal the damage? Sure, Centaur is annoying, Sanking sometimes does struggle, especially with all these pipes, Crimson Guards and everything, reducing the damage. So all you have to do is focus down the Shadow Fiend. They had the Hex available later on, so quite difficult game for them.
Incredibly difficult game for them. And we ended the draft talking about how potentially Team Zero was a little bit on the greedy side, Effie. And it's like, there's a difference between being on the greedy side and having a plan of saying, you know what, we're not going to do anything for 20 minutes.
Yeah, you know what? I think that there was some misexecution going on by Team Zero because I don't feel like they were greedy enough to the point where they couldn't bring the fight back to Aurora. They easily could have. They just didn't bring the numbers at the time that they needed to. Because Aurora brought the numbers early. They didn't care. They brought their Timbersaw. They brought their supports through the gate. They were constantly running them in. At some point, Sanking was like top net worth. He completely out-CS the Timbersaw. He TP's top for his like first rotation in the game, gets instantly killed. Dark Willow TPs 2 seconds later. They just don't connect to each other. Everything's a bit too disjointed, and in those moments, so those are the fights that you have to win early on.
Yeah. Also helps that Lorinov went for the early Shroud. So if he goes Shroud, like if SK's having the best game, if he can't FE kill the Timber, then what's really going to happen? Because Lorinov will present himself. If he then dies, everything's been used. If he doesn't die, that's when Aurora's like, guys, take the fight, let's chase, let's go. And I think, yeah, the Timbersaw was kind of the key piece of the puzzle, why he's a standout player for sure, 13-1-11. I kind of agree with Zombie to some degree. Like, they utilized the Timber perfectly. Like, he itemizes, they respect it, and at some point, you can argue, like, you want Aurora to do something. Like, they have 8 kills, they have 4K leads. Like, come on, guys, go, do. You know, the little meme where you got the stick and he's poking? Like, that's kind of what I expected. But then you could realize, like, the discipline. It's like, we don't need to do anything, because if they're afraid and we're confident in our own plays, then we will just be able to play this game on our own kind of speed. So, again, great game. Timberscore in Loranoff's hands, very scary. And for Team Zero, like, they have to do something a little bit more. Like, they were just farming.
Let's talk a little bit about the best shot they had. Because at some point, YSR, Erica, steals the Aegis. His whole team dies, but he has the Aegis. Obviously, it stays a little bit with them. Because they even killed Loranoff then.
Yeah, it stayed there for good, 5 minutes, but they were unable to find any fights. I thought that there might be trying to look for a fight, play aggressive, try to get something out of that Aegis, because the trade, even with the gold trade that they got after that Aegis, wasn't really on their side, so they needed to do something, because they were definitely on the timing here. If you look at the heroes, the scaling, Shadowfiend's not going to be able to carry this on his own, so with the Aegis, with this second life, maybe try to get faster to that MKB, try to get faster to your Satanic, so you have like second, maybe third life with the snowball save. Never happened. They played very timid. We didn't see like any aggressive. There were a couple of like smoke moves that didn't result in a kill. They got a support kill or whatever, but nothing big.
Yeah, you know what? To me, like the times we've seen Team Zero really pop off is when they're playing a really high tempo style, and often we've talked about 70 playing things like Earth Spirits mid and constantly being present in the side lanes. This time around, with all of his net worth, he didn't translate it to the kind of pressure that Loranoff on his Timber brought to the side lanes. He showed up one time, it failed, then nothing else happened after that. And it begs the question, is Sand King the style of mid laner that you want to give 7E? Because this is not what he's thrived on during the group stages so far.
Yeah, do we feel like maybe they picked that Sand King, obviously they picked it first, and then didn't really know yet what to do with it, and in the end it turned out to be mid, but they might have tried to out-mind game themselves by keeping it a potential flex, or was this always planned to go mid, you think, T?
I think there's always a little bit of flexibility with it, but at the end of the day, if you are playing mid Sand King, you have a blink, you just need to have the confidence to make a move. Like in some of these games, you could argue if they take a fight and lose the fight, they'll give Aurora so much more pacing. And clearly someone on the team had told, like, don't make a move, just farm. And as a team, they respected it. And I think that's maybe where for Team Zero, it's like as a team, they clearly have such a mutual agreement on like a move to make that whoever made that call to just farm and wait, it was a bad call. They're going to have to just respect that as an error in their judgment. But I wish he had freedoms to make bigger moves, like pair with the Willow. Of course, you can't use Bedlam on the Sand King anymore, but at least throw bodies to get cheap kills to keep the game going. Because like if you don't do anything, the Shadowfiend will just always want another item. Like this entire game's like he gets a BKB, but then he wants an MKB, then he wants a Satanic, and it's like there was never a point where it's like, yay, this is my time to fight. It's just a pretty bad game from Zero, unfortunately.
Is that a draft issue or is that a play issue? Because I feel like we're kind of describing both sides of that.
Draft is really nice.
Okay.
But also Aurora just played really well and just choked them out and kind of beat their confidence very quickly. So I think they were just a lost team, and maybe like the fresh emerging into a tier 1 tournament, like what's like a second tier 1 tournament, like you can easily get this type of game.
Yeah, I would call it a play issue. Like we all said, they didn't bring the numbers. There was just no confidence coming out of the Sand King. Nothing happened with all of the net worth that he had, and then he just fell off. I think that this kind of thing can be corrected if we want to take a closer look at their draft. You could make a case for Centaur not needing to be picked there. It gave away their flex way too early, and it eventually did nothing too. That's the one nitpick I can have about their draft, but overall it was a solid draft.
Yeah, I mean, I said that I liked their draft more, which I did, but now seeing some flaws in the draft, how the game played out. 7E, he plays different heroes other than Sand King, these heroes that can come online relatively early on. Tiny, you need a rune, you're going to rotate. He plays Keeper of the Light, you get this like 6-7 minute Spirit Vessel, you're going to rotate to a lane, get a kill, maybe get a double kill, continue to dominate. Earth Spirit, 2-0. Didn't lose a game on the hero. Again, another hero that doesn't necessarily need to play the lane. Sand King, he's more about the farming. He wants to, because mid lane wasn't even played. They were creep cutting, who's going to get more CS, dragging the creep waves. These type of heroes that he does play, like Earth Spirit, maybe that's what I want to see, something that can put the pressure, especially if they're going to go with a bit of a slower lineup. Centaur, he needs a couple of items. Then you also have Shadow Fiend, he also needs items. So just bring those numbers, bring that mid laner to the side lanes and try to go from there.
Yeah, so slight adjustments needed
Yes.
on the side of Team Zero. Is there anything that we want them, Effie, to address on the side of Aurora in terms of, do we want Team Zero, for example, to ban out, let's say, Timbersaw?
I think Aurora are happy with that game. Team Zero would need to look at that Timbersaw for sure. That just looked way too good for them, and their solutions in the Sand King SF Flex, it didn't work for them, so maybe if they can take it out or have a better answer themselves, that would be good. But for the most part, Aurora can do a lot more with other heroes too, not just the Timbersaw. And it's just going to depend on Team Zero's confidence within themselves, because if they overcorrect now after doing well in the group stages, they might overcorrect too hard and then just lose game 2.
Yeah, hopefully for them they can force out at least a game number 3 and prove that they have learned from that. I want to, for the final bit on talking about the previous game before we head into the next game, I want to still touch upon the Darkseer, because of course we had talked a lot about the Timbersaw. Lorinov had an amazing game. It was the first pick for Aurora for that Timbersaw, which was at the end of the day not really addressed. We thought, that the Darkseer was going to be the one to set the pace and the one to do so well and look out for Jabs, because he has to do well for his team to do well. And I kind of feel like...
Oh, it was low enough, yeah.
Yeah, it could have been any hero that Jabs was playing. Lorinov was leading the show.
Yeah, I mean, Darkseer was a really nice pick at the end of the draft, right? You got against Shadow Fiend, so you take an illusion of him, high agi physical carry, blah, blah, illusion does big damage. You also buy Pipe, so further hurts to Sand King. Like, we're asking him to be active, but do you want a Sand King to be active into a Shroud and a Pipe? But it's like, there's just a lot to happen. So Aura buying last pick that can pressure the enemy carry, bring fight for Timbersaw and Batrider, really nice pick. And yeah, stellar job. I think in regards to like draft, I think this was one of the stronger drafts from Aurora.
Yeah.
And I think going into game 2, I just want them to not get too comfortable with how kind of easy / methodical that win was. Because it's like they kind of hit their draft, followed the script, win the game. And if you get too comfortable, and like Zero's making corrections, Aurora's like, hey, we're doing it, we're one game away from over. That's suddenly when that kind of shift can hit you, and then it comes a 3-game series. And I think at least from game 1, I think this was one of the better showing of Aurora. So for them, make sure that they kind of still got their game face on, because it's very easy for teams to get pretty excited when they finally start getting, good wins like that.
Yeah.
I did mention the supports on Aurora doing a very good job, but every single time I watch these guys play, if Lorinov's having a great game, most of the time they're going to win the game. We saw them kind of shutting down Lorinov at the early stages of the game. I would say he's not that big of a comeback player. They sometimes tend to crumble. They drag the game post like 30-40 minutes when they play against Team Spirit, but it was never in their hands. So I want to give them more prioritization to Lorinov in terms of picks, in terms of good matchups. And Aurora Gaming, they know they are going to remove this Earth Spirit immediately.
Yeah, they know that that's the comfort for Team Zero. Won't let them have that. I also think that at this stage of the match, I'm sure that Blink, coach of Team Zero, is having some good thoughts and stern talking to the team. And I think also on the side of Aurora, Sunby can keep the team on point, on track, to not have them basically rest easy and think they have this in the bag for game number 2. Okay, so game number 2, draft on your screen, got Team Zero, Radiant side, this time around Aurora and the Dire side. And a lot of differences already, Effie, in terms of bans. We got even the Shadow Fiend early on removed together with the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, they take away Zero's comfort that they've caught people off guard with. This is actually how Falcons drafted against Team Zero too, and it was super effective. So Aurora, learning lessons from watching their games. 70 just looks like a different player when he's on a comfort mid. He did not look comfortable on that Sand King, and we've seen how Zero have shown us that they're super dependent on 7E to get the early game tempo going. So if you take out his most comfortable hero, you take out their SF Flex, one of Erica's comfort heroes, Zero are already on the back foot.
Wow, I didn't expect... Okay. I was like, why did they ban a Centaur? Now it makes sense, leaving Doom in the pool. That's the old school counter to the hero, where you just stampede away, or you're taking the Doom for yourself so they can't use that ability. But this also leaves some of the other heroes in the pool. Enchantress is, I would say, the big one. Coming into this tournament, I did not expect Enchantress to be so heavily contested. She's a strong hero, but again, she does what Enchantress did throughout the past 10, 15, 20 years of Dota, you know, always being annoying, taking that creep, ganking the mid lane, and nowadays she has a really great scaling.
Yeah, she's also a Furion counter, and Furion has been very popular in this patch, so her value comes up when another valuable hero comes up too.
Aurora Gaming's
Ticking into some bonus time to head over to the Kunkka with their draft here for Team Zero. We have seen that in the hands of Beyond quite a bit so far, and successfully so, 2-1.
Yeah, the Rum is very nice versus Doom. You know, extra survivability during the fights, the Aura Buyer, and it opens up combos like Kunkka Mirana that a lot of team have loved to play. So if we see Mirana come through later, that wouldn't be a surprise.
Aurora Gaming's turn.
And if we see Mirana banned, that is never a surprise. As we are in the second ban phase. You're looking incredibly thoughtful, T.
I'm just pondering, enjoying the day.
Okay.
Sometimes I also forget that I have to say stuff. You know what? I'm sitting here. It's pretty comfortable, enjoying Dota, listening to people.
Yeah.
Nice chair.
It's like I could talk, but also you guys can talk too. It's fine. It's great.
It's like, he's really fond of the chair.
No, I am. It's a nice chair.
It's the material.
But Mirana does get taken out. So the Kunkka combo isn't there, but we've also seen Snapfire be very good. That gets taken out too. But Enchantress, still in the pool. That hero cannot be ignored.
Something also that happened in the last game was because Sanking went jungle so early, you're putting your Willow to mid lane at like level 2, 3, and the whole point of picking Centaur plus Willow is to like delete the enemy carry, prevent them from farming there, constant pressure. And that's why I hope they change up this time. Like obviously, if they do go Sanking, don't just force your entire map state to disappear. Like a 70, oh sorry, not 70, but 0, now that I think about it more, it's like you ruined your off lane by forcing 4 mid, you jungle, then you don't make moves. It's like you've basically inflicted, you know, bad moves on yourself before Aurora even had to think about playing the game.
This was supposed to be like the killer lane with Centaur and Willow, and Centaur also did max retaliate, opted to go more for a farm-oriented build, where he gets the Blade Mail, stays in the middle of the pack, buys a couple of auras, gets a Blink Dagger, but all of that was nullified because the map was getting smaller, Shadowfin takes quite a lot of farm, he farms fast, and Centaur doesn't get the priority, and Team Zero will pick up Wind Ranger for themselves, so Doom is relatively good counter. You need to have good catch though. If they manage to disengage, if they get the boat, we've seen in the previous series when BB team played, if you have a Doom and you don't have a good catch, that also means that you're not going to be able to lock people down. When I say BB team, I mean the series that has been played after that one.
Yeah, you can pair this Wind Ranger, you know, with her classic pairings like the Clockwork, like the Train Protector, potentially the Marcy. Who else is in the pool?
And Tusk is still available.
Tusk is still in the pool. That would be great. That's like added lockdown. The benefit of Wind Ranger versus Doom, even though Doom does counter her, is she's a natural Linken's buyer. As a universal hero, it doesn't bother her to buy that item. Ideally, you don't because you want to get the Gleipnir as fast as you can. But that does work for them. And Enchantress still goes ignored. We see the DK instead.
Yeah, the 2 times that Team Zero has played Wind Ranger in the carry position, they've paired it up with a Bat Rider in the lane. So it's not a melee hero that we kind of traditionally see.
The start of this game is going to be relatively farm intensive though. Like DK from the mid lane or even carry, just push out wave, probably go for red facet. Doom, you play lane, you buy Midas, you farm. Same thing like Windrunner, Kunkka, they don't really make these sweeping map plays. It's a lot of, you know, farm, maybe Twin Gate, you might poke your head out. So yeah, we're going to...
I'm just looking at the draft from Aurora. 3 beefy boys, and they're saving their carry for the last. I mean, you can still play Dragonet as a carry, but 99% this is going to be a mid one, considering that you pick Tusk. Doom Tusk is an okay lane. You most likely want to play it as a 5, pair it up with a range carry hero. Is Lena still available? She is, surprisingly.
And this Tusk is also a block pick, because it would have been a great pick for Zero. Gives them the extra snowball, buying time as the Doom duration is ticking down, and would have been a strong lane with Wind Ranger.
And it also breaks Kunkka's combo. Let's say you get Shackle Shot, you get X Mark. With 1 snowball save, you can break the whole combo, not taking the damage. We saw Lena being picked up a lot when Team Spirit played, but Team Spirit also did beat Lena 3 or 4 times with Kunkka, so but they might consider picking up a different carry, but you still want to pick something range, pair this up with the Tusk, and go for extra damaggio.
Phoenix. Bring back the Phoenix tree support duo. That's such an old school one, but I think they need a melee 5 to bring Winrunner to life. They went for Phoenix because you already said like tankiness. Of course, Sunray is going to do really good against that. There's no DK can be an egg hitter because from the carry roll you go like armlet and attack speed items, but you don't really want to be the one killing the egg. So far, pretty decent Phoenix game. But lane-wise, going to be pretty formidable lanes. Phoenix sitting behind the Kunkka. You go for a Lion. Ooh.
I'm still down for Lina, maybe even Morphling that can come out for Aurora. This is 23 Savage specialty. You need some attack speed. You did mention Dragonite, Doom, and Tusk. They don't provide you with any attack speed whatsoever. Sure, they can buy the items, Tusk with the drums, of course, but Solar Crest on top of that if necessary. But there is a lot of control on Team Zero.
5 seconds remaining.
And this line pick is interesting because they don't go for the traditional melee support. They're going to lay in the Lion with the Kunkka, but that's a lot of follow-up damage once that Lion hits level 6. Like, their targets in DK, Doom, and Tusk are all tanky, but with the Finger of Death, it gives you that added guarantee of securing early game kills, but also, these are strength heroes. Strength heroes are very low mana pool heroes. Like, mana drain should not be underestimated in the early game when a DK who can only throw out like 4 spells anyway gets it all sucked by Lion.
I like the concept for lane. I love because the fact that you can still maybe get the Lina like you're mentioning for Aurora, like really strong lane, bullies the Kunkka, so Lion secures it. But in the game, there's a fear that outside of mana drain, that you blink in, you hack someone, it's like, guys, kill him. It's like, what damage is there? Like Whirlwind is AoE damage over time, Sunray, Phoenix damage over time, Kunkka survive over time. Like, there's no one else to follow Lion and go, this hero is dead, and you're against 3 beefy boys.
Yeah,
so,
more damage over time. Kunkka needs some time to, get his spells going. If you go for the Blink, Hex, whatever, initiation. Maybe they got inspired by BB team that played Lion very successfully. Save looked godly on that hero.
This is a Solar Crest first game for Lion, though. I think you...
Yeah, I'm not saying that you're going to buy a Blink Dagger immediately. It just feels kind of bad.
Yeah, Safe did it, though, to be fair. But he also had a pretty rough game, and...
Hey, you're
they now yoinked the sniper.
I'm going to say
Again,
this is a good
Foundation.
sniper.
Yeah. Go on, Effie. I was going to say the same
sniper
thing.
game, T, before you attack sniper.
No, I'm not going to attack sniper.
Okay.
I attack teams when they pick heroes poorly, i.e. most on day one. This... Okay, TLDR. If I ever have anger against snipers because you haven't got the bodies up front. You need bodies. You need the big lads to, be the bodyguards to protect the little president, the little dwarf. And here, you got the Tusk, the DK, the Doom. Sniper can be AFK on the backline with his Aghanims going, ooh, look at me, are you sharpshooter? That's fine. This draft makes sense. Good usage of sniper in this. Strong lane.
He does look funny relative to all the heroes.
Yeah, he does.
Well, actually, it'll be maybe mid as well for Lauren, but yeah.
No, but it's a good sniper game because you comfortably trade with Phoenix and you comfortably trade with Lion. So you know that this hero is going to have impact on lane, and afterwards, the couple of items, you shouldn't underestimate Sniper's ability to kill egg. Ideally, you get another egg hitter for Aurora. You don't want to depend on your sniper to be the one to do it, but he does do, he can take out half the egg easily.
But is it I kind of feel like maybe Lauren off mid sniper, DK carry, and then you get just another strong ranged hero. Again, with the Lina ban, you're kind of respecting the fact that it easily could be DK mid, Sniper 4, so the flexibility of DK and Sniper is causing Zero a little bit of confusion within their bans. If Aurora already have it set, they might be kind of getting the perfect hero for free if Team Zero have misread this.
You can flex your Kunkka to mid versus a sniper and, support rotations, so then X, you can catch him. So they have solutions already, and I believe Zero have last picks, so they'll be able to respond.
I'm cooking here. Listen, Muerta. Good against the egg, great with Tusk in the lane, great against Wind Ranger with the items that you're buying, immune to physical damage against Wind Ranger carry. I've seen, when I was checking the heroes that carry players were playing coming into TI, there's been a lot of Muerta. Everybody was toying with that hero. It felt, I would say the win rate wasn't there, but everybody wanted to try it. After the changes to Muerta with the, what's the facet called again?
Okay, Storm Storm, right?
Never mind. That's a weird looking, weird looking Muerta.
Yeah, Storm comes out. I mean, they banned Viper and Puck to counter the Storm in the mid lane, but Aurora just wanted that reliable jump. Because you do have jump on Aurora once your Doom gets a blink, once your DK gets a blink, but before that, nobody really goes in for you. So Storm from the mid lane corrects that in the downtime that they're waiting for the blinks. It's a good hero to jump Phoenix and Wind Ranger and pressure them really early on, but you know, Lion traditionally is considered a great hero versus Storm because you have 2 ways to lock him down and gank him early on. But I like it. It's a great Lorenoff hero too.
I liked Zero's draft in the last game, and this draft,
something's missing.
I have like low faith with it working out at the moment. Like after laning phase, again, the lack of damage that I mentioned, the burst damage, it's like Lions jumping in, there's a Tusk to save, or a Storm to jump, or the Sniper with the high shrapnel damage, the tanking to DK Doom. On paper, I think Aurora, it's like 80-20 right now in regards to the draft. Until Zero Shore has multiple items, but...
Yeah, and you know why the Storm is actually brilliant? Because Coddle looked like a great pick for Team Zero until the Storm came out, which would have countered it.
Some high pace would have really fixed Zero's lineup for sure. But they do go back for the Sand King.
Oh boy.
As long... Like, I think the difference here, though, is there isn't a Shroud buying hero from mid to deter Sand King's aggression. And Pipe is now locked behind, like, Phase Boots, Midas, then an Aura, so it should, in theory, if you go Blink first, be a completely different game from Sand King, but he has to be active. Like, there is such a massive timer on Zero's head, I feel, that if they don't get kills and control game in like 15 minutes, we're going to be seeing Aurora just like outscale and like cruise control to when they want to like win the game.
And it doesn't look like YSR is changing his facet from Whirlwind to Focus Fire, but if everybody's so tanky, Lacoste, why wouldn't you change it? Because Whirlwind is going to stand there and tickle everybody.
It's just better. Like this facet has been buffed, it has been nerfed, but the extra attack range that you get, and also having basically an AoE focus fire, feels much better overall with the itemization and everything, with your Gleipnir, with your Maelstrom procs as well. Feels better, but yeah, I feel like Team Zero in this one might even struggle more than they did in Game 1.
I actually think they won't struggle that much in the early game. Their early game looks really solid. That Sand King Blink, if 7E does make moves, is going to make it so that Aurora are on the back foot because their heroes do need to farm more. The question is, will they play around their Sand King correctly this time? Because if they do, they have a good shot.
Well, we're going to find out what the coach thinks about that, as it's Birion who is getting the chance to talk to Blink.
Indeed, thank you, Shiva. I am here with Blink, coach of Team Zero. Helen will be translating. My first question is, Game 1 was pretty rough. That was pretty rough. You guys only got 3 kills. We were, you know, expecting a little better. What went wrong in Game 1 for your team, and what do you think you've done to fix it for Game 2?
第一把其实并没有太理想，只拿了3个人头。我们想知道第一把的话做了哪些调整，然后你觉得问题在哪里？
我觉得第一把可能是发挥的不太好吧。就其实我在外面听沟通的都挺不错的，但是可能没有往我们预期发展吧。然后后期确实有点难打，我们前期错过了强势期，是因为。
Actually, for the first game, I was listening into their team comm and it actually went okay. We didn't perform to our best. However, we missed our timing where the late game became a little hard to play. However, I think we could have done better.
Fantastic. Okay, so obviously you were famous for playing on Wings, and Wings were known for being very unpredictable and hard to draft against, hard to know what they're going to do next. Have you tried to bring some of that style to Team Zero?
其实我们知道你在 Wings 的成名战的时候是有点难以预测的，有没有把这些特点带过来这边给新的队伍呢？
多少有一些吧，就是在我们赛后复盘的时候之类的，然后包括选阵容的时候，会跟我的队员就是说一些传授一些吧，算是，然后打法风格可能会有一点类似吧。
Actually, yes. During our draft and after post-game discussions, I actually bring a little bit of my knowledge and pass it down to these players, and our play style will actually have some sort of traits that will show.
Oh wow, fantastic. And also you were famous for being a great Mirana player back in the day. How much would you like to be playing Mirana in this patch now when she seems incredibly strong?
以前你是一位很有名的白虎玩家，你现在有多希望自己玩的是这个版本的白虎呢？
确实白虎这次就非常厉害吧，这次 TI， 就我也玩了一下，也就是玩得很爽啊。我也希望就是也希望我能再上场玩一下的感觉。
Indeed, Mirana is really strong right now. I played a bit of it and it feels awesome. I wish that I get to play it on stage again sometime.
Okay, thank you so much. And over to our casters, Suns Fan and Cinderin.
Thank you, Pierre. That was a great interview. I could listen to that literally the entire game. In fact, I would rather that than listen to the sound of my own voice. And
I thought you were going to say me. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Back to Pierre.
All right, well, we got a little bit of catching up to do with the lanes here. So you guys, obviously, I think it's fair to say game number 1, Team 0, things didn't go according to plan, but it was actually very nice to hear from Blink that, you know, despite the game, from our perspective, looking like everything went wrong, he didn't seem too fazed by it, and you would hope for the players, this is a young team, a lot of the players maybe don't have as much experience playing on the biggest of stages or playing together for that long, that having a coach with that calm voice being like, all right, guys, you know, you can easily dig yourself into a hole after a game like that. Avoid that, you know. Things went wrong, these were the things we did incorrectly, and they've made some serious adjustments for this game. They've only got one repeat hero from the previous draft, which is that Sand King. On the side of Aurora, it's also a completely switched up strategy, actually 5 new heroes from them as well, so very major adjustments coming out. But yeah, the silver lining is, you know, game 1 went poorly, we get another shot. And
yeah,
as for Aurora, that was a great show from them last game, you know,
absolutely.
everything
They
came
crushed.
together.
They absolutely crushed, and yeah, it's great to have a TI winner as your coach. Can't go wrong with that. And I wanted to ask you, as we get into the game now, as we're going to see 7E again play the Sand King in the mid lane. This time it's against the Storm Spirit instead of the Timber Saw. I guess quickly we can go over this matchup before I ask my question.
Yeah, I mean, Sand King mid probably just farms relatively well against everything, right? If the matchup is bad to play head-on in the lane, you go and pull the wave and pull it into the neutrals, which you see 7E is going to probably do now, with the Sandstorm just pulling it away and farming it as he moves. So even historically bad matchups with Sand King mid, I think, are just mostly playable. I'm trying to imagine what the worst possible one is. In the past, or probably something like Huskar, but I think even now, again, he's going to pull the wave, right? So there's oh, that's unlucky. Can't get that one back. Yeah, I don't think there's any matchup that Sand King can't play.
Okay, so on to my actual question, Cinderin. So Doom, Mr. Jabs.
Yep.
Seeing a lot of the gluttony facet, or no, sorry, I forget the name of the other one, actually.
Devil's Bargain?
Yeah, Devil's Bargain, where you refund your items. This one I haven't seen as much of. The 2 charges. A lot of people really didn't like this at first. Why is this being picked up in this game?
So I don't remember exactly.
Oh, hang on. First.
On low.
On low, pops the Fairy Fire and dies shortly after. So Ollie gets credit for that one.
Yeah, so as far as Gluttony goes, I'm not 100% positive that when it came out that it worked this exact way. Because obviously what you trade off is that you get 2 charges on Devour, but then the cooldown is longer.
Yeah.
However, you get an extra level on the Stolen Creep abilities, which can make your laning really powerful if you get the right spells. If you get something like the Chain Lightning Harpy, or maybe in some cases the Ice Ogre, it can make a big difference.
I believe only he and Chen now can get the highest level creeps.
Yeah, that should be the case.
Which I'd have to look at all the spells again on the creeps to see which ones actually scale, because it feels like they're all just very small incremental changes.
Yeah, it's generally not that significant on the higher level creeps, but getting from level 1 to 2 creeps in the first few minutes can actually be very powerful in the right circumstances. So I think that's a big part of it, is that you just want to make sure that your Doom gets off to as good of a lane as possible. It's a very snowbally hero by nature. And on top of that, also if you have a bit of a mid-game timing where you're busy, then knowing that you're not completely wasting away by not using it. Oh, hang on, YSR
yes,
actually
sir,
dying.
is dead.
That is an unexpected kill.
The old Doom sniper combo, boy oh boy. That is a thing for the ages. Remember that from TI2, TI3.
A highly surprising kill there. So
it's because there was a rotation over, as Ollie's going to get caught out onto the high ground. But we'll be able to use Drinking Buddies onto 23 Savage to get away. So again, Aurora off to, I mean, it's still very early, but they're continuing where they left off, Synderen. They have a lot more kills in this series so far than Team Zero.
Yeah, in the previous game, it was kind of a similar story, right? Your bleeding kills is 0, but the lanes were actually going okay. All 3 of their cores were getting net worth, and we're kind of seeing the same pattern again, that all 3 cores looking down the lane, the Radiant lineup are doing fine. Yeah, he'll get out.
Fine. Ollie always in the right place.
So lane mechanics-wise, Team Zero seems pretty stable. Like, all of their lanes, once again, are going fine. In particular, the Kunkka against Dragon Knight is actually quite one-sided right now, with the Kunkka leading by 8 denies and 10 CS, but of course the kill that Aurora did get up there will help alleviate some of that pressure. But so far so good for Zero in terms of the laning stage. Lornoff going to farm up a very nice stack here that was made very early on. Needs to be careful not to die to it though, but I think he will, with one more remnant, be able to clear it out.
7E with that invis, using that epicenter, looking for the burrow. Actually doesn't have mana right now. Is the snowball save from Ollie and the ice shards to disconnect. 7E not able to find him quite yet, but Ponlo is going to be teaming up here. Impale will connect and eventually should be a kill onto Ollie. So 7E not wasting his time this time around, or this game.
Yep. And now the Wisdom Runes are coming up. Neither team in position for them, but nobody's contesting either, so it doesn't seem like that's going to lead to any sort of unusual outcome than the common exchange. Jabs going aggressively. I mean, he's really trying to strike the fear into the side of Team Zero's carry here. Just went very aggressively down with the Doom toward the Windranger with no backup. Scared her off. So, bit of a mental game here going on between the two.
So, looking at the lineups overall, since we don't really get to talk too much about this, what are you liking for both sides?
So I think in comparison to last game where we had some criticisms about what ended up happening to Zero's lineup, I think this time around, first of all, I think they're more sustainable in the fights. They have Sunray and they have Ghost Ship. And instead of having the Tusk, Sand King, and Centaur be these 3 melee cores that kind of offer the same single target stun, now you have the Lion for a bit more burst from range, you have a different type of control, and of course the Kunkka seems to be one of the heroes of the tournament. So I personally like their lineup better. I also think on average, Windranger is probably a stronger carry in this patch than Shadow Fiend. So they got the better end of that trade while banning Morphling away from 23 Savage as well. So I think all that is quite good. On the side of Aurora, it looked like a very... It's a really good Storm game when he gets the protection he needs from the enemy stuns. Once that's the case, multiple really nice targets. He eats the supports for breakfast. The Doom has got off to a good start in the lane, so he should be getting quite rich. And one of the best ways of solving auras is...
Ooh, with the last millisecond actually canceling that TP. 23 Savage now caught off guard, and here comes Beyond with the boat and the eventual kill. Nice pick off there for Team Zero.
Yep.
As we have a TP from Lornoff.
This is a quite meaningful lead. 2k gold, 9 minutes against Doom.
Yeah, true.
So I guess I say against Doom. Let's not count Devour too much in the early minutes of the game. It doesn't do it that much, but it's something. And if nothing else, it is better than last time. And it feels like their lineup is going to have a more natural progression. And I wanted to talk about the mentality aspect as well, right? We talked about the coach and whatnot. It's super important when you have a pretty good group stage, you then go into a tiebreaker where you kind of get figured out and lose to a team that you were doing well against. Then you open up the playoffs and you get stomped in game 1. It's really, really important for them for the remainder of this tournament, no matter the outcome of this tournament, that they have, or rather the outcome of the series, that they have a solid second game here, so it doesn't become this completely just landslide of everything going wrong back to back.
Yeah, for sure.
So even if the series goes 1 and 2, if they have a positive game where things go right, they have something to take with them to the next series. And so far, this is shaping up to be a game that could very well go their way if things keep going according to plan. So that's good to see that it didn't just fall off a cliff.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because that's the mental aspect of Dota, or any sport in general. That's something that's often overlooked. And I mean, you're a former pro player yourself, Synderen, very illustrious career.
And I have been
better than most.
I have very much been on the receiving end of teams breaking apart. As sad as that is to say out loud, like,
didn't you win a game where you went 0-19 on Pudge?
That might have been the case. That was a perfect testament to strong mental fortitude on my part, of course. No, but
I'm sure the laughter of your teammates uplifted you during that game.
But it's a real thing, though. You know, if things are going poorly, but you can kind of laugh it off and reset. That's what a lot of the world-class teams do. Is that everybody has bad games. Even the champions of tournaments have games where things just don't go according to plan, but they can reset. They know how good they are, and they get back to their roots and get things figured out. We've seen some of the most dominant teams in the last year or two, like Gaming Gladiators, will win 2 or 3 tournaments, and then they just have a really bad one. And then, you know, what's impressive is that they bounce back from that and start looking at championships again, rather than, you know, making roster changes or overcomplicating things or overcorrecting issues that aren't
I think
maybe that big.
Yeah, I agree. Making the roster changes just seems to be the Band-Aid in a lot of cases in history.
Right, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But obviously, like I was saying, talking from experience, if your team is having a rough time internally, sometimes it is the only way out. But I think teams in recent memory for me have gotten better at troubleshooting. In the past, it was very much of just like trying to get immediate relief from the problem rather than, you know, taking the time to actually analyze what's going on and working at it as a unit. And I think that's a very healthy development the game has had.
It certainly can be therapeutic to kick someone. I can say that from experience as well. But back into the game we go, 2K lead.
Did you do that in CS or?
Yes, actually.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Usually just ended up me ignoring them, and eventually they just got the idea.
Oh, that's very mature. I am so surprised that you went about it that way.
I was less direct back in the day, believe it or not. Lauren off.
Lovely.
Off to a very good start, going for I say very good start, actually he's towards the bottom of the cores right now, but I mean the farm distribution not too far off in general, aside from the Kunkka. Beyond is having an incredible start to this game. This hero has been, in a lot of ways, other than Windrunner, it feels like it's the second biggest hero of the tournament overall. What do you think of Kunkka in the current state, and what do you think of the Ags? Because we were discussing this off camera at some point. It seems to be the go-to.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Kunkka has surprised me with how good he has been. I know the hero's solid, but I wasn't expecting him to be one of, you know, the heroes so far. But yeah, the Ghost Ship is picked up quite frequently. It does do a lot of damage, but it's maybe not necessarily obvious in the fights how it's happening, but then when you look at the breakdown, you're like, all right, he actually did a lot more than I thought. And he's a great utility hero. Having a hero that is solid in lane and can then go different build paths is very powerful. You see this game he's going the Orchid, sometimes you go Auras. The Axe is definitely one of the go-to, as you said, damage options. Okay, Orchid here, no X though.
Yeah, we cursed him.
Oh, you revealed the Orchid.
Successfully revealed it. That is technically true.
It is a very important phase that we're entering in the game now, because I was talking about how this could become an incredible game for Lorinov. So striking the fear into him for the next 5 to 10 minutes until he gets an actual solution to this problem will be very valuable. He can somewhat rely on Ollie to save him with drinking buddies, perhaps, into Snowball, but that isn't necessarily enough when the enemy team has this good counterplay to you coming out of Snowball. They have 2 ground stuns. They have Burrow Strike as well as the Earth Spike. So if the supports are, rather the Lion and Senking are in range of the Snowball exploding, they will easily stop the Storm from jumping afterwards. So that is not a guaranteed layer of protection for him.
Yes, sir, on the Wind Ranger, going to be very standard build with the Maelstrom likely into BKB into Gleipnir.
Yep, pretty standard.
And for the Kunkka, what is he going for right now? So he went for the Orchid like we talked about. We've been seeing a lot of Blade Mail because of his innate ability, which is a crazy one, by the way. Just gives a little rum.
Yeah, the rum's good.
And would you be expecting the Blade Mail this game, or is it kind of dependent on the lineup?
I don't think it's that good this game, actually. So I would like to see him not get it. I don't know how reliably valuable it is against the Storm. You're not playing against something like the Wind Ranger, where it's just a no-brainer. You just run at her, Orchid her. In this case, he probably wouldn't have bought it even, but then Blade Mail. He's eyeing up a Pipe now, which I think is a much better purchase. It was probably going to be between that and Axe. Oh, hang on. Lorinov, they find the Doom.
The Doom is on him, and he's just dead. Trying to counteract here, but
close call.
Not end up hitting his Burrow Strike, so...
Very nice hit and run.
Off guard for Aurora, absolutely.
Very, very quick. Get the kill, get out of there. No casualties. Yeah, so I think it was probably between the Pipe and the Axe. Going for the Pipe route is him saying, I think we have enough damage, and we need to, my job is to keep my team alive. He's getting the Orchid as a layer of control, and he doesn't feel And I think he's right. You know, Phoenix is one of those supports that can do a ton of damage in later stages of the game and fights, so maybe Kunkka can take a little bit more of a utility path here. And the pipe will very much bridge the gap of the next 10 minutes where Aurora could be very dangerous when they jump you with the Storm, Doom, and Dragon Knight together. You just pop that pipe in the ship, and I think everyone in your team is safe for quite a while. So I think it's a good choice here from the side of him.
We have a smoke from Team 0 as the damage rune has now dissipated on that Sand King. And Ollie might be the recipient here, which for Aurora might not even be that bad, although ends up dodging it. Nobody's going to be found, at least not initially.
I want to say this series so far has been quite uncharacteristic, right? There's just a lot of very quiet moments in a tournament that has, for the most part, delivered quite a lot of brawling in this stage of the game. Both teams seem to have a...
Especially with a lot of these tanky heroes. A lot of times you see them brawl pretty much right off the bat.
It just seems very premeditated from both teams. It's almost like they went into the series with a mindset of, we are going to play slower than we have in our other games. Last game, it obviously very much so favored Aurora when they hit their timings. Let's see if it's going to be the same outcome this time. I assume if you're playing a Doom with Midas, you're kind of happy that this is happening. You're like, okay, you know.
I mean, he did go for the blink though, so maybe wants to get aggressive a little bit sooner.
Laurenoff, well, okay. Spots out YSR and
one
gets
enemy
the hell
hero
out of there.
and runs away.
Yeah, I wonder what he was planning to do down there. Maybe he was, I mean, the Wisdom Rune is absolutely not there minute 17. So
you never know.
I mean, maybe he was hoping to steal a stack of, he can't farm Ancients either, actually. I wonder what he was planning there.
He was lost. That happened.
Lost in the woods.
Where am I?
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
Yep.
23 Savage, we didn't even mention him, the Dragon Knight, going for the facet that we've been seeing pretty much every game.
Yep, Fire Dragon.
Splash, so he also went Hannah Midas. So double Hannah Midas on their team with the armlet now into the BKB. And I assume once he gets BKB, which will line up with the Doom, that is when it is go time for Aurora.
Again, this even more illustrates their view on how Team Zero is playing this series, right? It's almost like they talked before the series and they were just saying, Zero are playing really passive today, we can get away with being as greedy as we want. So we're going to first pick Doom and we're going to run double Midas. And so far, they really have not been punished very much for this greed. They're even just, you know, if this were a pub game, the Sniper would have also bought Midas. But at the very least, Q has not done that. He's going Drums Force. But you look at the map split, Sniper is just farming top alone. The other heroes are somewhat covering each other, but spreading relatively thin to just maximize farm around the map. See if they finally find a pick here onto Q. It looks like he's going to be in some serious trouble in a moment. Has the lane ward to protect him, though.
Yep, okay, Jab's the one that jumps in, gets off the Doom onto the Sand King, and that is the death of 7E, the mid laner of Team Zero. Onlo. Looks like he'll be able to TP out.
Yeah, I suppose, never mind, unsurprisingly, Aurora will be the first ones to make the move. Has kind of been the pattern of this series so far. Zero were starting to set something up, but it just took so long, and then the moment of opportunity was gone. And of course, this lane ward from Aurora was instrumental in this outcome. They had full-on vision of the Sand King being in the lane, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they brought up the Doom through the gate, so the gate TP. And this just buys them more time. Now they can chill again. Doom is on cooldown. Usually you would love to see Team Zero really try to press the issue here, knowing that Doom is unavailable gives them a lot of freedom in the upcoming fight, but haven't really shown too much initiative and interest in doing so. So the Midases will keep rolling.
Absolutely, it will pay off. Pipe's not that far away for Mr. Beyond on the Kunkka. And yeah, I'm interested. I mean, I assume it will be Ags after the fact, but we'll see how much impact that has in this game.
It's just, it doesn't make much sense to go Orchid on Kunkka and then not look for a fight. And now you're farming a pipe, and then...
it feels like he used it, they ran away, and then he's like, okay, I'm going pipe.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
So, I mean, credit to Aurora as well for not dropping the ball, right? They're really not giving them many moments of opportunity. Now, finally, they might find one here onto Q, who was shrapneling mid.
Yep, lots of burst.
First finger kill of the game. Line is now melee.
First finger usage of the game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Keep an eye on him. He is still melee. Gotta love that facet.
Remember when we saw that used for the first time, we legit thought that they misclicked
Yeah.
the facet, and then everybody goes for it now. I mean, you get those extra stacks sometimes, but I'm sure it's cost some kills not being able to use your range attack on like very low targets. But
yeah,
overall, it just seems like why not? Maybe I get extra stacks.
I do feel like there's a good chance that Lion is one of the upcoming heroes that get a change to the facets.
What? No. You mean the other one, surely. This one's too cool.
I mean, sure. It's just when you look at him compared to many of the other heroes that we see in meta right now, it feels like his choice in facet seems like one of the least important ones compared to other heroes.
I would say,
right?
I mean, there's another hero in the meta, which is in this game, is Kunkka. He has some of the worst facets in the game. They're really weird. I mean, he had the terrible innate, which was just Tidebringer before, and the reason he's good now is because the innate changed, and he kept Tidebringer, right?
I think the Kunkka choices are better than Lion's.
Okay.
But, I mean, they're absolutely also not... They're not the
There's
best
the cool
compared to
factor
others,
of the Lion one.
That's true, and that should never be underestimated.
Absolutely, as we have a gank attempt here. Lorenov opening it up with the Doom from Jabs as well. BKB pop from Lorenov just to make sure that Winrunner gets low enough. Will she, though? Yeah, Lorenov will attempt to TP out of the cover of the BKB. Will be able to do so. In the meantime, Jabs is punished.
Okay.
They do not get the kill on Yes Sir.
Do you think it's
Good
going to catch on?
I don't care.
I hope he changes
All right,
name.
what
to
else am I
Yes Sir.
supposed to call him? Like, seriously, you want me to say YSR-04E?
I wonder what it's a reference to. When I see this name, I just think of a robot. And I can really appreciate that.
Yeah, you should feel right at home.
Yeah, this is my new favorite player. Like, I'm so disappointed I didn't come up with this nickname myself.
I mean,
Had such a
Poyo-Yo
long-
was a great name, though. That's fun to say. I feel like you only should get one name change in your entire career, and after that, I just don't care anymore. In fact, most of the time, I don't care enough. Like, Big Daddy No Tail never caught on.
Do you think when the players care about what you think?
No, not at all.
Wow, this sounds like such a vicious cycle of nobody caring about each other.
Apathy
Very nice.
rules the world.
Yep.
We have a smoke now from
23 Savage. Is he going to... Oh, I think he got spotted there. I think I saw him.
He's farming away. Yes, sir, is going to get Dragon Tail, and that's going to be the old Nightfall BKB TP.
All right. I mean, that's a 9-seconder for a creep camp. I think you're pretty happy with that if you're Wind Ranger.
Yep, for sure. Oh, this will be an enormous kill. Indeed, it goes the way of Team Zero. Lorenov caught off guard. That's the biggest kill of the game in all likelihood.
Yep.
Haven't been many, but...
That is true. It's easy to be the biggest kill if it's the only one.
Huge kill. I mean, he has bottom net worth of all the cores right now, so... But then again, like, really the distribution, like we were talking about before, is not that crazy. Nobody's in a gigantic lead.
No, and I guess that means we get to start just looking
the Doom
ahead.
is a lot lower, though, than I would think at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things with this facet in a way, right? If it becomes a complete stalemate where nothing is happening, you wish you had the other facet.
Yeah.
Because you're just losing GPM by having Gluttony. But it's tricky because how much better did your lane go because of Gluttony? In this game, I think it didn't matter at all. So...
But he gets 1% more move speed with the speed aura.
Yeah,
This
that's some efficiency right there for farming, for sure. Gets to the camp a fraction of a second quicker. So what I wanted to say was, now that we're in this spot, I think it's very likely this game is going to 45 minutes. Unless something drastic happens in the next 10. So we can start theory crafting. All right, which lineup actually has the scaling? Because in theory, the support sniper can become a monster. The Tusk is very poor. Like, Ollie is not going to reach any sort of ags or critical mass timing, realistically speaking, in this game. On the other side, however, you have the Phoenix, who is one of the kings of late game as a support. So I really like the supporting cast of Zero going later. And I honestly think their tri-core scales very well. So I don't really have the concern that even if Doom were to get quite big, that Zero don't have the solutions, because I like their support scaling so much. So perhaps that's also how they're thinking. Like, yeah, we have big supports. Ponlo just got a lot of levels, by the way. He's now level 12 on the line. The corresponding supports in the team. Sniper's also level 12. He's been farming a lot of jungle. But Ollie on the Tusk only level 10. With this Aegis, though, are we going to see Zero force the issue? Looks to be a little bit of a poke at top tier 2 at the very least. And Aurora maybe want to defend. There's a 4-man smoke. They're only showing Savage mid. We'll back off and get smoked as well. Ponlo breaking it immediately.
Smoke. Gets
Nice.
a double impale.
Is he going to live, though? He doesn't have dagger, remember?
Yep, jabs. Go on top of him as there's the initiation from Lornoff, focusing everything onto the Sand King. He's dead, just like that. You can see, yes, sir, in the cover of the BKB, doing as much damage as he can to the south as Ponlo taken out by the Dragon Knight. And the egg finally placed. I don't think he can take this out. He'll have to run away, or indeed fly, since he is a dragon. Gleipnir on top. You see TP support coming. Lornoff still has a lot of mana to work with, though. See if Aurora want to reinitiate this fight. Torrent onto two. The Dragon Knight does fall in the end, and the boat deletes Ollie from the face of the earth here as the buyback actually came out from the tusk. Didn't even realize that, so that is a dieback as well.
Wow, that was such a good torrent. He was lining up for the snowball save, and then they both get torrented together, and the Dragon Knight dies before the ball can go off. Really nicely done there from Beyond. And also from YSR just chasing through, right? They kept the fight going despite losing the Sand King so early. They had the confidence that even down a core, this was their fight to win, and they were right. So a very good read under the circumstances, and they maintained their Aegis. So they still have 2.5 minutes of power play now coming up. They X-marked YSR back for a refill. He's now going to join the next fight with a full Crystallis now completed as well.
For Aurora, it felt like a really awkward fight. Like 23 Savage ended up getting separated from everybody, just chasing down the Lion, and just ended up not working out for them. And the dieback really hurts. You talked about how poor Ollie was to begin with.
Oh, he is.
That makes
His
it even worse.
game is absolutely down the drain here. It is.
This is looking like an old school position 5. As
they find Jabs for free.
Jabs is done.
Yeah, pinging out a ward that isn't there as well, so they're probably going to waste some time looking for this. This is in fact not where he was spotted from. He was just searched for by YSR there successfully.
A 5K lead for Team Zero. Starting to pull away a bit.
This is a very healthy position for their lineup to be in right now. Obviously, adding on top the Devourer factor and all of that, having the Aegis. And you would expect them at this point to kind of be able to corner the map because their lineup is really good at skirmishing. They have multiple combinations of 2 to 3 heroes that can threaten kills. So if one core is showing like now where YSR is pushing this tower, you can't reliably spread out exactly the way you want because you could just be ganked by a duo or a trio in a smoke. And YSR could pull off this is a fake play because he has Aegis, so there's the backup protection of that. So in essence, the way you're moving around the map now is kind of going to be forced to be a little bit tight, and that does cost in the farm department when your heroes need to cover each other as much as they do. Lornoff will steal a Wisdom Rune here, but it'll be a 1-for-1 trade, as YSR will be taking the Dire one in just a second. So no one there either. Now, 2 really big item alerts here for Zero lining up perfectly. Bloodstone and Daedalus coming out now, 28 minutes in. This is a massive power spike.
Indeed. And the BKB is up for Beyond, so they are certainly in fighting shape. Only 30 seconds on the Aegis, though, so typically teams will not force a fight in this type of a situation. And I mean, the lead is dissipating a bit, so Aurora is still finding farm across the map. It's not really one of those snowball situations, but this next fight is going to be pivotal.
Yeah.
And we can see the Storm still way on the downside of the cores in terms of net worth, along with the Doom. YSR.
He's getting the most value out of his Aegis that he can.
Yeah.
He's going to use the regen to kill the Tormentor. All right.
Very strong.
That's something.
All right, Ponlo gets his shard, so he'll mana drain with the
Debuff immunity. Yep. 60% magic resist as well on top.
Does feel like a game where they're just going to wait for the next Roche, unless they run into somebody from Aurora.
It is interesting, though, because this is the type of... You saw the last fight where Aurora very determinedly went for the Lion. If he can somehow react in time and get mana drain out, the fight can actually get really awkward for them, because they don't have single target burst to kill him when he's draining. He's going to survive with his 2k health plus a rum buff or a pipe or whatever. If they do jump him, they have to get the stun in immediately. So the Shard, I think it's definitely not as good as it used to be when Lions were just rushing the Shard and just owning up team fights, but it still has very much merit in a game state like this. Now he also has his dagger, so he can blink in, do his stun combo, full burst, and then just start mana draining to protect himself. It's going to feel really nice for him. Now the smoke's coming out. bit from both teams. And this, as you said, is going to be an absolute pivotal fight. And it does feel like Zero have a couple of advantages heading into this one. Dragon form already half duration gone. And they do have that little bit of an item leg up against the other side. But guess what? As has been topical for this game, nobody sees each other.
Okay,
So-
I was wondering where you're going with that. I mean, like you said, the Dragon form was ending soon, so I was a little surprised that Aurora wanted to take a fight at that point.
I think it's probably a good call to dodge from their perspective. But I was expecting Zero to maybe be a little bit more bloodthirsty here. They'll instead steal the enemy Tormentor, so they get both of them. Let's see which hero this one goes to. It will go to the Phoenix. Very nice for him to get that freebie. So now can Sunray during the Supernova, and it slows, and it also, it's a massive luxury for Phoenix, because a lot of the time you buy this one. So getting that for free just allows ZZQ to scale even further.
He almost has a sheep stick, by the way.
Yep.
That is...
Keep in mind, this is a 5 in quotation marks. He is just leading the charge, and they're scared of this Phoenix. He's just going in front.
I don't blame them.
Doesn't care.
Ollie with the TP. Impale will end him. And the finger. Is that number 2? Could we Yeah, that's the second finger used in a 31-minute game.
Go and cleave a creep camp. Oh, they're farmed already.
What a shame.
He can't
even
deward. He can't deward. He needs
Oh,
help.
no. Making the facet look so bad.
That's amazing.
Oh, dear.
Oh, that's amazing. I haven't seen that before.
No. I've seen it in pubs many times, believe you me. Well, he gets some of his mana back for his troubles. But yeah, Aurora starting to slip away from them after dominating in that first overall game in this best of 3. Remember, the winner of this series goes upper bracket for the main event here at TI 13, which nobody's calling it TI 13 anymore, apparently, but...
TI 2024.
Yeah, TI 13.
Maybe it's easier for people to remember what year it is.
Yeah,
maybe that's why they renamed
skipped
it.
a year, so that does... I agree, it is a bit annoying, but...
Yeah, so I think the way we solve this is by having 2 TIs next year.
I'm up for that.
We can catch up. We got to catch up to schedule somehow, right?
True. Well, 23 Savage has his MKB to be able to counteract that Windrunner, but will it be enough? Feels like it hasn't really been just like a team fight this entire game. And we're going to see probably a Roche attempt. Most likely a Roche off, as Aurora will be smoking up in anticipation.
The hero to watch right now is Phoenix. If ZZQ gets off a good Hex and a good Supernova, I think this fight for Aurora is extremely difficult. However, if Aurora managed to jump ZZQ and burst him first, I think it could lead to a very good fight. This Phoenix does not have buyback gold after committing for the Hex.
Yeah, that's true.
So if they do get this wraparound from the southwest and they somehow find the Phoenix in this tree line as the very first target for Storm, that would be huge for them. ZZQ is holding a very firm position, and they will offer up. It looks like Beyond is sniffing this out, leading the charge.
Savage jumps in. BKB from Beyond to be able to dodge that Dragon Tail. There's the Phoenix diving, and already at half HP is the DK. There's the Finger of Death. The snowball save for the time being. Lornoff on the back sword trying to be able to take out a support in the back line as the Tusk is already dead, and 23 Savage follows suit, and just like that, Aurora have lost this team fight. Bonlo misses the Impale, but will be able to actually cancel the TP on the Sniper as well. This will be 4 kills with very little response.
Yeah.
Triple kill for Yasert, and into the Roche pit they will go.
Really nice hero placement there from Zero. Just offering up the Kunkka as a target, and he was super quick on the BKB against the Dragon Knight. And then the Phoenix, again, completely pivotal in that fight. Gets to Icarus dive in and hex the DK, gets to get full duration Sunray off and Supernova, and I mean, just look at the damage recap in that fight, right? He did the same damage as the Sand King and the Kunkka did on that 5 Phoenix. And Phoenix can have even more impact than this, but it's just, you know, you combine all of these factors together and it just makes for a very clean and easy fight for them. And yeah, whoever made the call to position their heroes just that way might have just won the game. That was very, very clean. No casualties and a lot of rewards.
Yep, and when you're playing a Phoenix, you love to see these tanky heroes. We talked about it. The Sunray percentage-based damage is insane. And with that, the Aegis is now on Yasert, who is getting close to a Lincoln Sphere now. And he just does a lot of damage. I think that's what it says in the HUD there. Universal hero for some reason. I wonder if she wasn't universal. I guess she wouldn't be good, right?
If she were int?
Yeah. Like,
she'd definitely be worse.
Yeah, she would be way worse.
Yeah.
As the AC almost there for Beyond It as well. So lots of items coming in for Team Zero, and they're going to try for high ground. 23 Savage in the dragon form now. Going to pull the wave a bit.
There's that banner,
siege creep, though.
banner on double siege. What are Aurora going to do about this?
Well, you do have sniper. Do you have the range?
True.
To not get jumped. He's going to be taking out the ward first, and now
it's a good call.
The ultimate counter to Roche's banner, a dwarf, but he's going to get Gleipnired.
X.
Get force-staffed his way, but they have the Dragon Tail and the Assassinate onto the Windrunner. She does have Aegis, so that's life number 1. Jabs jumping in, gets the Doom off onto the Phoenix. That's a really important target. They'd be able to take him out easily, but buyback instantly. Still has the egg to work with if he can get there fast enough. Yes, sir, pops the BKB, and they're going to have to retreat. I think this was a successful defense by Aurora.
Very good hold. And they made the right call there, dooming the Phoenix. I think this was... Aurora clearly identify what the biggest problem they have right now is. If ZZQ gets to play the fight, they're not winning it. So Jabs just full-on commits in, gets the Doom off on the Phoenix, and in the meantime, they also get rid of the Aegis. So very nice.
There's no Doom or Dragon form.
Yes, so Zero might keep this push going, but it does feel kind of risky to do. So perhaps they're going to think, yep, they are indeed going to back off. I don't blame them for this. I think it's a tough choice to make because you feel like, okay, they have 2 big spells down. But at the same time, if you fail this push, you throw away your entire advantage. So perhaps better to wait it out a little bit. Okay, Aeon is coming out for line. A rather unusual purchase, I would say. We haven't seen many of that item this tournament.
Not true.
And he will combine it as well. He's not keeping it disassembled for assembly in the heat of the moment. Ponlo, in his old age, doesn't trust the fast fingers. Not fat fingers, he definitely doesn't have those.
Well, I thought you were describing me for a second there.
Yep.
Old age and fat fingers. It's a deadly combination. The damage rune available. And, well, 23 Savage, he's going to get shackled. I'm surprised he just TP'd there.
He doesn't have BKB ready.
Yeah, you're right.
He's dead. He's actually, oh my goodness, that is, wow. That is just not what should have happened.
Wow.
I wonder if he thought he had BKB ready to go out on that mission on his own.
It must have been. It absolutely must have been.
Ponlo will get his...
Okay, there's an Eon.
Nice.
That's why they keep it disassembled, I guess.
Yep, yeah, exactly. He really didn't need it there. But it's going to take a little assassinate to the back of the head as well.
But with DK dead, I mean, high ground is available. Jabs jumping in with the BKB and the Shivas get the Doom off onto the Windrunner. She's dead, just like that. And that is a big one for Aurora, but they lose the Tusk in turn. Question is, does Team Zero continue on here?
I'm very impressed with Aurora's choice here to not buy back the Dragon Knight, but I don't know if I'm positively or negatively impressed.
I mean,
it's like,
doesn't have Dragon form.
Making that decision in this moment that DK does not buy back when you commit to this fight, I feel like it's a very difficult call to make.
Yeah.
And ultimately, the result here is probably still going to be the loss of the barracks, but you at least killed the Windranger in this situation in a 4v5. But I feel like almost every other team there buys back their carry and tries to take that fight full on. And perhaps Aurora are going to regret not doing that there. But it's a very difficult choice to not buy him back there. It shows a lot of restraint on his part.
Am I an idiot? I think it's the right choice. I don't think you do anything.
I'm not sure.
Melee DK.
Yeah, you still have quite a lot to offer, right? You have a stun, you have the fire facet, so you splash, you do decent damage, and with how that fight worked out, they instantly killed Windranger. Who knows? Like, it's one of those, what if he had bought back and they could have chained that into 4 kills and not lost their barracks? But the alternative is he buys back and they disengage and he looks like a clown, right? So, but it's the right TI to do it.
The right TI?
Yeah, to look like a clown.
Oh.
So it's the man.
I gotcha. That was good.
Yeah.
Think we're going to see Ringmaster at this event?
Yep.
That's going to be the finals day they're going to enable him.
I think they put him in, they'll put him in CM in game 3 of the grand final.
Oh, that's perfect. Yes, I love it.
And then the whole arena will just be playing,
Yeah, I've been loving hearing those voices.
Yep.
What a joy.
Yes. Which one do you like better, Slacks or Jenkins? Who's the better clown?
I don't know. I think one's more expensive than the other, but I have to double check on
Who's
that.
the better clown in real life?
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah,
that's tough.
They're both good at that.
Parasma is almost completed for the Storm Spirit. I mean, he is pretty farmed. 20k net worth, obviously quite behind the Windrunner, but compared to everybody else, he can definitely have some major impact on this Storm Spirit. I mean, we've seen crazier things in terms of comebacks with the likes of this hero. A lot of times it does end up being like an Aghanim Scepter purchase, I want to say, but
yep, for sure.
they don't really have the lineup to, I mean, you have Splash Attack, but it's not like they have any Wombo Combo type potential.
Oh, you pull everyone into 3 fast shrapnels.
Yeah.
Sick.
Hype.
I think Parasma is the right choice. I'm with you. I mean, the AoE control is nice and all, but if they can't reliably kill off the heroes regardless, then there's possibly better ways of spending the gold where you just really focus on eliminating a single target fast. Now, the thing that's going to get tricky is if this Phoenix... Okay, hang on. Let's see if they actually get this Tormentor
Dragon form
uncontested.
Ollie. Okay, they know that Tormentor is being taken, or at least damaged, as the Burrow Strike actually hits 3 heroes, but I think the Sand King might be in a precarious spot here. Doom has already used the Sand King, gets evaporated. Trying to get to the other side of the wall. They're going to be able to lose the Sniper and the Tusk. You have the buyback available for the Tusk. Speaking of buybacks, though, Sand King, Mr. 7E back in the game. So the question is, with that buyback, do you push the envelope?
I think if you watch that replay, I think his teammates did not expect him to go. Like that.
Yeah,
it was like there was
6 stun.
It was like there was 500 ping on his whole team. They just needed to like, what? And then they followed through. That was so spontaneous, and honestly, I kind of liked the play, but they have to do it all together at the same time for that to be really good. He's gonna go in.
7E gets the Burrow Strike, but gets Dragon Tail shortly after. 23 Savage already half HP, but now has to back away if he can, though. Gleipnir keeps him in place. We're not going to go any farther, but it's a melee Dragon Knight now, so not nearly as fearsome. This tower will fall in favor of Team Zero, as you can see the refresher on the Doom.
He doesn't have the mana for it, though.
Well, I mean, he's in base, so if they push right now, he can get...
Right, sure, he could pop it now and have one, but he can't really double Doom in a fight. He doesn't have the items for it. His tier 4 neutral item is Ogre Seal Totem, so it doesn't give him mana pool.
Time for some Royal Jelly, truly min-max.
I mean, using 2 Dooms costs, what is it? Is it exactly 1,000 mana? Yeah, if you use nothing else, it's 1,000 mana, and he has 750.
Oh,
so
my goodness.
It's... Yeah, that's going to be a challenge he has to solve. Okay, so he's going to go for an int. He went for an int Vambrace instead of his tier 4 neutral item.
Oh.
So he's going to get some mana there, and the Null, as you said, gets him to 1,000. So now he can double Doom, but he needs to not use Shiva or BKB. He can BKB, the mana region will catch up, but he can't BKB and he actually needs to be really careful with pressing his buttons.
Somebody needs to mana boost this man after the Doom has been used.
Yep, or that.
Yes, sir. Taking out the range racks, Dragon Tail up.
Very quick BKB.
And the Lincolns.
Triple BKB from
Savage.
Aurora.
Yeah, that is...
they used everything.
A 3-for-1 special there.
3-for-1, they used Dragon Form.
And Roche is almost up. This is perfect timing for Team Zero.
Yeah, they're going to get this one completely free. I don't see any possible way for Aurora to contest this with 3 BKBs on cooldown. And what a dream timing as well. It spawned 4 seconds ago, and they just ran into the pit now, and they claim it.
How handy.
That's...
So this will have Refresher Shard. Who do you want to see that on? I mean, typically it would be the Kunkka, but did not go for the Ags build.
Maybe giving it to Sand King isn't half bad. Like, if he's going to go for those 3-man stuns, give him 2 of them, right?
True.
He is the one holding it for now, but what item is he going to swap out? Is he going to swap out the phase?
The Ninja Gear is still easily the best tier 4 item, right? Is there any consideration for anything else? Like, seriously. With all the nerfs, it's still so good.
It is really good. They do have 4 of them.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a lot of them. Maybe.
Right. Well, with the Aegis, Team Zero look for another high ground attempt. They have 1 lane in the top. This will spread them out, going for this melee to finish off the second set. I mean, it is a pretty annoying lineup to push into, though.
Nice little detail there from YSR. He dropped his, or he backpacked his Lincolns when Assassinate was coming in. He really wants to keep this available against the Doom. And he's going to have to do it again.
That's when you go in for the Doom, I suppose. As 23 Savage pops that Dragon Form, you see Ponlo, Yundis already procced. Jabs was looking for the Doom, already popped his BKBs. Here comes the boat. Egg is used, though, as Lornop trying to take out YSR, but it's not going to happen. Too tanky. Gleipnir now onto the Tusk.
They can't fight into Supernova, so the full disengage from Aurora, absolutely the right call there. Now, do you give the Refresher Shard to Phoenix and go again now? Or are you holding out and just waiting? You have time on the Aegis. You don't have to force this. You have 3.5 minutes. Take your time. But you would think with, again, Dragon Form popped, Doom BKB, Storm BKB, this does feel like the perfect opportunity to strike for Zero. I think waiting out their Supernova is actually a mistake. And, oh, he has his own Refresher Orb now.
Oh!
I mean...
That's handy.
Get in there. I think it's time to get in there. All right, Lincoln's popped on Windranger, but she still has the Aegis, so even if she does get doomed,
yep. And melee Dragon Knight just realized he doesn't have wings anymore. And yeah, they're just going to give it up. Man, the fights have been so long. I mean, perhaps just waiting out the Dragon Form is enough to not worry about anything. 23 Savage trying to look fierce on the high ground.
Oh, should have used a different helm then.
New cosmetics are needed for him. Okay, YSR inside the shards. Pops the BKB. Lincoln's already procced as well. Comes the egg potential.
Oh my god, that damage.
Beautiful epicenter. 23 Savage then along with Ollie. And they get the finger death. Double kill for 7E. And the Storm Spirit buys back. So does 23 Savage. Trying to put everything onto. That's the Agnum Scepter actually reflected with the Lotus. So Doom has doomed himself, essentially, and that's just the Aegis taken out.
Aurora have nothing left in the tank, and they're fighting against 2 Supernovas in a moment. This fight is borderline impossible. They need to get something ridiculous going their way.
Or Jabs. Even the Lion is up front and personal with the barracks. I'm not sure why. But that is going to be another set of racks for the likes of Team Zero, who now have Mega Creeps and looking to end this game number 2 to take us the full distance of 3 games for the best of 3. There's the egg. Sunray just ripping through 23 Savage along with YSR. Just too much damage to deal with, and like that, it's over. We're going to a game number 3.
Well, if there was any questions after game number 1 about whether Team Zero were going to wake up, I think you got your answer. But it did take them a while to wake up.
Yeah, I mean, it is evening here, so I mean, I'd be worried if they were just waking up anyway.
But it did seem by design. Like, this was a very slow victory, all things considered, but in the fights that mattered, they were just way stronger. So credit to them for swinging back after a pretty poor game 1 in this fashion, and now game 3 could go any way.
Absolutely. Shiver!
Thank you very much, Sunsman and Synderen. A lot to break down in this second game, and very good to see that Team Zero did step it up, force out that game 3. Can they repeat their success in game 3? We'll find out later, but first let's break down game number 2, because there was one thing that we really focused on during the draft, or maybe I should say that T really focused on during the draft, because you said, oh, I don't know. Will Team Zero have the damage? Oh, I don't see the damage. Oh, no damage.
Early on, items fixed that problem.
Worried.
Yeah, and they fixed it, and it was good. Right? Early on, Kunkka Lion just outclassed the offlane, which bought time. Sand King stepped up and made some rotations. There was a really uncomfortable 20 minutes, and this fight here, let's really talk about it. I think Aurora probably played the worst game so far of their TI. Like, this fight here, in my opinion, is, putting it bluntly, like, unacceptable. If you're trying to lift the Aegis, why is your DK jumping in first? Your Doom's not ready. Your Tusken also doesn't fix the problem of DK jumping in by himself. Like, you're farming for all this time. You're basically copying Team Zero's strategy from game 1 of just farm and hope. And then your fight entry to the game was just abysmal. Like, this is, they didn't deserve to win this game at all. And Team Zero, they just showed why they are constantly kind of causing upsets, because, a much better game from game 1, and beautiful stuff.
Yeah, very clean execution there from Team Zero. just kidding. There was nothing clean about this game, I would say, but they managed to get the dub. It was very chaotic, very slow. I mean, we had a slow game in game number 1, coming up from the laning stage, but they had a much better overall laning stage this time around, especially on 7E. Beyond, as you said, he kind of owned the lane with Lion, which did allow him to go for Orchid, but what I wanted to see after that is go for something more aggressive. There were 3k gold up, and there was nothing. And I thought, you know, this Doom's gonna get the pipe. There were no auras whatsoever on Aurora. It's in their name. They have aura at the, you know, second part of the name. So I thought they might go for it, but we haven't seen that. So most of the damage they've been taking has been almost pure. You know, you have some magic resistance, of course, but against Sanking, against Kunkka, Lion, and Phoenix, I do expect them to pick up the pipe.
Yeah, I mean, auras would have been really good, very helpful here, but I think that they ran into an issue on Aurora that I think we should be fair in how we like perceive this game. At some point it was even, right? But then one Aegis into a few pickoffs into all of a sudden Wind Ranger, who didn't go for Linken's, she went her Maelstrom into BKB into Daedalus. At that point, she was just running in with her Daedalus Whirlwind, and there was no MKB on the side of DK. So you're in this really awkward position where there's a very strong supporting cast on top of the Wind Ranger with like the Supernovas, the Epicenters, etc. Where if you want to take the fight as Aurora versus the cast that I just mentioned, your DK isn't going to do the damage necessary to stop this Daedalus Whirlwind, which is basically what happened. They had to kind of farm up until their DK felt strong enough to take it to Wind Ranger, and at that point they had just bled way too much on the map. They were down in net worth. The awful fight that we saw near Roche, they were still 13k down in net worth. So at some point, Aurora's draft just could not fight Team Zero's draft.
Do we feel that they could have potentially gotten better later on, like delayed the game more, or was their window closed?
I mean, like 23 Savage, lane went so poorly, he went Midas. Then he goes back for a BKB, and his first usage of BKB was TPing away from a Windrunner. So it's like all the moves that we might see from Aurora was, again, it's just disjointed. Like you could watch multiple clips of DK wasting a BKB, you know, some 23-minute fight where they don't really use their spells correctly, the Roshan fight that we mentioned where they jump poorly. It's just like the entire game for Aurora was like farm, misexecute, and then Team Zero is like, oh, wow, we've got damage now, we've bought our items. Like, again, Winner had like unlimited free farm, we saw the stats, and it was just a really uncomfortable game from Aurora. And for Zero, it's like, I think if they were against a slightly better team, they would have been punished from like their entry to mid game. They had like 3 or 4 smokes where they don't find anything. Like Kunkka goes Orchid, but doesn't net a kill. Like that, those moves that they don't connect on, good teams that have punished it, but Zero were lucky that didn't happen. And then they showed like their individual class in like closing out this game. So it's like big props to Zero closing this out, but they can't be too happy with that win. So I think they would have been punished against better teams. So it's kind of like a win to learn a lot from, I feel.
Okay, and if we compare game 1 to game 2, I kind of feel like both teams that lost in their respective game kind of felt a little bit hopeless, Lacoste. I don't know if that's fair to say. What caused this massive shift in who was the hopeless one?
I think we say a lot that Aurora, it really depends which Aurora is going to show up on which day. This time around, we saw both faces of Aurora in the same day. So inconsistency always was the biggest part of some of these teams who can't show up strong in multiple games in a row, especially if we're talking about, you know, these BO3s, BO5, if it goes to game 3 of best of 3. So it, it definitely feels like Aurora in the first game, they had some mistakes, but they managed to, you know, close it out, and then had Team Zero making a big comeback in the second game after only having 3 kills. So they did make the adjustments, but it was not clean by any means. And going into a third game, it's really hard to predict what's going to happen, even in terms of the picks and also how it's going to be played out.
Yeah, very difficult to predict, and you mentioned it wasn't the cleanest game ever. That's the kind of Dota that is generally entertaining to watch when mistakes are made here and there. And to highlight those mistakes, we're going to go to Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, I want to look at some of those mistakes. The first big team fight actually happened at 25 minutes. Like the panel pointed out, that was because 23 Savage got really behind on the DK, so he needed time to farm and catch up. He did do that, so he did have good net worth in the end. But let's take a look at this clip and point out their first fight that happened. Now, the first crucial thing is that after he gets the last hit, he doesn't smoke for about 2 seconds. You don't want to walk into that lingering vision. And then what happened is they pinged on the map all the way over here. That means that they're expecting to encounter their opponents all the way here. So what happens next is really crucial because the way that Ponlo is playing here on the line is he's standing near an observer on the high ground. It's right here. He's got a sentry here, and very crucially, he's standing on the other side of the trees. That way, as soon as an enemy squad passes this line, they're going to be visible, and his ward is going to spot them. So watch what happens when when they get spotted. Ponlo instantly goes for a stun. He gets a bit lucky, and he also gets the Storm Spirit, but a great initiation. And if we go back just a moment, look what Doom does right here. He's going to spot Sand King down here on the creep wave. It's a little bit hard to see, but he also goes for an initiation. Now, if they expected to find of their opponents here, it should have been a support going first or a stunner going first. Dragon Knight actually doesn't have a Blink Dagger here, so the fact that he was walking first doesn't even make sense in the first place. So they get this big disengage that buys them time for Kunkka to actually run up. He wasn't even here. He was in the middle of the map. Oops, wrong tool. Middle of the map, and he needed to like run all the way in to get here. So Sand King does end up dying at the start, but in the meantime, Wind Ranger has been doing tons of AoE damage, and in this point of the fight, what happens is DK says, okay, support food, I can kill these guys by myself. So he commits to that while the rest of his team disengages to the right, and that allows Wind Ranger to get the pick off here on Ollie, the Tusk, and unfortunately for the Dragon Knight, by himself, he actually just can't kill the egg, and this allows the strong cores of Team Zero to now chase him down by themselves. And even this buyback from Tusk that looks like it might be useful doesn't actually produce anything good because of the nice silence from the Kunkka as well as the Torrent here. So they finally win a big team fight for their team. They take the tier 2 afterwards, and they even get a cleanup kill on the Doom with a nice rotation from the Wind Ranger going to the bot lane. So very good moment for Zero. This really opened the game up and got it out of that stalemate that we had.
Yeah, stalemate was definitely over from that point onward. Thank you so much, Purge. And I'm going to ask you, Effie, to put on your coaching hat. Because something, you can choose a team because the same story is there for both of the teams. We've seen them struggle. They have not shown their best Dota yet today. Which team, first of all, you can choose a team, and what are you going to say to them? How are you going to lead them to victory?
Hey, let's say I'm Sunby. I'm talking to Aurora, and you know, I've been trying to discipline these boys for a very long time. I would genuinely just say, forget about that game. We had some drafting issues. There wasn't a lot that we could do at some point. My bad, your bad. You got this. You stomped them in game 1, you can do it in game 3. Because I do want to highlight that as that game progressed, I feel like we were being a bit unfair towards Aurora because their heroes ran into serious walls that they needed net worth to address. One of the walls was no one could kill Supernova. They needed BKB on Storm because he's playing against Lion, so they couldn't take fights early, and then there was no natural MKB buyer for Wind Ranger. So the more that game progressed, that draft was not easy to pull off. They could easily simplify it for themselves in game 3.
I saw you at some point shook your head, T. You want to be the coach of Team Zero for a little bit?
Whew. Okay, well, your opponent's playing relatively poorly, they're not initiating well. If you respect the vision game, if you do your good, like I'm talking about offlane right now. I'm like, my offlane. You 2, 3, 4, Ponlo. You're the lads, you're the kings of the game. You're gonna win TI.
The rest you're good to go.
Yeah, the rest you're good to go. But if you win the offlane, if you break 23 Savage, he's gonna throw the game later down the line. Again, just for no, I'm the coach of a team Zero, hyping up against them. Hence why I'm just gonna flame them because obviously you gotta hype your boys up. Anyway, 23 Savage, he's gonna throw the game. He's gonna put it all into the dust. You know, he's gonna go lower bracket, but you gotta beat him in the lane first. And then they're like, yeah, we're gonna beat him in the lane. And then they go, woo, and then they play the game. So yeah.
I mean, with that kind of
But again,
energy,
that's beautiful.
That was me role playing. 23 Savage, please don't throw. Keep it up, boss. You're doing well. Last game was a bit rough, but it's okay.
Hands on keyboard, though.
Yeah, no cheering.
No cheering. Well, with that kind of energy, though, I think we kind of need that on both teams as well, because across both games, the overlapping theory or the overlapping thing that we've seen is that both games were fairly slow. It took a little while on both sides to get things going. And we know that both of these teams can play faster. Maybe, like, how is this coming to be that both teams end up thinking, you know what? We'll just sit back a little bit longer.
Aurora was never a team that was like considered a fast team compared to some of the strongest teams that we've seen. For example, Team Liquid, the way they play Dota right now, Team Falcons as well, they tend to close out the games relatively early on. And then you have these teams that there's a lot of dead air happening. There's just like, oh, we both want to farm. They're not utilizing the advantage that they had. This is something that did happen to Team Zero in the second game, where they had their item timings, but they kind of let Aurora get to their items as well, pick up this one two Hand of Midases and continue to farm up. At one point, I was really worried that they're going to be able to outscale them with the Sniper, Storm, Doom with the Refresher. Dragonite in the late game is a super mean hero when it comes down to dealing the damage, but execution was not there from Aurora. So what I want to see, if you want to be matched up against some of these stronger teams, you need to be able to play the game 100% through every single stage of the game.
Just be proactive, right? Like, again, the team that farms so far has been the team that struggled, and the team that has a bit more just ability to make moves, even if the moves don't connect. Like, you can see their kind of minds always thinking like, hey, we didn't connect in that smoke, but what's the next time? What's the next thing? Like, you always progress in the game, whilst the team that sits back is struggling a little bit in this series. Again, tournament meta has dictated that aggression, fighting, breaking down your opponent is the recipe for success so far, and both teams have demonstrated that in individual games, but we're yet to see both teams have that philosophy in the same game where we have like a full clash. It's kind of one farms, one fights, and maybe game 3, the teams kind of adjust. They find, okay, we had success, and this is what we need to do. So hopefully this game is, you know, like 20, 30 kills in the early game, not these kind of like slower games that we've been seeing so far. It's kind of like an abnormal meta that's been developed in this single series, it feels.
Yeah, I think for Aurora, like, we've said it before, but Lorinov, this is your key player. You picked him Storm in a game where he saw the heroes, knew that he needed BKB to fight. They picked him as their primary initiation, but because their safe lane lost so hard, they couldn't really activate Storm in that game because he needed a BKB, because everyone else was doing so well. And in situations like that, that's not how Aurora win. Aurora win when Lorinov is on his pucks and his pingos, and even his Storms sometimes in different games than that, and he's killing these side lanes. So if Aurora can draft in a way that enables Lorinov to move on the lanes, then they should be able to recreate their game 1 recipe.
And that's exactly the reason why Team Zero once again ban out that Timber Saw, because they experienced Lorinov on a hero like that in game number 1, and they do not want to have that again. All right, so game number 3, deciding game between Aurora and Team Zero. Winner will be granted upper bracket and top 12 guaranteed, whereas the loser will be starting in the lower bracket once the playoffs begin. We got Team Zero on the Dire side, Aurora on the Radiant side. First pick going to Team Zero. And so far, in terms of bans, we are so similar compared to some of the games we've had so far, with one, I would say, major difference, actually. Lacoste, Sand King actually removed. And why not go again?
Yeah, Sand King, I mean, first game, they managed to beat him pretty hard. Second game, he caused the issues. So in a best of 3, what usually happens, if you lost to that hero, you're gonna ban him straight away, and of course Team Zero will pick up the Wind Ranger. So I want to see the approach against this Wind Ranger in the third game. I'm a little surprised that they did, because when we think about the heroes that are kind of meta right now, are you that much more afraid of, let's say, Naga Siren or Shadow Demon compared to Wind Ranger? Every single time I see this hero, the hero pops off. No matter what, her damage numbers are insane with the Whirlwind facet. So let's see if they are going to stick with it. I want to see some extra combos, something that can control this Wind Ranger. Kunkka, for example, is a good start. Buys into Blade Mail, buys into Crimson Guard. These are the items that we want to see on Kunkka, mostly from the off lane. But I want to see a lot of control. I want to see heroes that can jump this Wind Ranger.
Yeah, the key thing last game was their carry in DK does not fight Wind Ranger comfortably with the same amount of net worth. If you have something like a Lina or a Mirana that buys Gleipnir, which naturally counters Wind Ranger, you're already in a much better position than you were in game 1. So it's okay to let this Wind Ranger through if you take a ranged carry that buys Gleipnir or MKB for yourself, and they could easily do that. Also, Kunkka has been very effective in shutting down these enemy safe laners. You can pair him with a Snap, you can pair him with a Sniper, maybe even a Bat Rider, and you should be able to pressure this first pick Wind Ranger.
All right, well, that Mirana that you mentioned already removed. We see the Morphling also banned out. It is up to Aurora to go for one final ban before they get a pick out of this phase. Tigov, what are you cooking up over there?
Not much, honestly.
Oh.
I'll lie to you.
Thank you.
If you asked
Lacoste, back to you.
If you asked me 2 years ago, I probably would have just said anything. But no, I'm still thinking. It's like it's early days, right?
Yeah.
Realistically,
We only know 2 heroes, and both of the heroes are not very surprising.
Yeah, like the bans are kind of what we're mentioning. Like the Morph, the Mirana, high magic damage bans. It's when you have, again, Windrunner, like you farm so quickly that because of like, the old focus fire, you don't farm with the Whirlwind. What we haven't really been talking about much is like it's just full damage to creeps. You just press it, boom, oh my god, I kill Ancients, I kill everything. It is flash farm. So I'd like, at least against Windrunner, to have support duos that find the Windrunner. Because while she's relatively vulnerable with like a Maelstrom hitting Ancients, I want that like 4-5 combo that can solo smoke, put her to half HP, kill her, and make her think about her game. Like so many times, it's a first pick Windrunner, and then it's like on the other team, it's 2 supports that like can barely cross the river by themselves. They need to drag like a mid and an off lane, and it's like so much economy to go kill a Windrunner that you don't do it, and then she always gets to her items. So I just hope that they potentially do that.
I like this steal pick, because it's a lot of tankiness. This gives you vision as well. I thought there might pick up the Train Protector because Kunkka is a strong laner, but if you're playing at the Train Protector and Wind Ranger, it's way too much sustain with your tree planting in the lane. Once you hit that level 3, it gets pretty difficult to out-harass. You always have a kill threat, but you don't have the kill threat with the Kunkka lineup. This is a very difficult matchup. But again, Team Zero picking up 2 heroes immediately, putting the pressure onto Aurora and also managing to get Earth Spirit for themselves. This is going to be the 7E hero. First game it was not banned, second game it got banned out immediately, and now they left it for the third game. So now we have a situation where you have Wind Ranger, you have Earth Spirit, Phoenix. These are the heroes that come online relatively quickly. You have a body, you have a hero who's not afraid to jump in, a little bit of a Sunray sustain. In the back, coming out from Phoenix, and also Wind Ranger will also join some of these earlier fights.
Yeah, I feel like a very comfortable and strong-looking draft from Team Zero so far. But I would also imagine that they left that Earth Spirit in the pool for a reason. I would imagine that they have something planned against it in the mid lane. Effie, Earth Spirit specialist, what is the hero that you would like to see?
I mean, I'm not too concerned, like if I'm Aurora, about Earth Spirit, because Earth Spirit is more so something that needs to be matched in tempo and not something you have to think about one-to-one, because it's not a broken hero. And Kunkka is a very excellent hero versus Earth Spirit conceptually. I mean, this is where Phoenix corrects the problem that I'm about to describe, but Earth Spirit doesn't really do damage. He does prolonged damage through fights. Like, he magnetizes, he drops 1, 2, 3 stones, tries to refresh his spells, but the damage isn't bursty. So when you're playing into boat, which already mitigates a lot of this prolonged damage for the enemy team, you have a solution for Earth Spirit. When you don't have a solution is when he's roaming to side lanes and you don't have a reaction. So you need your mid hero to be able to react, or you can just put Kunkka mid versus Earth Spirit. Lanes very well. Tidebringer's hard to lane into. X is a very good tool, like catching him. Puck, excellent hero because Coil makes it so that he can't roll. The silence is going to be very disruptive, and it can TP in when Earth Spirit rotates, which is very, very important.
Aurora have made a massive statement in this game as well, because like the aggression and the type of fights that Effie's mentioning is now. Do you really want to take them into arguably 4 of the best defensive reactionary heroes in some of their roles? Like, you've got X-Boat from a Kunkka, Overgrowth plus Living Armor from a tree, Monomer Kisses from a Snapfire, Coil from a Puck. Like, these are heroes that defend objectives really well. So Zero, their reaction to that is, I'd like to see this Bristle in a core role. I know they've done it 5 before, but as long as the Bristle sets the go pace, they do need to be careful though, because like there is if it is core Bristle, pre-Bloodstone Axe and all this, you go near a tower to try and dive it to set some pace, there are going to be 4 heroes reacting and throwing their big spells into you. So it's a lot of well-placed aggression from Zero, I think, so far needed in this game.
Yeah, and seeing the banning out Ursa, which would be great against Phoenix, also great against Bristleback, so I think they are prepping for a core Bristleback at this one. But on side of Aurora, the heroes that they picked, this to me looks like a Team Spirit draft pretty much, where you have a lot of sustain, you have this X mark into Snapfire Kisses, you'll have Coil plus Kisses combos, so anyone who's paired up with Snapfire is going to be able to get some kills done, which I really like. At every stage of the game, this is going to be the deadly combo. A lot of circles that they can throw, a lot of damage, a lot of team fights. Even though there is Phoenix on one side and Earth Spirit, still team fight is better on side of Aurora.
Team Zero's turn to ban.
There's also kind of a Puck problem right now that Team Zero are facing. I think Earth Spirit is a great hero to catch Puck because his silence is long duration later on in the game, and he can chase his orbs with Rolling Boulder since it's a 4-second cooldown. It's not long at all, but he needs +1 to be able to do added lockdown to this Puck, because if you're only depending on your Earth Spirit catching with his Geo Grip, Puck's going to get tanky enough to the point where it doesn't matter later on.
I think if Aurora have last pick in the draft, but they have some cool options for carry depending on how they read the game. If they don't respect the early aggression from Zero and think they can get through it, then like a void with time zone, dilation, high value, Zero banned it out. Okay, that's not happening. Lena, again, like previously mentioned, is still pretty good to kill off the egg. When Bristle steps up running into you, you can just, you know, try and put him to half HP, then you have to like turn around, it gets a bit funky. And maybe you could do like the Deucer carry. We don't see it too often, but just some big turret that can eventually buy Skadi. Butterfly, but I've not really seen it into Windmill too much.
Or Muerta that Lacoste talked about last game.
Yeah.
When he mentioned it, I was like, you're cooking pretty hard, because Muerta, in theory, should own versus Phoenix and Windranger. So Muerta or Lena, I wouldn't mind to see for Aurora.
Yeah, I think Luna also can, because Luna, Treant Protector, any of these, like, I see Treant Protector, my lane's going to be good. No matter what I pick, any kind of range hero, he stabilizes most of the lanes. Very hard to go through the tankiness of that hero. Securing the lane for your carry is always going to be nice. And also, we've seen quite a lot of rotations early on through the Twin Gates with these level 4, level 5 Treant Protectors, throwing in the Blood Grenade, bringing in the numbers, and making enemy carries life miserable.
You know what? I'm first of all surprised that they still had 2 minutes by the time they cut to the final ban on the side of Team Zero. But I love it for the time they're taking right now. I'm just imagining Blink giving like fantastic speech right now.
Or they're trying to negotiate.
Negotiate?
The Bristleback. You know, it's like 4 or against. Are we putting it 5 again? Is it our off lane?
Well, they got plenty of time for this argument. It's very unusual that we see a team still with 2 minutes left by the end. It will be a core Bristleback, as we were already leaning towards with that Phoenix pickup. And we'll get the Rubik overall last for Team Zero. Do we like this?
We do. It's a great Rubik game. There's a lot of good steals coming out of all of these heroes, especially Mortimer's Kisses and any Treant Protector spells, and X even. That would be great, but we're lacking a way to catch the puck. It's still not the same as having a Lion, which got banned out by Aurora, but you have that instant stun and telekinesis, right? So you have an extra step where you can kind of punish him in the early game that you were lacking earlier.
And the entire game from Zero is going to be, you know, from laning phase, get an item, go. Take a fight, reset, get another item, go. It's like constant whittling down your opponent. Because you look at Aurora and like this lineup with multiple items and scaling, it is so scary to run into. Like I mentioned it before, like the team fight, the ultimates you have available, like Drow will be able to sit behind all of that and just free right click. So yeah, I'm excited the fact that we do have like Zero going full aggression, want to fight, find your opponent. Aurora though has gone for the recipe that has failed so far in this series, which is sit back, react and scale. That hasn't been like the best formula, but they've kind of made sure that this is like the best version of that, I'd say. Out of the 3 games, it is the best defensive lineup we've seen, but hard to tell. Aurora kind of struggled in the previous game, so...
Both teams struggled in the previous game.
Also
I feel
true.
like we can't really make a prediction just based on the draft. So we need to take into account how the teams have played. The cost, no pressure, but I am going to ask you, this game 3.
Take it away, boss.
It was kind of 50-50. Coming into this series, I did expect Zero to have like an edge 55-45, I would say. But now after seeing the draft for game 3, I do like what Aurora is cooking. We've seen 2 longer games. And I think with this like reactionary lineup that they have, the Drow Ranger can carry this game. I would say that Team Zero is slightly on a clock right now with the heroes that they have. They want to put the pressure earlier with the Bristleback and this Windranger, but we'll have to see.
I'm with you. I think they're not slightly on a clock, they're fully on a clock. I think Aurora's lineup scales incredibly well. The Silver Edge from Drow is going to be scary. My prediction is if 23 Savage doesn't lose his lane and doesn't get killed a few times early game, Aurora has this in the bag.
All right, let's see if the panel's prediction is going to come true and Aurora will secure upper bracket, or maybe Team Zero will do so instead. We're heading over to a commentary duo. It is Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Thank you, Shiver. No, your eyes do not deceive you. I am not actually a character out of Grand Theft Auto. I am Sunsfan. Joining me is Cinderin, and we're going to bring you all game number 3 between Aurora and Team Zero to find out who goes to the upper bracket of the main event here at TI 13 and who goes to the lowers, Cinderman.
Yeah, and we have some more interesting new heroes. If there's one thing this series has delivered, you know, it's the pace of the games has been relatively slow and methodical for both teams, but it has brought a lot of different hero picks, and this game is no different. We get to see a Drow, we get to see the Bristle, as well as the Earth Spirit. Now, these are not heroes that Zero haven't played before in this tournament. As the panel alluded to, they have run them beforehand, but I was very interested to see the timing of the bristle pick and what information Zero had at the given time, because as the panel was talking about, they were hoping it was going to be a core, and I was too. When I looked at Aurora, the first 4 picks they had have a lot of AoE damage and control and sustain, but they don't have a lot of single target. And if there's one thing you need against Bristleback, it's a way to actually kill him. So they're going to use Drow as their final solution to this problem. She definitely has a lot of single target damage when she gets there, and I do agree with them 100%. I think 23 Savage is the player to watch for Aurora in this game. Not a lot of margin for error in my opinion. If his game goes poorly, this Bristle could become a massive problem, but that hero is very polarizing. It has great games, and it also has games that you're just like, okay, you know.
Is there a typical facet that people are picking on the Bristle these days? Because he took the
Seeing Red. I feel like this the other one that you've mostly been choosing. I forgot the name of this one. It's not a hero I see that much. It's Snot Rocket. That's right. That's the other one. And then he also has Berserker.
Oh, look at this. A 3-man gank onto the Bristleback. They don't want him to have a good start to the game. Yep. He's going to start it out basically with half HP.
And instant TP top now from the Snapfire. Yeah, so seemed pretty deliberate here to try to give 23 Savage a little bit of an easier start with a little bit of assistance there. And I mean, this lane in essence should be pretty straightforward for the Drow together with Treant. This is a very strong bodyguard that you essentially have for a relatively weak laner in the Drow. And the question is the X factor of the gate, right? If there's the possibility for ZZQ to leave top a little bit and go help bottom, that could lead to kills, but I feel like the Wind Ranger will be exceptionally susceptible up top to an X-Mark Snapfire combo, so perhaps it will end up being relatively static. Should mention, as we... Okay.
Who will deny this creep?
We're getting a pause. Yeah, very exciting stuff. 7E has looked on a different level when he's playing this hero. So I do think if you're hoping for Team Zero to ultimately be able to claim this best of 3, he is probably the player to watch for that team, because the way he plays this hero is quite extraordinary. So he definitely has shown the potential to take over games when he is he's controlling Earth, and the lane matchup against Puck is pretty even. I think both heroes should just be farming. So on the flip side of that, Lornoff, I would also say Puck one of his best heroes, so plenty of potential plays coming from the mids. And I do think, I assume you would agree with this is going to be a faster pace. I just refuse to think that this will be one of those both teams sit back and farm again for 15 minutes in the mid game, given the nature of the lineup.
Both teams have gotten that out of their system. They're ready for a Game 3 showdown, Cinderin is. Well, this looks like it might be first blood as ZZQ takes a tumble. Q will take the first blood for himself.
Yep, just getting the way earlier level 2 will do that. Phoenix is only level 1.5. So that was very easy for the side of Aurora to grab themselves a little bit of an edge.
So for the Earth Spirits that we've seen, Cinderin, is this the typical facet as well? The Magnetize gives you damage, attack damage?
I think he has generally gone for Resonance. Trying to remember. So Stepping Stone was less popular. Again, this hero's facets have been a little bit of a mess, right? It's been back and forth between them. I do think mid Earth Spirit Resonance is the most common choice. Actually thought for a moment there that 7E might try for the roll to chase the orb, but chose not to. So yeah, not too surprised with any facets chosen, really. Seeing red one will be interesting to see coming into effect.
Yeah, I assume there's some sort of visual like particle effect when you activate it, but I think one of the big things is you lose vision on a certain aspect. Is beyond. And that's the part that doesn't really translate as a viewer, I feel like, at all, is beyond. Okay.
Oh.
Forced to TP out.
Okay.
Okay, then.
Well, so he does get the Lotus, but he TPs to base. This is...
all the way.
Yeah, so, okay, so Rubik has pulled the wave, so I guess he isn't losing that much on this movement, but... Yeah, it already feels like, based on how this early laning stage bottom has gone, Bristleback is going to be in a world of hurt, and they might need to get some stacks running for him so he can recover. This hero does not play well from behind. It needs to... Like, the whole purpose of it in this game, I really like the mindset behind it, but if the lane is atrocious, it doesn't really matter. And this is probably the most one-handed, or rather one-sided lane we've seen in this series so far in the first 4 minutes. It's just getting completely
Yeah, 5 last hits. Not a good start.
Yeah.
And
Drow 17 and 8.
And Drow, I feel like late game, just in general, is pretty damn good against the Bristleback. And it really depends on how well the Bristleback's doing, but you can always itemize Silver Edge for the break. You can go for the Ags to get hypothermia for less health regen on the Bristleback. So
Pretty sure he'll get both. I think his build will include both of those items in this one. Although I suppose you also want the MKB for the Wind Ranger, so you're probably running a little bit into slot issues at some point, but we'll see if we get to 6 slot territory to begin with.
Yeah, it was 23 Savage. For his facet, he went for the one that synergizes with Glacier. More damage when attacking from high ground. So either when you're losing horribly or with your shard, generally.
Yep.
It's pretty interesting. I feel like these facets, a lot of them are very, very interesting. Like the the Luna one where everybody on your team gets a bigger Lotus, essentially. 20% extra regen from Lotuses. Or is it Luna? No, it's Mirana, sorry. Because of the anime. How could I forget? I know you're not a fan of fun things, though, so understand.
I hate fun.
Yeah. Yeah, mid lane, though, talking about this Earth Spirit, 32 and 5 start. And for Lornoff, 29 and 2, so
that's
pretty even affair. And I correct me if I'm wrong, but Earth Spirit is a hero that you need to get off to a good start. Historically, he was. I don't know about this tournament.
I'd actually say he's less dependent on a good start than a hero like Bristle. I mean, also comparing apples and oranges here, I suppose, but he can cover some ground through just having levels because his spells are pretty potent in the earlier stage of the game when you make connections with your teammates. So I guess I'd rather word it as it's really good news for Earth Spirit. The hero can be incredibly potent when it has a good start, and he's putting it to use right away. Straight onto jabs.
Jabs is in a lot of trouble. Magnetize is used, and eventually he will tick away. A nice rotation there.
Very swift move coming out of 7E. And he's actually timing this perfectly with potentially contesting the 6-minute rune. See if he wins the duel. He does.
Oil used. Lornoff gonna get some help via Q. Nice dodge there. 7E in a lot of trouble, though. Looks like they will eventually find the kill. Does go to Q instead of Lornoff, but take what you can get.
I actually think he could have lived. He waited, like, I want to say almost 10 seconds with activating his regen. And then he ultimately is like, oh, wait, I can use this while I'm taking damage. And then it was maybe a little bit too late.
Old habits die hard for them.
It is, for a lot of players, very unintuitive that you use regen in fights like that, but I feel like we've reached the point now where this has been in the game long enough that it's kind of just a poor excuse. So a little bit of a misstep there. A nice punish, of course, coming in from Aurora. Lornoff will, unfortunately for him, just only get the assist there, but he's more than happy to get a little bit of free space in the lane. And with Earth Spirit making the TP rotation to top, that also means he has to do the walk out of base from that death. Is he taking the Wisdom here? He's taking the Wisdom. So, all right, which support on the Dire is going to be very underleveled? It looks to be, well, I guess he's giving a bit of space mid to Rubik, so it's okay. Beyond?
Beyond, very low. Yeah, we have rotation from Q now on the Aurora side. ZZQ to the south, though.
Well, that's a good timing on that ward placement from Ollie. It will actually be dewarded, but it got some valuable information immediately. 7E doesn't care, though. He knows they know he's there. There we go. That's hard to say.
Good.
Doesn't care, though.
Rotation coming. Magnetize already used. Just onto Q for now. Runs into 23 Savage on the back line. Multi-shot applied. Ollie's there as long with the Leech Seed as well. And I think this is just a straight-up kill. Coil is expended from Lornoff as well, but more rotation from Team Zero. They want to continue this fight. Lornoff will be able to use his Illusory Orb to get away, but the Phoenix is going to be traded for the Snap. So it's a 2-for-1 to start in favor of Aurora.
You know what situation this reminded me of? The 3-man Sand King stun last game.
That's true, yeah.
He just really, he's in there. This guy plays aggro when he thinks it's time for it. But again, feels like the team is a little bit late to that move. So ultimately, either his judgment call is a little bit over-aggressive or his team is too slow, but it felt like they were not fully on the same page there about the nature of the aggression there. So Aurora get a couple of good ones out of that. But I will say, no matter what, it's good to see the pace being ramped up a little bit here from both teams. I think that was going to be a natural progression in this game. With the lineups they have, I just don't expect the the very slow farming style. When the mid heroes are Puck and Earth Spirit, I don't think they're trading farm for 15 minutes without making moves. That would be very weird.
Yeah, it would be. Man, this Scatterblast Gore facet is crazy. It does so much damage.
Full bore is amazing.
Wait, what did I say?
I think you said gore. I mean, it's gory too.
It is gore. Yeah.
It does a lot of damage.
Full bore.
Full bore.
Level 5 right now on that Snapfire, and once that Mortimer's Kiss is up, I think the panel was discussing the synergy with both the Puck and the Treant, be able to contain these heroes into one location.
Yep,
Kisses will do a lot, and they're going to try something right off the bat now that he's level 6.
If this movement is successful, this could be really, really strong if they can transition it into a tower. The unfortunate nature of this move is that it's arguably 30 seconds too early. They'll kill the Phoenix here, which will be nice. Okay, finish it off. There we go. But now they don't have the siege creep, so probably not claiming the tower with it. A lot of the time we see teams smoking for the 10-minute siege creep timing, specifically so they get that extra collateral damage.
Ooh.
But now maybe not so much.
Smoked up, looking for nice waning rift.
Rune spot. So that will go the way of 70.
Will get that.
Do Aurora know what rune he got? I think they don't. So this could be... There's a possible play here with a TP to top if he sees heroes and just completely surprise them with an Invis rune. Now he's showing mid, so they will know. Keep his farm going.
Jabs with the Blade Mail coming soon.
Yeah, nice item against Earth Spirit, of course. A lot of uncontrollable damage. Also good against Sunray, good against Wind Ranger. Somewhat good against Bristle. I mean, it's an insane Blade Mail game when you look at it, actually. So, not surprised at all that he's choosing that first.
Yeah, 70 also going for that on the Earth Spirit.
Vanguard now unlocked. Bristleback, one of the few remaining heroes, if not the only one, that still buys Vanguard as his first item. Mostly we see heroes opt for, if they want a bit of tankiness, 2 or 3 bracers or phase boots bracers on heroes such as Axe. But 70, or rather Beyond, will be getting the Vanguard this game. And he's eyeing up the Ags next, so pretty standard stuff with that Quill Burst from the back. Some interesting possible combinations with Shackle Shot. I think that can actually become just an assassination combo. With Rubik as well, if he steals a stun, like Coil. Could be very, very powerful later down the line. We're getting ahead of ourselves, though. He's level 8. Take it easy, Shen.
Yeah, take it easy.
He's recovered now, though. Now his net worth is equal to the Drow. And that, he was looking very bad earlier.
Yep.
Now 73 CS is passable.
CS's?
CS is passable.
Okay.
Good try, though.
Appreciate that.
Not gonna work on me.
Definitely not in your homeland either.
No. I don't make mistakes.
23 Savage going to be opting for the Hurricane Pike as his first main item.
Yep. Probably Pike Silver, I guess. Seems pretty stable here.
Oh yeah, this is nice. That is satisfying. Just doesn't get the same, you don't get the same feeling with the goo facet, you know? Just that dopamine rush doesn't really enter into the game.
The dopamine rush of standing AFK at Ancients is unmatched.
It feels great. What can you say? It's great design. If you can stand AFK and it feels great, that's good.
That is a fair point. If you can literally not play the game and love the game, that's awesome.
If you're not griefing, that is. That's
fair. Yeah, that's a bit of a... Gotta be careful with that one.
Yeah, but they changed Shadow Amulet to not be quite the same as it was.
Yeah.
Can't abuse it. 1K lead very early on for Team Zero as things have slowed down a bit as the Maelstrom now online for Yes Sir.
Yes Sir.
Lornoff with the Witchblade. Blink will be the first item for him. 70 with the Arcane Rune, and see if he can get something going here. He's 0-2 to start the game, has 2 assists though.
Good placement here from Lornoff.
Bottom net worth on the
a little bit by chance, but I think they're going to dive this anyway. They've had enough and they want to open up the tower. They've made this rotation now, and Rubik is still smoked, so Ponlo could potentially get a very good obs out now. This is a nicely pre-placed sentry from Ollie with the timing still lasting on the vision.
Yeah.
So it will immediately get dewarded, and that might thwart their aggression, but honestly, when you've committed 5 heroes to rotate down here, surely you're finishing the job.
The tower's already kind of low.
Yeah. Oh, looks like Aurora
might want to fight.
about it.
Glyph. He does have overgrowth. Q has yet to use Mortimer Kisses. The silence right now onto Lorinov at half HP. You're gonna be able to find Ponlo to start things out as there's the overgrowth coming out, and the Mortimer's Kisses onto Yes Sir, trying to run away. Jabs, another slow coming out with that Nature's Grasp, and Yes Sir might be able to get out. In fact, he will, as Lorinov gets off the coil just to kill off the Phoenix. So just 2 supports dead for Team Zero. They do eventually get the X, but no connection. Oh, the Tidebringer deletes Yes Sir. So 3 for nothing in Aurora's favor. Great read from them and good execution.
Yeah, ironically, in that situation, 7E actually had a possible connection in the tower, and this time he did not go. So I wonder how his brain works with... he seems very aggressive sometimes and very withholding other times. Now he will go for this one.
Yeah, magnetize. Q. As the roll-in not gonna connect here. Q is definitely dead.
Yeah.
And the rest of Aurora will try to get out.
But Aurora will happily take this trade. This was a very good result for them. Sure, this tower is not long for this world, but them getting this good of a team fight out of it with multiple kills on a effectively dead tower, I think they're quite happy with the way this all went down. Now 7E.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Sir trying to run, gets the shackle off. Should be fine now as 7E damage rune is dissipating here.
Yeah, not enough backup there to try to turn this into a counterplay, but does manage to save his Windranger. Now be farming up in the jungle with the lovely Whirlwind. Pretty close to Gleipnir.
So in the end, it is essentially a tier 1 trade.
Yeah, but the bottom one was a guaranteed claim. So again, I think Aurora, this is probably a good outcome for them. We are seeing 23 Savage queuing up the Silver Edge next. The Pike is just about 200 gold away. So that is going to unlock that hero quite a bit. A big part of the reason we don't see Drow so much, despite this being a ranged carry heavy meta, is the hero needs quite a lot of time before she truly comes online, whereas many other ranged carries are just faster with their Gleipnir buildups. Drow doesn't really go that direction. So the fact that this game is just a little bit slow still compared to many other games we've seen in the tournament, it is good news for Drow. This is usually a very weak spot for the hero, and 23 Savage is really playing with fire here, just running in circles up here.
Silence stop, Yes Sir, looking for potential shackle, but they're going to keep things in place. The Blade Mail activating. You can see a lot of damage being applied to Lorinov, but the Cookie is there. The coil onto several. Ollie there in the back line with the overgrowth, and that is 2 cores dead right off the bat for Team Zero. And they're going to have to run away in shame. Highly doubt they're going to want to stick around here, assuming that Aurora wants to continue to push, but looks like they will back away into the jungle.
That was such a bizarre setup. It looked like 23 Savage was running circles 3 times in a row, really trying to bait until they finally took the bait. It was like a disbelief they didn't want to go on him. And well, they did. So it worked out for them, and they get another tower. A little bit of picking up the pace here for Aurora. Now suddenly top net worth will be 23. Interestingly, bought the Silver Edge recipe as his first component for his Silver Edge. That is, don't try this at home, folks, you don't understand. This is pro player stuff.
Yeah, they're always correct, of course.
Yes.
Ollie spotted. Another sentry having to be placed, though. You will certainly die in the river. Still having to waste the time of 4 members of Team Zero just to get that kill. Pretty annoying. As the 18-minute rune is bottled by Lorinov. Steals it right in the face of 7E.
Very nice. That is such a big rune for Earth Spirit. Shield rune is incredible on that hero.
Yeah, his strength gain.
Yeah.
Insane.
Gets a ton of EHP from it, and it also really fits the playstyle. I think this... Oh, hang on.
Coil immediately broken.
He has no backup, though. So...
Looks like he'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, so Earth Spirit's playstyle, this has to be one of the best heroes in the game to get a shield rune on. It's like mid Earth Spirit and mid Tiny, I guess. Where they have so much health, and they really want to go and Primal Beast, absolutely, up there. Those 3 Really, really love this rune. Just go get in the front of, get in the face of the enemy team, get that extra 50% health, and just stay alive. But yeah, not going to be the case here. We'll be on the puck.
What do you think of the Earth Spirit so far? Think he's had enough impact? Because it feels like a lot of the fights he's been trying to go for have not worked out for Team Zero.
I think he would have liked to do more than this, and honestly, I think it's been a little bit down to misplays or miscommunication. He did that really aggressive dive earlier where his team wasn't fully ready, and then when, in my opinion, there was a good opportunity, he hesitated. So maybe a little bit off of his A game here, but still very much salvageable for the side of Team Zero. They're not very far behind. Earth Spirit, obviously, as you said, lowest among the cores, but this hero with 9k net worth can easily have the same impact in a team fight as a puck with 11 if the spells land. It's just a matter of being in the right position and finding the correct opportunity, and his net worth will be converted into extremely powerful team fight capabilities as soon as this BKB comes out, because then the counterplay that Aurora have relied on so far is largely non-existent. We've talked about how they have a ton of AoE magic damage, but not that much single target physical. If Drow is accounted for and Earth Spirit wants to go in with a Blade Mail on and BKB, I think he can play more or less freely, aside from Overgrowth. So he can absolutely get his full combo off as he wants. So even more emphasis there onto 23. Getting that damage out. He's doing very well for himself, though.
Yeah.
Silver Edge is not far off.
I was going to ask how fast do you get shard on this hero, but I guess we can see that. It's after BKB. Which means if he was wanting to go for Ags, it's not going to be for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I think he probably still gets it. Well, he's eyeing up Lincoln's too. Okay, he's eyeing up a lot of items. I think he hasn't decided yet. It's just queuing up the entire shop. I want one of everything.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Beyond on that Bristleback has his Ags and has a lot of lifesteal, or a lot of spell lifesteal with the Voodoo Mask, in addition to the Vampire Fangs, which is exactly what you're looking for if you're a Bristle.
Yeah, gonna use this immediately to grab himself a Tormentor.
Why are his teammates even there, Cinder? He can solo that. He's a big boy.
Yeah, I think so too. Seems a little bit unnecessary. I actually think it's counterproductive for them to be there. I'm with you.
ZZQ gets the shard, so we talked about that in a previous game.
Yeah.
Best in the game, as you're going to see the initiation with the boat coming in, as well as the Mortimer's Kiss is, yes sir, is dead. And 7E just having a look on. He gets the magnetize onto 3 heroes, though. Beyond TPing in, as the roll does not connect for 7E.
Yes, BKB.
He does. We'll use it once he's at half HP. Overgrowth to follow. Do they have the physical damage to rip through him? Drow from the sideline doing a lot of damage as the roll to the south, right off the map. The Phoenix Egg is dead, focused entirely by Aurora. And that's 2 kills. Without anything to show for if you're Team Zero.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that big combo that we know that Team Zero's lineup is capable of producing. And a lot of the time it's because it's Aurora. Very nice find from Lauren off there.
Yeah. And the Blade Mail.
That's a big one.
Not going to be enough to save his life, and 7E will die to the hands of Lorenoff himself.
So I think a lot of the time the reason this game is going the way it is in the fights is that the majority of the initiative that's taken is Aurora finding Windranger. That feels like most of the fights that we've seen break out begin that way, and either YSR dies or has to run out and reset and gets saved by Earth Spirit. So they're not truly getting that setup where they come in from smoke and they get a telekinesis into Earth Spirit roll with a Bristle Burst or with a Shackle Shot plus Focus Fire, or excuse me, Whirlwind combination. Hasn't really lined up fully for Zero that way. So considering that, the relatively small gold differential is actually quite surprising.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I mean, we've talked about this several games ago, but
yeah,
it feels like when a team looks like they're ahead by quite, I mean, obviously the score can be deceiving, but it feels like they're winning this game regardless of score. And it's basically even net worth-wise. That's crazy to me.
But then it's about the writing on the wall for late game. Like, the panel was talking about can Zero, like, just they're on a timer, right? Bristleback, ultra late game against Drow, that matchup gets really tricky. You have a mid-Earth Spirit who inevitably will not be able to output the same as a fully slotted puck. So you would think that in this stage of the game, the Zero lineup wants to force the issue a little bit and really play into their Bristle strengths. But once again, it seems to be a relatively quiet approach. This team is taking an... Well, there you go. Now he has to deal with a Silver Edge.
Yeah.
So that timing that he might have had before is now a lot weaker on the Bristle. You can still overpower a Silver Edge with Bristleback, with Bloodstone, and getting all your stuff off. It's not a death sentence to get silvered, but it definitely doesn't make things easier.
How did Kunkka get the shard? Oh, it was a 50-50 between him and Snapfire. Okay,
Yeah.
so they already had one on.
Yeah, Trent bought his own.
I see. I mean, that's really... Tidal Wave is amazing.
It's very good.
Very good shard.
It's very good both offensively and defensively this game. It's an extra protection layer for Drow. If they do get on top of her with Earth Spirit or Bristle, that they can perhaps get a knockback from the Kunkka in addition to Gust. And if they do find a catch, it's also a really good way of getting Wind Ranger into a crappy position. So...
Yeah, I mean, with Coil can be disgusting.
Very true. There's some nice combo potential there.
Oh, we got the Waning Rift, and this is a dead Phoenix. Freebie again for Aurora. Still 3 minutes on that Aegis. See how much they can get out of it. Again, score can be deceiving. 14-4. Does feel a little bit like game one.
Yeah, it does, doesn't
it? The score was very lopsided, but the net worth was not. And then eventually Aurora were able to open it up into an astronomical lead.
Yeah.
But they're certainly dictating how this game is being played in terms of the pace. Silver Edge now online for 23 Savage, which means Beyond is going to be in a lot of trouble in these fights.
Yeah, Shard coming out. So 20% extra damage whenever he wants. And I guess that Shard is actually also quite interesting against a hero like Bristle. Especially if he activates his Seeing Red, then maybe he can't even see the Glacier.
It's such a weird fast. I mean, it's a cool concept. I would say.
I like it.
But again, like as a viewer, it's hard to even tell what's going on because you're not seeing what.
All right, this is finally a moment of a smoke from Zero.
Finally, a moment of a smoke as 23 Savage is going to get stunned, pushed back into the tier 2. Telekinesis back as well. Sunray, nice gust from the 23 Savage, silencing 3 heroes. Tidal Wave onto the back line. The Bristleback is already dead. We'll buy back instantly, though. Again, Age is still there for less than 2 minutes. As Aurora will somewhat reset. Ollie looks to be dead. As long as 70 wants to finish the job.
They get the Aegis.
They do get the Aegis. Bristleback still quite healthy, but this is after a buyback as the Tidal Wave's being used on both sides. The Blade Mail not going to do too much for 70 as he is taken out. The break onto Beyond, but you can see the Agnum Scepter doing a lot of work against jabs. Tidal Wave back as Yasser in a lot of trouble in the meantime. We'll get the barrier applied to him, but the Kunkka does die. And you can see the Phoenix diving in as the Drow extremely low, and finally 23 Savage is taken out. His reign will come to an end as Lorinoff will follow suit. So all these buybacks coming out, Team Zero, I should say, finally coming out ahead in a team fight. I mean, technically, 2 buybacks. They gained 1,000 net worth, Cinderin.
It was 4 for 4 with an Aegis, but you used 2 buybacks. It's honestly kind of a draw. I think Aurora quite happy overall. But maybe if they lose this tower and a little bit of map control, that is, you know, hidden gold, so to say. You can't really buy vision in the same way as just pushing out waves with no opposition. So maybe that could set up a subsequent play here, but that was very scrappy. Like, it was clear in that moment that both teams were a little bit confused with what exactly was going on. Extremely chaotic fight, and a lot of the time Earth Spirit and Bristleback bring that to the table, as well as the puck on the other side. And the stolen Tidal Wave definitely didn't help with keeping track of the fight for either of the teams. But if nothing else, Team Zero finally takes some initiative. We're going to see the replay here. So very nice kick in here, but also a pretty good save. He's going to pike himself out and get ghost shipped. And then the first kill on the Bristle. I do want to mention just how important it is right now that the Bristleback doesn't have Bloodstone. I think if he had the Bloodstone in these fights, I think he doesn't die. But now he's going to go BKB instead. He'll keep just the casual mask for now. But yeah, if he had BKB as well, same story. He just doesn't die to these exchanges, and I can't help but feel that despite Zero being on a timer, there is a big moment coming up for them soon. When that BKB on Bristle is done, now Phoenix with the pipe, and the Wind Ranger as well with her. She did use her first BKB charge, I believe, in this fight. It's not hard to envision how their fights can work out really well. They just haven't done it yet. So if they do manage to line it up very nice, I could easily see them come back here. But still, Aurora definitely, in my opinion, in the driver's seat. And they will probably be looking at their lineup, chilling up, waiting for next Roche.
So back to the waiting game, you say?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir. Has the BKB, Gleipnir. What's next on the docket for him? Is it a Daedalus, I assume?
He's queuing up Manta.
Oh, Manta.
Seems like that's one of the least talked about strengths of Treant whenever he's good in the meta, is the fact that people sometimes are forced to buy an additional defensive item on carries. Drow, or rather Wind Ranger, would not buy Manta here if it weren't for Treant. It's the literal only reason that he buys a secondary Dispel. And that's, that's a lot of power to have in the hands of a position 5, being able to influence the enemy item build that much. And YSR was like, no, I don't care. So he's buying Chrysalis. So yeah, it was close. He almost felt forced, but then he didn't after all.
I see.
So yeah, maybe not.
I mean, the icon of the Daedalus is very, very enticing, I would say.
I agree. It's a pretty bow.
Smokes on both sides. Beyond is the one showing in the mid lane for now.
He has the
Will start
BKB.
things out. Mortimer's kisses. He does pop the BKB eventually. 70 jumping in onto the Kunkka, pops his Blade Mail as well. Not a lot of damage done because everybody's so damn tanky right now. Jabs in the river. He's also tanky, in case you were wondering. Slowed to a crawl, though, as, Coil only onto 1. And we'll see if Aurora want to back away now that a lot of these ultimates have been used. 0 kills.
It is unreal to see how much damage went into that Kunkka and his HP bar didn't move. Like, what in the world? All right, well. Good fight.
that was a fight in Dota. That's what we call it. It was technically a fight.
I think that a 30-second clip of that fight, when your friends who haven't watched Dota in 2 years are like, what's the meta this TI? You show them that clip. It says more than 1,000 words, that 30-second sequence right there.
Yeah, that's fair. 70 working on his Shivas. Still looking for the Bloodstone on Beyond. Obviously that buyback set him back a bit. But you think once he gets that, that's when he's unkillable.
Just like everyone else.
Yeah. He's going to be in line with everybody else in this game.
I do think
that
is a fair concern here, though, is ultimately, if the game is going to be in this state for the next 10 minutes, right? You're going to get to an ultra late game where I think the deciding factor will be, will Wind Ranger be able to Whirlwind and kill stuff for her team? Or will Drow be able to single target stuff and kill stuff for her team? Because we're back to square one with the problem I was talking about against Bristleback, is the Radiant lineup, aside from Drow, does not have meaningful single target damage. It's like, it's a lot of, they do have a lot of damage, but it's AoE, so it's very mitigatable by auras and by, just kiting, essentially. But both the Wind Ranger as well as the Drow, if they do get to laser in on a target, can very well kill off very fast. So I think the carries are definitely the players to watch now. More so than in most games. They will be the deciding factor. A lot of the time, the off-laner can carry a game or a mid-laner can carry a game. This doesn't feel like this is the one that's going to happen.
Only time will tell. I think this is the 60-minute game we were waiting for, by the way.
It is a possibility.
But first, we got to get to Roche number 4 or so. This is number 2.
It's banner time.
Indeed.
All right. I'll give you an over-under. This banner gets used before Roche respawns.
It's not happening.
Okay, so you're saying they don't use it until third Roche.
Yeah. I think that's what happened in this series earlier, actually. They went for 2 racks and they put 1 on each lane. And it worked out quite well. But of course, Sniper was there to foil their plans. He killed it and then lost his racks right after.
So did he really?
He killed the banner. That was his objective, Cinderin.
And 1K gold
on the cliff.
This is very, once again, very even. A lot of the
Link away. Okay.
So, I guess rather than just looking at the net worth differential between the teams, let's look at the distribution a little bit as well, right? Because you have Treant, who will generally be on the bottom. This hero doesn't farm that much. He has 3,500 up to Phoenix, who is the corresponding position 5 in the enemy team. So, on the cores, the Radiant is ahead by a meaningful amount, but on the support, the Dire are ahead by a meaningful amount. So who do you put your faith in here? Is it an extra item on Drow, or is it an extra item on a hero like Phoenix?
Right.
Because we're once again approaching a point where ZZQ, quietly, despite being 1-6, is actually quite farmed.
But he's certainly had less impact than Ollie, though, this game so far.
Oh, for sure. But again, we looked at the last game. Phoenix was a difference maker when they wanted to finish that game off. That Hex that Phoenix had really did a lot. If he continues like this with the farming trajectory, then he will pull ahead by more than just one item against Treant. So can Aurora... Can they deal with a farmed Phoenix? I don't think Drow is the best hero at killing the egg. Snapfire is good when she's allowed to fire all of her Shredder attacks.
Yep.
But a very strong Phoenix late game here is, in my opinion, a real concern for the Radiant lineup.
The banner was used. I lost.
Good prediction. You were off by at least 7 minutes.
Yeah,
I think.
Fair. Pretty close.
Not bad.
I'm surprised they're trying to go high ground this early, but they do have the Aegis, and they will poke.
Yeah. Well, I guess from their perspective, who's going to break the banner?
Yeah, they don't have a sniper this time. Okay, so the tower already under half HP. It's a waning rift onto the
early
Phoenix.
pipe there. ZZQ got scared, got proper spooked.
Okay, you can just wait that out now. It's 23 Savage on the Glacier. Will finish off the tower. Nope, the fortification comes through first.
Okay.
Got to deal with this banner. It is strong. Okay, they get the break onto the Bristle at half HP. Now they're going to kick in the Drow.
X-Mark.
But he's fine.
Clutch.
Nice save there from the Kunkka. And Beyond already using his Bloodstone as well as another Glacier for 23 Savage. That is the death of the tower. And guess what? The banner is still alive, Cinderin.
But now the banner placement is not going to... Well, I guess if they can't pull the wave in, then they can't get it out of range. Now they finally do. So they might defend the melee. But I mean, still good job, right? Aurora get the tower and H-Rex for free.
Still under 2 minutes for the Aegis.
Very, very important that Jabs was quick on his fingers there with the X-Mark. I think Savage would have been in a pretty bad spot.
And try to finish off this lane. Again, the Glacier to get some high ground advantage. Now the Barracks getting pretty low. Shackle shot will hit. Just a lot of poking and prodding. No true initiation coming through for either side.
When is the last time you saw a banner expire from duration?
That is true.
15 seconds left on the banner.
On the old patch, we saw it all the time because they put in a random lane that would do literally nothing as the tower, or sorry, the Barracks will finally fall.
It did its
in
job.
This extremely exciting team fight. One lane for Aurora.
Easy 200 gold for Beyond. That makes up for the lane.
Damn, that's good.
Yeah. All right, well, that was, felt a little bit like a museum tour. They were just looking at the art. Both teams were watching.
If it's a boring museum, then it's contemporary art, right? Is that what that is?
Well, those barracks were contemporary until they were no longer there.
That's fair. Tier 2 towers next. Again, still with the Aegis. I don't think they're going to go for the high ground again, since it is expiring somewhat soon.
Yeah, and they don't have banner this time.
That's true. The banner was, I mean, unironically, it was quite good.
Oh yeah,
it's much better.
It was the only reason they raxed.
Yeah, for sure.
So they put it to very good use there.
They're poking here. Again, the Glacier.
Some damage.
Beyond.
Quite a lot of damage, actually.
Yeah. Pretty good usage of that Aghanim Scepter. 23 Savage. 15 seconds. Wants to get as much damage on these buildings before he has to exit. And yeah. So Aurora, they take a full set of racks. Very exciting back and forth. 0 heroes died.
Both carries now without Aegis, and both carries with a Daedalus. So any upcoming fight has the potential to be very explosive in nature if the carries are free to roam in the fight.
So they hit buildings even harder, is what you're saying.
Just keep an eye on the carries. They will be the ones killing. If anything is to die in this game, it will be the active position ones getting the job done.
And remember, whoever wins this game will be upper bracket for the main event here at TI. So there is a ton on the line.
Yeah.
Smoke now
Don't
from
want to be in
Aurora.
the first round of elimination, no matter what opponent you get.
Yeah, that is a rough place to be. Beyond, it's going to get broken. Silence up, they force the BKB. Nice exchange there is now 7E. We'll have to BKB out of the coil. So it's coil for 2 BKBs, essentially.
Very good trade for Aurora. I believe neither of those BKBs were 6 seconders yet anyway, so I think the Earth Spirit one was 7 and the Bristle was 8, so not only do they force them, they also cut down the duration for future fights. Now Lorinov will get X-marked, a little bit of a poke here.
Yep, and Drow can try to finish this tower, does so easily, despite not having the banner, has the confidence now because the banner lived a good life. Now even a blink for Ollie, and this is actually pretty huge. The blink overgrowth can have huge impact on this game. And they're just going for the X marks shenanigans. 70 jumps in with that Shivas, gets silenced though right off the bat. Tidal Wave trying to bring the Phoenix back, but it's the Earth Spirit who is dying. The Sunray not enough. The buyback available though.
This is all Aura's pop plus boat for Aurora, so actually I need to be a little bit careful with not overextending here. This could cost them a lot with a buyback if they get caught.
I mean, it's been so long that the next Roche will be somewhat soon.
Yep.
But yeah, the question is, do they want to continue here?
So the siege
range,
Helm's
that's
Deep.
an easy one. But the melee though, still a fortification to come for Team Zero, and they're trying to bait this buyback.
Shackle not connecting, nice force.
Of course, Aurora not sure.
Cookie rather.
If 70 does have the buyback, but we can see that he certainly does. I mean, the melee racks is really low, and no fortification to come. There's backdoor protection for the time being, but the creeps are on their way. And just like that, it's 2 sets of racks for Aurora. Is that 1 hero kill in both sets of... Okay, just checking. You're the analyst.
Yep.
And the next Roche available for Aurora in
is 1.
30 seconds. What's that?
19 minus 18 is 1. And the siege began with 18 to 8. So
actually, this isn't even, it could be a long Roche. We'll see in 10 seconds.
It could. Could also be a short Roche.
Yeah, it could.
We'll find out. 23 Savage will attack another tower. The tower has fallen.
He has a lot of building damage this game. The MVP for sure, the building damager himself, 23 Savage. So it's a relatively short Roche, less than a minute now. And this is exactly what Aurora, I mean, Aurora are playing this perfectly. Look at that building damage. That is quite the discrepancy, I have to say.
It's a good stat.
There's a Treant Protector there. He is going to stand in the pit because this is very important. Doing the X marks TP to get their items. And we have the double screen now in case you missed them the first time.
All right, smoke out from Team Zero. Looking for their 9th kill and their first kill in 25 minutes.
Yep. Seems Roche is more important to them than their buildings. Defense of the Roshan, I believe is the name of this game.
They cannot give away another banner.
The banner will end them for sure. They have no counter, no sniper. We've talked about it many a time. Will teams okay?
Jabs breaks the smoke.
Yes, indeed. Tidal Wave brings the Bristle back into their arms. He's going to pop the BKB, though. They're going to roll in onto the Kunkka. He's very tanky. As I say that, he's getting melted, though. Sunray ripping right through him. That's the death of Jabs.
That's a good egg.
Instantly buys back into the game. The egg is placed with the Sunray as well. 23 Savage trying to run away from this Earth Spirit. Q is going to be lost. That's going to be a second buyback now for Aurora. The coil onto several heroes. Power shot deletes 23 Savage. We thought he got away, but it's not to be. And it's going to be a dieback for Q. He just runs in and dies.
He sounds on Lorinov. He's dead.
Puck is also going to drop. This is a disaster for Aurora. Out of nowhere. They will get the kill onto the Earth Spirit, but that's basically it.
They're 5k gold behind now with 2 lanes of racks, and they have...
They're buildings!
They don't have many buybacks, so this... Okay.
Team Zero can go for Roche. They can try to poke at the high ground. They can get their own Roche's banner.
Just Okay, that was actually the perfect example of what I was talking about, right? There's multiple things happening here. First of all, who gets the jump? They get the Kunkka isolated and they kill him before he gets much of his stuff off. The carry gets to do damage and the Phoenix gets to do so much with his net worth in this fight. So pay attention to how low Kunkka gets before he even gets to press a button. I think he might not even, yeah, he's chain stunned. He didn't do anything. And then this Supernova plus double Sunray, they force out 23 Savage and his full BKB, and then a beautiful power shot to finish him off in the very end here, coming down from YSR just as the BKB expires. So
yes, sir, he did it.
My goodness, they're gonna get Roche 2.
Well, it's Roche 3.
Good one. And guess what? That means they now have a banner.
Yep.
Will they be able to take 2 lanes of barracks without killing a hero?
I don't know. I'm not sure that's ever been done before.
This is one of the more... I think the thing we were talking about with art installation is actually quite fitting for this game. This is like some modern art stuff. I haven't really seen this before, this type of game. It's very intriguing.
Yes, intriguing.
Indubitably.
Very nice.
Fascinating.
Well, the Aegis now there for the likes of Team Zero. 23 Savage will have to take the scraps, which is a Tormentor, which only gives gold at this point. Everybody's got their shard. Still a couple more shards to go for Team Zero, though. Any 25 talents that you think are important to discuss at this stage?
All of them.
Okay, go ahead.
Windranger is level 25. And she took Whirlwind.
Yep.
Is longer. In all seriousness, though... Well, which ones are realistic? So Bristle is somewhat close. And Drow is very close. So Drow can get multi-shot wave or marksmanship chance. Probably takes marksmanship chance, right? Almost always. So, again, ultimately, I don't think there's like a game-changing 25 talent that's likely to come up right now, but it's icing on the cake for either team with what they're already doing. So it means if Aurora are having a good fight where 23 Savage gets to hit stuff, this extra 10% is a really meaningful damage increase. But as we're seeing in the fights, the last one we just saw, he didn't even get to attack. Right. He just got bullied out, and no talent is going to help him with that. It's a matter of having the right formation in the team and having the vision and getting the jump. And right now, Team Zero definitely very well ahead in that regard. The only saving grace for Aurora right now is that they have a 2 Rex advantage. So there's constantly waves that the Dire team has to deal with. They have to do trash duty. And in the meantime, Lorinov is pushing the 3rd one. Yeah. So a very deliberate defensive play by playing on the map here from the side of Aurora with their mid laner.
He's going for an Eon Disc just to make sure he doesn't get 100 to 0. 1 to 0 would be really impressive, actually, on a puck.
What?
Nothing.
Yeah, very impressive to deal 32 damage indeed.
What?
You said 1 to 0.
Yeah, that's... Never mind.
Sorry.
YSR pops the peak. Oh my god! Okay, that's the Aegis down just like that. His team is coming in. ZZQ has the egg available. Finally will use it, trying to heal up the Windrunner, but so much damage being applied by 23 Savage. They destroy the Windrunner and the egg. And now they're trying to disengage as double buyback for Team Zero, despite having the Aegis there. Ollie will be cleaned up by Beyond. And it looks like the Kunkka will follow suit. So they do get 2 kills out of it. My goodness, that was expensive.
No buyback on jabs, though, is pretty important here. This is a 5-on-4 situation now. And they are paying out Lorinov. Ponlo is on the hunt here, does not get the lift, and Lorinov might get out of trouble. He also still has the disc to assemble if he wants to. But man, killing Windranger twice there before the team really responds, I feel like it's almost unforgivable for the side of Team Zero. That's such a big blunder. Correct me if I'm wrong, she BKB'd on the first life, right?
I think so.
I think she BKB'd at the end of her first life, and then she came back and didn't have it for the second one. That's why they could kill her so quickly the second time. Because realistically speaking, you're probably not killing this Windranger with BKB focus, BKB Whirlwind plus Satanic running. So they must have caught her in a weak moment and really capitalized as much as possible. But I didn't even catch the first death. I was looking at the hero, and she was just dead on the ground.
She got 3-shot by 23.
Yeah.
Pretty insane damage coming out from the Drow. How much more room does 23 Savage have to grow right now? He is going for a Satanic. I suppose the boots will go bye-bye.
Yeah, probably.
And then after that, I mean, we talked about Ags. That's certainly the next step.
Yeah. I assume so. A synth.
Well, Team Zero.
This is anyone's game.
They still have the cheese. It's going to be on 7E right now.
Yep. And he did use his refresher orb.
Yeah.
I don't know if we mentioned that one.
We did not.
But having two of them. So here's the replay. So she just, okay.
Yeah.
She popped her BKB on the first life on 90% health and just got 4-shot. So that's one of those, it's so easy in hindsight to say, why the hell did I BKB? But he obviously didn't expect to die so fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, not having that on the second life is
Coil
a huge issue.
and kisses.
Stolen phase shift. He could blink. He doesn't time it right. He didn't have the right facing, I think, on pawn low. Should be able to blink out of literally everything there as long as he clicks it directly in the direction that
Wasn't there one spell that was an anomaly with that?
Am
I just making that up?
I don't know if they ever changed it with Chrono, so you can't do it with that, but I feel like you can blink out of basically everything with phase shift as long as you're clicking the exact way you're facing. But maybe there is something, as you said, perhaps.
There's always an exception in Dota. It wouldn't be Dota without an exception, surely.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is going to be a game of Roche number 4.
As you predicted.
Yeah.
Did call it. We also predicted they wouldn't use the banner, so it's 1 for 1. But hey, the Dire haven't used their banner, have they? No, they haven't. It's in the backpack of Pawn Low.
That's true. Maybe they'll gift it to Aurora.
Maybe he'll place it defensively as a ward when they get pushed.
Yeah, possibly. That was an old school strat, of course, from 1 year ago. 23 Savage on the Glacier, doing a lot of damage to this tower.
Glacier plus X Mark is actually quite dirty.
I have to say, it's pretty impressive.
There's no Yule on the... Oh, there is a Yule on the Dire on Pawn Low. So actually, as soon as he's up, they need to be a little bit careful with this play. Or he could get Blink Yuled by the Rubik into roll kick from Earth Spirit. And 7E can have insane impact since he got
do you
this
have
refresh.
vision on the high ground? On the Glacier?
Oh, you mean to Yule him?
Yeah.
I think so, as long as you're also on the same level, right? So if if he uses the Glacier on the low ground and you're standing in your base, don't you see him? Actually,
I don't know.
I've not played very much with and against the Glacier in these like edge case scenarios, so I think, I mean, otherwise they could get vision somehow, right? They could power shot, they could throw a Fire Spirit. You know, there's different ways. They can use Shiva on Earth Spirit, but I do think they see him already. Either way.
Okay.
But yeah.
I'll trust you. I mean, if that wasn't the case, though,
either way, if he is hitting the tower, they should be able to see him regardless.
Yeah, there's a...
So as long as he's hitting something, then we should see him.
It's a 1 shot away from getting this tower. And of course, they have 2 lanes. Can they get this 3rd set of racks without a kill? See the X marks with...
I really don't think Aurora is going to try to actually commit for the high ground without Aegis. I think there's...
Last time they went for that Roche, they lost that fight, and that's why we're in this predicament.
Yeah, the thing about doing it this way, though, is...
Okay. Looks like they found a counter over. The Eon Disc does proc for the puck. And now Aurora will back away. That was a little bit scary from their perspective.
It's just this aggressive... Constantly pushing this wave in and having strong formation here is the best way of protecting Roche for Aurora. Because as long as they continue to control the ancient area and they just push midwave and midwave and bottom wave, top wave is pushing itself, so is mid. So you're covering the 3rd wave, which effectively is preventing Zero from getting out on the map with anything else than a smoke. So you just need to keep the formation, have the right heroes in the right place to break smoke, and you should be good. But now, Ollie is really far away.
Hello, okay. Telekinesis onto the Drow. Able to get the stun off right off the bat. He's already half HP, has to force staff away. The Jabs and company on the run, but now the stun onto the Kunkka might be left to his own devices. He has a BKB of his own, though. Attempting to run away is beyond. Will chase. Meanwhile, 23 Savage trying to take out YSR. He does so from his Glacier. It looks like he's going to live through his engagement, but I don't think he can continue to fight. Meanwhile, Ollie taking a ton of damage. Looks like he's going to drop to 7E and company. Lornoff already used the coil. He's going to have to back away.
Hexed.
Gets hexed. Do they have the control? Tidal wave back. Gets off the phase shift again. Jab still available. As Lornoff, Eon Disc procs again. We'll be able to illusory orb away. Meanwhile, 23 Savage healed enough to be able to get back into this fight. Doing a decent amount of damage. He gets stunned up though. Dust is going to reveal, and now the Drow's in a ton of trouble. 23 Savage is dead. Jabs popped as well, and they found Lornoff somehow. Thought he was out of there already. Their base is in shambles. All they lost was 2 heroes. They buy back on the bristleback.
Ah, yes, the classic strat. Lose your carry in a 1v1 and then team wipe the enemy team. I wish I had a good explanation for these fights, but it's just so extremely chaotic. Everything that's happening is like, it feels like you need 3 monitors to see the separate skirmishes happening in this actual team fight. What a crazy setup. And whew, I mean, ultimately, what ends up happening, kind of, if you want to simplify it, is all the auras expire, right? These team fights are mega long. So all the auras expire, and then the Bristleback and the Earth Spirit just have cooldowns for days. Yeah. They just keep going and going and going. So this opening on 23 Savage already, in my opinion, this is pretty sloppy from Aurora, that Ollie is out collecting Lotuses while his teammates are holding the high ground. This was a 5v4 engagement because Treant was bottom right.
Oh my, are they actually going for the throne here? They're going to force a buyback onto Lorna. Fortifications popped. The banner is placed on the bottom so they can push the wave easily. As Beyond and company now definitely going for throne. Lornoff gets the
big damage.
Waning Rift onto 2.
They can't do this.
Mortimer's Kiss is doing quite a bit as well to dissuade Team Zero from continuing on here. They get a range racks.
This is still very successful though. They forced 2 buybacks and those are more valuable than Elena Barracks at this point, for sure.
Yep, Coil extended just for the Rubik.
3 seconds Wind Waker. 1. He might live here.
Can he get to the high ground? No. Will die. No buyback available for him. And they'll clean up this wave in the bot lane. The tower still remains. So 4 buybacks in the game. 3 of them are on Team Zero's side.
So in the replay that we just had to cut short, Treant is bottom right collecting Lotuses while 4 of his teammates are holding the high ground. And Zero kind of just YOLO in there as 5 and get the initiation onto 23, which is the Dream Engage. They forced his BKB. He got saved and got out of the fight, but it meant he had a hard time reinitiating. So ultimately, with him being that, how to say, injured from the beginning of the fight, you do have a pretty solid numbers advantage despite him rejoining the fight and killing the Wind Ranger. He had to use absolutely everything defensively in the first place. And then ultimately the Bristleback and the Earth Spirit just over the course of 40 seconds just run down 1 hero to the next, because if Drow can't fight, those 2 heroes can't die. So the initial start of that fight was actually quite instrumental despite all the heroes surviving the first volley. All right, 70.
Oh, they get the Hex onto the Kunkka. The Sunray to follow, trying to force that from the safety. He gets shackled. A Cookie on top of him as well. Is full HP though. Pops the BKB. Look at the damage being applied here. Windrunner almost dead just off the bat along with the Earth Spear. They have all their buybacks though. 4 expended just from Team Zero's side, and they only get the Treant Protector. The Aegis still intact.
That is a
what the hell was that?
Dream result for Aurora.
Oh, no buybacks in the game, by the way.
So he put the Supernova in the middle of 4 enemy heroes, but there wasn't enough protection to prevent them from just attacking it. Snapfire was hitting it, Drow was hitting it. I think even the melee heroes were hitting the egg. They only got the buyback of the Treant off of that, so ZZQ really wanted to get the game-winning play there, but you're going to see here the egg probably under the circumstances just too offensively placed. So first we get the Sunray into the Kunkka who's getting forced out. Treant is low, and now this dive, I think if he didn't place it here, if he let it finish or get like 3/4 of the way back and place it on the high ground, I think it would have covered the whole fight and they couldn't have killed it. But it's one of those like moments where it's all panic, right? This is super high intensity moments and people are more prone to make mistakes there, but wow. Okay. Well,
Aurora are used to very late game scenarios.
They are.
We've seen it so many times before with the old Talon from, that was last year, wasn't it?
Yep.
My goodness. And we might be getting another one here. Still with the Aegis, still on 23 Savage. And last we checked, 0 buybacks currently. Will both teams, I mean, do you try to take advantage of this Aegis right now if you're Aurora, or do you wait for buybacks? Because Team Zero used theirs more recently, so there's a period there where you have the advantage.
So Drow has 3 lives because he's going to afford buyback now.
Okay.
23 is the only player in the game with buyback, and he also has the Aegis, so the numbers advantage you have is quite significant. But the problem is your buyback isn't particularly valuable because you can't TP back to the fight because you can't afford buyback and travels. And also on top of all of that, do the players actually know, like how good of an overview do they have in this completely heated late game? of the true state of buybacks. I think if I had to guess, they obviously know that 4 heroes just bought back from 0, but they probably don't know when the 5th one did. And for 0, I doubt they have a very clear idea, because you see they're staggered on the Radiant, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be it's going to be a game of
all of them
chicken
are
almost.
as well.
But I mean, with the information we have, I feel like Savage should absolutely go and hit the barracks. We'll see if they go for it. But it is one of those moments where if things go wrong and he lifts his arms and he starts cheering and they lose, then he'll just be like, why the hell did we go high ground?
Oh dear.
So
forever scarred by that occasion.
Yep. I think that clip is playing in his head right now. You see behind those eyes.
Perhaps.
Behind those eyes is a cheering man.
Okay, well, Team 0 do have fortification. Aegis still a minute. Surely you try to use this timing.
Well,
knowing that 4 heroes recently bought back. Surely this is the time. Okay, the banner is placed. Glacier gets the range racks. The jump in.
Good kick.
Trying to kick him in, but no, it's not going to happen. He stays low ground. Egg is available. Not going to use it quite at this stage. 23 Savage is going to be able to use his Hurricane Pipe to the high ground. Ollie's getting taken out. Gets the overgrowth at the last moment. We'll see if they want to back away now. Coil onto 2 with a Mortar Miscus is doing massive damage, but there's the Yules. Keeping 7E alive. 23 Savage doing so much damage, but a lot of defensive measures coming out from 7E and company. And lift onto 23 Savage. That is the first life for him.
5 on 4. Cooldowns are very expended. I think does Earth Crystal have a pressure?
7E will get the connection onto 23 Savage. Woo! He's already at half health. He's getting destroyed. Meanwhile, again, the creep's doing a lot of damage to these tier 4 towers in Team 0's base. Jabs with the attempt to TP. He will get out. Again, the buyback available with 23 Savage, but this is 1 tier 4 tower down.
Oh my god.
They have 3 gems, by the way. 3!
Why did we go high ground, guys? Why? We could have waited for tier 5 neutrals. They're spawning right.
Oh my goodness, here we go. We got what we wanted, Cinderin.
We could have got tier 5 neutrals and then pushed high ground. We had full map control. Why didn't we just wait?
All right, what are the tier 5s that make a huge difference?
All of them.
No, that's not true. Unwavering Condition is not one of those.
All of them except Unwavering Condition.
Okay. If that was good here, that would be amazing. Stygian on the puck. Okay, that'll help with buildings. Man, look at this build. Disgusting. That is a disgusting late game puck.
I mean, I guess, is there a problem with Mirror Shield here? There isn't, right? So I think Mirror Shield would be really good for Drow.
Force Boots on Windrunner. And I believe she can go up to 600 move speed, right? So, and this uncaps that, potentially? So, super fast.
Okay, let's see if they force the buyback here. Yep. Can they keep the composure?
For the throne, potentially. They get the Hex onto the Kunk of the buyback now to 23 Savage. It's still a 4v5 advantage. Team 0. BKB popped by Beyond. He has to run away.
Oh, Puddle!
Coil onto several heroes. The Mortar Miscus is doing a ridiculous amount of damage. Beyond being brought back. He's dead. Does have buyback, though. The egg gets destroyed. 2 dead now without buyback from Team 0's side. And now they have to back away.
Uh-oh.
And the Windrunner will follow suit. Triple kill for 23 Savage. No buyback to come. And just like that, it's a 5 versus 2. Team 0 may have just lost and going to the lower bracket with Aurora for the upper side.
And the lesson we learned today, Shannon, just don't go high ground. The team pushing is getting caught, getting out of position, and getting punished back to back to back. And all of these juicy tier 5 items for the taking for the Dire. They
tier
had
5 advantage. It was a 4-1.
They had a Force Boots and they went high ground with the entire jungle at their disposal.
Yep, and now the tier 4 will fall. Again, 2 versus 5. What can they possibly do? They can only look on as their Ancient is fully exposed. Bloodstone popped the jump in, last-ditch effort from 7E, but on the Glacier, 23 Savage with the BKB. The fortification finally popped. He's just gonna destroy 7E just very casually as the GGs come out, and Aurora going on to the upper bracket here at TI.
In convincing fashion. Never had a doubt. I knew this when I saw that.
What a game. Hey, we got our tier 5, Cinder. I'm happy, man. I'm happy.
I think this is the first game of the tournament that goes beyond an hour, by the way.
Perfect.
Yeah, when I saw that fight at 15 minutes, I knew they had it, and I'm sure the panel would agree.
Panel, do you agree?
them for a second. I think everybody was convinced from the get-go. After the draft, it was very clear. Talked with my panel. They said they preferred Aurora. They played the draft the way they should. This was exactly what you thought the cost.
Pretty much. We said, once we saw the picks, this is going to be a relatively easy game for Aurora. 20 minutes. This is what Team Zero have to win the game. Otherwise, the game's going to go for Aurora, and it did. It took them another good 40 minutes, and this is also one of the scenarios that I think everybody experienced. You're like, yeah, one more game before going to bed, last game of the day, and it always becomes as chaotic as this. It's just ridiculous. Dota late game becomes so chaotic. This is why, it's not a clean execution by any means. This is quite a lot of mistakes, and you get bursted down from 100 to 0 in 2 seconds. We've seen Drow Ranger killing the enemy carry, killing Erika in basically a second and a half. He's like, yeah, I couldn't even react. I didn't even see him there.
This game was so close to being like one of those like classic TI games where it's like it's awkward and then it's like stale and then Aurora's like winning it, 2 racks up and then 1 good smoke and suddenly Zero's back in. But it's like it was so close for Zero, and I feel bad for them. Like they made a couple like bad choices after clawing themselves back in, which hurt their ability. But again, it's such a difficult comeback game. Aurora was they took what 2 racks for free pretty much with no major contest, and we're watching highlights here like 70, Ponlo, even ZZQ, like they're trying so hard to get themselves, but it's just a little bit too late. I just wish they were a little bit more active in that early to mid game, and we weren't in this like farm fest for like 30-40 minutes. Like I just wish it didn't take 50 odd minutes for them to really come to life.
I mean, this game, to me, okay, we can talk about the late game point a little bit later, but I think that Aurora's draft was poised to take it once that Drow got the Silver Edge, and of course the Shard on Drow, which makes her counter Wind Ranger. At that point, with the Kunkka auras, with his boat, with his pipe, with his Crimson, it was very easy for Aurora to go Siege, which we saw them take the 2 racks for free.
In theory, yes.
In theory, but that's because Team Zero, with a mid-Earth Spirit, with a core Earth Spirit, it's very hard for that hero to fight into Kunkka because of his Rum, because of the way Magnetize works, because of Pipe. And we actually saw in the late game how he itemized for that. He built a refresher so that he could refresh his BKB duration and re-magnetize for when Kunkka's auras were over. For when that duration was over, that's when they were able to go in and be strong. But before that, it was such a hard fight for Zero to take that they just had to watch their buildings die because there was really no clean initiation for them there and no way to deal damage. And we saw in that smoke where they turned the game for themselves, it was because they picked off Kunkka first, basically. And with Kunkka dead, they have the damage.
Poor old Zero. What can you do?
Well, don't talk about them as if they're out. They're not out. They are still in it. They're just in a lower bracket. And Effie, there was one particular fight that you wanted to highlight about this series.
Yeah, so I'm talking about how hard it was for Team Zero to do damage, and that is because if you look at Kunkka's items, he has the pipe, the Crimson, and of course the boat. And here, he breaks the smoke. He steps out to break the smoke for his team, but he doesn't have a BKB at this stage of the game. He gets stunned. He isn't able to cast any of his auras for his team or his boat. And Team Zero, look at the damage that they do with Kunkka dead first. All of a sudden, these heroes are melting like it's nothing. It was like, Team Zero, where was this damage the whole game? But it existed. It's just that Kunkka as a hero mitigated. He erases it all, and that's why we're seeing this hero in almost every game this TI. He deletes enemy damage from the game.
And that's why it's so scary, because like if you don't find him, the fight, like you mentioned, is the opposite. So it's like, how often in a game of Dota can you reliably find that hero through the noise of the fight?
Before he casts his bow.
Exactly, before he just goes on the keyboard and wins the fight. Yeah.
Hit any key, because you have like 14 different keys.
He just removed all the other keys from the keyboard. He's just got 4 keys and just...
the Crimson Blade Mail, that's what you need to hit, pretty much. Both. These are the 3 key ones.
Very technical.
Yeah, and then if the damage does get mitigated, you got 23 Savage in the back dealing so much damage on his Drow Ranger, and he is the person that is right now standing by together with Pyrion for his winner's interview.
Indeed. Hello, Sheebs. So, young man, let's discuss that series. That looked like quite hard work. Did it feel like it?
Yeah, it's a pretty tough game. Their spirit level 25 kind of headache for us.
So, game 1, walk in the park. Everything looked hunky-dory for a quick 2-0. Game 2, what did go wrong for you guys that it felt like such a reverse from the first game?
I think we had our timing, but we didn't use it. We have 2 BKB at 20 minutes, but we just farm. And I mean, we didn't just farm, but we make a wrong gank. We should just 5v5.
And in game 3 there, were you guys seriously worried at one point? Because the Team Zero guys, I was watching it out there with them, they were getting very excited, and I thought, I think they're okay. Were you guys worried?
Not really. I think we got the game like on the first 30 minutes. It's all in our plan. We got our ages. We got 2 Rex. We push high ground. But there's some shit happens in sometimes, you know. So we just gotta cope with it and try our best.
Indeed, shit does happen. I got a question for you. After a slightly disappointing groups, you guys went 2 and 4 in groups. It must be great to get upper bracket here.
Yeah, actually every year that I've been in TI, we always have a shit first day, and then I just somehow managed to get to upper.
Well, that's nice at least. And what are you looking forward to against Cloud9? What are you expecting there in that matchup?
I think they're a really strong team right now. They're look unstoppable at this point, but maybe we figure something out and maybe we can win them. Like maybe we can win all the other teams.
Well, I sincerely hope you do. Congratulations on the win here today, and we'll see you in a couple of days' time. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to seeing Aurora go up against Cloud9. We'll have to wait a little bit, though, because this was only day 1 of the seeding matches. We'll have another whole day tomorrow. I will say, it was brought to my attention by Effie earlier today, that this was the only series today where the lower seed, Effie, wins from the higher seed.
Yeah, yesterday when we were theory crafting who would pick who, I was saying that you don't really want to go against Aurora because they haven't shown us what they can do yet. And even in this series, this wasn't them playing perfectly well. They're capable of a lot more, but it is the most Aurora thing ever for them to just lose groups but somehow end up in upper bracket.
Yeah, very much so. Here we see again how today came to be. We had our group stages finishing up yesterday, and all the first seeds got to choose between the 3rd and 4th seed from their opposite group, Group A from Group B, and Group C from Group D, and vice versa there. And we have played already 4 of these matches, the top 4 Lacoste. Were there any big surprises, if you look back, about what happened today?
Not really. I mean, Extreme Gaming and Talon, they played pretty close games, I would say. Extreme Gaming, they were victorious in the end, but Talon Esports showing what they're really made of. This is a team that should not be underestimated. They're going to be playing from the lower bracket, and then Team Liquid against BB Team. Team Liquid, they have BB's number. They just know how to play against them. They are a much faster team. That's what everybody's been saying. BB Team did pull off fast game in the second game, beating Team Liquid in good like 20 minutes, but then kind of crumbled in the third game as well. So kind of expected. And 2 other matchups that we've seen, Cloud9 against...
Pretty close, yeah.
1 dub.
There we go.
1 dub did not get a dub, though,
No.
this time around, T.
They might get one in the lower bracket, though, because this format is very forgiving, you know?
For now.
For now. I just want some eliminations soon, but it's fine, we'll get there.
Oh, don't worry, we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. But not tomorrow, though, because
Not
tomorrow,
tomorrow.
again, seeding matches.
Yeah, let's take a look at what's happening tomorrow. Another 4 best-of-3 series coming your way, and ST says no one gets eliminated. I will say the battle for upper and lower bracket does feel very, very fair. So we're going to kick it off with Falcons versus Beast Coast, Thunder versus Heroic, Spirit versus Nouns, and Gaming Gladiators versus G2IG. Effie, what's your highlight?
I would probably say GG versus G2IG because this looks like the most closely matched series. I wanted to say that tomorrow's seeding...
Alright, that's it for today. Nah, we haven't played. Wah, main Anan. Anan itu loh, di main menu loh. Berapa? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First win of the day udah. Dragon invisible mode ya. Apa paling dia ini paling cari berapa dan 3. Terus alright guys, thank you for watching. I will take my rest. Anybody from Twitch? I'm not buying. Not in buying things. We're gonna end soon, guys. Zeno Creative, Eva Adam. Offering that already. Alright, guys, you may go to the next live stream. Thank you for watching. Thank you for stopping by. My phone also very low in battery. So, kalian pamit lah sama Pragon ya. Cabut dulu Pragon. Thank you. Good luck. Gas kena aja tuh kanan. Good luck Pragon. Good luck. Guluk. Punten bra. Ding dong. Makin banyak yang nonton. Guys, I'm done for the streaming. For watching it. Take my rest. Yeah. 30